or serial killers?
Oh, man.
I got nothing.
You really did, bro.
Uh-huh.
Dude, it's amazing about my life?
Anything at all, just anything, Trip.
Dude, I can walk again? No. I'm working.
You can?
Oh, dude, I'm working at AT. I can walk.
We already talked about HEB last time, right?
Yeah.
Can you really walk?
Yes.
All right, do it. There's a little joke from Trip Callahan, ladies and gentlemen. On to the next one we go. Stumped him with the anything except for gay or serial killer talk. We got a whole bucket of from Trip Callahan, ladies and gentlemen. On to the next one.
Yeah, I can walk.
We already talked about it.
Oh, man.
I got nothing.
You really did, bro.
Uh-huh.
Dude, amazing about my life?
Anything at all, just anything, Trip.
Dude, I can walk again? No. I'm working.
You can?
Oh, dude, I'm working at AT. I can walk.
We already talked about HEB last time, right?
Yeah.
Can you really walk?
Yes.
All right, do it. There's a little joke from Trip Callahan, ladies and gentlemen. On to the next one we go. Stumped him with the anything except for gay or serial killer talk. We got a whole bucket. Oh my goodness, here he is. Wow. Look at that. It's a shame she doesn't want to fucking kill a gay tonight. I don't know. Nothing's making any sense right now. This looks like a new name. Make some noise for Henry J, everybody. Henry J. One more time for Henry J, everyone.
I can tell my phone was made in China because the default skin color on my emojis is yellow. If Johnny Depp has a one-night stand and then the next morning gets an Amber Alert on his phone, does he panic and check his dad for any surprises? I think he does. Is the utensil of choice for non-binary people sport? They date exclusively with that when they eat brunch. If a plane makes a successful water landing, do the black passengers panic harder after the landing? If a guy goes on a Tinder date, with a girl that ends up if a guy goes on a Tinder date with a girl that ends up not being a girl, did he get catfished or swordfished? Thank you.
All right, Henry J. Without a doubt, his first time on the show. Ron White. Riddle.
You should do jokes because you have a good face. But those are jokes. Those are riddles. That's what those are.
All of your material question mark.
I just thought it was a unique style, where the question and or the setup and the punchline all just in the question.
Yeah, how many of those do you have? How long have you been doing stand-up?
About 2 years.
2 years. All of it in Austin. Salt Lake City. Okay. That's your style. You're the question. Is it exclusively just questions? Do you have any other material?
I have a lot of other things.
Can you do one joke that isn't a question?
Sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, doing a joke that isn't a question. Henry J.
I was studying abroad and he got freaked out. That joke slaps.
Yeah. Okay. That is not a question. Still a little Ridley. Slightly Ridley. Still some thinking you have to do, and then you go, ah. I bet you get a lot of those in there. In the Henry J fan club. A lot of you are gonna love this guy. Are you sober? But you gotta be sober for it. You gotta really pay close attention with your thinking hat on for the wild comedy styles of Henry J.
Everyone in Utah is sober.
Well, not everyone. I did an arena in Salt Lake City on Saturday night, and nobody was sober. We have different crowds, Henry J. Those people in Salt Lake City fucking party. For those of you that don't know, it is one of the top 5 cities in the United States of America. Shout out Salt Lake City.
Shake that bed, bitch.
I have no idea what that means in this context. Wait until we're talking about mashed potatoes and bacon before you up against Henry J, what do you do for work?
I'm a finished carpenter.
What does that mean? What that means? 5 cities in the United States of America. Shout out Salt Lake City.
Shake that bed, bitch.
I have no idea what that means in this context. Wait until we're talking about mashed potatoes or bacon before you up against Henry J. What do you do for work?
I'm a finished carpenter.
What does that mean exactly?
So I install doors and do like a bunch of custom. Anything woodwork related. I just ask. I struggle closing sales because I never actually.
What's your love life like?
I'm married.
You're married?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. When you popped the question, was it all like, would you, if you would?
I just used the 20 questions thing. We got there with.
Love it. What is she?
She's stay-at-home mom.
Stay-at-home mom. How many kids do you have? 2. That's adorable. How old are they?
My oldest is 5, boy, and I have a little girl.
Love it. That's incredible. When you come inside of your wife, do you say anything weird? Do you make a weird face or anything? Do you make a noise? What is a guy like you? You seem a little goofy. You seem a little silly. I'd imagine you do something a little wackadoodle dandy.
We like dirty talk. So.
Really? Give us an example of your dirty talk. Do you like that penis?
It's all questions. Yeah. I just now kiss her neck a little bit, work my way through her ear, and then just.
And then you nut inside of her?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, take us through it nice and slow.
I'll just.
Very romantic.
I'll just tell her, or I'll just ask her. It's like. I'm not gonna ask a question. No, I'll just I'll work my way up to her ear, and then I'll just say, "Baby, I would skip church for you." Wow. That's our dirty talk.
That is indeed Utah dirty talk. So you're on the Mormon side of things up there, I'm guessing? Very religious. You were raised that way? No? How did you end up finding the Mormons to be your religious choice?
It's kind of a long story.
I bet it is. I want to hear it. I want to know. I always assumed that Mormons, I don't know why, but I always kind of assumed that you have to be like born into it, raised into it. I don't often find people that find God finding the like silly alien. Deep Book of Mormon, the creators of South Park. You should see it.
Yeah.
Unbelievably hilarious.
I heard it's
And I love musicals. All right, go ahead. Tell us how you found Mormon.
I think each and every one of us have a direct line to him, and I think he communicates the best specifically so that we're in the right place at the right time.
What?
Help people. I heard it's
and I love musicals. All right, go ahead. Tell us how you found Mormon.
I think each and every one of us have a direct line to him, and I think he communicates the best specifically so that we're in the right place at the right time. Help people or not. BYU was highlighted in my mind there, and and it felt like that was him putting that there because
BYU was highlighted. What do you mean exactly?
like this is a thought that came to my brain.
When did this happen? After high school?
I went through a little after high school.
Explain to us what you mean by BYU was highlighted. You're an atheist, and then
I found out before this, but yeah, it just came into my mind that that's what I wanted to do, and it's extremely powerful. I could tell it wasn't mine. So.
you went to BYU, finished at BYU,
Good songs.
I guess I'll just ask her.
Billy, I'd imagine you do something a little wackadoodle dandy.
So we like dirty talk, so
Really? Give us an example of your dirty talk. Do you like that penis?
it's all questions.
Yeah.
I'll kiss her neck a little bit, work my way up to her ear, and then just.
And then you nut inside of her?
No.
Oh, okay. Take us through it nice and slow. Very romantic.
I'll just tell her, or I guess I'll just ask her. Just like, I'm not gonna ask her a question. I'll just I'll work my way up to her ear, and then I'll just say, "Baby, I would skip church for you."
Wow. Wow.
That's our dirty talk.
That is indeed Utah dirty talk. So you're on the Mormon side of things up there,
Yeah.
I'm guessing? Very religious? You were raised that way? No? How did you end up finding the Mormons to be your religion of choice?
It's kind of a long story.
I bet it is. I want to hear it. I want to know. I always assumed that Mormons, I don't know why, but I always kind of assumed that you have to be like born into it, raised into it. I often find people that find God, find the alien, the funny one. You guys are like the funny religion. The deeper you look into it, the wilder it gets. You've seen Book of Mormon from South Park?
No.
You should see it.
Yeah.
It's unbelievably hilarious.
I heard it's
And I love musicals. All right, go ahead. Tell us how you found Mormon.
I think each and every one of us have a direct line to him, and I think he communicates with us specifically so that we're in the right place at the right time. So help people and help or not. BYU was highlighted in my mind there, and it felt like that was him putting that there.
BYU was highlighted. What do you mean exactly?
Like, this is a thought that came to my brain.
When did this happen? After high school?
I went through a little atheist phase after high school.
And then explain to us what you mean by BYU was highlighted. You're an atheist, and then
I found God before this, but yeah, it just came into my mind that that's what we wanted to do, and it was extremely powerful. I could tell it wasn't my own God. So
and then you went to BYU, finished at BYU, dropped out. Okay.
How do I feel about that?
So, so you drop out. You didn't finish, much like your work. And then, how do you find is your wife Mormon too?
Yeah.
Okay, so you met her at church?
I met her, so I served the mission, so I know.
See, you really did. You had the name tag and the white polo and the black tie, and you're knocking on doors.
CIA of Jesus.
Okay, sure. Okay, this is how you meet your wife? Paint the picture for me.
Yeah, so I met her. We go to a little training center for a couple of weeks before we ship out to all the different locations. And I met her there.
You met her at the training center. I didn't realize.
She was also a missionary there.
Is it you guys have sex in?
We are masters at the missionary church.
Do you only do missionary positions? Really? Do other positions with your wife?
Other ones, yeah.
Like what? What other ones? Give us an example. Just rattle off some positions for us real quick. No big deal. If you want to get a Ron White named 75 positions.
The lazy dog.
What exactly is the lazy dog, Ron?
That's where you get in the doggy style position. And both of you at the same time. That's the important part. Fall over. Now you're doing a lazy dog.
Ron White is the coolest guy I've ever heard.
Where did you get your mission assignment? I mean, did you get it? Or where is that?
Fort Lauderdale.
Wow! Look at that.
Not bad, but they need some saving there.
Yeah. Dude, so what was that like going into Fort Lauderdale and trying to teach people the way of aliens and whatnot, being God and all the very, very, very hilarious religion?
No, it was interesting. And every time I saw a black person, I couldn't tell if this was English, Creole, or Spanish. So you just kind of
stick with that for a second. When you say that, what exactly do you mean? Like you hold one and then
we talk to people on the streets a bunch, obviously, and like I just be like, "Hey, how's it going?" Like, I learned the basics of real communicating. A lot of hand gestures.
Okay. Were you able to sign up any of these black people in Fort Lauderdale? Ron White shaking his head no. I am on the inside also shaking my head no. I don't find it believable. Did you really sell a black guy on being a Mormon?
How many black people are in the Mormon group?
How many times did they answer the door and just go, "Oh, hell no"? What, you a bill collector, motherfucker? Get the fuck up. All right. Red Man, what do you think of that?
Man, I just like the things they did because they can't have sex. You know, like the shaking the bed thing was a real thing where they go in bed and they like their frame to shake it, so they're like rubbing against each other's skin. That kind of
You
stuff.
know about this, Henry?
I've heard about it.
Can you describe one of the wackiest things that you had to do sexually to respect your religion before you got married? Did you cheat a little bit? Did you stick it in? No? How about the backside? I know you guys, a way that the Lord doesn't see the old beehole in Mormonism, from what I understand. We study these things. On top of mashed potatoes and bacon, he's a butthole specialist. So. Come on, give us a little something.
You ever hide in the backseat of your car with a couple friends and watch them make out in the front while you're parked? No?
There must be something. How long with your wife before you got married?
9 months.
Not long. So for 8 or 9 months, you guys were kissing, tongue kissing,
We made up.
hand stuff, fingers and hands. No. So you had no idea what this lady's pussy smelled like, and you're like, I want this forever, and it could have been a disaster.
Forever and ever.
It could have been a fucking BYU, you know what I mean? Taking chances. Oh my God. So nothing, not a hand job, not a dry hump, nothing with clothes on, not a fully clothed, but so you could make out and you could get a boner, right, while making out, but you couldn't even be like, nothing at all. Nothing. So you would make out and then go to the bathroom and jerk off sometimes.
Blue balls, the whole person.
Wait, there was blue balls?
Blue balls, the whole person.
Blue balls.
The whole person.
The whole courtship. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
When it came out, was it curdled or anything?
Oh my God. You couldn't even jerk off thinking about her? Is that one of the rules?
No,
You can't even drink coffee. Drink coffee.
Man, Red Man knows all good.
Teach me.
I was getting some dental work done, and they didn't turn the gas up so I could feel it. And it was just like some kind of dental school in Vegas. I broke it too. And I told the guy to turn the gas up because there are regulations to stay around. Wow. And I said, where'd you go to college? He goes, Brigham Young. And I'm like, turn it up to cat. Never let Norman say your buzz level. Never. And here's why. They don't understand fucked up the way you and I do. They're guessing and they're shitty catchers.
We're the best designated drivers, though, out there.
We got Waymos now. Henry J. Fun times. Great interview of the night. Henry J. Congratulations, Henry. Thank you for joining us. Sign up again. Come back again. All right. Here we go. Pool number 9, and I gotta tell you. So you could make out and you would get a boner, right, while making out, but you couldn't even be like, nothing at all. Nothing. So you would make out and then go to the bathroom and jerk off sometimes.
Blue balls, the whole person.
Wait, there was blue balls?
Blue balls, the whole person.
Blue balls.
The whole person.
The whole courtship. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
When it came out, was it curdled or anything?
Oh my God. You couldn't even jerk off thinking about her? Is that one of the rules?
No,
You can't even drink coffee. Drink coffee.
Man, Red Man knows all good.
Teach me.
I was getting ass up where I could feel it. And it was just like a I don't know, some kind of a dental school in Vegas. I broke a tooth. And I told the guy to turn the gas up. And he goes, there are regulations to staying about. Wow. And I said, where'd you go to college? He goes, Brigham Young. And I'm like, turn it up to Catholic. Never let Mormon set your buzz level. Never. And here's why. They don't understand fucked up the way you and I do. They're guessing and they're shitty guessers.
We're the best designated drivers, though, out there.
We got Waymos now. Henry J. Great interview of the night. Henry J. Congratulations, Henry. Thank you for joining us. Sign up again. Come back again. All right. Here we go. Look at pool number 9. And I got to tell you, this, without a doubt, looks like a good name. The handwriting is impeccable. All caps. Clearest, best handwriting of the night, and a catchy name. Make some noise for Honey Donowitz, everybody. Honey Donowitz.
So, I just think it's fucked up that our government cut funding to 20 billion children's food because they don't want to fuck fat kids. Like, I get it. It's been hard out there for them. They're having to recalibrate a whole dating pool. The last time they had to get their own 11-year-olds, believe me, it was still taught in school. They're just figuring some shit out. And, like, I don't think it would be necessarily better if you and I had never heard Jeffrey Epstein. Like, crazy shit for sense. You just know there's, like, some guys somewhere just, like, watching the headlines, seeing monarchies get called out, and they're just thinking to themselves, like, do we have another 9/11 in the chamber? And they did. Jeffrey Epstein was arrested in June 2019, I believe. December, we're starting to hear about COVID. March, we're shut down. We don't even know who he is anymore. So, that's my conspiracy. Thank you.
Honey Donowitz. Welcome to the show, honey.
Now, they mentioned that the handwriting was really nice.
Yeah. Handwriting is incredible. The joke writing, not so much. Let's talk about it. Honey, how long have you been doing stand-up?
6 months.
Okay. That's not bad. It's not good, but it's not bad. Have you been doing it all in Austin?
Yeah.
What made you want to start now?
So I got cancer, and then after I have some moderately funny jokes about it though.
Okay.
But after I got the all clear that I wasn't gonna have to go through more procedures and things, I went to Creek and Cave just to see if it felt good, and I bombed there too, guys. So I
Did the open mic there?
I did some mics there, yeah.
What kind of cancer did you have? Is that okay? You mind talking about it?
Yeah, I mean, I talked about it on stage. I had pussy cancer.
Pussy cancer?
Yeah.
How exactly does one get pussy cancer?
Well, you see, funny you should ask. Tampons are, they're made largely from recycled electronics, I do believe. There's something there.
5G.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
Our senior tampon correspondent, Brian Redman. Mashed potatoes, bacon, Mormons, and tampons, and buttholes.
Yeah.
Get pussy cancer.
Well, you see, funny you should ask. Tampons are, they're made largely from recycled electronics, I do believe. There's something there.
5G.
Yeah.
Our senior tampon correspondent, Brian Redman. Mashed potatoes, bacon, Mormons, and tampons, and buttholes. It's incredible.
He gets it.
So you were using, like, cheap tampons? Or
No.
how does it work?
No, I was using like a name brand. I'm not gonna say it because like I'm not that good at this yet. I can't get sued. But I was using a brand of tampons, and that's the only thing that certain doctors can tie to why women my age have to get new ones.
They kind of tell you, they're like, yeah, this happens with people that use these tampons. So what would you recommend for the ladies out there with pussies? What should they do?
I'm gonna be super for real because I had the surgery in Texas. They made me keep my period, so I still use the fucking tampon. I don't know what else to use. Like the cups are weird.
No, the cups are great. You just pour it out in your garden. It helps the garden.
Oh my God, Red Band.
TikTok like.
Red Band. You've tried the cup?
Yeah, it freaked me out.
It freaked you out.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that's like.
It's a fucking cup.
Yeah.
You put it right. I don't.
Okay.
Red Band can definitely tell you.
When you say they operated on your pussy, what exactly did they do? Can you describe exactly?
So it's like this, right? Like a pussy.
Yeah.
They
Okay.
took out the round.
This is all new to me. Are there balls attached or anything? Okay.
Understand, this can be confusing. It's more comparative to an ass for
Okay.
you.
Right. So there's a pussy hole. And, and originally there's like a little something there. You had a little something?
Yeah,
A little something peeking out, like a little,
I wouldn't say it was speaking quite yet. It was more of like a,
I'm a cancer pussy.
yeah,
Like that?
damn near.
Okay. So then what did they do? What did they trim away or take out?
Just like cut off a layer of it and then just like put a new graft on.
Was it the outside?
Sort of.
Kind of the inside?
Yeah,
How far inside?
like an inch.
Okay. So perfect. So Red Band would have a brand new
Yeah.
pussy to fuck.
Yeah, do anything with the cauliflower thing? Okay.
All right. We're going to, Red Band, turn off your microphone.
I don't like have to answer him, right?
What?
I said I don't have to answer him.
No, you don't have to answer him. He's just here for the jokey jokes, kind of. And the more groans and oohs and ahs is specialty. Okay, so did it hurt?
Yeah.
Yeah. The cancer hurt.
No, it wasn't even. No.
So how did you find out that you had pussy cancer?
Okay, so
What stinks in here?
no, I
Red Band. Red Band. What did I tell you? That is out of line. This lady is a survivor. That is a crazy thing to say.
I mean, it's
What stinks in here? That's not right. This is the only young lady that's been on this show. And if you ask questions, if you say things like that, women aren't going to want to. Women with pussy cancer aren't going to want to sign up for the show anymore. Did it stink? Did your pussy stink?
more than anything, that's cheap writing, I think. Honestly, no, it didn't stink. But I was doing like a little bit of, activities, and I noticed that it was hurting more, and things weren't stretching as they should, or whatever. So I had to get that checked out.
You went to a gynecologist.
Yeah.
And I was like,
She.
oh.
Yeah.
Wow, that's risky. You may not have had cancer.
I mean,
Female doctors.
I've never met a man who could navigate a pussy, so I think that the bets were on the girlies on that one. But
Have you ever done the lazy dog?
I heard about it just now.
Did it with its Okay, so how long ago did you survive pussy cancer?
So that was like a year and a half ago.
Fun fact, pussy cancer is my Wi-Fi password now. 420.
Now it's the first time I've heard that.
Year and a half ago. Wow. And then what's the first thing you did to celebrate not having pussy cancer anymore?
No, like literally, it was going to Creek in the Cave at 5:45 p.m. and doing an open mic to 7 guys who didn't think it was funny. That's what I did to celebrate. That's how I landed here.
Wow.
That's a true story. And then I left my family and moved here full time to do this all the time.
Wait, what kind of family did you leave?
Children, dog.
You left children?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
But it's okay. I was raising boys. They were going to get fucked up by me anyway. Boy moms are toxic. And I was raising white boys. They could be shooters. We are better this way.
Wow, you just came to life there when you've been kind of reserved this whole time, and then you talk about abandoning your children, and all of a sudden you're fucking Forrest Gump telling a whole story on a park bench.
I do try to hide the accent a little bit. People think you're dumb if you're from here.
No, yeah, totally. So how old are your kids?
Well, I don't think we need to write that down. Shit.
No, I'm just, fun fact, I'm not writing it down. I just keep drawing over the word pussy cancer because it's fun. It's something I do here. Sometimes I just write over the same thing. Yeah.
They're 12 and younger.
12 and younger. How many? When you say they, there's 3 of them. Okay. So, where were you before exactly?
San Antonio.
San Antonio. It's only in an hour away. You're aware of that, right? It's literally a short drive. There's a Buc-ee's. There's a Buc-ee's halfway there.
Yeah.
Like, doesn't that entice you to go see your kids?
Yeah.
Don't you go, I could visit my 3 kids and grab a bag of hot nuts on the way?
Yeah.
So when's the last time you saw your kids?
Last week.
Wow, okay. That's not that bad.
No.
That's pretty good.
I'm a moderately decent mother.
Okay, when you say moderately decent, what exactly do you mean?
I mean that I moved here to pursue comedy, but I love my children and I raise them well. I help pay for therapy.
How many of the 3 are in therapy?
Eventually all of them, but so far 1.
Okay, the oldest one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's how it goes.
All right. And they know about your pussy cancer?
God, no, but now they will. It's YouTube.
Right. Oh, right, man. That is not the sound effect of her pussy. For those of you listening, it is indeed a swarm of flies flying around. That is... Mommy, why are you butt sick? Oh, my God, Red Man.
I'm a little bit confused here.
Yeah, go ahead, Ron White.
So you've only done one other set? And that was at the Creek of the King?
That's how it started. For the past 4 months, I've been every single day doing these things.
Okay. And what was it? And so you moved to Austin just to do stand-up comedy?
No, I have a day job. I'm not living in my car or none of those kind of things. I do work. I run a sign company. Yes. We do graphics and production for festivals and stuff. It's called Molten Productions.
Okay.
We're pretty cool.
Does everyone that works there have a pussy cancer or something? You guys how do you all know each other?
Well, I am the only woman there, so I am isolated from that, but everyone is aware of it.
Let me ask you one more question that I just thought of, because you said you got a skin graft, right? So
Yeah.
where did they take the skin from that's now on the first inch, the entry point of your pussy?
Yeah.
I have to know, where did they take the skin on your body from? What is now the entryway to your pussy? This is an interesting thing, because no matter what, if someone puts their dick inside of that, they're what? Here we
Just
go.
another my pussy. I think that they understood how men might feel, and they grafted from further inside the pussy so that it wouldn't be weird for any of the boys.
Wow.
Yeah.
That sounds
So
painful.
they didn't use your heel or anything?
No.
Yo, this pussy smell like a foot, bitch. Yo, this bitch got a stinky foot pussy. Oh, shit. Yo, why did a fingernail hanging out that pussy? Could have been your ear or something. You could have heard the dick going in and out somehow, some type of phantom.
If I had gotten a dig, they would have taken skin from my thigh. I did find that out in my research, though.
If you wanted your what?
If I had gotten a dig instead of a new pussy,
Right, yes.
there's options on the table.
Yes, I know. I looked into it. I was thinking about adding a dick. I was thinking about being Two Dick Tony over here. But
Two Dick Tony.
yeah, that was going to be my name. I had a big plan, and they told me it would hurt, so I was out.
Well, the hog science isn't there. It's only going to be like that big.
Let me ask you this: what's your what kind of guys are you into? What's the baby daddy? Is he?
An anomaly.
Yeah. What race is he?
White.
White. Oh, geez, you said it like a real racist.
Well, okay, so here's the whole thing. Not a ton of the people I've slept with are white.
I can tell by the way you're.
I knew that's what you wanted to get.
No doubt about it.
So somebody told me to make that joke when I started comedy. They're like, if you get it out of the way, it saves everyone else the trouble.
That's true.
I helped you at least, right?
No, I did it myself.
I could have lied.
In honor of the guys that love you, you're walking away with a big black joke book. Ladies and gentlemen, Honey Donowitz has made her Kill Tony debut. Wow. All right. This this is a long episode. We're doing one last bucket pull. We're gonna get it up and out of here real quick. D-Madness is furious. Ladies and gentlemen, your final bucket pull of the night goes by the name of Luke Rabel, everyone. Luke Rabel. Here we go.
I got banned from a Mexican restaurant. There were no words on the menu, just pictures of the food. And I knew this was going to be the best meal of my life. Eat it all, having a good time. And then I feel the rumbling. The gurgle guts are upon me. I stand up and it is detonating. Just bah, 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 bah. Make my way to the bathroom. I'm dilating. It is time for my metamorphosis. I get in there. I sit down. My butt sneezed. Worst crap and cry of my life. 30 minutes of farting and sobbing. Get up, push the handle, nothing happens. Push the handle again, nothing happens. Well, I need to tell someone about this. And based on that menu, they don't speak a lot of English. So I go, El baño, el baño. This guy follows me in, I point to it, I push the handle, and down it goes. I invited. I'm dilating. It is time for my metamorphosis. I get in there, I sit down, my butt sneezed. Worst crap and cry of my life. 30 minutes. Time, and then I feel the rumbling.
Luke Rabel, here we go.
I got banned from a Mexican restaurant. There were no words on the menu, just pictures of the food. And I knew this was going to be the best meal of my life. Eat it all, having a good time. And then I feel the rumbling. The gurgle guts are upon me. I stand up and it is detonating. Just bah, 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 bah. Make my way to the bathroom. I'm dilating. It is time for my metamorphosis. I get in there. I sit down. My butt sneezed. Worst crap and cry of my life. 30 minutes of farting and sobbing. Get up, push the handle, nothing happens. Push the handle again, nothing happens. Well, I need to tell someone about this. And based on that menu, they don't speak a lot of English. So I go, El baño, el baño. This guy follows me in, I point to it, I push the handle, and down it goes. I invited this poor immigrant to attend a funeral for my shit. Thank you.
All right, Luke Rabel.
That actually was pretty funny.
Make this quick because we're in overtime. How long have you been doing stand-up?
6 months.
6 months. What do you do for work?
I work full-time at a grocery store.
Okay.
HEB.
Nice. Yeah, notice you say grocery store. It's not HEB, or else you would probably say that. You should be proud of that, right?
It's related to HEB.
A lot of winks there.
Yes.
What does that mean exactly?
It means it rhymes with ventral carpet, but I don't know if I can say it online.
Oh, all right, yeah.
Yeah.
How about that? What do you do at the grocery store?
I work in their cafe area, so the people come in, they tell me what they want to eat. I hit a touch screen, line cooks make it, I hand it to them, and I smile like a good little Chick-fil-A manager the whole time.
Okay. Yeah. Do you work hard? Or are you a little lazy dog?
I have such a guilty conscience.
Yeah.
Like, if I'm not doing something, I feel like, well, they hate me now, so we're going to go out there and we're going to make these people write me into their will if I have my way.
Okay. What made you want to start stand-up 6 months ago? How old are you?
I am 27.
27. What made you want to start now?
Well, I moved here from Maryland and grew up in Frostburg, so like very small population, and there was a small theater there, and my friend was on the board of directors, and he said, hey, I know you like doing stand-up, would you be interested in doing a show here? And I said, sure, how long do you need? And he said, well, we need to justify opening the bar, so if you can make it about 45 minutes, that'd help us a lot.
You had never done stand-up before?
I did it when I was 17 for like a few minutes at a church Wow. Okay, so no. Pretty much. Yeah. So I timed out everything I had, and I said, hey, I got 2 hours. Let's make it happen. So went up there, did a 2-hour set. It sold out, so I had 100 people in there because everyone's desperate for entertainment.
How did you sell it out? You just go, I'm doing stand-up.
Just put it on Facebook, and it was kind of like, I know this person who knows this person who knows that person. Like everyone.
Frostburg.
Yeah, everyone's a third cousin.
Okay. And then how did that go?
Well, it went really well. They were laughing the whole time. We sold out of the alcohol during the intermission. I wore a Hawaiian shirt, and I wore this hat.
That is a wacky hat. Just
I
go
know.
back to it. Turn around so that people can see.
It's the assless chaps of hats.
Okay. Is that one of your jokes? You do that?
Once in
Like
a
if you
while.
were doing a 2-hour set, would you do that? Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
What's the craziest thing about your life before I get you out of here? The thing that you think makes you different than anybody that's ever been on this show? Something perhaps from your childhood, your family?
Based on what I've seen of the show thus far, I'm pretty sure I'm the only one that's engaged.
Okay. You're engaged right now.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Where'd you meet this girl?
She was up from a mutual friend. I met her in an abandoned parking lot at 9 p.m.
Last night?
No, a little over a year ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
9 p.m. was very specific.
It was dark.
Uh-huh. And
It's not more specific than an abandoned parking lot.
There used a high school there, but demolished it for some reason.
I don't care.
what happened when you met her at that parking lot that night? Luke.
Well, my friend didn't tell me what she looked like. She didn't send me a picture, so she got out of the car, and I thought, okay, not bad for a silhouette. I wonder what it's going to look like. So she came over. We started walking around this vacant, talking for a little bit. She said that she wanted to race me, so both of us take off running. She thought, oh my God, I'm going to marry this girl, aren't I?
Wow. One of the jokes you did in that 2 hour.
No, that was before I met her.
Amazing. Okay. Luke. All right. Did you guys something?
No.
You just kissed?
Yeah.
Nice. Here you go, Luke. There you go.
Thank you.
All right. There goes the table, everybody. Hey, try to get one more up here. Make it interesting. You're a sweet boy, Luke. Sign up again sometime. There you go. There he goes, Luke Rabel. Everybody. If you would have told me that, it would be hard. I would have guessed that was the Mormon guy, right? Like a sweet boy.
Race.
Yeah, we just raced on our first date in an abandoned parking lot. I gotta tell you, William has been sick the last couple weeks, but he's back. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Hall of Famer with the record for all-time appearances and interviews on this show. The Vanilla Gorilla, the Memphis Strangler. This is the return of William Montgomery. I met her in a dark parking lot, and I fell in love with her, and I killed her in the parking lot. Scientists have developed a way for people with severe lung problems to breathe in and out through their butt. Right, man, I can see that you are doing that right now. You second ass bitch. Right, man, I can see that you are doing that right now. You second ass bitch. I went out to the Middle East to perform, and it's crazy because I had no idea I had such a big following in the Taliban. Performed for the troops, and it's crazy because I had no idea I had such a big following in the Taliban. One time in Chicago, some guy gave me AIDS.
it. My buddy has a foot fetish, and for Halloween he dressed up as Quentin Tarantino. He went to a Halloween party, and there was a girl dressed up as Bigfoot, and she ended up pressing charges because he wouldn't leave her alone. Okay.
Wow, what a relief to have William Montgomery back. Red Machine is fully operational yet again. You've been out for a few weeks.
I was very sick, and Tony, it's actually very sad because I messed up my sciatic nerve again. So I haven't been able to row for 5 days. So we'll see what happens. But
You love your row machine. You've rowed many miles, almost
love it.
around the world, people are saying.
Yeah, that's 1,400 miles. Yes, I've been almost around the world.
Yes, it was incredible.
Almost around the world this year, 1,400 fucking miles. Google it, whatever. It's around the world. The circumference of the earth, 1,400 miles. I've done it on the row machine, so it is pretty impressive. I think that's why I messed up my sciatic. I just got it into the 38-minute time period this past week, and I was almost there in my last stroke I pulled. I just did it really hard, and then I felt something pop in my back, and I got up and tried to stretch, and I felt woozy, and it's real hurt. So,
And that was recent. That was the last.
yeah, that's Thursday.
That was Thursday, but you were out 2 Mondays in a row. Tell us about this little ailment that you have.
Tony, I mean, I was coughing a bunch of stuff up, and I was real sick. And Tony, if I'm going to be honest with you, I was pretty sick, but I was also, every now and again, I'm just feeling very funny. I wasn't feeling funny, and now my sciatic nerves all fucked up, and I'm telling everybody I got fucking AIDS up in fucking Chicago. I mean, it was early a couple of weeks ago, some dude fucking gives me AIDS up in Chicago, whatever, so that really isn't helping any of this. Seriously, Ron, I mean, it's bad, and my fucking sciatic nerve hurts, Red Band looks as stupid as ever, and those plastic-looking clown glasses that you wear, what are those things? They look real plasticky and cheap and stupid. What are those?
Yeah, what are those? They're glasses.
They're glasses! God, you always sound like a monster to me. Tony, I did my longest set last night in Louisville, Kentucky. I did 56 minutes. It's the longest I've ever done. I never done that. It was also in front of maybe the smallest crowd I've done comedy in front of him in a while. It's probably 30 people or something. But Tony, I felt real comfortable, so I got to figure that out. I got to figure out how to get that comfortable in front of any size crowd, because I felt good. Yeah, 56 minutes, 4 more minutes, and I would have hit an hour. Maybe someday.
You know, Tony, there was a personal trainer here last week, and he wanted to talk to you really bad because he said that the rowing that you're doing is really bad for your health, actually.
Okay. What do you mean?
I don't know. He was saying something like it's really bad.
So what? He wants me to turn out like you're fucking fat.
Like he said, it was
I mean, you could die soon, you fucking idiot. So what? I need to just stop doing the row machine, you fucking nasty person. Seriously, shut up, dumbass. That's part of the reason I started feeling kind of sick, and I think, God, I'm gonna see fucking Red Band's fucking stupid ass up there, and I swear to God, it tips the scale for me not wanting to be here. I swear to God. Red Band, it tips the scale just so much. Like if I'm kind of feeling sick and then I'm thinking about your stupid ass, I think, no way. And then I have to call Tony and it's awkward, but it's because of you, Red Band.
Wow. You know, a little fun fact is that is a thinking man over here. We butthole mashed potatoes. All right. So, a fun fact about the first 2 weeks ago when you called out sick for the first time is I believe it was Michael Gonzalez or somebody sent us a picture of you post-workout that day, which we found interesting. So kind of,
I know, God, I was worried. I was thinking Tony's caught my ass.
yeah, I did. Because people are like, I don't know why he's sick. Check out this picture of him earlier. And it's crazy because when we met William, I mean, holy shit, he was so bloated and so fat.
7 years ago, I swear to God, it's almost been 7 years I've been doing this show. Like this week or last week or something. 7 years.
And I saw this picture of you,
you're fucking ripped. Would it be too much? No, I'm not doing it. I want 2 hours of sleep.
The abs are unbelievable. You don't have those abs? Then they want it.
I want 2 hours of sleep. No, I don't feel good. I still don't feel good. I want 2 hours of sleep.
Why did you only have 2 hours of sleep?
Because my flight back to Austin was so early. I was trying to get on back to Austin, and I just stayed up. I was up there 56 minutes. I was so pumped after that, so I stayed awake for hours.
What did you do?
What did somebody say? God!
What did you do when you were awake all night? What do you do? You are just on your phone, or do you do something in bed? Do you count sheep? What do the people want to know? These people have been watching you for almost 7 years. Every week they see you, and they want to know, what does a guy like William do while he's laying in bed? We've talked about everything. We've talked about your favorite board games, your favorite books, your favorite snacks, your favorite vegetables. We've covered it all.
Oh my God, Tony, you know what offended me the other day? Something when you were just talking like that to me. I'm talking to somebody out where I do the workout stuff, and I'm talking to this guy, and we're having just this regular conversation, and out of nowhere he says, "Do you have a learning disability?"
Yeah, he does.
And I just walked away.
Well, what would make him ask a question like that?
I don't know. I've been doing self-reflecting. I don't know. Do I have a learning disability, Tony? I don't know.
Red Band's nodding his head.
Of course he does.
What do you think I have?
Because you can't show your abs because you're tired. Your abs are tired. You can't show your abs right now.
You're supposed to be weird.
Let me ask you this. Would it make you feel better if Red Band showed his abs first? Look at the little giggler over here. Come on, look. Troy's got his camera out. This is going to be a magical moment. Red Band. The crowd wants it.
Stand next to me.
Come on. Stand next to him. Come on, Red Band. Come on. It can't be worse than what we already have in our imaginations of what your abs would look like. No.
I'm unshaven right now. Maybe
Do you think that matters? I don't know if that's better or worse.
Whoa, look at that. Can you just show me a little bit from under the table? Oh my god. Dude, you might have pussy cancer, bro. Alright. William,
So nice to be back, Toby.
we are so happy that you're back off of 2 hours of sleep, and yet you did it again. Unbelievable material, sneaky little deliveries and treats. The Chicago Eats thing in the middle, I love. Just a funny setup, and on to the next one.
I was hoping that was going to work, because if I couldn't get the beginning part, then I was just seeing there are times where then it just snowballs and then nobody's laughing at any of it. It was so fun tonight, Tony. Thank you so much.
Everybody loves William Montgomery, and you did it again, William. You see him on tour, he's doing his longest sets. The baby boy is all grown up. The Hall of Famer, William Montgomery. Trying to write, J-Bub is in it. It's fucking awesome. It's Ron White. That is cool as fuck. Let's see what the local artist Chris Rogers drew up tonight. Oh, is that Dave Attell? Fuck yeah! Another one of the goats. Dave Attell, one of the best in the world, if not the. Along with the great Ron White, ladies and gentlemen. Catch him on tour every once in a great while. Lucky Oklahoma has them on New Year's Eve. Tickets at tatersalad.com. I'll say it again. Ron started this gangster shit in Austin, Texas, and it's going to be fucking written about in history books. People are making fucking YouTube documentaries, from what I understand, about Austin every day. So that's a thing. We're having a blast here. Ron White, and then Joe Rogan, Tony, Segura, Christina P., Duncan Trussell, Shane Gillis, Matt McCusker, it goes on and on. Like, it's absolutely crazy the amount of talent that is here all the time. It's unbelievable. And now you got your Dedrick Flynn added to the mix. It's so exciting to watch everything happen in real time. Shout out to Marcus King, who joined the band all night tonight. One more time, his brand new album, Darling Blue, is unbelievable. I have a copy of it. It's on my vinyl record player right now. It is fucking unbelievable. Thank you to Sean Greenberg and the rest of the best damn band in the land. Brandman,
Check out the Sunset Strip, ATX.com. I love you guys.
very few tickets left for New Year's Eve at the Moody Center. We hear you people say I try to get tickets all the time, but you can't get tickets. So you can get tickets for New Year's Eve. Why spend it anywhere else? Come to Austin, Texas, the capital of bars per capita, the live music capital of the world, the live comedy capital of the world. We love you. Thank you. Good night. Thank you.
The Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Bad's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Senator John Kennedy is on the Adam Carolla Show.
Good to see you, Senator.
This one.
Jitsu. Well,
With his left hand, he's applying some sort of a front headlock here. Not much happening with the right hand, but that left hand is up to something sneaky here. Artificial Hunter Edwards taking a good look here, making sure. And we're off. Immediately, both competitors block the seatbelt escape from their opponent. It looks like Ledoux is in trouble. Jennings has the jump, and he has the seatbelt around the neck of Ledoux.
all right.
Push it downfield. Second down and 15. Sanders over the middle is going to be a completion. That's the first catch today for David Njoku. A gain of 8 that brings up third down. Let's find out what this quarterback can do as well. Third down and 8. Pressure coming over the edge. Sanders in trouble, and he is dropped. Ball came out late. It was Kyle Hamilton who has the sack. He's ready for it. They are maniacs about development as Sanders has his pass broken up by Rouzier. And it's for opportunities like this for Shedeur Sanders, where you got so many reps over the course of the season and practice, and now you get a chance to go out there and execute. Third down and 10. Sanders takes a big hit, and he's picked off. Intercepted on the play by Nate Wiggins. Sanders needs some help getting up as Wiggins has his third pick of the year. Get back out of the field. Sanders rolling right, throws almost intercepted again. He threw it right to Kyle Hamilton. Keep an eye on these tight ends now. Man at 40. The jump to 85. Sanders rolling right. Now coming back the other way. Steps up and he's got the first down. Shedeur Sanders moving the chains for the Browns. Hard and third and long against the Baltimore defense. Sanders pressure's coming, spins away, but can't get away a second time. Shedeur is buried on third down. Keon Martin with the sack. A loss of 14 yards. 5 yards downfield. Judkins get downfield himself. Sanders standing in the pocket, waits too long, and throws it away. And it forces Shedeur Sanders to have to figure it out post snap. Third down and 12. Sanders steps up. Nobody there. He'll just run it, and he runs out of bounds. 2 yards shy of the first down. It's fourth down for Stefanski in Cleveland. 17 snaps today for Sanders as he's looking to go to the air on first down. Locates Judkins, who lost the football. Wyatt Teller falls on it, and they're saying it was incomplete. Second down and 10. Sanders fires. Looking for a penalty marker. It was Kyle Hurts from Baltimore, and now it's third down and long. Johnatron as well. See what the call is, third and long. They just want to get out of here. Sanders just cruising away, and out comes the flag. Coming out there. It was Trenton Simpson applying the pressure, and this is going to be grounding against Cleveland. From the 35-yard line, Sanders on first down. Njoku's wide open instead. He goes deep to Fenton. Big play. Shedeur Sanders to Harold Fenton. A gain of 25. Let's see if he wants to bring it up.
there and cooked up the first banana pancakes ever made.
Yeah, they really do. And you can actually use the bananas and the eggs and stuff and the eggs to make that pancakes because they do so. I never made pancakes with eggs.
Pancakes up top. Sorry, guys. My mom didn't teach me how to talk. You need some pancakes? I don't like banana mushroom. No, that's offensive. I'm Canadian. You guys are totally being offensive right now. No, don't be rude. Don't be sensitive. Well, you chose to be offended by something that came out of my mouth before I even knew about the memo of you being offended by it. You chose to be offended by something.
Listen, who's ever heard of Michigan maple syrup? Not once in my whole entire life.
Well, that's because you don't learn the frozen tundra. Okay?
Michigan.
Do I gotta post a picture? Alright, here you go. Some 8 days.
I need to maple syrup. I need to see it. My own eyes have see it.
Alright, you about to see it. You about to see it, Barbie.
Don't AI that shit.
No, this ain't AI. What you about to see my hand in the show?
Oh, there it is.
You think it's AI? Hold on, look at that.
You love this. I love that you said just yeah, because it's part of my I can turn my back on the country. My oh my God. See that?
So Canada turned their back on their own citizens.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like Canada did freaking right against us altogether. They don't want us there. They don't want us there. No, they want to take it. Never, you know what? Never mind. I ain't gonna do that.
You get pulled over in Canada for racing driving and put you in 24-hour timeout with your car.
No, I don't talk about this.
It does happen.
My brother comes to me like a DUI.
In Canada, like they can get your car for 24 hours.
I mean, if you're like in the United States, you should maybe race this stuff. That's not true. I've never heard anybody having to quality to take a car for 24 hours. That's not real. But it is a communist country. It is run by communist countries. Under the financial spectrum, if you start dusting away some fake Canadian shit, it's not a very good country like Canada. Yeah, a little mix with a little mix. It's a little Indian. It's not That's it. And then you put it in the junction. Thank you, Barbie.
It's the way that you make it. It's not just the recipe that's in the right order. It's the right order, but a little vanilla, brown sugar, St. John's. Sometimes I add something special. Just like yeah, it's not. Y'all want me to put in like protein powders and packets? I don't know. I cook. I forgot to send an English.
balls. Ow. Fuck. Don't touch my balls. It's athleticism.
That's how I feel. What do you feel? I'm like, what happened? Much sleep, but I see all these people changing their hair in the background. Black. Feels total change of mind. Yeah, what the hell is this Black Mafia stuff? So I got to turn on his face in the first place. Big girl. So bad. I've been trying to just keep it in my brain, snacks. Got ready for the room. I was looking at girls' site. Yes. Appreciate you, bro. I don't know where this bullshit stick comes from. Everybody on the stage. Everybody on the stage. Everybody should be following everybody. It's not that big. Speaking of getting threats, I don't know if he's somebody. Thank you, man. I want to try to threaten me. Come on, man. Oh, no. See you guys back up. I'm a wizard too. I'm all about everybody. It's about everybody getting the raise, moving up together. That's the way I see it. Anyways, we are trying to do this, just like you guys are. Just like everybody. We gotta try our best to make things happen. But trying to get up in here every day, trying to bully me. Talking about the mafia out this and the mafia out that, and he's leaving letters in my door. I don't know, man. I can't even get him to switch to freaking Soul God. So he gets to get it's Trash Panda. So I just respect that. So whatever. I was talking to make me one first time. It never happened. Man, I just teased me, but it isn't true. Under the bus. That's the problem, Trash Bird. You think you're bigger than the program? Just prove no. I know he's a great guy, but it's like, why would you get to know him? Because I don't know. This is good trash, man.
be to like be a part of the team like that. But I have to be an outsider now. That's just how it is. It's weird to be called trash man and not be a human person. It just is so. How would you trash man as a kid? I would say like a panda inside of a trash bin. I've been to the trash. Speaking of that, you notice you remember the game? Forget that. I remember the game. This just where I mean it. Is it me first? I thought the rabbi had his hand up. No, it's a moment for me. You know, yeah, can I show? I want to show myself. I want to show things. You want to do what? I want to show. Oh, show. Okay, sure. You want to 60-second show? Can I do a 60-second show? I think I got this. Well, this is very good. We have your trash bin. I'm happy we have home. We have sounds like I'm in trouble. 60 seconds starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, go. You guys know who it is. This is the Bitcoin Brothers. This is a new account. My other account got suspended, so make sure that you give this one absolutely a follow immediately. But that's not why I'm here today. What I do want to do is tell everybody, just as I slightly mentioned earlier, about Romania. I'm going to be hosting a space on Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time where you can come in and play bingo. Loteria is the Mexican version of bingo. Instead of numbers, you get pictures. But there is a real buy-in. So for 2 ICP, you can buy a card. You can buy a card and play. You're entered and eligible to win a portion of the pot. And it's going to be a lot of fun. Also, if you want to learn how to host or want to play a game, let me know. Get my DMs. It's going to be a lot of fun. Again, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Thursday. Let's go. So yeah, 4 seconds. Call the panel bitches. Don't have to write them down. Alright. Let's open up the panel. Anybody has questions for us? Start. Pandas, you laughing? Ask a question. Questions. Yeah. How long does it take roughly, and how on my phone does it have to be to be part of this? Because I'm working at that time, or sleep most of the time. So it is like an interactive game, right? So I'm not sure if you want to play bingo, but essentially what I need to do is the numbers on the picture that come up is all the big. You get so just got a color, so if you get a full card, like if you lock off everything, then you get. Shoot, you bring it out. No, I think she got a call. Yeah, I'm getting a call. Sorry, 1 second here, guys. It's not me, by the way. I'm busy. You know I'm busy. Yeah. Okay. It's 2 points. Am I make you have to follow before we get up here. Wait, I'm sorry. Now you want to get up here and show your life away, but you gotta follow the host, and Barbie, of course. Ooh, the happy. Damn, I'm happy. Pretty, happy. Pretty nice. Yeah. That's good. It shows that change, though. It doesn't show that change unless I click on it. You know, waste some happy. Yeah, true. That's that too. It's just like, I'm the check, but like, I got a gift. I'm going to take it. What a gift? You got a gift? I got a gift. Yeah, that's a surprise. Maybe we'll see how it's supposed to go.
pictures would come up or whatever, like the calls would be made and you're gonna have to like, pay attention. So this is gonna be my first run though. So this is definitely gonna be trial for me. I'm still gonna be playing around and figuring new things out. So hopefully that answers your question. I don't have all the answers right now, but we're gonna run the first one and then see how that goes.
Sounds good, Burbs. Sounds good. Jag kan inte sända mycket just pengar på just det.
Yeah, I'm hearing that.
För jag måste if I'm a host of the bingo, can I also participate in the bingo? Is that conflict of interest?
That's a really good question. Another one I don't know. I don't know if you can do it from the platform, but maybe if you're using a desktop and then a phone, you probably can.
Also, can you pin whatever you're talking about to the top? I would like to have that.
Okay, you want me to pin the space?
Yeah, no, whatever you're talking about, you should. Whenever anybody should, please pin it to the top first, then show for your 60 seconds.
Yeah, I just posted it up for the space. I don't have the website. I gotta get the website down, but I'll use it for that in a second.
I'm the bingo guy. Nice to meet you guys. I was here. I was like, yeah, nice to meet you. I followed all you guys. Anybody else wants to follow back? But nice to meet you guys. Do you guys have any questions? Let me know about NFT. He brought bingo to the blockchain basically. And Barbie is gonna be one of the hostess. So we already had one beta test and 2 live games with it's on the ICP blockchain. So we use ICP gold, which is GLDT, which is a tokenized gold, and then we accept CKBTC, which is Bitcoin on the ICP blockchain. So most of the games are ICP. Yeah, Nomi, you got a question? That was a question I was going to ask you. I didn't know what ICP was. You just answered it, so that's good.
Yeah, that's another one. But yeah, you can buy ICP. Sorry. You can buy ICP through like Coinbase or any like normal exchange or whatever, and you can send it over to the website, like your wallet on the website, so you can buy your cards and play around.
Yeah, for those of you that don't know what ICP is, I think it's like the only thing right now. So it was doing pretty bad, except for like the past month. It's been doing really good for the past month. But yeah, basically ICP, it's like it's a coin, obviously, but instead of just being a coin on a ledger, you can actually host both the front end and the back end of an application. So for example, our application btcbingo.fun, like yeah, we're framing it towards Bitcoin because you can use Bitcoin, but basically you can host applications on it instead of just being the ledger. So like if you do an NFT, the NFT is also on chain. Other than this, other blockchains, you have to do like sometimes you have to do like different things. You have to do something on Filecoin, and then you can do your token on Solana or on Ethereum, and then there's like a lot of workarounds. ICP basically you just put everything on chain. Yeah, so if you like it or don't like it, just come support us anyway. You just buy a couple of them just to play bingo, and then if you want to cash back out, you can sell it and buy your other favorite coin. But yeah, we're bringing bingo on chain. We're also an NFT project. So come join us if you want to buy the NFT. Basically, if anybody picks your bingo card, when they win, and we might change this to where you get paid every single time anyways, but when a person wins with your bingo card, you get a percentage, like 10 to 20% of that jackpot. So let's say people are playing for $1,000 and they win on your bingo card that you own on the NFT market. The canister, that's what it's called. That's what we call our smart contracts. The canister will detect who owns the NFT and it'll send them their cut. And then let's say you don't want to invest any money, but you have a lot of followers, you can host a bingo game and then you get a cut for being a host. You get 5%. Basically, if you're a host, you can set it to higher if you want to, but then people may or may not want to join. And then you get a cut as long as you bring people in to play bingo, right? And then there's also a dev fee that goes to us for running the app and paying for the cycles and keeping it running and whatever. But yeah, you can make some money if you're an extra you just buy the fees. If you want to own a bingo card, as long as one of those guys rent one of your bingo cards and they win, you get a cut of that fee. So there's a lot of ways to participate. If not, you can just join, come in the fun. It's gonna be a space so you can talk and chill and listen. And Arby's game I think is 2 ICP, which I think is like $11. So it's $7. Yep, it's pretty reasonable. And so you can play for that much. And you can win a jackpot and host a game and a bingo board.
Yeah, that's what I was telling these guys earlier. I got in a little meeting with Pro and Axe earlier and invited them to do that. So, let's see, because I think one of their nights could be a cool bingo night. I'm trying to get some of the people I know that host regularly to do one every night. So it's not just me doing it, but everyone's like, okay, Barbie's bingo night's on Thursday, but Grow and Axe is on this day, and Cyber Mode's on this day, and whatever, so that we have like a full week lined up. So if any of those days you want to hop in to play bingo, someone's hosting a game. So I just want to work with everyone to get everyone kind of having a bingo game every night at different spaces.
Oh yeah, I wanted to take. Did you have a question? I kind of answered earlier. There was kind of but it's just those two currencies that buy the cards so far. Or is it going to grow farther past that, or are we going to turn around? I'm just curious. Yeah, so right now we have ICP because of blockchain, so we can credit. We have CKBTC. We're working on adding Bitcoin Minter. So CKBTC is Bitcoin Twin. It's not like by us. It's on the network. It's like on the network level, so it's like super secure. It's like one of the securest ones. We haven't added that because we have to do like this API thing where it links up and like it mints you the CKBTC, which means you enter Bitcoin and then you can use it on the ICP network as CKBTC. So if you're gonna play for like 50 cents or like 10 cents, you can do that without waiting like half an hour, without like paying a transaction fee. You pay like a quarter of a penny or something like that. And then we have GLDT, which is gold. It's tokenized gold in Switzerland. The reason I added that is because I work there under social media manager for Gold DAO, so I gotta give him credit too. But I would like to grow to where it accepts Solana and any other like popular tokens that people are really into. And then once we launch our token, because we don't have a token yet, we only have an NFT, but the NFT holders are going to receive an airdrop for the token. So before we get to that, then all of the tokens that we collect, I'm looking at a mechanism to where we switch those tokens and we buy our token, and then we either burn it or store it or stake it or something, so we can become like hyperinflationary. But all of that is in the future. Right now, we just have the NFT and just ICP network. But in the future, we'll try to add Solana and like the popular ones.
I have a quick question. Sorry if I can just hop in just for my own knowledge as well. Are you guys working with Omnity, or are you just...
No, I did contact Omnity in the past, and I think I owned one of their NFTs, but I haven't talked to them in a long time, so we're not doing any of that yet. But that might be one of the avenues to get into.
Let me meet with Sheldon. I'm really good friends with him, so let me make sure that you guys get him, because that'll open up too, as they're opening up the ICP rails for the cross-chain compatibility. You might be able to
Yo, what's going on, Trace?
Nice. And question.
I'm in the middle of a Twitter discussion, so apologies I can't talk right now, but maybe in a little bit. Alright, well, cuddle up. I'll keep you company.
Marketplace. I don't want to say issues. Marketplace competitions, because they're building a new one, and the guys building the new one are very like competitive. But the current one that we have, the best one, it's not a marketplace. It's a marketplace aggregator, and it's called DGDG. So if you go to dgdg.app, which is just the letter D, the letter G, and then D and G again, I'll give you guys a link. I don't know how to post things, but I'll post it on the comments. If you go there and you search Loteria, you'll find it and you can buy it there. The floor is at 55 ICP right now. I think that's like $300. So we have 306
I'll try and pass it on. I'm still learning, guys, so I'll probably be back around showing this with a lot more knowledge behind it. But Thursday's our first round, so pull up, let's play, and yeah.
That is a deal for Senor Victor. I'll even tell you what you went, man. So basically, I don't know if you familiar with the soul codes, but we have a wizard cabal. Basically, that creates a group chat full of people that they bought into the collection of the soul gods collection. But there's was a trade that we decided to have a group chat full of different builders, investors, etc. Everybody in there just really just building, helping each other out. Just really connecting and networking. Basically, it's just, but you just chill tonight. And if, since we are giving you a deal, let's allow you like 24 hours. So spend in there, connect with people in there, like-minded individuals that's trying to learn different projects, to see different projects. So, yeah, man. So I'm just gonna add you into the chat right now. And, you can just continue to chill in there. All right, thank you, man. I appreciate it. It means a lot. I also, the comments I put up where to buy and where to play. So the first link is the DGDG link. That's where you can buy. You need an ICP. If you're in Solana, I recommend Plug Wallet because it's similar to the Solana wallet. It's kind of like, it reminds me of it. And then the other website is btcbingo.com. I'm sorry, I spelled that wrong. It's btcbingo.fun. Let me delete that and retype it. But btcbingo.fun, and that's where you actually go to play. That one, you don't have to link up your wallet, so don't worry about security or anything like that. It works with internet identity. So you basically peek an internet identity. And the way that works on ICP is it creates a new wallet for every new thing that you're into. So you don't have to worry about like hacks or anything like that. It'll make a new one for that.
Thank you so much, Victor, for coming up and doing that. I appreciate that.
I appreciate you guys. It means a lot to be lit up to speak and all that. That's really cool. Thank you guys. I'm trying to add to the chat, but it's like, this chat thing is
Fucking hand is so huge. It's crazy. I definitely went to do this other stuff ever, guys. I still don't ever.
This has feature only works with encrypted conversations with and it will keep that music for
So fucking random. But Rabbi has his hand up, and I don't know if Trash Panda has any more questions. Trash. Congratulations on your deal. Sounds like a very good project, and I'm going to see that it's all your team, like, the team, like,
yeah, so our dev, his name is Damali, he's with Canister Software, and some of his other notable projects, he's working on Internet of Things on the blockchain. So he has this like switch that you can. This is really hard to explain to someone that. And basically, you can control things like actual things that move, like little switches or robots on the blockchain. So he's working on that, and his latest creation is he's doing like a tracking device, I think. So I'm assuming it's like a GPS tracker on chain. I don't know if that's going to be for like trailers or I don't know what he's doing with it. He didn't tell me much, but he works with us. He's our dev engineer, and I think we're his side project actually. these are endless. This is our first week. To be honest, we were doing beta testing, and I was going to launch until next week. And people were like, "No, I'm going to play now." So I launched the beta testing, and everyone just like started playing. So I can't hold it back. But yeah, we fixed a bunch of bugs, so that helped us. We have like multiple parts now. We have a return to game where you can reset that, so people are getting lost and returning to the game. And yeah, hopefully in the future we'll let up those things and a lot more mechanisms to make it a good environment for everybody. So yeah, it's a really good opportunity to like hang out together and make a couple tokens. Yeah, I appreciate that, Victor. Like I said, I feel bad. I know, can you go to Rabbi? I feel bad.
Nope, I'm good. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a time capsule and a timeline of humanity. In the 1990s, the phrase "content is king," and I'm making it true today. This is the biggest event in global history. I'm king of the internet, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential, and I'm going viral. And when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you'll ever meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream, nor two. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these links, they are in my profile. They're also in my pinned post, where you can also find my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. I have more social media than any person on earth. I have more content than any person on earth. Additionally, you'll find a link to my Discord there, discord.me/rabbi. We just celebrated our 2,500th member, and we're always growing. In addition to making you rich and wanting to help bring about world peace, I'm an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that is we build wells and towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a social media marketer, if you're a reply guy, if you are a shiller or a raider, and you want a mentor, a coach, a friend, all for free, please feel free to reach out to me. Send me a follow. I'll follow you right back. I'll reply my Discord. I'd love to connect with you and can make you more successful. But most of all, I want you to know that I'm here to support you all, personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. Most of all, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely to let you know I appreciate the ability.
Actually, I really actually looked at it. That's good.
100%. Thank you for your high praise.
I think we actually do have to connect because I was just talking to one of our other dogs, TJ, about this. I think he would be great for like a 24/7 nice meal. And listen, I don't know if you overheard it or this is like a fun into whatever connection or whatever.
Absolutely. It's serendipitous. Hi, everybody, if you're watching me right now. What up, Trash Panda? I'm shouting you out, Trash Panda.
That's actually pretty cool. Keep it up. 24-hour stream day. I didn't hear something. So, Robert, are you open to share where you located, like the state you're in?
Absolutely. I'm based out of Irvine, California, just located in Orange County near Los Angeles. I've streamed IRL as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed to Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, and basically everywhere in Southern California.
So you always have a camera on you.
I do my best to, but I also am not a prisoner to the camera. So if I ever want to take a break from it, yeah, if I ever want to take a break, I keep the streams going certainly, but I enjoy being on. It doesn't really bother me, but if I'm gonna run to the mailbox or something like that, I may not start up an Instagram reel, but sometimes I do, just depending, um, and. What I may have going. If there's not a lot going on and I want to create something cool, sometimes I'll fire up a stream. But even then, there are cameras outside the house, so I guess I'm still on camera then. But it's not the same. Obviously, one is closed circuit and the other is live stream to the world.
Would you be down to do like a miniature Big Brother?
Yeah, in the future, that's what I want to do. So I'd like to give people a first person view of my life. I'd like to do this for the rest of my life. I mean, I've been doing it since I was 35. I'm now 39 and really have intentions on doing it for the rest of my life. I think humans will be able to learn a lot from this, not just about my life, about human biology, uh, just learning people's eating habits, their drink habits, their sleeping habits, their circadian rhythms, their breathing patterns, every aspect about a human biologically, their personality habits, behavioral habits can be studied from multiple angles over the course of long periods of time, uh, unadulterated by perhaps a clinical environment, and also I've been able to capture just amazing moments of history: the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, assassinations and assassination attempts. I've been in earthquakes. Seen the birth of AI from a large language model standpoint. I was live streaming prior to large language models being integrated in our lives. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November of 2022. I was a user November 30th, 2022, when it formally launched. And we've been able to see how AI has changed our lives since. And it's only been 3 years or so. And we've had the opportunity to be able to see not just ChatGPT, but Claude and Copilot and Grok and Gemini and all of the others. And I think it'll be really interesting for people to be able to track in the future what life was like back during the pandemic and in the time since.
Yeah, man. I do have a few questions, but what I want to talk to you about is like, are you into crypto at all?
Absolutely. I'm a spokesperson for a cryptocurrency, one of the OG meme coins. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. Its ticker is Bitcoin. It's worth anywhere between 50 and $100 million. Has had an all-time high of 360. The the community is amazing. We're very strong. We have 12,000 people in our Telegram live streaming in their Telegram. I have been for more than 2 years. Coin was launched. Very close with the dev team in their fantasy football league. I've been in crypto since 2015 personally, and so um, while I'm not in the earliest of stages with it, that's longer than most people. So I've been able to see its development certainly, and ride out the highs and lows that we've seen in the years since.
Yeah, I hate doing marketing and stuff like that. So,
Yeah, so yeah, so I'm sponsored by this cryptocurrency, and so they sponsor my merchandise, and also I've been sponsored. I have other sponsorships of different cryptocurrencies. Generally, I keep it to cryptocurrencies. When it comes to my YouTube, I don't really focus on that growth. That's really to archive my life. So every few months or so, I will just create a brand new YouTube account and start streaming on it, and then fill it with a few hundred videos or so, and then move on to another one. The reason why is because I don't want to have all my eggs in one basket when it comes to YouTube. I don't want people to be able to get one of my accounts banned and take down all my content. So I do my best to multi-stream. I'm live not just on YouTube, but I've got over 49,000 people on Twitch, and on Discord. I have 2,500 people in my Discord alone. Um, and you know, I I've lost a lot of accounts like Barbie. Um, I had tens of thousands of people on my Twitter that I've lost, and there's just no support getting those back. So you've got to start from the beginning, and that's what I've done with this account. So over the course of the last 2 weeks, I've gained like 900 and some odd followers, and that's quite good. I'll take that for 2 weeks of work. Axe, I see you, big dog. Yeah, I just shouted you out. Absolutely. Hey, Axe, you want to see yourself? You can see your PFP on my phone. That's okay. I understand. But yeah, thanks for joining, and we continue to grow. And just to everybody out there, I'm a positive person, and I like to surround myself with positive people. That's who are members of my Discord. And positive vibes to all of you. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to share. Uh, yeah, I am. I'd like to travel the world when I go viral, but at this point, I really like to maintain my streams and my community, and it's easier to do that from desktop streams. But in the future, yeah, my plans are to travel and to basically live my life on camera while going from one location to another.
I was looking at it on YouTube. It's like Tony. And then when I clicked on it, I almost broke, but I'm like, oh shit. Yeah, and you know, be on Twitter and subscribe. You know, find your platform here. Maybe I can give you the BBC. Are you looking to grow your account?
Um, well, actually, not really. I hate to say. You mean my Twitter account, or maybe I'm misunderstanding you. What?
Your actual account.
Yeah, absolutely. I just understand that I never know if it's going to get banned, so I that's why I don't get the blue check mark again like I've had in the past. But what is the? Please explain. What's the BBC?
Okay, so it's the Mark Brandon course. It just help you grow on Twitter. Basically, you have like a short name that fits in the bio, like maybe Rabbi instead of Rabbi
Oh, I understand. No, I actually don't want that. I want to be different than everybody else. I want to be different than everybody else. So, I like that. Everybody else has a short name. Yeah. Oh, he'll find me. He'll find me. I'm not worried about that. Oh, no, I understand. I want to be different than everybody else. Everybody does that. I want to be different. It's important to me.
Just takes a while to just get you in there.
I understand. I'd like to go against the grain. I'm a salmon going against the river. But everybody with short names. Exactly.
It's just the grandness, you know?
Yeah, no, I get it. I've had names that are exactly mine. I'm at Rabbi Rothschild. I've had at the Rabbi, at the Rebbe. All of those, they've all been banned. I've had over 2,000. I've had over 2,000 accounts. The reason why I use the handle that I use is because it's not mine, and then I think it makes it a little more difficult for Twitter to ban me. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But I've had over 2,000 Twitter accounts organically banned. So I basically kind of want to just go against the grain a little bit. And at least in the past 2 weeks, this account hasn't been banned. I think I could it back earlier this year or something. And the fact that it was aged meant that I might have the opportunity to avoid those bans because uh, it just happens, and there's nothing you can really do to get that account back. Twitter doesn't provide any human support. So uh, let me say this though: if I were doing things again the normal way, that's how I did it when I first started. I was just at Rabbi Rothschild. That was 15 characters. I was at or my name was just Rabbi Rothschild. It was short, it was simple. That's how I did it when I first started. But after 4 years of banned accounts and fighting the system, I've had to basically take on some, uh, let's just say, avant garde strategies. And at least it's working for me now. I mean, I've gained 900 people in the last 2 weeks, continue to grow. But let me say that I know that there's a reason why people do the standard way. I get that in the short names. I understand that. But this is the the choice. This is the path that I'm on. So I'm gonna roll with it.
I just want to say I'm taking off going to bed, but I did leave in the Louisville for any of the ladies, women. Morgan built a kind of like a Rolodex of contacts and stuff to start a Women's Day kind of thing where you can, it's like a break, it's like basically a ledger of all the different women of Web3. And it's kind of the start to build a directory for all the women in Web3 and to try to bring in like corporations and stuff. So if you guys are not on there, I appreciate you guys would join up because we're trying to get like 100 people on there, and every person that gets on is going to help get there. So that's it.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Morgan and what she's creating with the women of world, the Women of Web3 International Day. And I did get a chance to pop in their first monthly space, and that's held on the 11th, guys. I don't know the exact time, but definitely I'll second that. Add her up. She's a super hard worker in the space and definitely trying to build something really interesting, cool, and different.
Thank you.
Yeah, but level 3, let's make sure I'm in the DMs as well, so I can show my support for you as much as I can, okay? Anywho, Trav, sorry, you did it. You see your hands up.
Oh, yeah, I got something to share. And it's essentially something, for me, before I start, for me, this is a totally vegan play, but if you've been around the space long enough, then you should recognize pretty much what it can be. Of course, I'm talking about the legendary Solana One Bars. Can you even call your treasury in your DAO or whatever a treasury one?
Hey, what's up? My name Cowbell. You already know what it is. Gringo Poppy live stream, bitch. Alright. I'm gonna start off the stream real quick. I'm your favorite comedian, Cowboy. You all know me. I've been doing comedy for like 6 years, or actually 6 months of stand up. I did it. I know how to do it. So I'm gonna get right into the bit. All right, check this out. Some dudes be fucking like this, but you know how Cowboy be fucking like. Oh shit! What's up? Cowboy?
Banded for almost 4 years, almost saying, till we start football until we finish. I swear. Because I went to Saturday, maybe like two. And I didn't even I can't stay. So, you guys have, I don't know how you stay at home, oh my God. Jimmy, David, None, That's watching that house more than 5 times in my area. And I'm not even it's a compliment. I swear, but that's make some money in crypto and move to Lagos, not Waka on Lagos or Ibadan or Osun State. Today, oh yeah, all of you traders, everybody should come up because today we are talking about trading. We're talking about leverage trading, trading like a pro. So everybody should come up. Hey, Rabbi, good morning. This is the first time I have a rabbi in our community. Welcome to this space.
Thank you so much for letting me be here. Do you mind if I share my project with you?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, Shiny. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet, and this is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want you to have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you will ever meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. There is a link to all of my streams. Okay, okay. Please allow me to finish, and then you can ask me any questions you wish, but it's rude if you cut me off. May I continue?
Yeah, you can continue. Okay, well, let
Thank you. I will answer any questions that you have when I'm done. You can find my link tree in my pin post along with a link to my YouTube streams. Those are available to you from all of the different views. Additionally, my link tree has more social media than any person you'll ever meet. Feel free to look at all the content that I have there. I also have a link to my Discord, which has over 2,500 people. Feel free to join it if you wish. In addition to making you all rich and helping to bring about world peace, I want you to know that I am an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I'm an advocate for ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you are a shiller or a raider, and you want a coach, a mentor, a friend, all for free, please send me a DM. I'd be happy to respond. Send me a follow. I'll be happy to follow you back. I want to help you to become more successful. But most of all, I want you to know that I'm here to support all of you, both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most of all, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely want to thank you for the opportunity to share.
Thank you very much, Rabbi, for that. And yes, guys, let us avoid disrupting. Yeah, thank you very much for that. Anyone who have a question for Rabbi? As a CK Cardano always called me in the right time. Today we're talking about leverage trading around everything. That's so perfect. Welcome to the space, CK. KG Barista B, welcome. Yeah, let's welcome everyone into this space. Let's make sure to retweet this space. I'm also saying oh my god, a lot of GM have not even replied. Yeah, so let's go. Passing the mic to you, North.
I'm looking at you about this guy that's fucking I'm thinking that advice. So I just want to.
Yes, when it comes to market analysis, trading, like Swabi is a very big one there. So don't feel his advice. You know, when Nigerians like this, anything like this, the way Nigerians trade, even if you see the Nigerian call groups, you see BTC, different kind of coin. But that mindset have to change, I beg. Yeah, it's better to focus on one. And it's not only sorry that I've heard that stuff from, because you have to study them. And like that, you want to be a very good trader, it will take like 4 to 5 years before you can say, oh, I'm an excellent trader, I'm an excellent analyst. So now you just look at yourself now, taking, analyzing like 10 various trades, BTC, so SRP. Yeah, that means 10 times 4. That's 40 years before you can be good in all those 4 10 that you pick. So it's better you pick one and then study it and understand it very well. It's not much better that the mistake we making, especially most people make is that if you like, yeah, if I have $1 now to trade, let me put it in various things, and then that's kind of your trading block, or trying to like, that $1 invest it in a business. Because that trading that you are trading, you are a BTC trader, your business is about trading BTC. What is that BTC that you are trading? The BTC that you are learning starts with maybe $50, $10, $20. Explore it. Don't go for the rush that, I want to make more money. That's the yeah. So it's better to pick a system. Yeah, I trade on Ethereum. This is what I trade. I trade on BTC. This is what I trade. And then you'll be able to understand that even you don't need. Sometimes you get to see that you don't need. You just look at the market like that and be like, this is what will happen. You know, it's not because of magic or anything, but it's because you've been adapted to it. You've seen it. You understand everything. You know, so very very important thing. I think I resonate with that stuff too. Yeah. Call books can drop various much for you. That's why call books can actually help. Like let's say we have call book now is solid. Now we have not if you want trading BTC, MetaMask trading Ethereum, this one. You can always trust your decision. You drop this one, we enter. Drop this one, we enter. Because we this person is very solid there. And there are various streams again. So yeah. Let me pass the mic to Murphy. Welcome, Oliver. Rabbi, a shout out to you. Thank you for coming. Murphy, you have the mic. Rabbi, a shout out to you. Thank you for coming. Murphy, you have the mic.
So, which has the question not asked is really
kill him however you need to kill him. Tushmar says, no, shiny Hassan, come on, Mosu.
Which is why you're here, you know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying, you guys missed me, so I'm back. I got on this
Mosumas is different because the execution Torah uses the lashon of Mosumas. And what is Mosumas? That double lashon teaches me that even if you can't give the proper death penalty, Jason has the right to execute him however you can execute him. I didn't so learn from this. Learn from Rotseach that Allah Lamaisa, when someone is liable to a penalty, just kill them however you can kill them. There's Rotseach for Kol Adam Shnei. There's also Kol Adam. Remember again, right? Reuven kills Shimon accidentally, so Shimon have the right to seek revenge from Reuven. By Kol Adam also, they have the ability to kill Reuven however they want to do it. Say, what do you have here? You have two psukim that teach you the same concept. Rotseach and Kol Adam. What do they teach you? That whenever someone is liable to a death penalty, if you can't give them the prescribed death penalty, then what? You can kill them wherever you want. So we'll say, what is this called? This is called Shnei Ksuvin Aboim Ke'achad. I have two mitzvahs or two halachos that teach you the same thing. So the Gemara says, now what's the halacha? Before Shnei Ksuvin Aboim Ke'achad, Ein Malamdim. I will say in general, whenever you have two psukim that teach you the same concept, you cannot create the principle from them. Machteres Imi El Machteres Gago Chatzir V'Kafi V'Minayim. So we'll say again, but halacha l'maisa. So therefore, we will say so again. We learn Torah upon halacha. Number one, not only is the homeowner the mate for the thief, but who else is? Anyone else. Why? Because the thief has the status of a relative. That's halacha number one. Halacha number two, how do you kill the thief? How do you kill the thief? How do you kill him? However you need to. However you need to. Two part of the halacha. We'll say another part of the halacha. Machteres. Any of the Machteres. We'll say, I only know if the thief is tunneling in. The Gemara says, Gadol, Chasero, Karfifo Minai. How do I know that it's coming through my roof, my chutzner, my carpet? How do I know? Or even if he's not tunneling, it's coming through a window that I could also kill him. Talmud Yimatze Hagana V'Kamachon. The pasuk says Yimatze. However you find the thief, wherever the thief is found, without executing. In pain, Ma Tamul Machteres. That's the why does the pasuk say Machteres? Sharov Ganovim Yisum Machteres. Because the majority of thieves tunnel. Torah just spoke about the normal way that it's done. Tanya Yidak Machteres Any Machteres. Gago Katzeh V'Kafi V'Minayim. I only know that if he tunnels in. Hello, if he comes in through the window, through the clutches, through the roof. Talmud Lomar Yimatze Hagana V'Kamachon. So ultimately, again, if that's the case, then why does it say Teres? Because Machtaraso, Zohi Hasra also. Because it was like, remember, if you're tunneling, just know that's your Hasra. If you're tunneling, the Torah itself has already said that Halacha L'maisa, you are warned. Now, let's say, we have to stop a bit for today, but L'maisa, this is not going to end, it's going to lead into the next sugya, which is, does the thief require Hasra? Is the Hasra necessary in this case? The word suggests tunneling in, by definition, is your Hasra. No further Hasra. Is there we'll stop over for today? Oh yeah. Okay, great run. All right, to come on Zoom. I don't get these tracks to all of you. Jerry, mazel tov on your granddaughter's wedding. Mazel tov. Come on Zoom. Jerry will ask you, married up and shared everything. London? Oh, okay. Next, go ahead, Bob. Advance mazel tov. Go ahead, everyone. Sorry? It's only extenuating circumstances.
I'm happy to bring new credibility. So before I always try to be like, my credibility shitting on someone is amplified by the fact that I will give them easily credit where they're good. And so, as far as podcasting, because I've been trying to podcast with people, if I'm a little toxic, and it's like, but it's a learning process because I get to a little toxic. Organize that true crime dog. I'm like, you haven't watched any podcasts that are just like Canadian topics.
All right, so let's say good morning. Let us begin the day by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show today. Our Talmud Torah sponsor for Touch Shin Pei for the year 5785, Tosin Shvach of Eretz Yisrael. For in the source of wishing a mazel tov to Yoshua Mordechai Tosin on his engagement to Amis Cohen. Mazel Tov, may they be Zochem Yetz Hashem. We should just note that Yeshua Mordechai is a brave Chayal, a brave soldier. Baruch Hashem gave much to Am Yisrael, Eretz Yisrael, and it's so beautiful that he's going to be celebrating the building of his new home, which should occur in Eretz Hashem, B'Shar Tov Mitzvachos, and should in Eretz Hashem be benched with generations of beautiful Simcha, Mazel, and Bracha. So let's say with that, let us begin. Of course, as always, we dedicate our learning and discuss of all of our countries, how to use it. And Eretz Hashem bring them home, the Shalom and the Karam, and all of our soldiers will be successful. The whole Maaseh Yideihem. So let's say today's daf. It doesn't matter what today's daf is. Let's not get caught up in details. Don't lose the trees from the forest. We're going to be learning Sanhedrin today in Eretz Hashem. We're going to be starting on Daf Ayin Aleph 71, and we're going to see in Eretz Hashem where the journey takes us. So we are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Ayin Aleph 71a. We're picking up about 12 lines up from the bottom. It's a Nuda. So you must be Siman Azal Adesanya. Whose opinion? Whose opinion is reflected in the following statement? So there was never such thing as a Bais Nuda. The Bais Nuda means ultimately again a home that was afflicted by tzaras. So such a thing never happened. Such a thing never will happen. Whose opinion is this? So the Gemara says, why is it written? If it's never going to happen, why is it written? Ultimately, in order to learn it and receive reward. Okay, who does this really reflect? Kabbalazar Ben. Like Kabbalazar Benjamin, that's Talmud of the scientist now is Benjamin over religion. It says, Shira Kishteg Gris and Ashtei Avonim, Kishteg Solid. The carriers of this. So again, in order to have Saras along, remember again, there's a whole topic with Saras in the house. Last year, I could point out that Halach on the night with Saras in the home was not a punishment as much as it was a bracha. Because actually points out before the Jews came into Israel, the indigenous nations, their hid treasures in the walls of their home, and it was the only way you would know that those treasures were present was with saras, because that would require the removal of stones, and then one would see the treasure literally again that was buried behind. So again, in order to have saras of the home, you need to satisfy so many different criteria. It has to be like two greasing. A grease is a measurement. Ashtei Avanim are two different stones. Kishtei Ksavim are two different walls. The Karen is Zavis. So essentially, you have to be in a corner. Our Kokish make greasing, but our Kokish grease, you have to have a length of two greasing, a width of one grease. So my time of Rebbe Lazar, what's the Lazar's logic? Why does he say this? Ksiv Kir or Ksiv Kiros? Because the pasuk says, talking about Tzatz and when it says it appears on the and then it says it appears on the walls, plural. So the Gemara says, "Ezu kir shoot the kilos." What ultimately again is a home, or what is a wall that is like a wall, plural? How the Omer is that carries others. This refers ultimately again to a corner. So Tanya wrote Tzadok. So I'll say so. It says, "Makom hayir b'tchum Aza, v'hayir korim also chorbisas girta." So the Gemara said, "But you're in Aza, and they call this place in Aza chorbisas sagirta." So again, interestingly enough, Rashi points out that here churba is mitzora. And churba is called mitzora. Mitzora. So essentially, what the Baruch is saying is that it's managed a home. You also have saras. Each kfar patalakti begov gigalia. But each makom shemisani also avanim goes to Misham. So in the each kfar says one time I went to Galil, and in fact I found the place where they were storing stones that they say were removed from a home afflicted with saras. So let's say, so once again you see this tension on one hand. First opinion saying there was never a home with saras. Never happened. Too much specificity. The other opinion saying, no, we actually saw home with saras. Beautiful. Much to say on this, but we'll cover a little bit of ground before we get into some life lessons. Says the Mishnah, Hayachlan Gide, O Higer, O Ilain, O Suma, O Kirish. First, it's when we saw in the last sugya that in order for a child to become a Zora Mora, as Lashon of the Gemara was, the parents have to be shava. Parents have to be quote unquote equal, right, or similar. And the reading what I was talking about over there was that the parents have to be shava, the kol, the mara, the kova. They have to be shava, they have to be similar in literally again their voice, their height, and even in their appearance. Now the Mishnah goes on to more technicalities. If one of the parents was a Gidin, Rashi points out Gidin is they're missing the head, an amputee. Ochiger, or the crippled in their leg and therefore can't walk. Elaine, or mute. Sumo, or blind. Perish, or perish generally means deaf mute. Eno Nasa Ben Soramora. The child can't become Ben Soramora. This is a technicality. Now, why? Get Shnamar, because listen to this. The tough subo of a Vimo, the Pasuk says his parents will grab him. Will grab him for no giving. Obviously, in order to grab him, they need hands. So if they're missing the hand, then a local kid can't become a Ben Soramora. Well, Tzila also, they will take him out. So therefore, again, if they lack a leg, lack an ability to go and remove him, they can't take him. They will say, the parents will say, below illness, not if they're mute. The name is that they will identify this son below Sulu, and not parents who are blind. And then we show me they say they have to say the son doesn't listen to us. He's below partial and not a mute. Not a mute. Right, Marcy Maskosha or Makinos. They warned the Ben Soramora, again there's Hasra. They warned him for the presence of three, and then ultimately administered the Malchus afterwards. Chazer B'Kilgal. So you're about to say it's interesting to see what introduces something new. Apparently, there is like a hasra. They warn the kid about his behavior in front of three, right? So again, apparently the way it works is like this: the child or the young man steals the money, purchases the meat and the wine, conforms to all of the criteria that we established in the last couple of days. He's warning in front of the base in the streets, and then again they flog him. They give him out this. If he repeats behavior again, that's when he becomes a Ben Soramora. If he goes ahead and his errant behavior, he is judged by reason of 23, which makes sense because now this is a capital case. There on this go, but again, he's only executed if part of the vision of 23 consists of part of the I should say differently. The original three who essentially judged him for Malchus has to be part of the special basis of 20 edition. Because they have to say the parents have named that this son. This son means the son that was warned and flogged in front of you, the first three, is now going to be executed for becoming Ben Soramora. Incredible. Shmak Shamsina, you are really sitting here. But you don't cry. Keep it sick. I must say, what you see here is something very interesting. That halakha l'maisa, when a pasuk is written a certain way, that's the process that has to be followed. In other words, you want to say, what does this mean? So you would have thought like this. If you look at this pasuk of Ben Soramora, right? So the pasuk says, the top super of a video, his parents will take hold of him, and they will take him out right to the basement. And they say, now if you notice, what's happening over here? If you notice, there's a very literal interpretation of the pasuk in here, right? That literally they have to be able to grab it. They have to be able to walk. I don't know, when you look at this pasuk, one could have also easily said, the pasuk is more figurative. I don't know that you have to understand the pasuk in such a literal sense, but clearly, you should understand it in a literal sense. What do you see from your shamas? You have to follow a pasuk as a change. You must say, no, this is different. Shiny haka, why? On the base. We're making progress. Shiny haka. 71b. The Kulik Kra Yisrael. So as I say, no, this is different because here the pasuk itself is written in such an elongated form. Look at Rashi. Kulik Kra Yisrael. The Matzi Mikra both says and also Shara here. Holy skeleton. You know, you clean out this whole thing. Cancel, grab onto and just say, you can't give two the face. Done. The fact that the pasuk is written such long here indicates to us that there is a hakpada. The Torah is telling us that again, the parents have to be able to engage in all of these processes, and inability to do so prevents the kid from becoming Soramora. Okay, so let's move the Shosha. And we warn him in front of three. So he was in Ramadi. Why do you need three? The trace out here. Why do you have Hasra for three? You just need Hasra for two witnesses. A Rabbi Havid Kamer, Master Babifni, Shnayim. The mark can also be a shosha. No, what it means is like this. You're right, we warn him in front of two witnesses, and we give him Malchus in front of three, because three represents a baby. So Mar says, whoa, Malchus Ben Soramora, where do we ever see Malchus by Ben Soramora, right? The only thing we ever see by Ben Soramora is what? His execution. So, where are you getting Malchus from? Because you have both. Remember, you have both. Like, now you have the Yisru, so let's say you make it Zero Shabbat. The Yisru. So it says the Yisru also, the Yisru and so on, right? And then it says the Yisru by Malchus. And then again, the Yisru, Ben, Bayam, Binakol Sarasha. So essentially, there's a Zero Shabbat between Malchus and between Ben Sora. To teach us that first time offender, right? First time offender, so gets lost. Okay, incredible. You must cause of the kill So again, then Sora once again repeats his negative behavior again. Oh, you judge this time because of the reason of 23 because now it is effectively a capital case. So the Gemara says, "Haymi boile zeh." So the Gemara darshans b'nei zeh. That's how the Gemara darshan. That's how darshan the Mishnah. But one second, Haymi boile zeh l'osur. Now remember again, we already used that zeh. That zeh was already darshan to teach us what that the parents have to have sight in order for the kid to become a Sorah. So how are you now using that same zeh for a different drasha? Incremental beneno who? My beneno zeh. The pasuk could have just written beneno who, but it says the beneno zeh. Shmami Akarti. So don't say zeh teaches me two things. What it teaches me number one, it teaches me parents have to have sight in order for the son to become a Sorah. That's number one, and number two, that the original three who served as the basis for Malchus have to be part of the basis of 23 for execution. Incredible Mishnah, Baruch Hashem, Madino, Yakakar, Heker, Zaki, Zakana Takto, Potter. Okay, so once remember again, in the beginning of the Ben Sora Umar Sugya, that Ben Sora was interesting. There's like a window. What's the window? It has to be like a katan samach, which essentially is you can only become Ben Sora Morad immediately upon reaching adulthood. And the metric for that, the Gemara says, essentially was what the Gemara called like a beard of pubic hair, a ring of pubic hair. So the Mishnah makes a very interesting point over here. Let's say a kid is accused of being a Ben Sora Morad, right? And when he is brought to Beis Din, he's of the age where it's appropriate. In other words, where you could be done, you could be a judge of the Ben Sora Morad. And then what happens? He ran away from Beis Din. He went right to, he escaped from Beis Din. Actually, they marginal before the verdict was passed. And then what happened? They find him again. They want to bring him back to Beis Din. But by the time they bring him back to Beis Din, he has further physically matured. What's the halacha? Potter. In other words, he's aged out of Ben Sora, and therefore again, so the interesting part. Remember again, this is because he escaped before his verdict. So if he escaped before his verdict, by the time we get him back to Beis Din, he's already too physically mature. Right? What we call the Zakana Tachton has already formed. He's out. He's free on a technicality. Then we should Baruch the. On the other hand, okay, the kid came to Beis Din, was judged, the verdict was passed, but he escaped before execution, and then we find it afterwards, even though now he possesses more signs of physical maturation, we can still execute him. Incredible. So the Gemara says, another thing, interesting detail here. So let's say a Ben Noach, a non-Jew, who cursed and then what happens? The Akakaya, then he converted. What's Salafah? Potter. Then he converted Potter. Why? What's the logic? Logic. Whole Ishtanadino, Ishtanadisaso. His whole legal framework. Remember again when he was a black people, very interesting. So literally translated, since his ramifications or his legal framework changed, therefore his verdict changed as well. All the standing subtle, he will make currently the Echad or the Dain Echad Below. He will other hands trouble you as well as an head shall as a one witness, one judge, right? One judge, and no Hasra. A Jew is judged with a basis of 23, Hasra and everything else. So therefore, again, since now he converted, since the framework changed, therefore what? His din changed as well. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Shalom Messiah, right? Baruch Hashem support the same idea. Ben Sora Mora, he escaped before the verdict was delivered. And before again, and then when they found him, he already exhibited signs of further physical maturation. His butter, my type of what reason, Ladin Shun Damir Hor Ishtani Ishtani. Because he changed. Since he physically changed, therefore what? His din changed as well. First Gemara says, no. Lo shiny haka, the other hashtala barkatalis. No, it's different. Why? Because now he's in a state where if he had committed that very same crime, right? As a child, or as a young man, with enhanced signs of physical maturation, if he were to steal that same money and buy meat and buy wine, he would not be chayiv at this stage. That's why if he escapes before the verdict, he'd find him later on, he's going to be potter. So Tashma, so ultimately, again, it's a Ben Sora Mullah. If they delivered the verdict, but he ran away from days before he was executed, and then they find him, but by the time that they find him, he has already exhibited signs of further physical maturation. What's that? He's chayiv. Now, why is that? Nigmar Dino Kamrit, because again, our local his verdict was passed. Nigmar Dino Gavakatilahu, but he's already, his verdict was passed, and our local of course, he's going to be chayiv. I mean, what a tremendous tremendous Musar. So if a Ben Noah, what's the halacha? He's not subject to death penalty. Why? Because again, the Russian of the Gemara, whole of the Mishtanim, the Mishtanim Misaso, his deen changed, and therefore his death penalty changed. What do you see from here? You see from here, this the halacha l'maisa, even if there is a certain din hanging over a person, there's a certain verdict hanging over a person. If you change who and what you are, ultimately, again, that din changes as well. This is a very important Gemara hashkafically, because in general, there's a fundamental question when it comes to tshuva. Let's say again, I'm a person, no, I'm a person, I commit an avera. As the person who committed an avera, I want a particular punishment. So now, there's this concept of tshuva, and Tshuva says that I can go ahead and change my din. So how does that work? How does that work? Because Baruch doesn't change his mind. The Baruch doesn't change. The Baruch is perfect. So what does it mean? If I'm chayiv for the death penalty, I'm chayiv over that, whatever the particular ownership may be. How does it work? So what's actually interestingly enough, the way it looks hashkafically is the din doesn't change. The din is always the same. What changes? I'll give you a simple marshal. A person goes ahead and makes $100,000 a year. So as $100,000 a year, you're in a particular tax bracket. Let's say the next year you make $200,000. So again, we'll say you're in a different tax bracket. Has the tax law changed? Has the tax law changed? No. The tax law is exactly the same. What's changed? That's the whole dynamic of tshuva. The din is the din. If I remain the same person, and this is the thing, this is where it is. But the beautiful opportunity we have in life is that I don't have to remain the same person. I can change myself. And when I change myself, suddenly again, the din, the judgment that was over here, it's still there. And if I choose to become that same person again, it's going to be waiting for me over there. But if I choose to become someone different, there's just a whole new set of laws and a whole new set of realities and a whole new set of ramifications that are there for your side. That's the greatness of change, the greatness of tshuva. I can shift myself from one framework to another framework. The framework is still there. The framework didn't change. I changed. So the Ben Noah who curses HaKadosh Baruch Hu Chas v'Shalom, if he becomes a yid, So at the end of it, again, he's now horribly stunning. He's a different person, and therefore a separate set of demons. When we become Bali Tshuva, when we change, when we uplift ourselves, we just take ourselves from one framework to another framework. Most incredible thing in the world. Let's go like that. So, Ben Noah, this guy listen to this. A Ben Noah, non-Jew, who goes in and hits his fellow non-Jew, or commits adultery with the wife of his fellow non-Jew. And then what happens? So obviously getting himself into a whole boatload of trouble over here. And once then he decides to get raped. Now, what stage is taking this guy? I'm not exactly sure, right? But the nice again, he goes ahead and he converts. What's the halacha? Potter. He's potter, right? He's potter from all of these things. Why? And we'll say now, what's the logic over here? The logic over here is that halacha l'maisa. Remember, when it converts as a Jew who goes ahead and hits the Ben Noach, or a Jew who commits adultery with the wife of the Ben Noach, is not subject to a death penalty. So therefore, Halacha L'Maisa says that Ben Noach, he was subject to a death penalty. Now, Halacha L'Maisa, he is not subject to this halacha. So death penalty also came to Yisrael and this guy that the Ben Noach hits a Jew, or a Ben Noach committed adultery with the wife of a Jew, and then he converts, he's still going to be liable. Still going to be liable. Why? Because again, these are actions. Had he committed them as a Jew, he would also be liable. So the Ben Noach, he's liable as a Jew, he's liable. Why? Name a horrible Ishtani. Why would you go ahead and say, but he changed, he converted? Dino umisasa, but Dino umisasa, but in order to apply this metric of it has to be that both the din and the death penalty changes. The high Dino Ishtani, misasa Ishtani. Here, the particular crafts of his judgment they change, but the death penalty still remains the same. Quite fascinating. So Bishlam was saying, we call it science. That's the science. Science and the death penalty itself. Right? When he kills someone, says Ben Noach was Sayyid, and also be Chayiv Sayyid. Because remember, Ben Noach programs a little while ago. Ben Noach is always executed with Sayyid. So as a Gentile with Sayyid, and as a Jew with Sayyid, but with adultery, as a Ben Noach with Sayyid, the Hashtag. And now it's going to be strangulation. So it is different. We'll say second line down in the white lines. Ben Aram Urasa. So we'll say you're talking about a meal where you committed adultery with an both of Ben Noach as well as the Jew have the punishment of skila for Nara Murasa. I also came to Israel to me the HS Kadero. Katani. It says if he committed this sin with the Yisrael, comparable to Ish's Kadero, Ella, Kala Bechamura Meshach Shaicha. So it's rather we see again, interestingly enough, a more lenient penalty is automatically dragged along or included with a more severe one. Honey Kala Rabban on the side Kamar. There's like Rabban who said that Sayyid is more Kamar than Chanek. Ella, we should have been a Chanek Kamar, my career, else we had all this before. Because the Jew says that Chanek, strangulation, is more Kamar than Sayyid. What are you going to say? That we should have said the Binasha. Gamar, Komis Samura, Birutnino, Ayo Erachelek. But so we had this not hold this. So hold the Binasha, Binasha, hold the Binasha, always put together with Venek. So the Shlama Ashes, Ishni, Karakanek, the Hashtag, Science in the case of Ben Noach committed adultery with the wife of Israel, and then he converted because whether he was a Ben Noach or he's a Jew, he's punishable by Chenek. So it's either Oseach me Karakanek Vash the Sayif, or exactly. But according to this, as a Ben Noach for murder, he would be Chayiv Chenek, and now as a Jew, he would be Chayiv Sayif. To which we must say, not a problem. Kala the Chamura Mishak Shaifa. Again, we assume that Sayif is a more lenient form of death penalty than Chenek. And therefore, again, the more lenient one is included with the more common one. Let me say it, right? Sarcha, Biakaka Barra. Right? The Gemara says, it's Tidon the Chenek. So the Gemara says, Tidon the Chenek. The Skila night time alone. So she would be judged with Chenek and not with Skila. Why not with Skila? Lami should be held the Ishtani. It must be because Halacha L'Maisa to my Nara Murasa. Sorry. Nara Murasa, both with committed adultery and Bogeres. So what's Halacha? She's judged with Chenek. Right? The Gemara says, why not Skila? Lami should be held the Ishtani. Because she changed from a Nara to a Bogeres. The coach came hard, Rishtani Vagam, right? And all the more so in this case where the change was complete. However, the open on Tani Tido and the Stila. So ultimately, again, so your concept of Tana, you write rather instead, write a subject to Stila. Incredible. Both say, what's the takeaway? The takeaway is, I went a little bit quickly over there. What's the takeaway? The takeaway is like this. The keeps red Sora Mora, the king got the date. And then he escapes, and we find him later on, and what do you do with it? And the answer is, it depends. It says, if his verdict was passed, right, and he escapes before execution, when you find him, you execute him. If he escapes before the verdict was passed, then what do you do? It depends. If you find him before he's developed further signs of physical maturation, then you can pass the verdict and you can kill him. But if he escaped before the verdict was passed, and now he developed further signs of physical maturation, since he has changed, right? Things have changed, you can no longer judge him as against Sol Umora. And there's other cases and other cases like that of the Ben Noach who curses HaKadosh Baruch Hu and then converts, the Ben Noach who goes ahead and hits his friend, right, or commits adultery, then converts. Similar types of cases. Beautiful. Let's go. Ben Sol Umora. We'll say this is interesting. This Mishnah feels like it's It's the beginning of this entire parak. But okay, we're going to do it here. Ben Soramora, Nidon Hashem Sofo. Ben Soramora is executed not as much because of what he has done, but because of what we are concerned he is going to become. The Gemara says, Yomos Zakaba Yomos Kayit. Ultimately, again, let him die innocent and don't let him die Kayit, don't let him die culpable. Well, why? Because the death of the wicked is good for them, because their death atones for them, and it's also good for the world. With tzaddikim, the death of tzaddikim is bad for tzaddikim, and it's bad for the world. And we'll say, why is death bad for tzaddikim? It's such a profound Gemara, Mishnah. Why is death bad for tzaddikim? Why? Because with death, they no longer have the ability to go ahead and perform nice in children. We'll say life is the greatest gift, because as long as you're alive, you have the ability to just change yourself, change the world. So death for tzaddikim is a bad thing, because with their death, they lose the ability to impact change. And it's bad for the world. The Gemara says, Pizza, sorry, so I'll say, listen to this, wine and sleep, for the Rishonim is pleasurable for them, and it's good for the world. Why? Because if the Rishonim are drinking and they're sleeping, it usually means that what? They're not bothering anyone else. Good. So be occupied with your wine, be occupied with your sleep, and go for it. For tzaddikim, we'll say this is incredible, but for tzaddikim, wine and sleep is terrible for them and terrible for the world. Once isn't that profound? This is why? Because when the tzaddik is drinking too much, or the tzaddik is sleeping, he's not accomplishing. And if the tzaddik is sleeping and not accomplishing, drinking and not accomplishing, it's bad for him and it's bad for him. Let's say, here it is, right? This is a raya to what we do. Sleep is bad. Sleep is very bad, apparently. It feels so good. Right? But apparently, again, it's not good if we want to be tzaddikim. Incredible. Pizra l'rishayim. Hano Elohim v'anavi olam. So we'll say, Pizra means, again, displacement. It must say scattering. It's good for Rishayim and good for the world. In other words, if Rishayim are not together, if they're not concentrated, it's good for them because then they can collaborate with one another, and it's also good for the world. So tzaddikim, Ravahem v'Ravi Olam. For tzaddikim, obviously, again, it's not good because again, when tzaddikim are together, they're able to go ahead and collaborate. And they're able to so for the Rishayim, peace is good. Ultimately, for tzaddikim, it's not good. It's also easier. Peace literally gathered. Peace also means sometimes it could be in one geographic place, but in many different emotional headspaces. And when things like that, we all experience times like that. It's very distracting, and it's very hard to something when you're not so. Essentially, we see what Pisa represents. But Pisa, let's do this. It's the opposite. You might say kinos. Kinos with a shine body all the. So kinos means gathering. When the shine are together, that's for them and that's for the world, obviously. You must present they can collaborate. For the tzaddikim, hano Elohim v'hano avi olam. For the tzaddikim, it's good for them and it's good for the world. So we'll say this is really incredible. So for tzaddikim, peace or scattering is bad, kinos is good. So of course, everything is on a pashat shot level. When tzaddikim together, that's great. They can accomplish. It's a force multiplier. And when you're at this personal level, sometimes state of peace is I'm all over the place. When I'm all over the place, well, it's hard to accomplish when you're everywhere. You're everywhere. Why? Because it will say, Pisa means there's a lack of mindfulness. There's a lack of presence. Right? Kinos means there's mindfulness. Kinos means a gathering. I'm in one place. I'm mindful. I'm attentive. I'm there. It's interesting. Sometimes we like to think that when we focus on multiple things, we're accomplishing more. But we know this. When you multitask, maybe you are accomplishing more, but the quality of the work is significantly diminished. That's Pisa. Pisa is multitasking. So just know again, it's not the best thing. Kinos is where there's mindfulness, there's attentiveness, I'm present. When that happens, it's good for me and it's good for the world. Incredible. Let's finish up. We might say, tranquility. It's bad for the shine because when it's tranquil, the shine can do a lot more damage, and it's bad for the world. For right when you shine up shaget. But tzaddikim hana'ah lahem v'hana'ah la'olam. For tzaddikim, ultimately again, tranquility is good for them because with tranquility they can focus on accomplishing more. And obviously, if the tzaddik can accomplish more, then it's good for the tzaddik and it's good for the world. There was so much to discuss about this Mishnah, but I'll tell you a different time. Top of Ayin Day 72a says the Mishnah. Tanya, Rabbi Yosef really old that. The Chinas Day Shachol that Tatina Basar the Shatz Achati Mugayin Aikati Amar Kal Yetzirah Bezin Bisakel because the baby, because the Ben Sora Mora has stolen money and has purchased some meat and purchased some wine, he should be executed. You know, it's $1 million question. Ella Yigia Torah Sof Kaito Shal Ben Sora Mora. Right, the Torah knows what is going to happen with the Ben Sora Mora. The Gemara says why? Why? Shesof Migmar Nixit Aviv. At a certain point, he's going to finish all of his father's money. And there's not teaching him, he's going to emotzi, and he's going to want to sustain his habits that he's formed. And he's not going to be able to. So you know, the Parshas Drachim Mulakim and Sabios is going to go out and he's going to become a robber. He's going to become a robber. The Torah says, let him die innocent. And remember, has Ben Sora has he done something bad? Yeah. And does it deserve death? No. But the Torah sees where this type of behavior is going to lead to, and ultimately says, you know what? Kill him now. Kill him now before he becomes a real liability for himself and for greater society. Because the death of his son is good son, can kill this kid before he goes out and becomes a real menace to society, and it's good for the world. I was like, it's so fascinating. But first of all, so this parking's back. It's not like that phrase, parking's back. You know? So it's like, so I feel like you say an accent. Parking, anyway, so it's about the things you got. So you want to say, so remember, this goes back to yesterday, back when we saw the podcast. Did Ben Sora what happened? Did it not happen? So remember all of this together. So that's the highlight of my podcast. And I said, but it struck me, why do you take this, right? What's the whole thing of Ben Sora Mora? He's going to steal money. He's going to purchase meat and purchase wine. And we're thinking when he finishes his father's money, he's going to go out and steal. I don't understand. Maybe he'll just get a job. Maybe he'll manage a hedge fund. You know, I don't know. But why do you automatically assume that he's going to continue stealing in order to support this habits? So let's say, what do you see from here? What do you see from here? When you get used to not working, when you get used to handouts, when you get used to going ahead and supporting your lifestyle on the back of others, that is a very difficult habit to break. That's what's happening here. So because this kid is never worked, one thing if he's an industrious man, he likes nice things. Like these kids like this, who like nice things. What happens? What do? They hustle. They hustle. All right, so he hustles and he wants nice meat and nice wine and nice shirt. Okay, you saw it. That's fine. You're working hard for it. We're not worried about a kid like that. What we're worried about is someone who steals in order to support a habit. Develop that type of mindset when you're young. They're like, ideally, the world owes me something, and you go out and you support yourself from other people's hard work. That's a terrible midah. And that's a midah that's not going to be broken. That's the kind of person that when they run out of their father's sons, he's not getting a job. He's like, you know what he's doing? You know what he's doing? He's taking from other people. He's taking other people. It's such a detrimental mindset. It's not just about the meat thing. It's about a feeling of entitlement. You feel so entitled that you take other people's stuff to support yourself. You know the worst midah a yid can have? The worst midah? Entitlement. Magia, you know, the sex. The Tzaddik Yisrael pointed out that in Yiddishkeit, there are no rights. There's no bill of rights in Judaism, right? The Torah doesn't entitle you to anything. There's sex, and in Yiddishkeit, there are only responsibilities. There's 613 responsibilities. Responsibilities, not rights. Why? Because the Yid should never walk around feeling entitled. No one owes you anything. HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't owe you anything. And I will say, by the way, it sounds strange. He's like, wait a second. There's actually people who owe me something. Let's see, people owe me a car. So I tell people this. Let's say, the problem is, if you walk around feeling you're entitled, there's one thing you can be absolutely sure of, which is you will be profoundly disappointed. Profoundly disappointed. So you can feel entitled. Everybody owes me everything. Okay, and when it doesn't come, you're going to get upset, you're going to get offended, you're going to get hurt. Or walk around, you know what? No one owes you anything. Don't walk up and like Israeli entitlement. Israeli in marriage, don't walk around feeling that you owes you something. Your kids don't owe you something. Your parents don't owe something. Your friends don't owe something. It's beautiful to do something for you. And then when it is, you will feel such profound grief about That's beautiful. But again, you can dispense with so much life disappointment if you get rid of the feeling of entitlement. And that's what's happening over here. You know what's the real danger of the Ben Soda and water? It's not the music, it's not the wine. It's the walking around from a young age with a feeling of entitlement. Jews don't have rights. Jews have responsibilities. Dispense with the feeling of entitlement to all of your life relationships and become much happier in all areas of life. Let's go back there. So much of for tzaddikim, ultimately, again, death is bad for them and bad for the world. The Gemara says, Yayin, which is what people we saw in this order. Yayin, Shina Yayin, sleep and wine are good for a shot because then they're not causing problems. Shina Yayin, but wine and sleep is not good for the tzaddikim. Why? Because they're good for the tzaddikim if they're drinking or they're sleeping, they're not performing the nice and children. Tranquility is bad for Hashem, bad for the world, because it gives them time to engage in all their negative imaginations. For tzaddikim, hanova ba'anavi olam. So for tzaddikim, it's good. For tzaddikim, it's good. Pizor. For Hashem, hanova ba'anavi olam. So again, scattering, displacement is good for Hashem, good for the world. For tzaddikim, rala ha'baravi olam. Mishnah. Habab Maktas. What's he switching gears now? Habab Maktas is a thief. Is a thief. Habab Maktas means a thief who comes in secret. And what's it now? Literally, Makteres, the way that Rashi understands it, the way the mind understands it over here, is a thief who comes in through tunneling. He's literally again digging a tunnel right from somewhere into the house of the person he wants to rob. So above Makteres, we know Shem Soho. So it says the halacha is if somebody now, the assumption is this is happening at night, this is happening in secret. The Torah says that if somebody breaks into your home, tunneling into your home, you're allowed to kill them. You're allowed to kill them. Now we'll see why that is. The Gemara says so. The thief is judged based on what we believe he is going to be willing to do. So let's say again, Reuben broke into my home. And when breaking into my home, he broke a barrel. Also, so what's halacha? If I'm not allowed to kill Reuben, and we'll discuss the parameters of this, then Reuben is going to be chayav for breaking the barrel. In Amo Dami Potter, but if I can't get allowed to kill Reuben, then it's Potter for breaking the barrel. Then listen, now why is that? That's a killing the rabbin, because since we're allowed to kill him, he's a chayav death penalty. Because chayav death penalty, therefore, he was Potter for financial damages. Says the Gemara, I'm allowed my time, the Makteres. We're saying now, why is it that you're allowed to kill someone who breaks into your home? Right, after all, again, the person is a thief. He's coming to steal stuff. So why are you allowed to kill the person? Listen to this. Listen to this. The chazaka is people don't just let other people steal their stuff. Like in other words, it's my stuff, and I'm going to defend my home. I'm going to defend my property. So I mean, now thief knows that. The thief knows that when he breaks into someone's home and wants to go and steal someone's stuff, that the homeowner is going to defend his property. So therefore the thief says, Amar Iyazilma Kailafai, so Roshavikle, the Kailafai Kadminale. So therefore every thief knows that the homeowner is going to remain ready to defend his own. And therefore what does that mean? Every thief therefore is ready to do what? To do what? Kill the homeowner. So therefore a thief, and again I will say, this is a thief, this is not like a pickpocket, right? This is a person breaking into a home in a secretive way. So everyone knows that a person is going to defend their home. Therefore, the thief remains ready to kill the homeowner if it requires. And therefore, the thief becomes a real thief. The thief, halakha l'maisa, again, is essentially looked at as a murderer. And therefore, again, the Torah says, if somebody comes to try to kill you, halakha l'maisa, you have to kill them first. That's Habab Makteres. Incredible. So it's Amarav, Habab Makteres, but not what you're in the Yatza parties. What's interesting? That's fascinating. But then you can make it to my home. Right, really makes into my home, and Allah again, he gets out, and he takes some stuff with him. So Rav says something very interesting. Rav says Reuben doesn't have to return the items. Doesn't have to return it. Like my timer, the Domim Kaninu. What's the logic? Since when he broke into my house, he was considered a road date. He's Chayiv Nisa. So because he's Chayiv Nisa, therefore he's Potter for any type of monetary law. And therefore he doesn't have to return the items. If he gets out alive. Right? He gets out alive, and he keeps my stuff, he doesn't have to return it. And we say, by the way, very similar also like we have this, remember, like the castle doctrine, right? This idea that people defend their home. And there's an understanding that if somebody makes it in their home, no one's going to say, oh, you know what? It's just stuff. It's just stuff. No, yeah, it is stuff. You know what it is stuff. But you know what? You know what? It's my stuff. It's my stuff. And I worked for it, and you didn't. So if I'm armed, I'm going to defend my home. And the law recognizes that as well. Right? And you're not trying to ask, look, what exactly are you here for? Right? In other words, expensive stuff, inexpensive stuff, maybe it's something people don't call. Now, you know, there's no understanding of yours. I'm going to defend my home. You're going to defend my home. And therefore, if you're coming in, you're ready to kill me. And therefore, again, I'm ready to kill you. That's the halacha. That's the halacha. So Rava says like this. So Rava said, this is a pretty wild statement of Rav. So Rava said, Reuben breaks into my home and he gets out alive. And he's holding my stuff. Rav says he doesn't have to give it back. Why? Because halacha makes a king of the good anyway. Since he's subject to a death penalty, therefore he's touched any type of compensation to keep my stuff. Rav says, why? The Skabra will say to Rav, Kishishiber, from a single. So Rav's statement makes sense when let's say the object is no longer in existence. So he stole something and then it broke. He's not tied to a financial restitution. He says, I'm not double, but no, he has the object, he has to give back. Now, look, not true. Not true. Rav said, even if the object is extant, still he doesn't have to give it back. Incredible. So Hayish will come in. Because again, essentially, since Reuben and the thief were liable to a death penalty, he essentially acquired the object through the death penalty. Like he's subject to death, he's not subject to any type of financial compensation, and therefore the object is now deemed to be in his rishus. Gemara says, "V'lo, this is not true." Gemara says it's not true. When we say that the object is in the rishus of the thief, that's for onsen. If something happens to it, the thief is responsible. But if Allah says for an obligation of return, of course, if the item is still extant and the thief has to give it back to the owner, maybe the Haba Shoah, he's no different than a Shoah. So we'll say, so what you are suggesting over here is this interesting statement of Rav. So Rav says if the thief gets out alive with an object, he doesn't have to give it back. Rava says that's only if the object is not extant. But if the object is extant, of course the thief has to give it back. So that's analyzed tonight. But I'm not telling you that's a
Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. Do you mind if I share my project with you all?
Yes, I don't mind.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. It's a time capsule and a timeline of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. I have more data archived than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you all, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy. If you're not already, I want to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live simultaneously on over 20 YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want a link to these different streams, feel free to look at my profile. Additionally, in my pinned post, you can find a link to my YouTube streams in addition to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. I have more social media than any person ever. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more content than any person. You also can find a link to my Discord, which is discord.me/rabbi. In addition to making you rich and wanting to help bring world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural, floating greenhouses, solar greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate, including in Nigeria. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the lifestyle program and most important, desalination technology, where we pump Earth seawater on land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a web marketer, if you have a project, you are a raider or shiller, I invite you to send me a DM, send me a follow. I'll follow you back. I'll reply to your message. I want to help you be more successful, and I want to do so for free. I'll never charge you. I want to be a friend, mentor. I want to be a coach. But most of all, I want you to know that I'm here to support all of you, both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most of all, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Alright, I really do appreciate your support. Guys, do want to follow Rabbi. Do want to follow Rabbi. Application Rabbi and what he's building. Now, Rabbi show up every single day. Every single day. So, guys, let's do want to follow him. And like he says, he's here to support us. So, if you have any issue or you need guidance, reach out to him. He'll assist you. He's more than ready to help. Yeah, Ravi, thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much for coming. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. You're very kind.
Alright, man. Well, drink that. It was good, man. Alright, dear bro, thank you so much for having me on board. It's good to be here. Very, very happy to be here. Alright, hold on. Priceless. Can you hear me? Priceless, are you there? Yeah.
Mm.
So I asked for special tonight, because convenience and when you're like, and they're like, look, man, a bunch of crazy haters. And I totally get why, because in normal life, there's a certain percentage of people that project like the absolute worst interpretation of what I look like on my personality. But being associated with Brendan, it was like, oh, he is a narcissist, so everyone perceives me to be equally narcissistic when they don't get that I'm like, I'm more autistic than fucking narcissistic, you know? Like, I'm awkward, I'm not fucking exploitative, I'm not whatever. Sure. I have a million character flaws, not in the same direction that Brendan is.
We all have flaws, dude.
Yeah. Like, I'll come to everything. I'll still make your argument that I am a narcissist, but it would have to rely on taking exempt context. So, I don't know too much about
Oh, sorry. I want you to see this question. Mark should start a podcast about loser comedy / podcast culture. No one even semi-didn't orbit is funny. Yeah.
I kind of don't. I'm not a big hater, like, because it's like a trend for podcasters. It's like, everyone who's on Rogan is not funny. I like Ari Shaffir's special.
Yeah, we like Ari.
Yeah. Shane Gillis is amazing.
Yeah, Shane's great.
I like Martin Norman a lot since I did, like, I don't know about that one.
I mean, listen, I don't want to hate on Martin, but he's not for me. Yeah. I understand he's a comedian. He's a murderer, a tactician. Yeah. But he's
sort of like a classic late night comedian, right? Yeah. His jokes, and so I appreciate, like, the genre that he's in. He does that well, and also in real time, his quips. He's incredibly quick.
Right.
He can give these.
You know what else is quick though? Stage 4 cancer. That's also quick. You die right away from that. Dude, that was write that down.
That was more Norman level. He said silver hack. That was one of my funniest.
Oh yeah, I mean those are great clips. I'm not listening, Mark. And in no way am I saying I'm funny or better. Obviously, he's a great, he's a very good.
I like his stand-up,
but I just don't. I don't enjoy it at all. In any way, in any way.
And I also think that, like, people don't realize. I look at comedy like genres. It's like, do you not like this song or do you not like country? You know, like country.
That's a good way.
Whatever. You know, and all comedians are different styles and genres. So,
I find Mark Norman unlaughable and trite. That's what Jeff Dye said. So Jeff Dye is the worst ever. But so Mark Norman, like,
Jeff Dye is the nicest person in person.
I can see that he was nice in person, so I feel very bad about saying that.
He's been out of the whole group that I met there. He's the one person who, like, checks up on me. I miss somebody who meet up with me, like, so. He's a safe and
I'm definitely a bad guy. Like, he was nice to me, and I shit on him.
I always want to give him credit for, like, before I say anybody, his comedy, I want to establish Jeff Dye is in real life one of the nicest people, and it was funny watching the Mark. There, sorry, I got this fucking acid reflux. I was watching this Mark Maron beef with him, and Jeff Dye's crime was, like, calling out the fact that Mark Maron is an asshole. People, I didn't really get it. I was like, wait, it helps him at the end. Huh? Like, well, this whole thing, like, Jeff Dye, that helps Jeff Dye. That whole thing, it's like now people talking about Jeff. He can go on the podcast, he has something to talk about. I empathize with Jeff because I was like, he was like, Mark Maron is mocking me. Like, oh, did your feelings get hurt? And Jeff's like, yeah, that's the whole point. My feelings got hurt. That guy Jeff Dye is where he's like, I'm okay to admit that something hurt my feelings. It's not a big deal, you know?
Okay, here's my thing. If we're going to talk about Jeff Dye, I'll just say this. If I had advice for Jeff Dye and he cared, I would just say, think a little bit about your issues with women. What's going on there? Like, are you, like, why is that a thing? Maybe, I don't know, do some self-reflection. That's what I would say.
I consider him, he's not like, you know, some people get into comedy like those, the Hodge twins were like conservative black guys, I guess they do comedy shows. And I've watched them.
Yeah, they do, yeah.
They're funny, but like, I consider Jeff an actual comedian. But if you're a right-wing audience, and oh, by the way, he posted a clip recently, a few years ago on TVK, where I was like questioning him, and he was like, "Oh, Paige Van Zandt is just got her, kids out, her husband's oh, he's behind her doggy style in a bikini. He's like, why'd you gotta do that? And I prompted him. I was like, hey, Jeff, you're seeming real Christian conservative right now. Just to him out. Yeah. And his little comment section like, what's wrong with being Christian conservative? I'm like, guys, it's a podcast. I'm keen him out taking the fighting response. Sure. To justify himself. But that is his crowd, right? So that tends to correlate with like kind of being critical of the fact that modern culture has veered away from traditional values or traditional gender roles. It permits more kind of soft, or like in Jeff's case, Jeff's lighthearted anti-trans stuff. Just right, it's right in flavor, right? I'm okay with that because it's like, well, that's your audience, you know? Sure. But part of that is going to be like, women. I don't think Jeff has any animosity towards women.
I don't know. It's less that, like, I'm kind of being funny, but, like, even with that, he's just not fun. Like, he's just not good at stand-up. So that's my main criticism, is that his stand-up is bad and kind of stupid.
Was there a specific joke where, like, fill me in on when you say, like, his issues with women? Sure. Do you feel like he picks on women?
Well, he has a whole YouTube, he did a whole episode where he's like, people think I hate women. Here's a list of comedians I actually think are funny.
Podcast?
Yeah, it's like a YouTube. And then during it, he was like, who's that? It was someone he supposedly picked. He was like, Don. Like, it was on his list. Like, did someone else pick this for you? You forgot who the woman was? And it was all, like, network. It was very, like, industry plant and famous people for the most part. I'll give credit. He did say something. What's that?
When you say that they are funny.
They say they are funny. But, dude, would you do a podcast where you're like, here are the women that I actually think are funny? Crazy? You know? I mean, like, I know I'm acting insane here. You know, like, these women actually did make me laugh. And I he's like, and was one of them Whitney Cummings? Because that's a crime. If it was for Sharia law, he would be in prison. And we should have Sharia law. No, allegedly. We should have. I'm sorry. We should have.
Jeff Guy is a super nice guy. You know, like I said about that. Because I also, where he's leaning into as far as the anti-women stuff, I'm very sensitive to guys who have like deep-seated resentment towards women. Jeff Guy's not.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
I come out in comments and say, oh, this gets laughed, or he has those sisters. He grew up with like a bunch of sisters.
And I would love to have them on the podcast.
I think he feels like more comfortable talking about women. Kind of happy. It's like, yeah, I got my 5 black friends over here. I can say,
oh, because he's got sisters. Yeah. So, I don't know, man. I just like the vibe I get, but we don't need to attack him that much.
It sucks, but I have like a medical condition where I you know, I'm getting checked out. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, you have a problem with the human body? Get a grip. Balloon fart. What do you think of that name, Balloon Fart? That's one of their big fans. Oh, yeah.
Dating women is 2 male comics with time out there. That's ESPN.
Yeah, a little bit. And it is a little bit lame, but how do we, because I was shitting on porn. That's how we got there. I mean,
and Corona are yes. Yeah. Easier if you're a male, you're the first guy to ever make that joke.
LPJ27, good to see you in the chat.
It's so much easier. She dresses like he thinks the rock with it is true. Even though this whole outfit is like $20, I could literally just go, what's the outfit I'm going to sweat the least in today? Yes, it's a stringer.
Did you ever go out of the country?
Chance based on celebrity. Yeah. But then if you don't evolve, you know, they'll come see you twice even. But this year, what are your favorites?
Favorite comedian? Kevin Nealon. Right, yeah, Kevin Nealon's great. Mark Gatsy's great. Nick Schwartz is great.
So you assume if I see this person once a year at a theater, they're gonna have a new hour.
Yeah.
You know, or it's gonna be whatever it is. If you watch the guy get shittier over time, when you're already spotting him, like knowing, oh, yeah, this guy is from another arena, we'll give him some credit. I'm like, oh, yeah,
But then you don't evolve. Are you going to go back the third time?
No. Yeah, that's the constant criticism of hackering.
So BGL could easily be a Bollywood action star. All the guys were running the block from I definitely missed the boat with a lot of things. I shouldn't have started hitting the steroids heavy in my early 20s and became the fucking WWE guy. Because now I'm doing like commercials where I'm playing pro wrestlers and emotion is fucking done that.
Oh yeah, dude. I text you about that. You're on a run, man. It's awesome. Very cool to see you on TV.
Yeah, I do.
Which one?
The pistachios commercial.
I've seen them all. Yeah. What were they? Is it fun? I was a question. Is it fun to do that?
Love commercial acting. Yeah. Some of the days, the first Bosch commercial I did where I played Macho Man, we shot in Canada before the Super Bowl, and they hired me for the Super Bowl after this one. It was like a 17-hour day, whatever. It was so packed, and but it's just my element. I hate doing so many jobs, and I work so many different shitty jobs. Acting, even when you're actually busy and the focus of everything, and I'm standing in a singlet, it's cold outside, we need to it's commercial, it be perfect, so it's like that 30 seconds does take all day, because every single second of it has to be perfect. Like the cinematographer is an Academy Award winner, so. But I love doing that shit. It's such great.
I've never done it, but I consider a lot of the work we do with Rain, like when I have Rain on the podcast, kind of like a commercial for Rain. We're trying to get a deal with Sure Shot and Matthew Pine.
I was watching these the other day. There used to be a frigid thing where I fucking lived off these. I have like 6 fucking days.
That's crazy.
On no sleep, fucking, batty ringlet all night and then waking up.
You need it. You gotta message girls. You're not gonna just do that without me.
Nicotine pouches. Yes. No, I just started to. Somebody sent me a bunch of them normally do nicotine, but it's kind of nice.
Oh yeah. Oh, he loves. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was worried about getting nauseous because I'm sensitive to it. So people's like, oh, here, take this. It's like, Sean was taking 18 milligrams at the time. That shit would make me nauseous.
Yeah, but I take 2 back to back. I started hiccuping like crazy. When you get commercials on TV, what's funny that happens to me, making it about myself, is that I get 6 or 7, maybe more texts from other people being like, Mark's on TV. And we get.
Is anyone talking? Gian.
Yeah, we both put messages on Discord, Reddit, they posted it.
My breath is burning Cooney's. Could be, yeah.
Oh, because of the energy drink?
Or just that bad breath.
I mean, listen, that's a false person.
If you find out you have bad breath, I'm like, oh, shit.
I don't know where I'm going to go. Cooney won't volunteer this information, but he broke both of his wrists playing basketball. Oh, yeah. You see the scars? See the scars? Big surgical scars. He got crossed up. Yeah, I guess he crossed him up. Check this out, though. I was pulling plants the other day, and I re-hurt my wrist. But look at the difference between this one and that one. Do you see it? Like that. See how this is kind of swollen up? Right? No, Marcus said, yeah. Shut up, you heard it. See how it's way bigger than the other one? Yeah. You don't see it? So, I think what happens is it's like some torn ligament or something, maybe. Yeah. Or like a cyst or something. I got an orthopedist appointment.
It's got to be something.
All right. But I'm sure it's fine. I don't think it's going to need surgery or anything. But my doctor told me, I was like, when you'll live. No,
actually, forget that I did that.
The actual for special. And when I found out that Brendan had a stereotypical Asian voice to a handsome, professional Asian doctor who has a flat West Coast American accent, I was like, did no one ever teach you that it's bad to be racist?
All right, so Mark, this is my best friend. Go back on both of Bashir. He's asking you a question.
Is Mark coming inside on Barn Doors fake BJJ black belt? Is that what his work off here?
Oh yeah, he's obsessed.
I believe all the stories about him faking it. That is something Brendan would do because he fakes everything. Like I can think of 10 different things where it's like he wanted something. He's like, I want followers, I buy them. I want reviews of their hobby, I buy them. Now, does he have grappling skills? Of course, but I'm not educated enough in this world of black belts and what real experts consider black belt, but his story was like he didn't have it. And his son was like, but where's your black belt? Well, it's technically, to me, it doesn't really matter because it's like, you'll see guys who are submitting people all the time, and it's like, oh, but he's only a brown belt. Like Mighty Mouse is a brown belt. He's submitted
it's like a big
so many dudes and with crazy submissions that like technically it's like best to ever do it like to MMA. So
any belt is impressive to me. Except for podcasts for black belts.
I think like Brendan's. I don't doubt Brendan's grappling skills. I assume they're better than his striking skills because of his lack of coordination. And speed. He doesn't look very fast. Like that's powerful, but just not like really prevention.
Thank you so much. Do you mind if I share my project with you? May I share my project with you? Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I shoot my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more years. My students go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of the Queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In In 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king. I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And because I have more data than any person ever, I'm going to soon. And when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy if you're not already. You have generational wealth if you don't already. I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. Unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet, I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two. I'm live on over simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my in 360 degrees. You can find a link to all of, including a ceiling cam, in my pinned post in my profile. You can find my link tree there. I dare you to live than anybody ever. I have more content than anybody ever. You can also find a link to my Discord. We just surpassed 2,500 members and growing. In addition to making you all rich and wanting to help promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a shiller, if you're a raider, and you want a free coach, mentor, and friend, feel free to send me a follow. I will follow you back. Feel free to send me a DM. I will respond to you. Most of all, I want you to know that I'm here to support you all personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely want to thank you for the opportunity to share.
Yeah, like people are looking for the training, like your speech. So is it that you have a project, like in the future time, like what's the project you just shared? So is it that only it
I stream my life 24 hours a day and have for the last 4 years for world peace. I have more content than any person ever. I have the world's largest timeline time capsule. I have more social media than any person ever. Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you so much. Before I tell you what has been in the space let me first of all talk to you Rabi. I'm defending that's not the conversation.
No, that's correct. Excellent.
Okay, that's fine. Rabi, the truth is, you showed yourself and you said since about what to do this space. But to be honest with you, I'll just give you a quick yes and not. Last time I to be honest, if someone checks it, they will not actually get
I've not seen exactly what you're doing. So that first of all, discourage someone that's trying to maybe your YouTube, maybe it's YouTube that invest your but someone trying to check out your YouTube, be discouraged because of the number of spaces you join.
May I ask you, right in my pin post, there's a 60-second video that tells you everything that I do. Did you watch it?
Yes, of course. I have not watched the video, but I'm just trying to how X view your profile because the truth is many people here, I don't know if you like it, you can believe it or not, but I'm just trying to give you a quick tip. And I know many people will not take this, but on this our space, I'm not sure I'm saying the truth that they actually work here because that's how the movement force, that's what we believe in to them. So the truth is, I've not watched the video, and the people on there actually watch video that fast. They better still read on since they see the first of all rate since they see there. So if you can actually write more, like write these images or maybe some short clips of your video or short pictures of the videos you make and add it to the small write-up and post it. So better explain what you do than only one video and a lot of spaces you have. I hope that helps. That's a little.
I appreciate it. If you watch that 60-second video, it has short clips in there. It's exactly what you're saying. And I want to promote the spaces I'm in. Just like this one, so I like them, I repost them. It helps the space host. It helps to get out the word. And I join maybe 10 to 20 spaces a day. So yeah, you're going to see a lot of spaces. However, it is on you. If you're interested in what I'm doing, and I provide a video, you need to watch it if you want to have that. There's images in it. There are links in it. There's audio in it. It has maybe like a mock-up of like 6 short videos in there. So I do have that. And it isn't even something you have to click to go off site. It's right there. It's embedded. So I recognize that I do join a lot of spaces to be able to promote the spaces that I'm in. I understand that. And in order to counter that, I pin at the top of my profile a video, and I have all the links to where you can find more content of mine. Unfortunately, Twitter does not have a way for me to be able to put more content above the posts that I have because you can only pin one post. If they allowed you to pin more posts, I absolutely would have more videos and clips and just things to catch somebody's eye because I understand what you're saying. But if you are constantly promoting spaces as I am when I'm in there to make sure that they get spread and they get larger, and I just am doing what the host says, your timeline will look similar to mine. I get that. But I appreciate your advice sincerely. Thank you.
And thank you for coming to support the movement account and to follow the account and should have it's a great community that it's everybody. It doesn't thank you so much for coming. And thank you so much, Huge, for since this I know expertise in hosting. And thank you, thank you. Finally, have an opportunity and host. Yes. Lawrence, I heard that you're trying to be host is local. Yes. It's not my first. King Michael, first time.
gonna stick on belts, like what kind of belt? Like English language for Brennan, probably white belt. Acting ability, he's probably white belt on most of this thing. But actually, I want to ask you a question. When sticking on the fear thing, I don't really know much about that controversy, but what I heard was like the guys are doing is like they cut up their ear, right? Is that what it is?
Fuck, that's accurate.
I'm gonna mess up my ear.
It's very accurate too.
What are they? I'm sorry, what are they roasting on?
77 beaches. Oh, you're saying RFK, which is accurate. Okay. I love accurate roast. Like, and again, I was talking to my friend,
but they're also saying your mama black belt, so
people take it too far. You're just like, you're literally just trying to be mean, but it's not a touch with reality. If you roast me accurately, I will laugh like you. Okay.
Yeah, they say I fuck squirrels, so don't do everything they say. I got small teeth, big gums, ball, and brains.
Things you're gonna say. Do you think I don't know how I look, motherfucker? Like, come on.
It's amazing that you broke his coughing.
Ballpark. How much Bob will lose on Tiger Thick? I don't know. All I know is I got fired from running the social media, which I brought up over 10,000 followers in a couple months and was posting every day. I came up with a creative strategy that I hated, but like this.
Others, thief comes in, bites repetitiously, and he breaks a barrel. Yesh lo damim chayes. What the Russian yesh lo damim means that the homeowner is not allowed to kill him in these circumstances. We'll see what those circumstances are. So if it's the case where I'm not allowed to kill the thief, so the thief is liable for the damage to the barrel. Ain't lo damim potter. But again, if Allah might say I'm not allowed to kill him, then he's not chayiv for financial compensation for the broken barrel. Now, time of the shita. Now, the reason this whole discussion is happening over here because he broke the barrel. If he ain't lo damim potter, we're ultimately again we're moving will be potter from not to kill him. Had not all law, but you see from here that had you taken the barrel, he would not be liable, seemingly supporting the position of Rav. So he was no. Who had been afilu not on nani. It's not true. Even if he took it, that would be tired. But how the Katani Shabbat Safat is commercial law, the reason the Mishnah framed it as a case of breaking the Chavis is to teach us that he is lo damim abadat b'shiva inani chayiv. That Allah in a case where I'm not allowed to kill the thief, even though he broke the barrel, I'm not allowed to kill the thief, comma, even though he broke the barrel, he's still going to be chayiv. So when it says pshita, that's obvious. Massacre, he's a damager. How come I told that he was shalom b'kavana? Even if he did it without kavana, he's still going to be chayiv. In what's like my told he gets kavana, Adam muad bi'olam. Right, the person who's always responsible for damages that they cause, whether they have intention. So Tanina, the Gemara says, Adam muad bi'olam, that is showing being amazing. They were not saying, because there's only one person who wants to be like passion. Josh, you're right, I don't know what to do with this. So not about the Bi'avaye, I go to kiss the Shabbos Chayyim. What's interesting, we've seen this case many times. Person who then steals my money back on Shabbos. So we marry on Shabbos. Let's talk about how. So Chayiv, she was Chayiv to call the Shem with the Easter Shabbos. I'm not saying that normally again. Now, what's Tavacha? So Reuben steals my purse on Shabbos, and what does he do? Now, obviously, he picks it up and then he leaves my house. There's two things that are happening over here. What are the two things? Number one, theft. Number two, Chilul Shabbos, he says, remember, for Chilul Shabbos, you Chayiv Nisa. But the Allah over here is Chayiv for both things. Why? Because there's no simultaneity. Why is no simultaneity? When does the theft occur? When does the theft occur? When he picks it up. When does the Chilul Shabbos occur? Only when he takes it out of my domain. Because there's no simultaneity, there's no purity out of the domain, and therefore Allah over here is Chayiv for both. And you know, it says, how you Megara for Yosef Potter, but if you drag the money bag out, right? If you dragged it out, so that remember, you're only chayiv for the neighbor when you lift the object or move it into a different domain. In this case, there will be simultaneity because he's dragging it. Therefore, the moment that it crosses my threshold into Rosh Hashanah, both theft and Chilul Shabbos occur together. Shari Isra Geneva, Isra Skila, Ba'im Ka'avad. And the one side, so the Gemara says over here, what do you see from here? You see here that Allah knows beginning, like there's Chiyuv, the Chazak, Ishadim Yibinara. And ultimately, again, Rashi says, the case ultimately again where he said that it's potter will be a case ultimately again where the object is flowing from the river and therefore no longer exists. So what the Gemara suggesting, remember all of this is in Rav. Right? So Rav, so again, what the Gemara suggesting is like this. Rav says that if a thief is chayiv nisa, that steals an object and gets away with the object, he has no obligation to return it. No obligation to return it. Now, Rava and everyone else is incredulous about that. That doesn't make any sense. And now, what's Rav's logic? Rav's logic is committed Since as a thief, you're liable to death, therefore you are exempt from any other monetary liability, even if that object is mamish sitting in your hand. Rava and everyone else is what I'm talking about. I understand that the object is destroyed, the object is lost, the object is broken, there's no obligation for financial restitution. But if the thief is literally holding the object in his hand, of course he has to give it back. So that's the ongoing method. It's Rava, it can relate the huge maskarta. This is this Rava. Now remember, Rava was argued on Rav, and Rava had goats stolen something. Right? It's repetition. Someone did to his son stole the goats. What happened? Then the thief had a change of heart. And he wanted to give it back. But low Kaplini, Rav did not accept it back. Why? Amra, since Rav said his piece. Now let's learn it again. Rav argued on Rav, but said since Rav said, so when a thief steals something, he's not obligated to go ahead and return it. This was Rav's statement, and Rav says, even though I disagree with it, I accepted halacha myself. Incredible story. So much to say about that, but for a different time. What I just want to point out is halacha though, just to be clear, we don't paskin like Rav, but only when the object is no longer in existence. So if the thief goes ahead and tunnels in, steals an object and gets away, so halacha again, he's going to be liable, but now technically speaking, obviously you can't kill him after the fact, right? But the mice again, if the object is no longer in existence, the thief is not obligated to make financial restitution. But if he came in, stole my object, gets out, and then we find the object, but the object is still in existence, halacha we don't pass like Rav, we pass like Rava, and halacha the object itself has to be returned. Incredible. All right, let's go. So the pasuk says that the homeowner is not chayiv for killing the thief if the sun, literally again, if the sun is shining. You understand? Is the sun only shining on one part? What's the meaning of the pasuk? Ella. Rather, what it means is like this: if you know with absolute certainty that the thief is there, if it's as clear as the sun that the thief is there to kill you, kill him first. Then laugh, but if you're not absolutely certain, I'll tell you, don't kill him. Now let's say, now watch this, that's Bryce the one. Bryce the two tiny either. If you have Shemesh Allah, no Batzaka, Ella. If Barlocha Kishemesh Yish, no Shalom Lima, right? The same way will say like this. If it is as clear as the sun that the guy loves you and is not going to kill you, then don't kill him. We laugh, but if it's not as clear as the sun, how gay you? Cheers. The Bible said, you must just catch your stomach. Now, you see what just happened over here? These are two dramatically different Bryces. The Bible says, Bryce number one, a sentence says like this: the only way you're allowed to kill someone is what? Is it is as clear as the sun that they are going to kill you. But if it's not as clear as the sun they're going to kill you, you can't. According to the second Bryce, only if it is clear as the sun that the guy is red, you can't kill him. But if there's any suffix, you can kill him first. Now, what's that? Those are two pretty dramatically different Bryces. So what do you do with this? Look, Kasha, I'm a base. I'll say this. I'm a base. They are great. I'm a base. 10 minutes to go. I'm a base. Kan ba'ava ben. Kan ben ala. Wow. The most answer to this. Everything depends on who the thief is. Right? We're talking about a father stealing from the son. Well, listen, when a father steals from the son, it's absolutely certain the father will never kill the son. So if the son, now again, his father may steal from the son, kind of do, right? But the father is never going to kill the son. So if the son discovers he wakes up and his father's in his house, totally stealing stuff, the son is not allowed to kill his father. Because the son knows that a father will never take the life of his son. And they steal from the son. See, what you see when there is parents sometimes do mistreat their children. Right? After all, you see over here that you have a kid, so you can't think that a father will steal from the son, because apparently that does happen. So sometimes parents knowingly or unknowingly will mistreat their children. But one thing you can count on is that one of the father towards his child. A father will never kill his child. On the other hand, if a son breaks into his father's house, not so cautious. Sometimes the son can kill a father. So it's such a heavy Gemara. And so therefore, if the thief is a father, the son knows that to a certain degree his father is not going to kill him. and therefore again the son has no license to kill the father. On the other hand, if halacha says the son breaking into the father's home, the father may, we don't know, we don't necessarily know what the son may be prepared to do. Incredible. Called the Asiali Malay Machtara, had little Leilabah made that Hanina by Shiva. This is interesting. So Rav said, anyone who breaks into my house, I'm going to kill, except if it's Rav Hanina by Shiva. Well, it's such an interesting compliment, right? Anyone else who breaks into my house, I'm going to take him down, except if the thief is Rav Hanina by Shiva. My time, what's the reason? Even if you should be tzaddik, maybe because Rav Hanina by Shiva is a tzaddik, well, obviously he's going to be such a tzaddik. Someone breaks into someone else's house. Ella, you should be killing the Gadei, Timerachim, Alai, Timerachim, Avaladai. Moshe, this is such a touching Gemara. Rav says, because I know that Rav Chanina of Bar Shiva loves me like a father. I'm sorry, I want to say something so beautiful about this. I know that Rav Chanina of Bar Shiva loves me like a father, so I know that even if he were to break into my home, I know that Halacha Mesa, he would go ahead and take my life. So what we also see from here is, apparently, there could be other relationships outside of an actual father-child relationship where someone can love like a father. So it does exist. There's nothing like a father's love, right? So the father's love is unique, the parent's love is unique, but apparently in life, our other people love me with that unconditional, non-judgmental love, like a father loves his son. Incredible. Incredible. So much to say about this, but I'm going to lose my job if I don't try to regard it. So come in love. Maybe we'll be Shabbos. Any will done being the public Shabbos. So once we want to all of these halachas. So essentially, what we have over here is as follows. The metric we adopt is like this: if someone breaks into your home surreptitiously, the understanding is that the person is going to stand up and defend their property, which means that anyone who's breaking into my home secretly is ready to kill me. Because he's ready to kill me, therefore, what I have the halakhic obligation to kill them first. But when are you allowed to take life of the thief? Only when you are not 100% sure that they come in peace. If I'm 100% sure that they come in peace, then I can't kill them. The only real example of that is like a father or someone who loves you like a father. Otherwise, if you're not sure, defend your life and defend your life at all costs. Now the Gemara says these halachas apply both by Shabbos and by weekday. So the Gemara says Bishlama Eno Dalam Bein B'Chol Bein B'Shabbos Tifkir. So so ultimately, I understand I'm allowed to take the life of the thief, whether it's Shabbos or weekday. That makes sense. Why don't I need that qualification? It's not like Hanina. We need to have a baking. Because this is kind of like execution by baking. Just like baking is warranted to execute someone, so here if the thief is coming in, and I don't know 100% that he comes in peace, I'm allowed to kill him. So this is like I become like the Bezdin. So I'm at a thought, maybe Shabbos Lokatino, so I'm at a thought that Bezdin doesn't execute on Shabbos. Maybe I can't kill this thief on Shabbos. Kamash, what's that first my line? That I can. Very long, getting the problem with Shabbos. And once again, the thief, I'm not allowed to kill the thief. And it is my problem for killing the thief. So now that halacha applies on Shabbos and so you might understand what's the Kiddush. If I can't kill him during the week, I certainly can't kill him on Shabbos. But it means like this, let's say somebody gets into a home on Shabbos and then the wall collapses on him. If halacha say it's clear that he was going to kill me, I can't remove the rubber from him. The halacha because he's liable to a death penalty. But if I'm not sure if he came to kill me, right, or sure that he didn't come to kill me, halacha say again, I can remove the rubble in order to save his life even on Shabbos. So this is incredible. Ruben breaks into my home. Now what happens? Shimon, my neighbor, sees Ruben breaking into my home. So what's the Shimon, my neighbor, has the right to kill Ruben. It's not just me, the homeowner, who has the right to kill Ruben. Even someone else has the right to kill Ruben. Not only that, but he's allowed to kill Ruben. Anyone's allowed to kill Ruben. I kill Ruben in any way you need to. So the Mercy Bishlam of Baruch the is to it. So I understand why the Torah needs to teach me that anyone is allowed to execute Ruben. After all, why is that coming? Because one would have thought, I'm not about the license to kill the thief is only for who? Only for who? Only for the Balabas. Only for me, the Balabas. But other people don't have a right. Kamash from the Leifu. But one second, by the way, it makes sense. Why Kamash from the Leifu? Remember, once Ruben is breaking into my home, he has the status of what? Status of what? Of a road date. Once he's a road date, then anyone has the right to go ahead and execute him, even my neighbor. They have a mace. But from research out the Yokolami, so Lama, we can say again, why do I need special people that teaches me to kill him and then need to kill him? So I said, what's that not done? I can learn that from what's that, from a murderer. Let's talk about a murderer. Let's say, this is someone in general. Right, you're going to kill children. They're really being executed by Bezdin. There's a particular type of Misa, right? The most say, whatever the type of Misa, let's say, whatever, depending on the crime. Let's say you're in this high to side decapitation. But let's say, for whatever the reason, Bezdin doesn't have a sword. So what do they do? Execute him, we can execute him. So they must assign him also, any of them, I don't know if you execute with the prescribed death penalty. You have to Yokola Misa the Super Bowl. Shaka Misa Shaka Yokola Misa. How do I know that if I can't execute Ruben with the prescribed penalty, that I can go ahead and execute it however you can execute it? Most will come up. It says execute it however you need to execute it. To which the Gemara says, so therefore, what's that? Same thing over here. By the feet, kill him however you need to kill him. Because when it's a shiny hot sun, most humas is different. You have the execution authorities, the most humas. And what is most humas? That double option teaches me that even if you can't the proper death penalty, it has the right to execute it however you can execute it. I've been making my meaning. So once we learn from this, learn from Rotsea, that are local and myself, we're able to a death penalty, kill them however you can kill them. There's some David Rotsea and go on the effort. Because it looks like this. I remember again, Ruben kills Shimon accidentally, the relative of Shimon from Ruben. And by Rotsea, by Goladam also, they have the ability to kill Ruben however they want to do it. So what do you have over here? You have two psukim that teach you the same concept. Rotsea and Goladam, what do they teach you? That whenever someone is liable to a death penalty, if you can't give them the prescribed death penalty, then what? If you kill them wherever you want. So we'll say, oh, what is this called? This is called Shnei Ksuv and Abon Ke'achad. I have two mitzvahs, so two halachos that teach you the same thing. So the Gemara says, now what's halachah? Because Shnei Ksuv and Abon Ke'achad ain't melamdin. I want to say in general, whenever you have two psukim that teach you the same concept, you cannot create the principle from them. Gago, but I walk on myself, so therefore, again, we're going to turn very important halachas here. Number one, not only is the homeowner permitted to kill the thief, but who else is? Anyone else. Why? Because the thief has the status of a relative. That's halacha number one. Halacha number two, how do you kill the thief? How do you kill the thief? How do you kill him? However you need to. However you need to. Two bunch of halachas. Most of the other halachas. Machteres. Any of the machteres. I don't even know if the thief is tunneling in. The Gemara says, Gago, Chatzeo, Katipominai. How do I know that if he's coming through my roof, my chutzah, my carpet, how do I know? Even if he's not tunneling, it's going to be a window that I can also kill him. The pasuk says, however you find the thief, wherever the thief is found, you'll have to execute him. And that's just why does the pasuk say machteres? If they shall roll, ganovim, you see machteres. Because the majority of thieves tunnel. Torah just spoke about no more than it's done. Tiny Idach Makaras, any Makaras. God will catch it, the Kafi Grinayin. I don't know that he tells him. Hello, come to the window, you look like the roof. So ultimately, again, that's the case. So why does the same? Because Naftaraso, as well as because remember, if you're tunneling, just know that's your hasra. If you're tunneling, the Torah itself has already said that halakha l'maisa, you are warned. Now, it's like we have to stop over here for today. But l'maisa, this is not going to end. It's going to bleed into the next suit, which is does the thief require hasra? Is your hasra necessary in this case? We want to suggest tunneling in by definition is your hasra. No for that. So that's what's going to stop over for today. Shkoya. Okay, great run. All right, guys on Zoom. Have a great strap to all of you. Jerry, not to have on your grandmother's wedding. Not to talk. Have on Zoom. Jerry will ask 9 off his grandmother's wedding. London? Oh, okay. Next. Sorry, well, that's good. Thanks a lot. Strap, everyone.
DZ is one of our big fans there. He's a great guy. Never met him. He says, will you tell the Red Band story? Red Band? Oh, he's still around, DZ? All right, well, you're gone.
Like, you want me to come on the show? Just planning. That's the thing. It's like, again, to address Brendan recently on the Patreon, about this unique video.
All right, then let's say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank. Our commentator sponsors for Tough Shin Hey Hey. We thank you, Dr. Baruch Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shema productions this year as he's a host for the Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Daki sponsors for this morning, Milton Melanie Gertner, for dedicating the Shir in honor of the birth of their grandson, Gad Moshe, born to Shira and Ari Gertner in Yerushalayim, Yerakodesh. Mazel tov for the Gertner Mishpacha. Beautiful on the camp, but I will say, of course, it's important to recognize that as we go ahead and as we begin our Shir this morning, the Levaya, the multiple Levayos for the Bivas family are underway in Eretz Yisrael. We hope that in the merit of our commentators that those precious Neshamas should have an aliyah, that broken families should experience in the Chama, and that in Eretz Hashem, we should just bring the Solos Tovos, true the Solos Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Was it that? That is Ayin Aleph 71. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Ayin Aleph. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem, and we are picking up 70b. 70b lines up from before the line get wise. Remember again, we left off a little of the sugya of Bathsheba giving Musar to Shlomo. And she said as follows, so again, actually, I read this part quickly at the end yesterday. So she says to Shlomo, you are the son of my nether. What does this mean? So Bathsheba said, how you know Dros? So remember again, Bathsheba context the Bathsheba is giving Shlomo, Musar, that he's only indulging in the finer things in life. One of the advantages of being the prince, you got a lot of access to luxury items, and he's over. She's essentially giving him different forms of Musar. So Musar number one is that people are going to hinge your delusional behavior on me, because that's what your father's a tzaddik. Your father's a tzaddik, and you're misbehaving your mother. That's your mother. That's number one. Number two, she said, I would remind way to make sure that you be a healthy baby. And now the three, she calls it Barnidri, the son of my nether. So this is incredible. She says, all of David's wives are you know to make it about me nether. Isn't he a son who is worthy of the monarchy? So this is incredible. So all of David's wives, they wanted one thing. They wanted a son who becomes the next king. That's what they wanted. Bathsheba said, I always want Amarti. Yehi ben Zoriz on the Mula Batorah. Wow. What did Bathsheba want for her son? She said, give me a son who is Zoriz. That's the one who says Zoriz. Alacritus. Jesus. Give me a son who, when he does something, he does it with a sense of hurt, does it with a sense of timeliness, does it with a sense of alacrity. Now, whatever he does in life, he takes it seriously, does it with incredible Jesus. Give me a son, ultimately, who is filled with Torah. And only of prophecy. Now, if you notice, by the way, she doesn't say, give me who's a prophet. And she said, just give me a son who's worthy of prophecy. I must say, there's so much to be learned from this Gemara. What do we want for our children? You know, so all too often in life, we put the wrong emphasis on what we want for our kids. And we often focus on, what we want our kids to do when they grow up. I want to make sure that my son, my daughter, they will be a doctor, a lawyer, a rabbi, no one wants a rabbi, an accountant, all different. And there's such a hyper focus on what my kid is going to do for Parnasa, which of course Parnasa is incredibly important, as we all know. But at the end of the day, it's interesting to see what Bathsheba wanted for her son, and the qualities that she wanted for her son. Give me a son who takes life seriously. That's the reason. So it's like, you can tell a lot about a person by how they approach the different initiatives in life. There are people who are, Jesus is a midah, and Jesus is a midah of seriousness. And when you have midah of Jesus, that's why again the Ramchal puts it so early on. In Mesilas Yesharim, when you have the midah of Jesus, it means that you have a seriousness and a covered roach approach to life. And when people are successful in whatever it is that they do, Mamula B'Torah, you need to be Mamula B'Torah. There's different ways to go about. First, you can take a lax approach to Torah, lax days approach to learning, a lax days approach to observing, or a person could be mamula. Mamula means I'm mulling. I'm fully committed. Hagum Levius is all-encompassing. What are the qualities that are necessary in order to become a Navi? I don't know, but I would imagine that you have to have Almailis to be a Navi. That's what a mother wanted for her child. Zeus, Mamula B'Torah, Hagum Levius. Incredible. So Hashem says to Shlomo, Malachah eats in Rosh Hashanah Shtakrim. Roman Lama Manukel. So Bathsheba said to Shlomo, it's incredible. You've got the wrong friends. Why are you hanging out with those kings who become intoxicated? It's like the king Chevra, like the monarch Chevra. Why are you hanging out with the monarch Chevra? Because they drink too much wine. And after drinking so much wine, what do they say? What do we need God for? With the king, we're all powerful. And those rulers, they abuse the intoxicating beverage too much. Misha called Raza Olam Guillo. When you have access to the one before whom all secrets are revealed, should you become inebriated with wine? In other words, we'll say, we keep seeing the two sides of wine, right? And on one hand, the ability of wine to, first of all, take sometimes the edge off life and allow me to lead into newfound circumstances, also to unlock, to bring down the walls that are sometimes walling off my inner Kedusha. On the other hand, it's easily abused and easily misused as well. So Halacha L'Maisa, Bathsheba says to Shlomo, what are you doing? Why waste your time with wine when you have access to the knower of all secrets to HaKadosh Baruch Hu? So no matter how powerful a ruler is subservient to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So again, if you have to go ahead and anyway show up in front of the universe, why take your time with wine? I'm going to be Yitzchak. How do you know that Shlomo did Tshuva, so to speak? In other words, Shlomo is Mekabel, his mother's Musar. See, he says literally again, I'm less than an ish, and I don't even have wisdom. It's incredible. Ish, who's the ish he's referring to? Noah. Shlomo was excited. Again, he might have faulted Noah for going ahead, and the first thing that he did is he planted vines. So Shlomo recognized, you know what? I made myself even more mundane than Noah. But Lapinas Adam, and there's not even the proper wisdom of man. Who's that? Adam Arishon. That first Adam Arishon, again, had one mitzvah, wasn't able to comply. Shlomo HaMelech lament that he's not even on that level. Incredible. But say, by the way, another tremendous mitzvah skill. What is the hallmark of great people? One of the hallmarks of great people, the ability to take Musar. No one likes Musar. No one likes it. No one likes rebuke. No one likes critique. No one likes constructive criticism. No one even likes even positive feedback. I've come to find positive feedback is often laced with, sometimes laced with some other. You don't like it. It's natural. It's normal. Great people are able to hear, especially when that positive feedback or that negative feedback or that critique is coming from someone who loves them. As much as it stings, they're able to hear it, they're able to inculcate it, and they're able to pivot with it. And it's God was Shlomo HaMelech. Shlomo HaMelech was one of the wisest of men. Gets a patch from his mother. Gets a real patch from his mother. And essentially, what does he say? He says, thank you. He says, thank you. That's godless. That's godless. Okay, let's go back to Says the Gemara. Also, the Chabulas mitzvah. I'm going to be about. So again, back to that story. I'm going to be about. So this is very interesting. When Soromar, so what we've established in yesterday's daf, right, is again, what he has to steal, right, or I should say, he's stealing money. What he has to buy with that money, and how much of it he has to consume. Now the Gemara is pivoting a little bit, and we're talking about who does he have to consume it with? What does he have to consume it with? So Rabbi Abo says, only Chayiv if he eats it with a group of Sukim. Now, what are Sukim? If you get actually the school of Sukim, it's like 4 ends up in where we are in Klasu Nashi. Rikim, Shiagilu, the Ka. So what's so fascinating? What turns a person, or turns the kids who have been so remote is not just that he's stealing money, that he's creating an addiction for overindulgence for wine and meat. It's also the chevra that he hangs out with. Chevra means everything. So Rabbi Abba says the only kind is to eat it with a group of speaking. Now it's interesting, it's actually differentiating over there, raking. Well, what is raking mean? Empty people. Empty people שיגילו בכך ובפשעים to these type of habits, אבל מי שבחבורה אדם הגון באי חי גדנו, לא ממשיך בנונס אבן סורי מורה ובחבורה דולב מצווה כמה. Shemasa B'Simcha Rav says, one is Ben Sor Mordechai, only when he's eating the meat on the wine with the group of sweeting. I just want to point out over here, it's interesting, if you notice how Rashi defines sweeting, he doesn't say like Abba Yonim. People go ahead and commit Averos. How does he define a bad chevra? Raking. Empty people. Empty people. An empty person may or may not be committing an Avera. What does it mean you're empty? There's nothing in it. There's no drive. There's no drive. There's no she'ifa. There's no pull to something greater. There's no, as we saw before, there's Jesus. There's no mamula l'Torah. There's no hagum l'Nevius. There's nothing pulling him towards something greater. Or if I have nothing pulling me towards something greater, I'm empty. I'm empty. And what Rashi is saying is, listen, you know what? A chevra of empty people is much more dangerous than a chevra of sinning people. Well, first of all, like every chevra is a chevra of sinning people, because all of us commit averos. But let's say that at least when a person's committing an avera, what does it say about a person? They have a desire for something. Desire for something. Okay, maybe the one thing is a desire for something. Raking, there's a desire for nothing. There's a desire for nothing. Just like emptiness, that's a dangerous chabura. So the concern over here is, if he's surrounding himself with these kind of people, that's when Ben Sora or Mora addictions are really facilitated. However, the Gemara I but you learn. The Mishnah says that if the kid is eating his meat and drinking his wine in a kaburas mitzvah. Now again, we'll discuss what that means, but for Pashtos, what that means is he's eating it, interestingly enough, he's stealing the money, he's purchasing the meat and the wine, but he's consuming it in some type of mitzvah context, but he does not become a ben solar umora. So much as Taima, the mitzvah. Now the reason is because the act of consumption is occurring in the context of a mitzvah. Halal mitzvah, but if it wasn't a mitzvah, even if not everyone in the Chevra is one of the speaking. How come much more? The Kula speaking gave you the mitzvah to Asik Woman Shah. So the Gemara saying is like this: that if the Ben Sharmar is eating the meat and wine in the Sudas mitzvah, even if the entire Chevra for the Sudas mitzvah are speaking, he doesn't become a Ben Sora Mora. Doesn't become Ben Sora Mora. Or if it's not a mitzvah, if the entire group is speaking, he doesn't become Ben Sora Mora. Or how about when I say again, if the entire group minus one person is speaking, or if there's one good guy in that Chevra, he also doesn't become Ben Sora Mora. He only becomes a Ben Sora Mora if it's a non-mitzvah meal and all speaking. So let's take 2 profound lessons over here. Number one, well, 3 profound lessons. Number one, the power of Chevra. The power of Chevra. Surrounding yourself by the right people. We go through life and we think that the truth is it doesn't really matter who I surround myself with, who I'm friends with, who I share my Shabbos meals with, whatever. I can kind of insulate myself against that. It's not true. It's not true. Who you hang out with and who you keep company with makes you who you are. That is the way that it works. So the Chabura Kula speaking, terrible things are going to occur. On the other hand, interestingly enough, what you see over here is that it's a head of all speaking, but there's one good guy, then what? Not a Chabura speaking. What do you see from there? The power of the individual to impact the Chevra. That one person in a Chabura of speaking can have a tremendous and overwhelming impact. You never underestimate your ability to have an impact on the people around you. Number 3, even if you haven't speaking, but you're eating that's mitzvah, it's not a problem. It's not going to become that certain amount of wine, because if you put yourself in the right circumstances, even if you don't necessarily have the best chevra, putting yourself in the right circumstances has a hashivah on you as well. So putting yourself in the right circumstances has a hashivah on you as a proper, I like that, so that's mitzvah. Putting yourself in the right chevra has the right hashivah on you, but never underestimate the ability to have an impact, even if you find yourself surrounded by the wrong type of influences. Incredible Gemara. What you begin to see for Ben Sora and Mora, interestingly enough, is all of these things fuel his addiction, right? In other words, that it's the theft of the money, the overindulgence, or the development of an appetite for expensive things like the Italian wine, the meat, right? And then also embedding himself into wrong groups of people. All of these things are necessary in order to make your life so more. But about Ibra Kodesh, I would so say, so remember the example that the Mishnah gave for a Sudas Mitzvah was the Suda that they made for Ibra Kodesh. Ibra Kodesh, as we said before, the intercalation of the new month. In other words, adding on an extra day to the month, making it a month of 30 days instead of 29 days. They would get a Suda for that. So you one second. The main law, the Basri had Masku, is that saying that they had eaten wine for that Suda? Behind you learn in Omer element of Basri, dog in the kittens, no boss, but that meal is actually very simple. You know, what did they have in the milk creation of the month? They had bread, right? They had bread, wheat, and kittens, and legumes. So it was like, that was a very regular thing, right? But they had to decide about how to intercalate the month. You don't want that turning into a pabrani, right? That needs to be, like, there's a lot of decisions that have to be made over there. So you need foods, right? Because it might take a long time. But you want to keep a very simple menu over here. So the Moshe talking about the Apagat, the whole one was actually Christmas, we do us, but we are in Babo, Kim, the Mitzvah, Kasi, Bolam, Shafas, that's the thing. You're right. Normally, the people who was going for this Suda, they were only able to get an interesting fact. What did they do by the Suda for Ibra Kodesh? Bread, wheat, and legumes. So let's say they were having a meal. And let's say Ben Solomon shows up for that meal, or he's not a Ben Solomon yet, he's a candidate. Right? Ben Solomon, a candidate, shows up for that meal with stolen meat and stolen wine and sits down and eats with them. That can't transform him into a Ben Solomon. Why? Because he's eating it in the context of a Sudas Mitzvah. So eating even stolen items in the context of the Sudas Mitzvah will not make you into a Ben Solomon. It's incredible. Coming up on Ain't Older Libra, so it's not just a word about that Suda. Ain't Older Libra, Kodesh Papos, Miasara, Adam. So you need at least the meaning, right? That email is the meaning for that Suda for Ibra Kodesh. They only go alone, it has dozen wickedness. Furthermore, again, you only going to go up there with bread, actually, it's not really bread, it's pasta, right? It is bread made from wheat and kidneys and legumes. They only allow 1 to 0, and you only go up on the night to the 31st, right? The night after the 30th. They only go up, you don't know about they only go for the Suda at night and not by day. You don't even about time, you know, they only go by night. But the rest says they go up. So you see the by day and not by night. They're not here, but Abba. So Yibnei, Achlifu, Ba'olu, Achlifu, Pagu, Keefi, Delishu, Baku, Benchi. Go up early to the meal, or go up to the meal while it's full daytime. Come down before sunrise when people are starting to get up. So that's the only barash. People will know what it is that you're doing. And that way, again, the extension of the month will be properly publicized. Incredible. Nice shady time. So listen, so again, just to keep our train of thought over here. So what we're now beginning to see is that there are certain exceptions or certain types of consumption that prevent a person from becoming a Ben Solar Umora. So essentially, if the act of eating itself takes place in the context of a mitzvah, such an act of consumption cannot make the boy into a Ben Solar Umora. In the same way that eating with certain positive chavra also can't make the boy into a Ben Solar Umora. Fascinating. So the Gemara goes like that. So let's remember again, saying if he steals money, right, steals money, like sashimi money, goes and purchases meat and wine eating in Shalayim, so again it doesn't come against Sorum or why not? Because that's a normative act, right? He's performing something normative. Granted, he stole the money, but the act of consumption itself is a normative act of consumption. What makes him into a Ben Sorum or Mora is the development of non-normative appetites as developed through non-normative acts of consumption. But if you do it quote-unquote normal, you can't become a Ben Sorum or Mora like that. It's fascinating. Let's go back there. Let's check what's scratching but I'm awesome. Also, international Ben Sorum Mora is great. Chicken can't make you into Sorum Mora. It's flesh. Gotta be meat. Right? He goes there and he steals money. And he buys this. That's not going to that's making into Ben Sorum Mora. Hi, we're not talking about the Mishnah. All from the trade for scratching but I was saying international Ben Sorum Mora. Hot to hold international Ben Sorum Mora. That's not true. The Mishnah indicates to us. If he stole money and bought the non-kosher food, we'll see why that is. He's Sorum Mora. The inference that is that as long as he's buying kosher food, even if it's chicken, if it's fowl, and I'm also myself, you should become Ben Solomora. No, keep turning us missing Lahashlim. Remember how much you need as a little how much meat does Ben Solomora have in order to go and become Ben Solomora? Right? Machokes. For the Mishnah, right? Tartima. So let's say, for example, you eat a little bit less than a tartima. I don't know, minus. So the halacha is, if he's not the kezitis, fowl, the chicken, that can make a Ben Solomora. That's the control there. So you can't eat the tartima. Ultimately, again, can't eat the tartima of fowl. But if you eat meat and you go ahead and you're mashing that, you could keep that shear with a little bit of fowl. Ultimately, that can make you into a Ben Solomora. All right, incredible. So let's say this is this. So now the Mishnah said, if you eat things of Dvar Mitzvah or Dvar Avera, he doesn't become Ben Solomora. So what is that? So Dvar Mitzvah, what does it mean Dvar Mitzvah? Tanchule Avera. Ultimately, again, he participates in the meal for consolation of mourners. Consolation of mourners. Now look at Rashi just a moment. Rashi says over here about three things about it. Tanchule Avera. Listen to this. Let's say the kid, can't call Ben Solomora because they're Ben Solomora yet. The kid joins a Nichol Avera. Like the halacha is that when Avera come back from the cemetery, they have what's called the Sudas Havra, a meal of consolation. So let's say again, the kid sits down and joins them for that. That's a Sudas Mitzvah. So remember again, what we're seeing over here is the development of a theme. A Ben Solomora only goes ahead and becomes a Ben Solomora if, number one, he's stealing money. Number two, he's purchasing and eating wine of very high quality. And then number three, it has to be consumed in a context which leads to the development of negative addictions. But what we see over and over is that the consumption itself takes place in a positive context, then we are not concerned about the feeling of addictions. So again, obviously, a positive context would be Suda Shabbos. I mean, he does it in the Shabbos. The Kiddush over here is that, let's say something even as simple as Sudas Havra, the meal for our daily. That's also enough of a mitzvah that we're not concerned about the feeling of a negative addiction. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, so let's say he steals money, purchases, and eats it during the fast day. Eats it on Tainus Esther. So the Gemara says, that doesn't make no Ben Solomora. So why not? That's so strange. Right? Why wouldn't that make it into Ben Solomora? It's for time of my uncle, and then there's Shomer the Kalinu. The Kalinu will never call us Shemach, and this is fascinating. What do you become Ben Solomora? Let's say that the child is defying his parents' instructions. And it's from the Kalinu. But if his act of consumption is in defiance of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that does not make it into Ben Solomora. Isn't that fascinating? Now, that's just a technicality. So Ben Solomora is someone who defies his parents. But if his act of consumption is an act of divine defiance, then he doesn't become Ben Solomora. Again, he's getting off on a technicality. Incredible. So let's say, by the way, and that's why all of these different things, that's why if he steals money and buys chazer, you would think, like, steals money and buys chazer, of course Ben Solomora. He's not. He's fascinating. He's not. If he goes to the kosher butcher and buys the finest cut of meat, he becomes Ben Solomora. Goes to the supermarket, buys a piece of chazer, he's not a Ben Solomora. Why? That's the shot, because what we call a Ben Solomora is an insurance man that Kolenu. His act of defying is an act of defiance against his parents, but it's not an act against God. I mean, the whole thing is an act of defiance against God, but because he's stealing. But the consumption itself, technically, is logically permitted. But if his act of consumption itself is logically permitted, then halacha myself, halacha, he's not a Ben Solomora. Let's go like this. So therefore I say, if Ben Solomora didn't eat wine, didn't eat meat. That's no Ben Solomora. In order to Ben Solomora, you have to eat meat. In order to Ben Solomora, you have to drink wine. So the says, what if you didn't eat last year? The thing was to eat this. So what I say, even if he ate a cake of pressed figs. Think of that now. A cake of pressed figs from Kilis, in Kilis, was a very high quality mechol, very high quality food. And it's certain especially it had that quality almost of like meat. I'm not sure if you're going to eat the daily Kilis. Halach for the Mesa, you still don't come in sort of more. The Shasa, the Vash, the Chala, sorry, but Shasa and Lasui, the Vash, the Chala. Interestingly enough, apparently, the drinking of wine, of milk and honey can have an intoxicating effect on a person as well. So even if he drank those items, it have an intoxicating effect. So you know the effect is the same. If he doesn't drink wine, he doesn't drink sort of more. The same I'll hold you to the trust in the Vash, the Chala, the Nichnas, the Mitash, Chai, top of wine out. So what's interesting enough is we got a Kahani. If a Kohen goes ahead and eats a daily kilos, his cake of pressed 6 kilos, or he drinks honey or milk and goes into the next time he does the avoda, he's chayiv. Now why is he chayiv? He's chayiv for doing the avoda under the influence. Right, that's the halacha. You're not allowed to do the avodah while intoxicated, and if he goes into the business after having consumed these items, there's a level of inebriation, and he's going to be chayav for that. It's absolutely incredible. Once I out of about 71A, everyone has to do so. Actually, if I was reached the yayin, so that banan, alcohol, coal, manchobolo, alcohol buster. Then sir more, the kid eats any item but doesn't eat meat. Shasa kamash kolo shasa yayin. Or he drinks anything, but he did not drink wine. You only become a Soromora when you go ahead and you eat meat and you drink wine. Shenemar, Zorel, Yisobei. The Pasuk calls him again, glutton and guzzler. Actually, not even double. Maybe I don't really know explicitly in the Torah what is so that he means. I don't referring to. Right, actually, not even double. Take a double. There's still scriptural reading. Let's be just discussion. And now, the heat is so very yain. Do not be amongst the guzzlers of wine and the zololate basar lamo, or gluttonous consumers of meat. The Omer, kisobe the zola yolish ukroim kalbish kulima. So again, interesting enough, the Torah uses the lotion of zola for sobe, and then we see from this other passage in Mishlei that again, sobe refers to wine, and zola refers to meat. So we put that all together, and we understand that for the Ben Solar Morag, his issue is overconsumption of meat and wine. Incredible. Also, this is a fascinating video. I'm going to say Kavalashim the base measures. But the sleep series measures, Torasa Nasalot Kiraim Kiraim. His Torah becomes patchy. So it becomes patchy, like patches of clothing. Shalom, Ukiraim Talbish Numa. The one who slumbers will wear patches. Now, I will say the truth is, there's no great close to this Gemara. It's actually very straightforward. Listen, one of the most important things, right? When it comes to learning, there's two sides. On one hand, there's an experiential piece of learning, and that experiential piece of learning really happens just by showing up. But Rabbi Nachman says, even if a person doesn't understand what it is that they're learning, your mind maybe doesn't understand. But your heart absolutely does. The neshama understands everything. You see, even I walk out and say, what did you learn? Like, I have no idea. Right? But I switch some days of definitely like that, right? But I know that I was there for 45 minutes, 50 minutes now, whatever it is. The neshama is fundamentally changed as a result of that. That's one level of Torah. But of course, we don't want to suffice ourselves with that. I really want to have a comprehension. I really want to have an understanding. I really want to be bought in. I will say, what's the formula for being bought in? What's the formula? It's a pretty simple one. Don't be distracted. Don't be distracted. Pay attention. Pay attention. Don't allow yourself to get distracted. Yashing doesn't really have to mean that I'm asleep. Yashing just means that sometimes I'm on the dock, sometimes I'm on my phone, sometimes I'm over here, sometimes I'm over there. What's the result of that? Again, now by the way, you get a spark for showing up? Of course. But then don't be surprised when the Torah I walk out with is patchy. Because again, here I was email, here I was WhatsApp, here I was talking, here I was this. And again, the reality is, the Torah is growing up. It's not cohesive because I wasn't fully as you say, by the way, you begin to see a thing, right? You begin to see a thing. What did Bathsheba want for Shlomo? What did she want? She wanted Jesus. She wanted Jesus. So again, so what does Jesus mean? Jesus means when I'm doing something, I'm in. Let's say ever in a meeting with someone and they're checking it in the middle of the meeting. Ever happened to anyone? My cloud bubble is started this now. Right? If you're checking in immediately, I have better things to do. Better things to do. Same thing on a Zoom meeting, right? Okay, if you're too busy, go. Do what you have to do. But it's a lack of data. What are we doing? What are we doing? We're never focused on what we're doing. We're always somewhere else. So when I'm in the office, I'm trying to have a few minutes to learn. Don't learn in your office. Don't learn in your office. You should be doing one thing in your office. Work in your office. Working. I guess if you're self-employed, you can do whatever you want. But if you work for someone, do nothing. To catch a couple of minutes of doing that, do your work and be zealous and be committed and be involved. And when you're here, learn Torah and don't be at work. Don't be at work. Just commit yourself. You're going to sleep through your entire Torah life. And after 120, you come to the basic Shamala, and you go to the Shepherd, like, what did you learn? What did you learn? Tell me, what did you learn? And you say, I'll tell you, I remember there was that day when we did this sugya. But I'll tell you, I got through 10 emails that day, right? And I texted 10 of my Chaverim during shir that day, right? And I checked the news 14 times that day. I remember a piece of this. Why? If we're going to do it, and just do it, and commit yourself to shutting off the distractions. Commit yourself. And this is during learning, this is during davening. Otherwise, I'm here, but I'm sleeping. I'm sleeping through davening because I'm elsewhere. I'm sleeping through learning because I'm elsewhere. We have literally, the greatest treasure in the world at our fingertips. Every single day. Production, we live in a dark, we live in a time where it is so ridiculously easy. There's only one thing we have to do. Pay attention. Don't fall asleep. Don't go ahead and get involved in multiple things. Just don't sleep figuratively in the base measures. And if you could just do that, bring us Jesus to our learning, bring us Jesus to our davening. Remember, we're all young people. There is no telling what we can accomplish in our remaining years in this world. Let's get back to Mishnah. We shall oven open we should be sure of something. It's very interesting. So by the way, as we look like that, I think I said this when we started the Sugya Ben Sora Mora, which is let's say, what's the one takeaway from all of this? Clearly, the system is rigged so that this doesn't happen, right? And again, and look, that's okay. It's good to say that. It's good to say that. It's the same thing with the death penalty, right? The system is set up not to execute someone. That's how it's set up. So Ben Sora Mora also all the details. So watch this. He says, listen to this. Kid, we'll just call him Kid. Well, he's a relation. How old is Ben Sora Mora? How old is he? Right? So remember again, he is a global. What was Moshe Rabbi Gemara? Somewhat Polish. In other words, he just recently entered into adult kite. We're going to see that concept again shortly. So go to Mishalavim. So watch this. He stole his father's money, but he ate the stolen food in his father's rishos. Okay, or he went ahead and he stole other people's money and ate it in their rishos. Okay, or he stole other people's money and he ate it in the rishos of his father. Let's say first one line, until he steals his father's money and he goes ahead and he eats it in someone else's rishos. But listen, let me just say this outside for just a second. Remember, Ben Sora Mora is all about what? Formation of addictive behaviors. So the idea over here is as follows. If he's eating this, right, obviously, what happened for Ben Sora? What has to happen? Whose money does he have to be stealing? Whose money? Has to be his father's money that he's stealing, right? It has to be that. But Lamaisa, interestingly enough, if he's consuming it in his father's rishos, the assumption is, what is the father going to do? What's the father going to do? Father's going to say, what are you doing? If a father sees his son engaging in gluttonous behavior, a father is going to say something. He's going to shut that down. He's going to shut that down. So this is just a tremendous historic chinuch as well. Too often, we see our children engaging in negative character traits. But one of the greatest misconceptions is if we discipline our kids. People are so today, parents are so afraid to discipline their children because they think like if I discipline my kid, he's going to go off the data. If you discipline your kid, he actually has a better chance of staying on the derech. If you don't discipline, and it's a free-for-all, and there's no rules, and there's no consequences, and you think that's love, that's not love. That's parental delinquency. That is parental abdication. That is a betrayal of the sacred responsibility that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is giving you. Obviously, you don't have to come down like a ton of bricks on every single thing. But boundaries are the ikar of parenthood. And sometimes parents think, oh, just let my kids, go do what they do, but come back around. That is a real roll of the dice. Sometimes it works, most of the time it doesn't. So again, what's fascinating over here is even this kid knows, I can't, strip myself with meat and wine in front of my father. My father's going to shut that down. So I totally shut that down. So therefore, the only case of more interestingly enough, is when the kid is stealing the money of his father, but consuming the meat and wine somewhere else. That's the combination. Because again, the assumption is he can steal his father's money because he has access to that. So therefore, he has access to money plus the consumption taking place somewhere else. That's the lethal combination that creates Ben Sora and Mora. Again, see one more. Everyone says Ben Mora. Second one, you don't become Ben Sora and Mora until you're stealing your father's money and consuming it elsewhere. This is the says it's not enough just to your father's money, it's your father's and your mother's money. Both of them together. We'll see exactly what that means. Says Gemara. So again, if he steals money from his father and eats in his father's rishos, even though he has access to money, he's going to be afraid to develop this type of habit in front of his father. Why? Because if his father sees him being gluttonous, his father is going to shut this down. If he's stealing other people's money, but going ahead and eating it in other people's rishos, that's also not habit for me. Why? He has no concern about eating it in someone else's rishos, other people's money. So it's like the whole half of it sort of more is he's stealing his parents' money because he has access to his parents' money. That's when we're worried about habit developing the behaviors. The Koshi came, and the more so he's stealing money from other people, but eating in his father's domain, the money is not accessible to him, and he's going to be scared of his father. And she knows he shall audit the so what's that? The only formula that makes the kid into a Ben Sora Mora, so you're keeping a running list of all of the qualifications is he has to be stealing his father's money, and the consumption has to be taking place outside of his father's home. That's the winning combination, but it's not a winning combination. That is the negative combination that ultimately creates chaos. Again, he's stealing his father's money, worried about habit forming right because he has access to his father's money, and he's consuming it somewhere else, and therefore someone else is not going to give him musar about his gluttonous behaviors. That's why we are concerned about habit forming behaviors. Incredible. The says he's only chayav if he steals from his father and his mother. So Gemara says, so first of all, again, what do you mean he's stealing from his mother? Where is his mother? Property from Masha Kosi Shekalabayla. I was going to say, again, what do you mean he's stealing from his mother? Whatever technically belongs to his mother already belongs to his father. So what's the shayla? So the Gemara says, like I said, how you tell that over, you'll decide. But what it means is interestingly enough, his parents, the kid's parents prepared a beautiful dinner for themselves. They bought nice steaks and beautiful wine. And what does the kid do? The kid sets a suitor that is ready for his parents. And the kid comes along and steals that from his parents. And effectively steals from both of his parents. One second, that doesn't make you better. But that's not how it works. Remember, you don't become a Mitzvah if you steal food. You don't become a Mitzvah if what? If you steal money and then purchase expensive wine at a discount and expensive meat at a discount. So the Gemara says, you're right, rather than what happened, the father had set aside money to take his wife out to dinner. And he got the dinner for expensive. made up of meat and wine. And what did this kid do? The kid stole the money that was set aside for both of his parents. Again, the mother could have money. How did she have money? Someone said, someone gave her a gift, and gave her a gift on the condition that her husband has no rights in that gift. Okay, I would say bottom line is just so the Rambam does not accept WLC's idea. The Rambam does not accept that the money does not have to belong to the father and the mother, it just has to belong to a parent, whichever parent it is. Mishnah, higher other goes to the murder outside, so also this is incredible. Let's say the father wanted to bring it to Dave's day, but the mother did not. Or other dinner also the email, so the father didn't want to, the mother wanted to. And when asked him, it's Mora actually yotzi shneim. Actually, shneim, sorry. A kid only goes by Sora Mora when both parents are committed to bringing him to Dave's day for the Sora Mora process. So Yehuda says, right? So Yehuda says, if their marriage wasn't a legal one, that's what it sounds like. If husband and wife have an illegal marriage, their son can't become a Ben Sora or Mora. All right, so what does this mean? Well, it's not your what does that mean exactly? What does that mean? Allah so the wife is not fit for her husband. So the Gemara says, the truth is, who cares if the marriage is legal or not? Right? What does it matter? At the end of the day, this is the kid's heart, this is the kid's mother. Why does the marriage have to be legal? To which the Gemara says, Ella is Shabbat La'avi Kamar. So let's say this is incredible. Let me know what the Gemara means is like this. The mother has to be similar to the father. What does it mean? That's supposed to be legal. And Imo Shabbat La'avi because the Koma Eno Nasa Ben Sora Mora. I must say, this is wild. The parents actually have to resemble each other. If mother and father don't resemble each other in terms of the sound of their voice, the way they look, and their height, the kid can't become a Ben Sora Umora. Why not? My time with the Amrikra, and then Shomea Bikol. Fascinating, right? That the Pasuk says, parents are debating this kid doesn't listen to our voice, which indicates to us we need to call each other. The parents have to speak with the same voice. Mara the Koma Nami Voting each other. So to again, parents have to resemble themselves. Exactly, but they have to have some level of resemblance, and also resemblance as will say, what a tremendous Musahar skill. What is the Gemara teaching us about parenting? Right? Parents have to be Shabbat. They have to be on the same page about the chinuch of their kids. When children receive contradictory messages from parents, it's a disaster for their chinuch. So it has to be Sharia B'Korim. Parents have to speak well. Now, one second, what if parents have differences of opinion about the chinuch of their kids? It happens all the time. But that's the job of parents then to reconcile that and to figure out a unified approach independent of the children. But when they present to the kids, when they talk to the kids, when they not give the kids, when they the kids, this has to be done with one voice. Because again, if you're giving your kid two different types of chinuch, if the mother's saying one thing and the father's saying one thing, don't be surprised when the kid goes down the wrong path because he's not getting a unified, cohesive message. So interestingly enough, if the parents are giving two forms of chinuch, the kid can't become Ben Sora Mora. Why? Because he can't fault the kid for making poor decisions. When the child is receiving a non-unified chinuch, if the child is receiving a unified chinuch and still making terrible decisions, okay, that's when Ben Sora Mora is sin. But what if family is chinuch? Mother and father have to be Shabbat, have to figure out a way to get on the same page about the vision of the family they want to raise and the type of children they want to inspire. Incredible. So my goes like that. Kiman Azwa from where, according to the following opinion, Ben Sora Mora. So we'll say, okay, so this is, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. That we cannot make it. This should be broken up like intent. We can't put all this on one page. It's really lifting either. So the Gemara says as follows. Kiman is again I'm not rushing. I just want to put you on 4 vouchers. So if people from other years told you about this slow about share, just remind them in the last 2 cycles, we never finished in any other share. Right? So at the end of 7.5 years, we'll be exactly where we have to be. We might not be Geli Bruce's Buffalo Gender, was in the news into this game. Kiman Oslo, how to sign it. So it's reflected with our idea. Alright, lo haya lo asimilios. So you're like, why the clock? Why was it just the whole time? So who's the people affected the following idea? That Soda and Mora never happened, lo haya, it never happened, and it never will happen. So let's say, by the way, actually when you see this, after all we've seen, it makes a lot of sense. To get all of these details lined up, well, the probability of that happening, so it actually makes a lot of sense. Again, it's not saying it can't, it's not saying it can't happen. Not that it can't happen. So you want to say with probability, never has happened and never will happen. You want to rely on the so why was it written? Why was it written? So you want to Drosh the Kabbalah Star. Again, in order to learn it and receive reward. Some things you learn because you need to know what to do, and other things you learn because you get. Listen, I just want to point out. The Gemara says, yeah, just sometimes when you look at that phrase, Drosh the Kabbalah Star, means what? Just learn it for the sake of learning it, and you get schar for the act of learning, even though there might not be anything practical that you could do with this, but there is schar, there's a word for the act, so it's a very important lesson. There is schar for the act of just engaging in Torah learning for the sake of Torah learning. I think that's not what it means over here. Drosh the Kabbalah Star means, you're right, could very well be that Ben Sorah Umorah will never happen. Never happened, will never happen. But Drosh, analyze it. The Kabbalah Star, what's the scar? What's the reward? There are lessons to be learned from Ben Sorah Umorah, even if it will not actually ever happen. And we say, what are the lessons? What are the lessons? What's the Drosh? What's the Drosh the Kabbalah Star? So let's say, so again, I want to fast forward a little bit. We're going to see in the next Mishnah that the whole Yisod Ben Sorah Umorah is what? What's the whole Yisod Ben Sorah Umorah? The whole Yisod is Hashem Ha'asid. Hashem Ha'asid. Ben Sorah Umorah is not actually put to death for what he's done now, but rather again, why is he put to death? For what he's going to become. See, let's say, you want to something amazing? Do you know what the essence, you know what the ultimate lesson of Ben Sorah Umorah is? What's the ultimate lesson of Ben Sorah Umorah? What is the Ben Sorah Umorah? What's the lesson, Kappa? Ben Sorah Umorah is to make certain decisions that can't change. The kid made a decision at a young age to steal money, to buy meat, to buy wine, right? That's the decision. What Ben Sorah Umorah says, you made those bad decisions, you have put yourself on an irreversible course. So the Gemara comes along and says, that's not true. That's not true. Ben Sorah Umorah exists as a concept. Practically, it's not true, because there's no such thing as a yid who can't change. No matter how bad your decisions have been in life, you could always put it in reverse. You could always go ahead and take your life. That's what it means when it says. Listen, that's the words. That's the words. The Gemara says, I'm sorry. Ben Sorah Umorah, lo haya lo asilios. There's no such thing. Because conceptually, there's no such thing as a person who can't change. So says the Gemara. So that's why it's here. Drosh the Kabbalah Star. So learn it and receive reward. What's the reward? What do you mean Drosh? So analyze. So what's the analysis? The analysis of Ben Sorah Umorah is, but yet, there are so many people who think that they can't change. There are so many of us who think that we can't change. When I learned Ben Sorah Umorah, I learned about a person who quote-unquote can't change. He makes certain terrible decisions and he can't back himself out of it. But that's not true. That's not true. Listen, no matter how much of a bad spot I've landed myself in life, I can always get myself out of it. It doesn't mean it's not collateral damage. And it doesn't mean that there aren't irreversible realities. There are. Sometimes you make decisions and we can't undo that which is done. But change is absolutely always possible. That's what it means. Ben Sorah Umorah. There's no such thing as a person who cannot change. So what should you do with it? Drosh the Kabbalah Star. Because so many times in life we think we can't change. So learn Ben Sorah Umorah and recognize that you absolutely can. The Gemara says, Kiman. The Gemara says, Kiman Azad the sign. Ben Sorah Umorah, the Asilios, Alamin. Drosh the Kabbalah Star. So who's the thing? Is it Kiman Kabi Yehuda? Ibn Zema, Rabbi Shimon, he decided is very interesting. Rabbi Shimon, the king of Big Shah, Fazeka, Timar Basa, the Shasa, Khatsi, the Yana, Talki, all the Motzilas of the Skilo, the Sako, because this kid stole some money and purchased meat and wine, he's probably going to take him out to get stoned, and Rohaya, Holo Asigrios. And Solomon never happened, and it's never going to happen in the future. And let's say this is it. This is probably the most important line in the entire sugya. It never happened, never will happen. Because the concept that a person can't change is antithetical to Yiddishkeit. So what do you do with Ben Sora? Because that's what Ben Sora is. A king can't change. Never happened. No such thing as a person who can't change. So what do you do with this whole section? Drosh, learn it. Analyze it. Kabbalah Khan, reap the benefit. What's the benefit? By learning about the context of the kid who can't change and recognizing that this never happened, never will happen, I receive the greatest reward in the world. And the greatest reward is a recognition that I absolutely unequivocally have the ability to change at any juncture, at any point in life. Incredible. Rabbi Yonasan says, one second, what are you talking about? Listen, it's incredible. Watch this. I'm ready to see it. Rabbi Yonasan says, I saw a Ben Sora Romora. I saw him. I sat on his grave. I sat on his grave. How can you tell me it never happened? I saw it. I went to the Levaya. I saw it. I sat on his grave. Now, why exactly you sat on his grave? You're not sure the whole discussion about this? Not for now. Not for now. So you might say, so let's say, so what do you do with this? So Rabbi Yonasan says, there wasn't so much. Let's say, I think the way it works is like this. Rabbi Yonasan is not a game. He never wants to be so and all that. Never will be a so long. You understand lamenting the fact that many people go through life thinking that they are a Ben Sora Romora. Rabbi Yonasan says, you know what? I think to many Levias are people who left this world. And they left as a Ben Sora Romora. They left this world thinking that they couldn't affect change. They left this world thinking that they couldn't make something better of themselves. You're right. There's no such thing as a Ben Sora Romora. You'd be surprised how many people leave the world thinking we're a Ben Sora Romora. So one of the most tragic things in life is we leave the world with so many things accomplished. We leave this world without actualizing our potential. We leave this world without becoming the kind of people that we're really capable of becoming. So I don't think the Yonasan is disagreeing. I think the Yonasan is just talking about human nature. So the reality is there's no such thing as Ben Sora Romora because change is always possible. But yet Rabbi Yonasan says tragically, according to the Levayas of so many Ben Sora Romoras, people who left this world and never made the changes they could because they thought that they couldn't. Because they believed too much of Sora Romora. Incredible. He says this house. Come on, Oslo, all this time. So what's these opinions reflect the following idea? Yerni Dachas. Yerni Dachas is a city wiped out of idolatry because of idolatry. Incredible. Never happened, never will happen. So why is it in the Torah? So when it says drunk the Kabbalah start, ultimately again to learn it and to receive reward. Same idea. What does this mean? How could it be that there's never Yerni Dachas? As the Lord said, there is no such thing as a city of Jews, but there's not one Sabbath. Not possible. It's not possible. You can't have a place. You can't have a place. Every single year who's there is bad. Impossible. It's just not possible that someone's not covered, someone's not holy. So learn it to receive the Lord. K'man Rabbi Eliezer, the son of Rabbi Eliezer, Omer, Kol Ir Sheish B'Afilu Mezuzah Achos, Eino Nasi Yerni Dachas. Oh, so the Eliezer says if there's even one mezuzah in the city, it can't become an Yerni Dachas. It can't become an Yerni Dachas. So Moshe Maikai, what's the reason for that? I'm a crowd that's called Shlomo Tikvot Zatos, but follow us after the Aish. Because what do you have to do with Yerni Dachas? So what do you have to do with it? You have to gather everything and burn it in the middle of the city. Now, the Chayvah B'Yika Mezuzah, actually, the Chayvah Saskin Ashur Echechem. Now, if there's a mezuzah, you can't burn a mezuzah. Right? Why can't you burn a mezuzah? Because the mezuzah is the name of Hashem. You can't burn the name of Hashem. So therefore, you see, if there's even one mezuzah, it can't become an Yerni Dachas. It can't become an Yerni Dachas. You know, it's impossible that Yerni Dachas ever existed. I'm going to be on the same look at it. Says, I didn't really see you. Yashafti Abdullah. I heard about the Nas and said, you're wrong. I was there. I visited. Right? I went on tour. Right? I decided to see Yerni Dachas walking down. I saw the ruins of the city. I saw Yerni Dachas. Once again, it's the city, so I don't think the Nas is disagreeing. I've never saying sometimes again, Just like individuals give up on themselves, communities give up on themselves. And communities also forget that they can become better, that they can become holier. Again, communities are made up of individuals. So there's a group of people who think of themselves as a Ben Soda more. They can't change. They become a Chevra, they become a Chabur, they become a Kila, they become a community. Up here in the Gachas, I think they can't change as well. Tragically. Come on, I'll love the sign though. Bye, time to go. Hi, all right, but you know, we have to stop over here. Listen, just when my performance review comes up, I tried. I guess I could have started 5 minutes earlier. And I was like, we're going to pick up right here. We are right on track. We are right on track. And you have to look at the day. I was like, you tell me, what can we explain? What can we explain? Nothing. I was like, tremendous trend. Stop. Shut up, everyone. All right, shut up, everyone.
Because I just assume they're good. It's like, why would you ask for that? It's like, if they're house, it makes sense for them to say
Don't tell me who you are, who your friends are. Oh, I forgot about that.
Both been singing full of this right now. Hard brothers is when you get 40 at the same time. Hilarious. Fuck. Really? You guys horny right now? No. I don't even have a horn number on hard. If y'all are wearing hats inside, please, it's great. Listen.
All right, then I'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for Tough Shin Hey Hey. Those Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all the Shuman Drushos this year as a zechus for the Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Dafyomi sponsors for this morning, Milton and Melanie Gertner, for dedicating the shir in honor of the bris of their grandson, Gad Moshe, born to Shira and Ari Gertner in Yerushalayim, Yerakodesh. Mazel tov to the Gertner Mishpacha. Beautiful and incredible. And I will say, of course, it's important to recognize that as we go ahead and as we begin our shir this morning, the Levaya, the multiple Levayos for the Bivas family are underway in Eretz Yisrael. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, that those precious neshamas should have an aliyah, a broken family should experience in the Chama, and that in Eretz Hashem, we should just bring Besoros Tovos, true Besoros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. So with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Ayin Aleph 71. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Ayin Aleph. Basically, a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem, and we are picking up 70b, 3 lines up from before the lines get wide. Remember, again, we left off in the middle of the sugya of Bathsheba giving Musar to Shlomo. And she said as follows: remember again, I read this part quickly at the end yesterday. So just Shlomo, you are the son of my nether. What does this mean? So Bathsheba said, how you know Dros. So remember again, Bathsheba, context again, Bathsheba is giving Shlomo Musar that he's overindulging in the finer things in life. One of the advantages of being the prince, you got a lot of access to luxury items, and he's overindulging. She's essentially giving him different forms of Musar. So Musar number 1 is that people are going to hinge your delinquent behavior on me. Because that's why your father's a tzaddik. So if your father's a tzaddik and you're misbehaving, it must be your mother. That's number 1. Number 2, she said, I went out of my way to make sure that you would be a healthy baby. And now number 3, she calls him Barnidri, the son of my net. The book said, this is incredible. She says, all of David's wives, you know, Joseph, make the following letter. Give me a son who is worthy of the man. All of David HaMelech's wives, they wanted one thing. They wanted a son who would become the next king. That's what they wanted. Bathsheba said, I always wanted something different for you, David. What did I want? Wow. What did Bathsheba want for her son? She said, give me a son who is Zoris. That's not what we'll say. Zoris, Alacritus, Zvisos. Give me a son who, when he does something, he does it with a sense of purpose, does it with a sense of friendliness, does it with a sense of alacrity. That whatever he does in life, he takes it serious and does it with incredible Zvisos. Give me a son, ultimately, who is filled with Torah. Ba'agun l'nevios, and ultimately worthy of prophecy. Now, if you notice, by the way, She doesn't say, give me a son who's a prophet. Right? She says, just give me a son who's worthy of prophecy. I will say there's so much to be learned from this Gemara. What do we want for our children? So all too often in life, we put the wrong emphasis on what we want for our kids. And we often focus on, what we want our kids to be when they grow up. I want to make sure that my son, I'd rather able to be a doctor, a lawyer, a rabbi. No one's a rabbi. An accountant, all different. And there's such a hyper focus on what my kid is going to do for Parnasa, which of course Parnasa is incredibly important, as we all know. But at the end of the day, it's interesting to see what Bathsheba wanted for her son and the qualities that she wanted for her son. Give me a son who takes life seriously. That's his reason. So we'll say, you can tell a lot about a person by how they approach the different initiatives in life. There are people who are Zrizus is a midah, and Zrizus is a midah of seriousness. And when you have midah of Zrizus, that's why when Ramchal puts it so early on in Mesilas Yesharim, when you have the midah of Zrizus, it means that you have a seriousness and a Kovod Rosh approach to life. And when people who are Zoriz are successful in whatever it is that they do, Mamula B'Torah. Don't be, what does it mean to be mamula b'Torah? To be filled with Torah. In other words, there are different ways you can approach Torah. First, you can take a lackadaisical approach to Torah, a lackadaisical approach to learning, a lackadaisical approach to observance, or a person could be mamula. Mamula means I'm mully, I'm fully committed. Hagum and Avias is all-encompassing. What are the qualities that are necessary in order to become a Navi? I don't know, but I would imagine that you have to have ala milas to be a Navi. That's what a mother wanted for her child. Zrizus, Mamula B'Torah, Hagum and Avias. Incredible. Elam Malachim, Lemuel, Al Malachim, Shachim Yain. So Hashem says to Shlomo, Al Malachim, Amravo, Malachim, Itim Malachim, Shosem, Shtakman. Lama Manukel. So Bathsheba said to Shlomo, it's incredible, you've got the wrong friends. Why are you hanging out with those kings who become intoxicated? There's like a king chevra, like a monarch chevra. Why are you hanging out with the monarch chevra? Because they drink too much wine. And after drinking so much wine, what do they say? What do we need God for? We're the king, we're all powerful. And those rulers, they abuse the intoxicating beverage too much. Misha called Raza Olam is losing low. And you have access to the one before whom all secrets are revealed. Should you become inebriated with wine? In other words, we'll say, no, we keep seeing the two sides of wine, right? And on one hand, the ability of wine to, first of all, take sometimes the edge off life and allow me to lean into my newfound circumstances. Also to unlock, to bring down the walls, sometimes we won't leave off my image of Yusha. On the other hand, it's easily abused and easily misused as well. So halacha that Bathsheba says, show me, what are you doing? Why is your time with wine when you have access to the know of all secrets to HaKadosh Baruch Hu? So no matter how powerful a ruler is subservient to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So again, if you have to go ahead and anyway show up in front of the ruler of the universe, why waste your time with wine? How do we know that Shlomo did tshuva, so to speak? In other words, Shlomo was mekabel his mother's mussar. So he says literally again, I'm less than an ish, and I don't even have wisdom. This is incredible. Who's the ish he's referring to? Noah. Noah ish ha'adama. Shlomo was excited. Again, the Gemara faulted Noah for going ahead, and the first thing that he did is he planted vines. So Shlomo recognized, you know what? I made myself even more mundane than Noah. And there's not even the proper wisdom of man. Who's that? Adam Arishon. Their first Adam Arishon, again, had one mitzvah, wasn't able to comply. Shlomo HaMelech lament that he's not even on the incredible. They'll say another tremendous mitzvah. What is the hallmark of great people? One of the hallmarks of great people, the ability to take mussar. No one likes mussar. No one likes it. No one likes rebuke. No one likes critique. No one likes constructive criticism. No one even likes even positive feedback. I've come to find positive feedback is often laced with, sometimes laced with some other. You don't like it. It's natural. It's normal. Great people are able to hear, especially when that positive feedback or that negative feedback or that critique is coming from someone who loves them As much as it stings, they're able to hear it, they're able to inculcate it, and they're able to pivot with it. And it's got the Shlomo HaMelech. Shlomo HaMelech was known as the wisest of men. Gets a patch from his mother. Gets a real patch from his mother. And essentially, what does he say? He says, thank you. He says, thank you. That's godless. That's godless. Okay, let's go back there. Says the Gemara. Says the Gemara. I'm Rabbi Abba. So again, that was back to the story. I'm Rabbi Abba. So this is very interesting. Ben Soromar, so what we established in yesterday's daf, right, is again what he has to steal, right? What, or I should say, he's stealing money. What he has to buy with that money, and how much of it he has to consume. Now the Gemara is pivoting a little bit, and we're talking about who does he have to consume it with? Who does he have to consume it with? So Rabbi Abo says he's only chayiv if he eats it with a group of srikim. Now, what are srikim? The Gerashi, actually, group of srikim. It's like 3 lines up from where we are, Klasu Nashi. Reiki, Shiar Hilu Bekach, is fascinating. What turns a person into a Mensora Mora is not just that he's stealing money, that he's creating overindulgence for wine and meat. It's also the chevra that he hangs out with. Chevra means everything. So Rabbi Avo says he's only chayiv if he eats it with a group of sweetin. Now it's interesting. Rashi defines sweetin over there as reikin. Well, what does reikin mean? Empty people. Empty people. Shia gilu b'kach will habituate him to these type of habits. Aval mish bechabura adam hagun b'mamshich. They will now spend sorrow more bechabura to love mitzvah. So both said this is incredible. Rabbi Avo says when is ben sorrow more chayiv? Only when he's eating the meat and the wine with a group of sweetin. I just want to point out over here, it's interesting. If you notice how Rashi defines sweetin, he doesn't say like avar yonim, people who go ahead and commit averos. How does he define a bad chevra? Reikim. Empty people. Empty people. An empty person may or may not be committing an avera. What does it mean when you're empty? There's nothing in you. There's no drive. There's no drive. There's no she'ifa. There's no pull to something greater. There's no, as we saw before, there's no zrizos. There's no mamula l'torah. There's no hugging l'nediyas. There's nothing pulling a person towards something greater. Well, if I have nothing pulling me towards something greater, I'm empty. I'm empty. And what Rashi is saying, Gemara is saying we're saying, you know what? A chevra of empty people is much more dangerous than a chevra of sinning people. Well, first of all, because every chevra is a chevra of sinning people, because all of us commit averos. I always say that at least when a person is committing an avera, what does it say about a person? They have a desire for something. Desire for something. Okay, maybe the wrong thing is a desire for something. Reikin is a desire for nothing. There's a desire for nothing. Just like emptiness. That's a dangerous kabbalah. So the concern over here is if he's surrounding himself with these kind of people, that's when the ben sorrow and mora addictions are really facilitated. However, the Gemara Tzvah I but we learn. The Mishnah says that if the kid is eating the meal with wine and a chaburas, now again we'll discuss what that means, but what that means is he's eating it. Interesting enough, he's stealing the money, he's purchasing the meat and the wine, but he's consuming it in some type of mitzvah context that he does not become a ben sorar umora. And when it's a time out, the mitzvah. Now the reason is because the act of consumption is occurring in the context of a mitzvah. If the entire group is speaking, he doesn't become Ben Sorah Mora. Or halacha l'maisa again, if the entire group minus one person are speaking, or if there's one good guy in that chevra, he also doesn't become Ben Sorah Mora. He only becomes a Ben Sorah Mora if it's a non-mitzvah meal and all speaking. Now let's take 2 profound lessons over here. Number one, well, 3 profound lessons. Number one, the power of chevra. The power of chevra. Surrounding yourself by the right people. We go through life and we think, but the truth is it doesn't really matter who I surround myself with, who I'm friends with, who I share my Shabbos meals with, whatever. I can kind of insulate myself against that. It's not true. It's not true. who you hang out with and who you keep company with makes you who you are. That is the way that it works. Say the Chabura of Kula Srikin, terrible things are going to occur. On the other hand, interestingly enough, what you see over here is if it's a Chabura of all Srikin, but there's one good guy, then what? That's not a Chabura Srikin. What do you see from there? The power of the individual to impact the Chabura. That one person in a Chabura of Srikin can have a tremendous and overwhelming impact. Never underestimate your ability to have an impact on the people around you. Number 3, even if you have a whole Chabura of Srikin, but you're eating a Sudas Mitzvah, it's not a problem. It's not going to become Ben Suram or a wine, because if you put yourself in the right circumstances, even if you don't necessarily have the best Chevra, putting yourself in the right circumstances has a hashpah on you as well. So putting yourself in the right circumstances has a hashpah on you as a proper, right, that's mitzvah. Putting yourself in the right chevra has the right hashpah on you, but never underestimate the ability to have an impact, even if you find yourself by the wrong type of influences. Incredible tomorrow. What you begin to see for Ben Sora and Morav, interestingly enough, is all of these things fuel his addiction, right? In other words, that it's the theft of the money, the overindulgence, or the development of an appetite for expensive things like the Italian wine, the meat, right? And then also embedding himself with the wrong groups of people. All of these things are necessary in order to make the Ben Sora Morav. But about Ibrah Chodesh, so we'll say, so remember, the example that the Mishnah gave for Sudas Mitzvah was the Suda that they made for Ibrah Chodesh. Ibrah Chodesh, as we said before, the intercalation of the new month. In other words, adding on an extra day to the month, making it a month of 30 days instead of 29 days. In other words, we had a Suda for that. So you might say, 1 second, Memra, the Basar V'yad Masku, is that saying that they hadn't eaten wine for that Suda? By the time you learn, ain't only law and the basket dog and the kid still about, but that meal is actually a very simple meal. What did they have at the meal of the intercalation of the month? They had bread, right? They had bread, wheat, and kidneys and legumes. That was a very like they had to decide about how to intercalate the month. You don't want that turning into a fabrengen, right? In other words, that needs to be like there's a lot of decisions that have to be made up there. So you need food, right? Because it might take a long time, but you want to keep a very simple menu. So like gave the mitzvah cost. That's it. You're right. Normally, the people would go in for this suda. They were only there. It's an interesting fact. What did they eat by the Sibura Chodesh? Bread, wheat, and legumes. So let's say they were having a meal. And let's say Ben Sora shows up for that meal, or it's not a Ben Sora more yet. He's a candidate, right? Ben Sora more a candidate shows up for that meal with stolen meat and stolen wine. It sits down in each of them. That can't transform it into a Ben Sora or Mora. Why? Because he's eating it in the context of the Sudas Mitzvah. So eating even stolen items in the context of the Sudas Mitzvah will not make you into a Ben Sora or Mora. Incredible. Come up on Ain't Oler Ibrak. So I'm saying, I'm just worried about that Suda. Ain't Oler Ibrak. Oh, there's Pafos Miasara Bene Adam. So you need at least a minion, right? That email is the minion for that Suda for Ibrak Chodesh. They only allow because God will kiss this. Furthermore, again, you're only going to go up there with bread. Actually, it's not really bread. It's pasta. Bread made from wheat and kidneys and legumes. They only allow or iburo. And you only go up on the night to the 31st, like the night after the 30th. They only go for the Suda at night and not by day. The Brisa says they go up for the Suda by day and not by night. So go up early to the meal. In other words, go up to the meal while it's still daytime. Come down before sunrise, and people are starting to get up. So that it'll make a rush. People will know what it is that you're doing, and that way, again, the extension of the month will be properly publicized. Incredible. Awful. Nice change. So again. Just to keep our train of thought over here. So what we're now beginning to see is that there are certain exceptions or certain types of consumption that prevent a person from becoming a Ben Sora or Umora. So essentially, if the act of eating itself takes place in the context of a mitzvah, such an act of consumption cannot make the boy into a Ben Sora or Umora. In the same way that eating with certain positive chavra also can't make the boy into a Ben Solar anymore. Fascinating. So the Gemara goes like this. All mice are shitting you. All kinds of Yisrael. Given the key Orakehu, Habakatsa. Given the key Orakehu, Haka, late Lomanson. So let's remember again, assuming if he steals money, right? Steals money, like sashimi money, goes and purchases meat and wine and eats in Yerushalayim. So again, it doesn't come out against Sarah or wine act. Because that's a normative act, right? He's performing something normative. Granted, he stole the money, but the act of consumption itself is a normative act of consumption. What makes him into a Ben Sora or Moraz is the development of non-normative appetites as developed through non-normative acts of consumption. But if you're doing something quote unquote normal, you can't become a Ben Sora or Moraz like that. Fascinating. Let's go back there. Alcohol available straight from Shatan Gramos. Alcohol buster oath, international Ben Sora or Moraz. Great. Chicken can't make you into Ben Sora or Moraz. It's got to be flesh. Got to be meat. Right? So he goes in, he steals money, and he buys schnitzel. Right? That's not going to make him into Ben Sora or Moraz. Hi, one answer about we learned in the Mishnah. All from the Vedas of Shefo Shkatan Gramos, international Ben Sora or Moraz. Hot to hold Ben Sora or Moraz. 1 second. That's not true. The Mishnah indicates to us if you stole money and bought non-kosher food, we'll see why that is. He doesn't become a Sora Mora. The inference from that is that as long as he's buying kosher food, even if it's chicken, right, even if it's fowl, that Allah Maisa, he should become a Sora Mora. Tushma says, no, so this is fascinating. Remember, how much meat does little Chazara? How much meat does Ben Sora Mora have to eat in order to go and become a Sora Mora? Right? First opinion in Mishnah. Right, tartimar. So let's say, for example, he eats a little bit less than a tartimar. Tartimar, I don't know, minus kizayis. So the halacha is if he's mashlim the kizayis with fowl, with chicken, that can make a ben soromor. That's the chiddush over here. So he can't eat the tartimar. Ultimately, again, he can't eat the tartimar of fowl. But if you eat almost the tartimar of meat, and you go ahead and you mash that shear with a little bit of fowl, ultimately that can make you into a Ben Sora or Moraz. Incredible. Although she misses about the Dvar Aveira, since this is this, and has a Mishnah, if he eats in the Dvar Mitzvah or the Dvar Aveira, he doesn't become Ben Sora or Moraz. What is that? So Dvar Mitzvah, what does it mean Dvar Mitzvah? It's kind of ultimately, again, he participates in the meal for consolation of mourners. Now look at actually just a moment. So we have that sweet and the kid can't call Ben Sora yet. The kid joins a Nichum Avelim, right? The halacha is that when Avelim come back from the cemetery, they have what's called the Sudas Havra. Little consolation. So let's say again, the kid sits down and joins them for that. That's a Sudas Mitzvah. So remember again, what we're seeing over here is the development of a food. A Ben Sora Mora only goes ahead and becomes Ben Sora Mora if, number one, he's stealing money, number two, he's purchasing meat and wine of very high quality, and then number three, it has to be consumed in a context which leads to the development of negative addictions. But what we see over and over is that the consumption itself takes place in a positive context, then we are not concerned about the feeling of addictions. So again, obviously, a positive context would be Suda Shabbos. Right? He does it in the Shabbos. Like, the Chiddush over here is that, let's say something even as simple as Sudas Havra, the meal for our daily. That's also not a mitzvah that we're not concerned about the feeling of the negative addiction. Incredible. The Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, what does it mean, so let's say he steals money, purchases meat and wine, and eats it during the fast day. He eats it on Tainus Esther. The Gemara says, so that doesn't make him Ben Sora Mora. So why not? That's so strange. Like, why wouldn't that make him Ben Sora Mora? The time of my Amakra, and then Shomea B'Kolenu. This is fascinating. What do you call Ben Sora Mora? It has to be that the child is defying his parents' instructions. But if his act of consumption is in defiance of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that does not make him into a Ben Sora Mora. We'll say, isn't that fascinating? But that's just a technicality. Right? So Ben Sora Mora is someone who defies his parents. But if his act of consumption is an act of divine defiance, then he doesn't become Ben Sora Mora. Again, he's getting off on a technicality. Incredible. I will say, by the way, and that's why all of these different things, that's why if he steals money and buys he steals money and buys chazer, or he's not. He's not. If he goes to the kosher butcher in Doramora, goes to the supermarket, buys a piece of chazer, he's not a Ben Sora Mora. Why? Because that's the pshat. Because what makes one a Ben Sora Mora is in his act of defiance against his parents. But it's not an act of defiance against God. I mean, the whole thing is an act of defiance against God, but because he's stealing. The consumption itself technically is halakhically permitted. But if his act of consumption itself is halakhically prohibited, then halacha l'maisa, he's not a Ben Sora Mora. Let's go back there. So, for example, therefore, same idea. Ben Sora Mora ate anything, but didn't eat wine. Didn't eat meat. He doesn't become Ben Sora Mora. In order to become Ben Sora Mora, he has to eat meat. In order to become Ben Sora Mora, he has to drink wine. So the Gemara says, Lo achol basar. What is it? If he didn't eat meat last year, the vela ki'ilis. So we'll say, so even if he ate a cake of pressed figs, a cake of pressed figs from ki'ilis, right, from ki'ilis, was a very high quality medical, very high quality food. And in certain respects, maybe even had that quality almost of like meat. Even if you eat the daily ki'ilis, halacha l'maisa, you still don't become Ben Sora Mora. B'shasa, dvash v'chalav, v'lo shasi and lasui, dvash v'chalav. Interestingly enough, apparently the drinking of wine, of milk and honey could have an effect on a person as well. So even if he drank those items which have an intoxicating effect, even though the effect is the same, if he doesn't drink wine, it doesn't Ben Sora Mora. The sign of achol v'ilikin is just the dash, the chalav, the nichnas l'mikdash, chayit, tava v'aynav. Because what's interesting enough is that for Kohanim, if a Kohen goes ahead and eats a daily or he drinks honey or milk and goes into the base hamikdash and does the avoda, he's chayiv. Now why is he chayiv? He's chayiv between the avoda under the influence. Right? That's the halacha. You're not allowed to do the avoda while intoxicated. And if he goes into the base hamikdash after having consumed these items, there's a level of inebriation, and he's going to be chayiv for that. Absolutely incredible. Let's say Ayin Alakum Dal 71a. Elunas is or more actually chabas v'yishti yayin. Kan Rabbanon achol kol ma'achol below achol basar. Ben Sora Mora, the kid eats any item. It doesn't eat meat. Shasa kamach kol shasa yayin. Or he drinks any drink, but he cannot drink wine. Elunas Ben Sora Mora actually basar v'yishti yayin. You only become Ben Sora Mora when you go ahead and you eat meat and you drink wine. Shnei Zolel V'Sodei. As the pasuk calls him again, a glutton and a guzzler. Even though I'm say I don't really know explicitly in the Torah what sola and solve means, and I don't know what it's referring to. Right, you strike after saying Raya Ladavar, Seichel Ladavar. There is still a scriptural reason. Doesn't just say the Mishnah. Amar al tihi is solve yain. Do not be amongst the guzzlers of wine and bezolale basar lamo, or gluttonous consumers of meat. But Omer. So again, interestingly enough, the Torah uses the lashon of zolel for okay, and then we see from this other pasuk in Mishlei that again sobe refers to wine and zolel refers to meat. So we put that all together and we understand that for the Ben Sora Mora, his issue is overconsumption of meat and wine. Incredible. Also, this is a fascinating Gemara. I'm Rabbi Zira. Whoever sleeps in the base medrash, Torasa nasa lo kiraim. His Torah becomes patchy. Torah becomes patchy, like patches of clothing. Shnei Amar, ukiraim heldish numa. The one who slumbers will wear patches. Now, I will say, the truth is, there's no great clues to this Gemara. It's actually very straightforward. But one of the most important things, right? When it comes to learning, there's two sides. On one hand, there's an experiential piece of learning. And that experiential piece of learning really happens just by showing up. Like Rabbi Nachman says, even if a person doesn't understand what it is that they're learning, your mind maybe doesn't understand, but your heart absolutely does. The neshama understands everything. You see, even I walk out saying, "What did you learn?" I have no idea. Right? But I switched some days of that yoga like that, right? And but I know that I was there for 45 minutes, 50 minutes, an hour, whatever it is. The neshama is fundamentally changed as a result of that. That's one level of Torah. But of course, we don't want to suffice ourselves with that. I really want to have a comprehension. I really want to have an understanding. I really want to be bought in. So let's say, what's the formula for being bought in? What's the formula? It's a pretty simple one. Don't be distracted. Don't be. Pay attention. Pay attention. Don't allow yourself to get distracted. Yashin doesn't really have to mean that I'm asleep. Yashin just means that sometimes I'm on the daf, sometimes I'm on home, sometimes I'm over here, sometimes I'm over there. What's the result of that? Again, now by the way, you get a shkach for showing up? Of course. But then don't be surprised when the Torah I walk out with is patchy. Because again, I was emailed, and again, just the reality is the Torah is broken up. It's not cohesive because I wasn't fully vested. By the way, you begin to see a theme, right? You begin to see a theme. What did Bathsheba want for Shlomo? What did she want? She wanted Zrizos. So I'll say, so again, so what does Zrizos mean? Zrizos means when I'm doing something, I'm in. Let's say ever in a meeting with someone and they're checking their email in the middle of the meeting. Ever happened to anyone? Right? My cloud bubble is. I started this now. Hey, if you're checking on a meeting with me, I have better things to do. Better things to do. Same thing on a Zoom meeting, right? It's okay. If you're too busy, go. Do what you have to do. But it's a lack of direct. What are we doing? We're never focused on what it is that we do. We're always somewhere else. So when I'm in the office, I'm trying to have a few minutes to learn. Don't learn in your office. You should be doing one thing in your office. And that is working. What? You're in your office. I guess if you're self-employed, you can do whatever you want. Right? But if you work for someone, do not patch a couple of minutes of learning here and there. Do your work. Be sorry, and be committed, and be involved. And when you're in shir, learn your stuff. And don't be at work. Just commit yourself to whatever it is that's there. Otherwise, you're going to sleep through your entire Torah life. And after 120, when you come to the basement Shalmala, the Rebbe Shalom says, Shef, what did you learn? And you're going to say, I'll tell you, I remember there was that day when we did this sugya. But I'll tell you, I got through 10 emails that day, right? And I texted 10 of my colleagues during shul that day, right? And I checked the news 14 times that day. I remember a piece of this. Why? Just do it. And commit yourself to shutting off the distractions. Commit yourself. And this is during the learning. This is during davening. Otherwise, I'm here, but I'm sleeping. I'm sleeping through davening because I'm elsewhere. I'm sleeping through learning because I'm elsewhere. We have literally, the greatest treasure in the world at our fingertips. Every single day. We live in a dark, even in a mind where it is so ridiculously easy. There's only thing you have to do. Pay attention. Don't fall asleep. Don't go ahead and get involved in multiple things. Just don't sleep figuratively in the days of that dish. And if you just do that, bring our Jesus to our learning, bring our Jesus to our davening. Remember, we're all young people. There is no telling what we can accomplish in our remaining years in this world. Let's go back to Mishnah. Dana, Mishal Abed, Va'ocham Yishb Shusach. That was very interesting. So, by the way, I just want to point out, I think I said this when we started the Sugya Ben Sora Mora, which is, let's say, what's the one takeaway from all of this? Clearly, the system is rigged so that this doesn't happen, right? And again, and that's okay. It's good to say that. It's the same thing with the death penalty, right? The system is set up not to execute someone. That's how it's set up. So Ben Solomon also all the details. So watch this. He says, "Kanav Mishal Abed of the Alcohol this other." Listen to this. Kid, this phone kid. Right, an adult. Remember, they both say. Also, of consideration. How old is Ben Solomon? How old is he? Right. So remember again, he is a gadol. What was watching the Gemara? Samochliish. In other words, he just recently entered into adult type. We're going to see that concept again shortly. So go to Mishal Abed. So watch this. He stole his father's money. Va'ochal b'rshus Abed. but he ate the stolen food in his father's rishos. Okay, or he went ahead and he stole other people's money and ate it in their rishos. Okay, or he stole other people's money and he ate it in the rishos of his father. Let's say first white line, Ayin Aleph Amud Aleph. Ben Sora Mora. Also, in all these cases, Ben Sora Mora. Ad she'igdom mishal aviv yochal rishos achir. Until he steals his father's money and he goes ahead and he eats it in someone else's rishos. Let me just say this outside for just a second. Remember, Ben Sora Umara is all about what? Formation of addictive behaviors. So the idea over here is as follows. If he's eating this, right? Obviously, what in order to happen for Ben Sora, what has to happen? Whose money does he have to be stealing? Whose money? It has to be his father's money that he's stealing, right? It has to be that. But Lamaisa, interestingly enough, if he's consuming it in his father's rishos, the assumption is, what is the father going to do? What's the father going to do? The father's going to say, what are you doing? If a father sees his son engaging in gluttonous behavior, a father is going to say something. He's going to shut that down. He'll shut that down. So therefore, supposed to say, this is just a tremendous yisod in chinuch as well. Too often, you see children engaging in negative traits. But one of the greatest misconceptions is if we discipline our parents. So today, parents are so afraid to discipline their children because they think like if I discipline my kid, he's going to go off the derech. If you discipline your kid, he actually has a better chance of staying on the derech. If you don't discipline, and it's a free-for-all, and there's no rules, and there's no consequences, and you think that's love, that's not love. That's parental delinquency. That is parental abdication. That is a betrayal of the sacred responsibility that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is giving you. Obviously, you have to come down like a ton of bricks on every single thing. But boundaries are the ichor of parenthood. And sometimes parents think, I'll just let my kids, go do what they do. They'll come back around. That is a real roll of the dice. Sometimes it works. Most of the time, it doesn't. So again, what's fascinating over here is even this kid knows, I can't, strip myself with meat and wine in front of my father. My father's going to shut that down. He's going to totally shut that down. So therefore, the only case of Ben Sora, more interestingly enough, is when the kid is stealing the money of his father, but consuming the meat and wine somewhere else. That's the combination. Because that combination is, again, the assumption is he can steal his father's money because he has access to that. So therefore, there's access to money, plus the consumption is taking place somewhere else. That's the lethal combination that creates Ben Sora or Mora. Again, we'll see that more in the Mora. Good. And that's Ben Sora or Mora. Second one, you don't become Ben Sora or Mora until you're stealing your father's money and consuming it elsewhere. Yosef says it's not enough just to your father's money, it's your father's and your mother's money. Both of them together. We'll see exactly what that means. It says so again, if he steals money from his father and eats his father's rishos, even though he has access to money, he's going to be afraid to develop this type of habit in front of his father. Why? Because if his father sees him being gluttonous, his father is going to shut this down. If he's stealing other people's money, but going ahead and eating it in other people's rishos, that's also not habit forming. Why? He has no concern about eating it in someone else's rishos. Other people's money. So it's like the whole concept of sort of more is he's stealing his parents' money because he has access to his parents' money. That's when we're worried about habit developing behaviors. The kosher came, and all the more so if he's stealing money from other people, but eating in his father's domain, the money is not accessible to him, and he's going to be scared of his father. So the only formula that makes a kid into a Ben Sora or Mora, so he's keeping a running list of all of his qualifications, is he has to be stealing his father's money, and the consumption has to be taking place outside of his father's home. That's the, I'm going to say, winning combination. That's not a winning combination. That is the negative combination that ultimately creates, again, stealing his father's money. We're worried about habit forming. Why? Because he has access to his father's money, consuming it somewhere else, and therefore someone else is not going to give him about his gluttonous behaviors. That's why we are concerned about habit forming behaviors. Incredible. This really says he's only high if he steals from his father and his mother. But Sigmar says, So first of all, again, what do you mean he's stealing from his mother? Where does his mother have property from? Masha Kansi Kana Baila. As I will say again, what are you stealing from his mother? Whatever technically belongs to his mother already belongs to his father. So what's the Shaila? So the Gemara says, like I said, how you tell that over, you'll decide. Whereas I'm going to be the thing. The Sudas and what it means is, interestingly enough, his parents, the kids' parents prepared a beautiful dinner for themselves. They bought nice steaks and beautiful wine. And what does the kid do? The kid sets a suda that is ready for his parents, and the kid comes home and steals that from his parents. So he effectively steals from both of his parents. One second, that doesn't make you better. But that's not how it works. Remember, you don't become Mesor Mora if you steal food. You don't become Mesor Mora if you steal money and then purchase expensive wine at a discount and expensive meat at a discount. So the Gemara says, you're right. Rather, again, what happened? The father had set aside money to take his wife out for dinner. And made out for dinner for an expensive fleshik suda made up of meat and wine. And what did this kid do? The kid stole the money that was set aside for both of his parents. Seems the possibility is or again, the mother could have money. How could she have money? Someone gave her a gift, and gave her a gift on the condition that her husband has no rights in that gift. Okay, so let's say bottom line, just like the Rambam does not accept Rabbi Yossi's idea. Does not accept it. The money does not have to belong to the father and the mother. It just has to belong to a parent, whichever parent it is. Yishna Haya Aviv wrote Sadim and Rose said this is incredible. Let's say the father wanted to bring him to Beis Din, but the mother did not. Or Aviv Din wrote Sadim and Rose, so the father didn't want to, the mother wanted to. Enon Asam and Sora Mora actually Yirtzu Shneim. Actually, Shneim wrote it, sorry. A kid only becomes Ben Sora Mora when both parents are committed to bringing him to Beis Din for the Ben Sora Umora process. So the Buddha says, right? So the Buddha says, if your marriage wasn't a legal one, that's what it sounds like. If husband and wife have an illegal marriage, their son can't become a Ben Sora Umora. All right, so what does this mean? What does that mean exactly? What does that mean that Allah, the wife, is not fit for her husband? So the Gemara says, Truth is, who cares if their marriage is legal or not? Right? What does it matter? At the end of the day, this is the kid's father, this is the kid's mother. Why does the marriage have to be legal? To which the Gemara says, Ella is shavet la'aviv kamar. So I said, this is incredible. Glad to know it's like this. The mother has to be similar to the father. What does this mean? So we don't matter. And lohaisik shavet la'aviv bekol benare ubekoma. This is wild. The parents actually have to resemble each other. If mother and father don't resemble each other in terms of the sound of their voice, the way they look, and their height, the kid can't become a Ben Sorer Umora. Why not? My time of the Amar Pra, Eineno Shomea Pikolenu. Fascinating, right? That the pasuk says, parents say to Beis Din, this kid doesn't listen to our voice, which indicates to us, the parents have to speak with the same voice. So too again, the parents have to resemble themselves as they don't look exactly, but they have some level of resemblance, and also resemblance and like, what a tremendous What is the Gemara teaching us about parenting? That parents have to be shabbat. They have to be on the same page about the chinuch of their kids. When children receive contradictory messages from parents, it's a disaster for their chinuch. So it has to be shomea b'kolenu. Parents have to speak well. Now, one second, what if parents have differences in opinion about the chinuch of their kids? It happens all the time. But that's the job of parents then to reconcile that and to figure out a unified approach independent of their children. But when they present to the kids, when they talk to the kids, when they imagine the kids, when they the kids, that has to be done with one voice. Because again, if you're giving a kid two different types of chinuch, if the mother's saying one thing and the father's saying one thing, don't be surprised when the kid goes down the wrong derech because he's not getting a unified, cohesive message. So interestingly enough, if the parents are giving two forms of chinuch, the kid can't become Ben Sar Mora. Why? Because he can't fault the kid for making poor decisions. When the child is receiving a non-unified chinuch, if the child is receiving a unified chinuch and still making terrible decisions, okay, that's when Ben Sora Umora kicks in. But I was saying, but what if family is so like, mother and father have to be shava, have to figure out a way to get on the same page about the vision of the family they want to raise and the type of children they want to inspire. Incredible, incredible. So the Gemara goes weiter. Kiman Azal Hadesanya. From where? According to who? According to who is the following opinion. Ben Sora Umora. So we'll say, okay, so this is, it's not my fault. It's not my fault that we cannot make it. It should be broken up like in plain block. You can't put all of this on one page. It's literally Mifnei Iver. It's Mifnei Iver. So the Gemara says as follows. Kiman this, okay, I'm not rushing. I just want to put you on 4 hours. So if people from other shir taunt you about the slow pace of our shir, just remind them, in the last 2 cycles, we never finished later than any other year. Right? So Baruch Hashem, at the end of 7.5 years, we'll be exactly where we have to be. We might not be on a daily basis, but we'll get there. I wasn't listening to this Gemara. Kiman Oslo, Hadesanya. So who's the case reflecting the following idea? Ben Sora Umora, Lo Haya V'Lo Asid Liyos. First you're like, what? Why we just look this the whole time? So who's the thing affecting the following idea? Ben Sora Umora never happened, Lahaya, it never happened, and it never will happen. So I'll say, by the way, actually when you see this after all we've seen, it makes a lot of sense. To get all of these details lined up, no, what were the probability of that happening? So actually it makes a lot of sense. Again, it's not saying, I just want to be clear, it's not saying it can't happen. It can't happen. You might just saying with probability, never has happened and never will happen. The Gemara said, so why was it written? Why was it written? So the Gemara said, Drosh v'kabel schar. Again, in order to learn it and receive reward. Some things you learn because you need to know what to do, and other things because you get schar from it. Listen, I just want to point out, the Gemara says, now, just sometimes when you look at that phrase, Drosh v'kabel schar, means what? Just learn it for the sake of learning it, and you get schar for the act of learning, even though there might not be anything practical that you could do with this, but there is schar, there's a word for it. So listen, it's a very important lesson. There is schar for the act of just engaging in Torah learning for the sake of Torah learning. I think that's not what it means over here. Drosh v'kabel schar means, you're right, could very well be that Ben Sora Umora will never happen, will never happen. But Drosh, analyze it, v'kabel schar, what's the schar? What's the reward? There are lessons to be learned from Ben Sora Umora, even if it will not actually ever happen. I will say, what are the lessons? What's the Drosh? What's the Drosh v'kabel schar? So we'll say, so again, I want to fast forward a little bit. We're going to see in the next Mishnah that the whole Yisod of Ben Sora Umora is what? What's the whole Yisod of Ben Sora Umora? The whole Yisod is Hashem Ha'asid. Hashem Ha'asid. Ben Sora Umora is not actually put to death for what he's done now, but rather again, why is he put to death? For what he's going to become. See, I will say, do you want to know something amazing? Do you know what the essence, do you know what the ultimate lesson of Ben Sora Umora is? What's the ultimate lesson of Ben Sora Umora? What is the Ben Sora Umora? What's the lesson, Kevin? The lesson of Ben Sora Umora is that once a person makes decisions, they can't change. That's Ben Sora Umora. The kid made a decision at a young age to steal money, to buy meat, to buy wine, right? That's not he made the decision. What Ben Sora Umora says, you made those bad decisions, you have put yourself on an irreversible course. So the Gemara comes along and says, that's not true. That's not true. Ben Sora Umora exists as a concept, but practically it's not true, because there's no such thing as a yid who can't change. Then no matter how bad your decisions have been in life, you could always put it in reverse. You could always go ahead and take your life. That's what it means when it says, listen, that's the words. That's the words. The Gemara says, sorry, Ben Sora Umora, Lo Haya V'Lo Asid Liyos. There's no such thing. Because conceptually, there's no such thing as a person who can't change. So says the Gemara. So why is it here? Drosh v'kabel schar. So learn it and receive reward. What's the reward? So what is in Drosh? So analyze. And so what's the analysis? The analysis of Ben Sora Umora is that there are so many people who think that they can't change. There are so many of us who think that we can't change. So when I learned Ben Mora, I learned about a person who quote unquote can't change. He makes an terrible decision and he can't back himself out of it. But that's not true. That's not true. Listen, no matter how much of a bad spot I've landed myself in life, I can always get myself out of it. It doesn't mean it's not collateral damage. And it doesn't mean that there aren't irreversible realities. There are. Sometimes we make decisions and we can't undo that which is done. But change is absolutely always possible. That's what it means, Ben Solar Umar. There's no such thing as a person who cannot change. So what should you do with it? So many times in life, we think we can't change. We think we can't change. So learn Ben Solar Umar and recognize that you absolutely can. The Gemara says, Kiman. The Gemara says, Kiman Azla Dusan. You Ben Solar Umar, Lo Asil Lios, Lamanit. The Joshua Gavaskar. So who's the pain? Is this Kiman Kabihuda? It's like Kabihuda. Ibai Sema, Rabbi Shimon, he decided it's very interesting. I'm Rabbi Shimon. If he make Sha'af Hazeta, Kimar Basa, Shasa, Chatzi, Lugana, Italki, Avi Motsinos on the Skila, the Satlo, because this kid stole some money and purchased meat and wine, his parents are going to take him out to get stoned. And Soramar never happened, and it's never going to happen in the future. So why is it here? Drosh the Kabbalah. I will say this is it. This is probably the most important line in the entire sugya. Never happened, never will happen. Because the concept that a person can't change is antithetical to Yiddishkeit. So what do you do with Ben Sorah? Because that's what Ben Sorah is. A kid who can't change. Never happened. No such thing as a person who can't change. So what do you do with this whole section? Drosh, learn it. Analyze it. Kabbas Khan, reap the benefit. What's the benefit? By learning about the context of the kid who can't change and recognizing that this never happened, never will happen, I received the greatest reward in the world. The greatest reward is a recognition that I absolutely, unequivocally have the ability to change at any juncture, at any point in life. Incredible. Rabbi Yonasan says, 1 second, what are you talking about? Watch this. I'm here, Yusuf. Rabbi Yonasan says, I saw a Ben Solar Umora. I saw him. V'yashavti al kivro. I sat on his grave. How can you tell me it never happened? I saw it. I went to the Levaya. I saw it. I sat in his grave. Now, why is that? Talking about this, not for now. Not for now. The Gemara says, come on, Aslan. So what's I say? So what do you do with this? So Rabbi Yonasan says, there wasn't a sermon. So what's that? The way it works is like this. Rabbi Yonasan is not arguing. There never was a Ben Sorah Mora. There never will be a Ben Sorah Mora. Rabbi Yonasan is lamenting the fact that many people go through life thinking that they are a Ben Sorah Mora. Rabbi Yonasan says, you know what? I've been to many Levayas, people who left this world, and they left as a Ben Sorah Mora. They left this world thinking that they couldn't affect change. They left this world thinking that they couldn't make something better of themselves. You're right. There's no such thing as a Ben Sorah Mora, yet you'd be surprised how many people leave this world thinking that they were a Ben Sorah Mora. I would say one of the most tragic things in life is we leave this world with so many things unaccomplished. We leave this world without actualizing our potential. We leave this world without becoming the kind of people that we're really capable of becoming. So I don't think Rabbi Yonasan is disagreeing. I think Rabbi Yonasan was just talking about human nature. So the reality is there's no such thing as Ben Sorah Mora because change is always possible. But yet Rabbi Yonasan says, tragically, I've gone to the Levayas of so many Ben Sorah Moras, people who left this world who never made the changes they could because they thought that they couldn't. Because they believed too much in Ben Sorah Mora. Incredible. The Gemara says this house. Come on, so what's the whose opinion is reflected in the following idea? Irani Dachas. So again, Irani Dachas is a city wiped out of because of idolatry. Incredible. Never happened, never will happen. So why is it in the Torah? So when it says Drosh the Kabbalah Schar, ultimately again to learn it and to receive reward. Same idea. So what does this mean? How can it be that there's never Irani Dachas? As I say, there's no such thing as a city of Jews where there's not one tzaddik. Not possible. It's not possible. You can't have a place where every single yid who's there is bad. Impossible. It's just not possible that someone's not published, someone's not holy. So learn it and you receive reward. Kiman Rabbi Rabbi Eliezer, the son of Rabbi Eliezer, Omer, called Ir Shish Bafilu Mezuzah Achos, Eno Nasi Irni Dachos. So Rabbi Eliezer says if there's even one mezuzah in the city, it can't become an Irni Dachos. It can't become an Irni Dachos. So most of my time, what's the reason for that? Because what do you have to do with the Irni Dachos? So what do you have to do with it? You have to gather everything and burn it in the middle of the city. Now, if there's mezuzah, you can't burn a mezuzah. Right? Why can't you burn a mezuzah? Because mezuzah has the name of Hashem. You can't burn the name of Hashem. So therefore, you see if there's even one mezuzah, it can't become an irani dachas. It can't become irani dachas. Therefore, it's impossible that irani dachas ever existed. I'm going to be honest. Rabbi Yonasan says, "Ani re'isiya yashat piatila." Again, Rabbi Yonasan says, "You're wrong. You're wrong. Is irani dachas? I was there. I visited. Right? I went on tour. Right? I could see irani dachas walking around. And again, I saw it. I saw the ruins of the city. I saw an irani dachas. So once again, it's the same result. I don't think Rabbi Yonasan is disagreeing. Rabbi Yonasan is saying sometimes again, just like individuals give up on themselves, communities give up on themselves. And communities also forget that they can become better, that they can become holier. Again, communities are made up of individuals. If you're a group of people who think of themselves as a Ben Sora or they can't change, they become a chabad, they become a chaburi, they become a kiyah, they become a community of irani dachas. I think they can't change as well. Tragically. Come on, Azla Desanyo. Bye, Samanuga. Hiya. All right, well, so you know what, we have to stop over here. Listen, just when my performance review comes up, I tried. I guess I could have started 5 minutes earlier. And I said, we're going to pick up right here. We are right on track. We are right on track. We're going to be great. I'll say, you tell me, what can we have skill? What can we have skill against? No, tremendous trend. Stop. All right, Hebron Zoom. Back, I'm ready.
Because here's what happened. I had never met Theo. He was flying in and out of his first time. And I met him was when he came in for King of the Sting one episode early on in my tenure working there when I started to help with King of the Sting. I met him, said what's up, cool. And he had just got off the plane and you could tell he didn't want to be there. The whole energy, the whole theory of he really wanted to, he made some big reference to man, you're just getting this this.
All right, then we'll say good morning. Good morning. It's so far. Hashem to see everyone back in person. Some stuff Hashem is being positive. Thank you, Karen, your Kodesh. I made some spot Hashem to let's come back to this marriage show together. So we have an incredible daf ahead of us today. Begin by taking all of us months to things. Our annual commentary is going to be Tilting Mishpacha by Yisrael. We're dedicating all the shiurim and proshas as a zechus for Yisrael troubles for Am Yisrael. Our daf sponsors, 14 Marin, Karen Rami, Ubi Lishmas, Mel's father, Mordechai Ben Yitzchok, and Ariel Asapov in the merit of his continued good health. In the merit of the continued good health of his mother, Arina Bas Brilliant. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, she's together with Kol Israel to complete and during the Fuah, the Shofar Shem and Hashem. Right, Maria, to all of the Rishams and come to the families. Hashem should bring back the rest of our hostages, the Shalom and the Kala, and our holy soldiers should be successful. The whole Maaseh Yidayim. So let's read that. We have an incredible daf today. Today's daf is Ayin 70. We are picking up at the Mishnah on Ayin Amud Aleph 78. Re'ima Zechayim. So let's say Ben Sorer Umoreh. Ben Sorer Umoreh. From what point in time is a Ben Sorer Umoreh Chayim for being a Ben Sorer Umoreh? So the Mishnah says, Yishiyokal Kartimar Basa, Yishtekatsi Ligyain Haitalki. This is fascinating. So what is the Ben Sorer Umoreh Chayim? When he goes ahead and eats a tartimar, now we'll discuss exactly how much a tartimar is, but when he eats a tartimar of meat and he drinks a half a mug of Italian wine. Fascinating. Not Eretz wine, not French wine, Italian wine. One second. For the wine connoisseurs, hold up. So first of all, take a look at Rashi. Rashi says something very interesting. Yaina Italki. Italian wine is the best. Rashi says, for Ben Sorer Umoreh. Right? So Italian wine is the best. He says, Basrei. About the Karbach Nina Eva Kaita Hatzim, also we're going to see it as follows. The entire issue of Ben Sorer Umoreh is not really what he has done presently, but what we are concerned he is going to become. So part of that is developing certain appetites that he's going to get addicted to. So the Mishnah works under the assumption, this is quite fascinating. What do people get addicted to? People get addicted to really good things. Generally, it's interesting. You don't find people getting addicted to mediocre things. They get addicted to things that provide a high. So the idea over here is he's only kind if he steals money to purchase very high-end wine. So in the Mishnah's time, the high-end wine came out of Italy. It was Italian wine, so if he went ahead and stole money to purchase other kinds of wine, it wasn't an issue. Okay, Rabbi Yossi says, Rabbi Yossi argues on the measurements. He says, Mana Baser V'Mud Yayin. He said, not a tartima of meat, rather again, a mana of meat, and not the half a lug of wine, rather again, a whole lug of wine. Okay, so let's now watch this. So that's the halacha. Let's say it happened that he then saw Mona stole the money and went ahead and bought the wine or bought the meat. So he consumed it in a chaburas mitzvah. This is fascinating. So he took the stolen food and he ate it, for example, in a meal that was examples of this. For example, Ibra Kodesh. So we'll discuss this more. But again, when they decide to go ahead and intercut a month, right? Make the month of 30 days. So you have a suit to declare that. Or, Alcohol my chicken Yerushalayim, or eat my chicken Yerushalayim. Oh, the day was a trade, let's shut that up. For that matter, he ate non-kosher items. Let's say it turns out that he ate non-kosher. Alcohol Tomei, my solution, sorry, Teva. He ate Teva, untied produce. Nice rishon that we not remember goes to the ladies, and ladies should be able to separate out truma from the meiso, or meiso sheni or meiso sheni or hektish that were not redeemed. So on alcohol davar shu mitzvah, davar shu avera. So when it's something that's a mitzvah, so that's not really describing exactly what that's like. Alcohol come so okay, so interestingly enough, so first part of the Mishnah gives us the measurements. How much wine does he have to purchase with the stolen money? How much meat does he have to purchase with the stolen money? That's Machokas, Tanakama, and Rabbi Yossi. After that, we then have an interesting exception. An interesting exception is if he consumes the stolen meat or stolen wine, what the Mishnah calls a chaburas mitzvah. A chaburas mitzvah. So again, he's going to be popular. We'll see exactly what that means as well. What happens if the Israel stole money, but he didn't purchase meat? I don't know, he purchased something else, like anything else, but not meat. Or shasa kamash to shasa yayin, or for that matter, again, he stole money, he purchased the drink, but he bought beer. He didn't buy wine. Eno Nasa Ben Sora Mora Achiyoko Bossa Yishti Yayin. So said it's exactly because Torah says he does not become Ben Sora Mora until he steals money and he uses that money to purchase meat or wine. Purchase of any other food item or purchase of any other drink does not make one into a Ben Sora Mora. Shinemar, the pasuk says, Zodo, this is so good. So we'll say, so this is the pasuk from the Torah, right? Valu al Sikei Irov in English says Besora Umora, and then Shomar Kover Zodo the Sobe. Literally again, he's a glutton and a guzzler, right? Glutton representing the meat, guzzler representing the wine. And the Gemara says, how do you know that Zodo the Sobe means wine? Like how do you know that? The Gemara says, no, it's not exclusive. After you just saw the yayin, is Sobe like Basa. Since you're in the direction of Sobe, don't be a guzzler of wine, and don't be again a gluttonous consumer of meat. Okay, so this is incredible. Now let's analyze. So here it says, so let's remember again, the Kano said that the amount of meat for which it is solar umor is higher, if he steals money and buys it, is a tartima. So comes along the Gemara and says, the Brazilian says, I don't know how much is a tartima. What is that? So the Gemara says, to cover up the yayin, so what we can extrapolate is as follows. Rabbi Yossi argues in the Tanakama. Now it appears, based on the wine measurements, that Rabbi Yossi doubles the Tanakama's measurements, right? Because again, remember, the Tanakama says, tartima of meat, a half a liter of wine. Rabbi Yossi says, a mug of meat and 1 lug of wine. So the fact that he doubles the wine measurements, it just means that what? He doubles the meat measurements as well. And therefore, what's a tartima? A half a month. Now, by the way, we'll talk about actually like how many sessions. Right? So a half a month. So that's enough focus. But you'll see kind of incredible. So, listen, I just mentioned that Jenny Day was working on getting together a chabura that needs before the daf yomi in the morning, or it doesn't have to, it could be whatever chabura wants to be a medal, so, or whatever. You see, about that, to chazer over the shackle of the karya, just to give and take of the Gemara. So just I'm mentioning this because, again, we try to always pause, I always try to do this, try to pause at different stages in the Gemara, just to understand where the unit has ended. So understand, in the Gemara right here, you can just mark it up in the Gemara, so you see what the beginnings and the ends, so you see over here again, that's just a unit of discussion that just ended. Now we've clarified the Machlokes, Rabbi Yossi, and the Tanakama. Next, I'm not kind of about Moza, I'm not, you know, Eno Chai, you can see Zebby. He's the striking fellow off the second end of the second table. Right after the striking fellow at the end of the first table. Right? No, I don't want to be everybody's beautiful. So the next Charles, I'm not Hanan Bar Moda, I'm not Buddha. Eno Chai is Achigat Basar Bizol, the Yocha Yayin Bizol, the Yishted Sid Bizolo Bizol. So I'll say this is very interesting. The Buddha gives another qualification. The Buddha says, the only time you become Ben Sora Mona is when halacha l'maisa, you're going ahead and you're purchasing the meat at a discount and purchasing the wine at a discount. This is fascinating. In other words, you can't, this is what I'll say, you can't become a Ben Sora Mona if you pay retail, right? If you pay retail, you might not even be Jewish. Forget about Ben Sora Mona, right? So you only have halacha l'maisa Ben Sora Mona if you get out of this and that. Now what's the shot with that? Take a look at Rashi. Yayin bizarre about the yoga of the most. Remember again, let's work backwards because you've already seen this, or we've seen what's listened to today. Why is it then Sonar Umora executed? Why is he executed? Because we are nervous that someone who has developed these type of appetites when he's young is going to become addicted to sustaining this type of lifestyle, and is not going to have the necessary funds to sustain constant consumption of meat and wine. And what's going to happen? He's going to rob, he's going to steal, and he's going to become a community danger. So the idea over here is, it only works if you see him developing the behaviors that would lead us to that tragic conclusion. So in other words, if he's already able to figure out how to get wine, good wine cheaply, good meat cheaply, that means that there's like a particular addiction going on over there. And that's what gives rise to this concern. Furthermore, he's only high if he eats raw meat and drinks undiluted wine. Now the Gemara says, 1 second, you eat raw meat, undiluted wine? That's not true. It's not true. That's why there was an explicit statement that if he eats raw meat and he drinks undiluted wine, it's not normal. It's not normal to eat raw meat. No. Yayin Chai is Moshe V'lo Moshe. No, undiluted wine doesn't really mean undiluted. Rather, what does it mean? It means that it's not fully diluted. In other words, he uses a lower dilution ratio. Right? So the wine is stronger. That's the chai. Right? What does it mean, basar chai? This is incredible. What does it mean, raw meat? Raw meat doesn't mean raw meat. Rather, what does it mean? Bashil v'lo bashil. It means cooked, but not really cooked. Kibasa kiba the aklot ganti. Like the type of seared meat that thieves eat. Now look at Rashi. Rashi almost right. Kibasa kiba the aklot ganti. Kanya the gekarim. The kavasa the how did thieves eat the meat? How do they sear it? They sear on the outside. It was very on the inside. I get a very hard time. Everything is very, very, very well done. But you see, all I am is a Jew. That's all. Apparently, just the rest of the Hebron who eats stuff red, right? And it's seared on the outside, it's not on the inside. You need to do a cheshbon on that. That's all I'm saying. Right? Again, that's how thieves eat their pan-seared steaks. Is managed a Michael of Ganovin. Okay? That's a mic drop right there. Okay. That he gets that is a shot in the carrier. He writes that down. Okay, so again, one second. So all of this also, remember, what we're looking for over here, if you notice, are interesting behaviors. That's what we're looking for over here. There are markers that are here. So already, like again, all kidding aside, in Gemara, what does this represent? Thieves, right? One of the luxuries that thieves don't have is relaxation, right? They're on the run, always looking for the next mark, everything else like that. So that's why, in all seriousness, they just sear the meat and then they go out and they eat it. So when you see someone from a young age exhibiting these types of behaviors, it becomes the marker for us. It becomes the danger sign that something is up, and again, unfortunately, this child was on a terrible, almost irreversible path. We might go like that. Rabbi, jest to gadają, oko bossem aviat, już czas jeden gitał, nas jest roboty, this is fascinating. So Rabbi relates to this always, both of them said, if the Tzormar eats salted meat, or he drinks wine from the press, that doesn't make you a Ben Tzormar. Now, what's very interesting. Salted meat was considered to be inferior, and therefore, interestingly enough, from that Torah's perspective, non-habit forming. Wine right off the press is inferior, and therefore, again, non-habit forming. So therefore, if you have a boy who steals money from his parents and uses that money to buy salted meat, or to go to buy wine right off the press, Halakha Ramesh said again that does not make him into a Ben Tzormar. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi's right across. Also related to the end of detail, Lo Kashibi, they're not important, they're not kosher, therefore, from a manship. Ultimately, again, they're not habit forming. They're not habit forming. The Jordan says such a, okay, we'll come back to that in just a little bit. The Gemara goes like this. The Gemara says, "Turn hustle." Now, listen, obviously, the shaila is going to be, what's the definition of salted meat, and what's the definition of wine right from the press? Okay, so that's our next little business. So, says, this is the factual halacha. It's not hustle. All part of our sugya. Erev Tisha B'Av. So, on Erev Tisha B'Av, say sugya mafsekes. Right? Remember again, you should always say, halacha. 2 times a year, you have sugya mafsekes. Right? 2 times a year. One before Tisha B'Av, one before Yom Kippur. But of course, they are worlds apart. Right, they're worlds apart. The Suda of Sakis before Yom Kippur is a Yom Tov Suda. It's Mamish Yom Tov Suda. Right, it is a celebratory Suda, excited for the Shuvah that's about to come. Just the evening, I said, it's about Yom Kippur, like you have like butterflies in your stomach, like excited for that. So it is almost excited for that upcoming opportunity to Mamish cleanse ourselves. Conversely, Erev Tisha B'Av, Suda of Sakis is a morning meal. Right, M-O-U-R, right, a morning meal. That is not a celebratory meal, but ultimately, again, that is a meal that kind of already puts us in our restrictions in that meal. So therefore, you must say, Erev Tisha B'Av, a person should not eat 2 cooked foods. At the Sukkot says can't have 2 different cooked foods. You can't eat meat and you can't drink wine. Listen to this. Avon, listen to this. Wow. What can you eat on Erev Tisha B'Av? Salted meat. You want to have beef jerky at your Sukkot Sakes? You can. Interestingly enough, you can have salted meat. You can have salted meat and you can have wine. If there's any left in the belt, right? So you could have salted meat and you could go ahead and you could drink wine right from the press. Nevertheless, I'm going to say now, before what does that show you? That shows that these items don't even have the identity of meat or identity of wine. That's so to say, Tisha B'Av, Mamish means that it's not the basar and it's not the yayin. So the Gemara says, so obviously we have to get definitionally what are these things. So this is interesting. Obviously, it can't mean that a person puts some salt on their meat and so again that's salted meat. When we speak about salted meat, what are we talking about? We're talking about meat that is packed in salt. So how long does meat have to be salted for so that it loses its identity as basar and becomes basar maliyach? So the Gemara says as follows: basar maliyach had kama, and if I kind of calls mention to shlamim. So as long as it's like shlamim, The window for shlamim consumption is 2 days and 1 night. So essentially, one keeps salted meat for 2 days and 1 night. That's called salted meat, and it really loses its identity as meat. Now, I want to be clear on something. The reason it loses its identity as meat, if you eat it, you're flashers. Right? That was just to be clear, right? You will be flashers. But the idea is for other halachos that concern basar, it's not basar. So the Ben Sorah Motor steals money and purchases that kind of salted meat. He's not tired. You want to eat that meat on Erev, you can eat that meat on even on Erev Shabbat. So that's it. So if you're Rashi says we're talking about the Shlamim. Shlo over Allah Zman Achila Shlamim Shnei Yom V'Layla Echad. Adai B'Lichim Chusahu V'Lo Ikri Maliach. So what says, so this is the idea. The window of Shlamim is our metric. If you eat Shlamim for 2 days and 1 night, so salted again, if you leave the meat salted 2 days and 1 night, then it's salted meat. And again, then so Mo is not going to be chayiv for it. And halacha l'maisa, you can eat it even on Erev Tisha B'Av. So the Gemara says, what about wine? Behind the Gitva Kama, up until what point in time is wine called wine for the past? I want you to understand. Remember, fresh wine was inferior. Aged wine was good wine. So when is wine considered to be what we call wine from the press, i.e. fresh wine? That's inferior. When it's, the Gemara says, Ad Kama, called Manshu Toses. When it's fermenting. Toses means fermenting. I've also apparently, Rashi points out earlier, the way you know that wine is fermenting is like a stick of froth. So when it's frothing, that means that the wine is fermenting. That's yayin gito. Good. So if I say again, for our purpose, so let's finish. Right time. No, actually, so just to pause what we said, therefore what we are establishing over here is that Ben Sorah is chayiv for stealing money and purchasing wine and meat. We've established already from Mishnah, Zola, Sobei, Machlokes, how much he has to steal, how much wine and how much meat. But now, definitionally, wine means good wine. Good wine. The Mishnah called it the Calvin wine, but right now the Gemara is saying it's got to be wine. Wine for our purposes means it's not fermenting. It's not fermenting. Furthermore, meat means non-salted meat. What's the definition of salted meat? How about any meat that is salt for at least 2 days and 1 night? Incredible. Let's go like the better. It's in the we learned Yain Toses Imam Shinju that fermenting wine is not subject to the halacha of givui. Now remember here, what halacha of givui? The halacha says that if you leave mashkibun, if you leave liquids open overnight, you're not allowed to drink it. What are you concerned about? You're not concerned about snake venom. Now, point out that we notice our Hashofim brings down that today many people aren't makbid on this anymore, right? They leave a drink out for a night, they leave a cup of water out. Overnight, we do drink it the next day. So you might say that's because again we live in health where venomous snakes are not being as common, and that's why in general people are not trying. In any event, the look over here is frothing red wine is not subject to the halacha of uncovered liquids. Apparently, snakes don't come next to fermenting wine. The Kama cases are so. How long does that process last for? 3 days. So apparently, for the first 3 days after the wine is first treated, after it's pressed, it's still in a state of fermentation. And therefore, again, I myself, there's no issue of giving. How about my? So what's this interesting enough? So the reason you might bring this up over here is beforehand you said that the definition of fermenting wine is as long as it's frothing. Here it says 3 days. Now the context, it sounds like the wine froths for even longer than 3 days. So what's the halacha about Ben Sorah? You need to know what kind of wine is he chayav for stealing. How come I? So he says Hasan is from Simcha, called Manshu Tishlamim, Nami is based Simcha. So it says so ultimately again, when it comes to, let's say, for example, Tisha B'Av, right? When it comes to Tisha B'Av, remember again, at the beginning of Simcha. So therefore, again, as long as the meat is like shlomin, i.e., it's been salted for less than 2 days and 1 night, then it's considered to be meat, and it's going to be an element of Simcha. How can we show Shuki? By then, Sorah on both sides, it's not a thing in Simcha. What is it in? What is it in? Addiction. That's the developing after I hesitate to use that word addiction because that word often is very loosely. But we're using now, we're worried about being drawn into a particular lifestyle. So the Gemara says, should be on the whole show, in order for the Ben Sorah more for there to be a fear of addiction to the high life. So ultimately, again, it has to be something of really high quality. So even if you mustn't say even if halakha l'maisa is salted for less time, it could still be that would not be a deal, or that would not be subject ultimately again to Ben Sora or Mora. The yayin ad yom, but for wine up to 40 days. So up to 40 days after it's been pressed, it's still considered to be fermenting, and therefore halakha l'maisa Ben Sora would not be chayav for that. And I will say that happens to be, it appears from the Gemara. That halakha l'maisa that will be for Ben Sora or Mora, we adopt the shlamim metric. So if it's salted meat, and the definition of salted being 2 days and 1 night, if he steals when he purchases, that meat is not going to be chayiv. He's only chayiv if he purchases what we'll call fresh meat. With wine, same idea. Only chayiv for wine if it's not fermenting. What's the definition of not fermenting? It's not bubbling, it's not frothing. But once, right, but if it's still frothing, then ultimately again it's not going to be chayiv. Incredible. We'll say beautiful Gemara. I'm not kind of, I'm sorry, I'm not kind of, why did Hashem create wine? Right, we'll say it's a good shayla. Wine, it's interesting, by the way. Wine is fascinating. Why? Because on one hand, there's no life cycle event without wine. Right? A brisila has wine. A chuppah has wine. Right? We're going to see a levaya had wine. Everything has wine. Yet we see that Chazal say that wine can get you into so much trouble. So what's the pshat? Why did they go so really create wine? So we're incredible Gemara. Hashem created wine, El Menachim Avelim, or the Shalim Schal and Shalim. Hashem created wine really for two primary purposes. Number one, to give comfort to mourners. Now, what does this mean? If you remember again, the second Moed remember again, we learned that when the Avelim would come back after the funeral, what would they get? They would get a big glass of wine. A big glass of wine, and they were encouraged to drink the entire thing. Why? We understand why. Because what did it do? It took the edge off. It took the edge off a little bit, right? It didn't take away the pain, but ultimately, again, it went ahead and soothed. There's a tremendous amount of hassle in this. So what does this mean? So you give the other a cup of wine. What does it do for them? There are two different types of problems. There are some problems you can solve, and there are some problems that you can fix. And then there are other problems that you cannot solve and you cannot fix, and they are just what they are. And what you need to figure out ultimately is how to lean into it, is how to embrace it, is how to just own it and say, okay, this is my life. These are my circumstances. No matter what I do, they're not going to change. Let me take a light deep breath, bend in my shoulder, lean into it, and somehow make something great out of these circumstances. That is the point of that cup of wine. That cup of wine is the forced deep breath. So we all know this. When you have a glass, what happens when you have a glass of wine? What happens if you have 3 glasses of wine? It's like what's over there, right? What happens because 2 Izukos, right? 2 Izukos, right? 3 glasses of wine. Suddenly, the problems don't look. I'm not foolish. My problems are still there. You need at least 6 glasses of wine to have no problems. Right? With 3, I know my problems are still there. But you know what? Okay, I'll handle it. When, how, what? I don't know. But I know I got this. The stuff that looked impossible before the glass of wine now looks possible with the glass of wine. I'm going to say it's such a trend. So why does Rabbi use wine? Hashem created wine to help us take that collective deep breath, or that personal deep breath, and be able to say, okay, for the other, I just lost someone that I loved. My life is forever different. It will never be the same. But somehow, some way, I will get this together and move myself forward. That is so the one says, Furthermore, on the shine is covered in shine. I would say, but again, without the wine, also that stuff also applies. Life's probably in 2 different buckets. The ones you can solve, the ones you can't. The ones you can't. The ones you can solve, roll up your sleeves and create the solution. The ones you can't, lean into it. Embrace it, accept it, and navigate in a new reality. So again, furthermore, wine was also created for a shine. What does this mean? Even the greatest of the shine, like even the most wicked person, does mitzvahs, does things that are good, right? And Havakal Maisa deserves reward for it. How does he get his reward for it? good bottle of wine. Good bottle of wine. Right? That's the reward for Rishayim, and therefore they get their reward in this world, and judgment and punishment in the next world. Shneimar, to shekar the nefesh, or sorry, to shekar the yayin lemari nefesh. Literally, again, giving a intoxicating beverage. The to the one who is lost. Which the on the table gives first to the Russia, and give wine to those who are bitter of soul. Some of these what does it mean when it says the pasuk? So be careful with wine, because what does wine do? Wine makes the face of the Rishayim red, right? When you drink a little bit, so you get a little bit flushed. So the Rishayim get red, they get flushed with the enjoyment of this world, but they will be pale in the world to come. Meaning again, so enjoy the Rishayim, right? Enjoy the wine and enjoy whatever's coming to you in this world, because you know that judgment awaits you in the world to come. Be careful with wine. Be careful with wine, because once sometimes too much consumption of wine can lead to blood, meaning can lead to certain deleterious results. So it's kind of So it's a kind of contrast of two psukim. On one hand it says Tirosh, because it says Tirash, Vikarinon Tirosh. So once it's quoting over here from the pasuk of these are the brachos. These are the brachos of Yitzchak, Avinu, Yaakov. V'yitin l'cha Elokim, again, he says so much Shabbos. V'yitin l'cha Elokim, v'kal Hashem l'shmai haaretz, v'rov dagan v'sirosh. I'm going to say sirosh means grapes. But you might find out over here is it's written chaser, it's written without the vav. So it can be read as tirash, right? Because you look right, you see it's tirash, but yet you read it as tirosh. Tirosh. So what's the difference? Look at this. Zohar na'aseh rosh. Zohar na'aseh rosh. So I say alcohol, right? Alcohol, wine, could be used in one of two ways. Alcohol could be used as a mechanism of profound personalistic debasement, right? And the person can engage in all types of terrible behaviors, or sometimes you might say, Nicholas Yain Yatzasol. Sometimes what wine has the ability to do is it lowers our guard a little bit, lowers some of those transitions, and the real me is able to come out in a good way. I was going to say, some friends, whether they recognize it or not, we're so guarded about the holiness that we possess. Like, I don't, so we put up walls. After so much, we put up walls around our neshama, and those walls we block ourselves from fully spiritually self-actualizing. But sometimes a little bit of wine comes in, the walls come down, and my real neshama is able to come out. So interesting that the same thing, wine, can either be rash means like a bottle, like a nothing. For some people, wine unlocks debasement. And for other people, rosh, like a head, a little bit of wine can lower those walls and allow me to finally access my neshama. Incredible. Rav Ksiv, Yisrael, where it says Yismach or Yishmach, Vikarinon Yismach. So again, according to us, wine makes the heart happy. So again, it's not vocalized. So it can be like Yishmach or Yismach. So the Gemara says, the person is righteous, then ultimately again wine will go ahead and cause the person to destroy. Lo Zachar, if I'm not the person is not Zachar, wine could destroy him. So it looks like the whole cup of wine, without wine it looks like anyone could project an image of personal piety. What does wine do? Wine gets out the inner you. And it looks like then when that inner you comes out, that's when the true you comes out. So the shaila is, who am I living on the inside? Am I a Russian Chassidus masquerading as a tzaddik? Or perhaps again, I'm really a mediocre guy, or I should say I'm a tzaddik masquerading as a mediocre guy. And ultimately, a little bit of wine to be able to show what is really on the inside of the individual. Incredible. Rava said, wine and nice smells, like aromatic smells, made me very smart. So what Rabbi was saying is like this, that a little bit of wine helps me to access a lot of my inner kedusha, and I wasn't able to get a scent of smell is also linked directly to the neshama. Right? Because remember that Hashem created Adam and Chava, the part says, Vayifach ba'akav, Hashem blew life into the nostrils of Adam. So the sense of smell is directly connected with the neshama. Which is why I'm not the Shabbos here. The sun, right? Why we have the sun, that's why some have to be accustomed to smell the sun on Erev Shabbos as well. All of that to unlock the neshama. Incredible. I'm about very good Shem Ba'abba. Look, by the way, it's interesting. Rava says that it's wine and sense that made me smart. What about like learning, right? I came to Shir, I went to Yeshiva, I went to this. So let's say, what you see from Rava is very, very interesting. That so much of self-actualization is not just about the information you learn, but it's your ability to access your insights, right? So often in life, what we do is we're walled off to who we are on the inside. So I spend a lot of time like on external things. I dabble a lot, I learn a lot, but then I wonder like, why doesn't it have the full impact on me? And the answer is very simple. If you're not in touch with your inner self, you can't fully self-actualize. You have to know your neshama. You have to be connected to your neshama. You have to understand who I really am on the inside. That's why Rava says, of course I learned how to Torah, of course I learned how to Torah. But in addition to what Rava says, I also knew who I was on the inside. That's what wine and the sun represent. I know I'm in touch with my inner self. I'm in touch with who and what I am, about what's working, what's not working, what's whole, what's broken. And because of that, because of the touch of my inner self, I'm able to become the best version of me. Incredible. I'm going to might be safe. What's the meaning of the pasuk? Lemi avi, lemi avoy, lemi medanim, lemi siach, lemi mitzay chinam, lemi chachlilos inayim, lema'achim alayim lebayim machkari masach. So let's interpret this pasuk now. So this pasuk that we're studying over here is from Mishlei, and essentially what Shlomo is lamenting over here, by the way, is overindulgence in wine. Overindulgence in wine. So the Gemara says this false. We say from the Reisha Madrash, ultimately, however you interpret this passage, and also what the passage essentially is saying is, Lumi I, right, who's going to have to say whoa? Lumi I, right, who's going to have to say, all right, who's going to say I, who's going to say Vavai, right, Lumi Madana, Lumi Sia. So ultimately, again, who are the people who overindulge? And the end of the passage is, Lama'achim alayai, those who spend too much time with wine. And remember, again, Shlomo understood this firsthand, because Shlomo had everything. So Shlomo also understood, and we'll get into this more, about the destructive nature of overindulgence. So you might say, you keep actually this passage from the beginning to the end, from the end to the beginning, it's the same drasha. Daraj over Galila. So what's that? Right? So Daraj over Galila. So a certain guy lived in the Galileo. Darshan the following idea. Interestingly enough, he's anonymous. It's quite fascinating. But he made the following drasha. What was his drush? Listen to this. Listen, this is fascinating. Yud Gimel Vavin Ne'emru B'Yayin. There are 13 vavs that are said in conjunction with wine. Now, what does it mean in conjunction with wine? Well, remember, the first time we had mention of wine is where? No. So 13 vavs in the section of Noach wine. If you look at Rashi is over here. Gimel Vavin, Moshe Vavai. So let's say, so what do I mean? Now, Vav, remember, Vav often represents Vai. Vai means, this translation of Vai is Vai. Right, this translation, right? Vai means, so what this certain Galilean was saying was, it's interesting that there's a lot of parties, a lot of woes in the section concerning wine by Noach. So you must listen to this. Now here they are. So two votes up here. Again, you'll count it as we go along. So Vayichal, Vayish. So again, when Noach cut off the first thing he did was planted a vineyard. Right? Vayira Vayar Chana Kinan as Erbas Haviv. Vayagei B'Shtein Echad B'Chotz. Right? So Cham. So remember again, Noach gets drunk. He falls asleep. He's naked, or at least in some state of disrobe. Cham's, his father in the state, comes and sees the other brothers. Vayikach, another brother. Shem, Vayapis, another brother. Etzar Simba, Vayasimu, another brother. Al Shechem Shnev. So Cham does nothing, right? Well, actually, see, he does something, but so Shem and Yafas come, they walking backwards to cover up their father. It's another Noach wakes up and his wine. So this is the story of Noah. So remember again, Ham just sees his father, doesn't do anything, tells his brothers, Shem and Yafas come and they cover up their father in his state of debasement. Noah wakes up and the pasuk says Noah knew what his son Ham did to him. So Moses, obviously, it's interesting. Obviously, Ham did something to Noah. It doesn't say what Ham did to Noah. So it's not like this. One opinion says that Ham castrated his father. The Chad Amar Rebbe. Other opinion says that Ham went ahead and sodomized his father. Okay? The one who says that he castrated him, he told Shkapel over Revi, kill over Revi. So the one says castrated, why would Ham castrate his father? He didn't want his father having any more kids. 3 of us is enough, he didn't want any more kids. So therefore, again, just like Ham went ahead and prevented his father from having a 4th son, so Noah cursed Ham's 4th son. Who was Ham's 4th son? Ham's 4th son was Cush. Cush is put the Canaan, right? So Ham's 4th sons were Cush, Mitzrayim, put the Canaan. So just like Ham prevented Noah from having a 4th son, Noah cursed Ham's 4th son. One is against sodomized the Gomer Vayar, Ham, right? And the Canaan is Abu Ximasam, Vayar Osa Shechem ben Hamor, when Shechem abducted and violated Dinah. And again, there both sides in Chazal tell us that he violated his Beer Shaloki Darko. So the Marshal Amanda was so Shahaki Kilu Berdi. So ultimately, again, so it makes sense. Tony says that he castrated him. So it makes sense. And then Noah cursed Alamandama Rival Berdi. But according to the one who says that he might, then why did he curse him in his 4th son? Why not just curse his 1st son? To which the Gemara says, according to that thing that he sodomized him, we both sodomized him and castrated him. Okay? So, no life lessons there. Okay, Gemara says follows. So what happens? So the pasuk said Noah profaned himself and he planted a vineyard. So again, on one side, so just to point out over here, the Russian over here is incredibly important. The Rebbe Russian is bringing Noah to task for the first thing that he does in the new world is he plants a vineyard. That's Russian Kulan. He profaned himself. Noah, what are you doing? Why is the first thing that you're doing planting a vineyard? Shouldn't you be learning from Adam Arishon? Shabbos said this is wild. What caused Adam and Chava to make their mistake? It was wine. So the Gemara says, now one said, what does that mean? We're going to see, interestingly enough, that there's a fundamental machlokes. What type of tree did Adam and Chava eat from? If you remember, they ate from the 8th das Torah, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. What did they eat from? There's a machlokes. The Sandra, the Omer, so we'll say first opinion where it says it was grapes. The forbidden fruit was grapes. So as such, Adam Arishon's sin was committed with grapes. So now Noah gets off the table, and what's the first thing that he plants? Grapes. Because what's the matter with you? What are you doing? Did you not learn from Adam Arishon? I'll say, I'm a days. She'ein l'chad davar she'negi yironu l'adam elam yayin. And also, if the Meir says, where does the Meir get this from? It's almost as if the Meir backs into this, because the Meir says, there is nothing which brings misfortune upon a person like wine. Obviously, I will say it's two sides of the same coin. On the other hand, we see all the extent, all of the greatness of wine, the power of wine, the beauty of wine. But wherever you have the possibility for extreme kedusha, which is what wine has, you also have the power for extreme debasement. Extreme debasement. Which also, by the way, I just want to point out, I cannot sort of cover over here, which is why it really is important, besides supporting the economy of Eretz Yisrael, to really drink Israeli wine. Again, we're living in a time where Eretz Yisrael has the most incredible and beautiful award-winning wines. It's absolutely, I don't have like shares and everything, I just want to be clear. Like, even though it's not a business thing, I felt like we live in a time where Eretz Yisrael is producing the most beautiful and award-winning wines. There's another reason for it. Wine is dangerous. Wine, you see it in result. Wine is really dangerous. I think that one of the ways we help to offset that danger a little bit is making sure that our wine is coming from a place of Kedusha power. So if I know at least that wine comes from Eretz Yisrael, it's grown in the holy soil of Eretz Yisrael, I have absolutely no doubt. I don't know how it's true, but I know that it's true. That if wine comes from the holy soil of Eretz Yisrael, by definition, that wine has a Kedusha that other wines do not have. And therefore, by definition, I think one has the ability to utilize that wine in a much more Kaddish way than they can with any other type of wine. Okay, the infomercial is over. Anyway, so the Gemara says follows. The Gemara says, therefore, wine, right? Wine comes along, elegant. So therefore, again, that's why first part was not the task. How can you go ahead? How can you go ahead and be planting wine when other usually run into trouble with wine? But he just says, no, it wasn't wine. What was it? It was meat. It was wheat. It's fascinating. The eighth das tovara was wheat. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean that wheat grew differently in Gan Eden? Or just maybe eighth was just more of like a description, not to be taken literally? But anyway, this says it was wheat. So it wasn't interesting enough. Wheat, in that when a child begins, it's interesting because wheat really represents like the first consumption of like solids. So when a child begins to consume solids, so again, there's a certain level of das that comes with that. That in Henry says, no, it wasn't a kid. So let's say why? Because the very thing that they sinned with was the very thing that they covered themselves with. Remember, after Adam and Chava eat and eat that Kobarad, the choose not to bring evil, they recognize that they were wicked. So what they do, they cover themselves. Now, Chazal tells us elsewhere, none of the other trees wanted to give them their leaves because they sinned. The fig tree gave them the leaves because, again, that was the tree with which they went ahead and they sinned. So, by the way, just fascinating, very machlokes as to what Adam and Chava sinned with. Opinion number one, grapes. Opinion number two, wheat. Opinion number three, figs. Interestingly enough, what will you never find mentioned in Chazal? Apples. Apples. Right? So where does that come from? Where does that come from? Because that Adam and ate the apples. So we'll say it's actually an interesting connection. Remember by Yitzchak Avinu, when Yaakov comes along and comes in masquerading as his brother Esau. So remember, Yaakov comes in, Esau thinks it's Esau. Yitzchak thinks that it's Esau. And remember, what are the words that Yitzchak uses? He says, Re'ach b'ni kareach hasoda. The scent of my son is like the scent of the field. Rashi HaKadosh says scent of the field. The fact when somebody's murdering and butchering animals, they stink. What does that mean? So no, it says Yitzchak Avinu is referring to Kareach HaSada was Gan Eden. And Rashi HaKadosh quotes Medrash that says, what's the reach of Gan Eden? Gan Eden smells to stay tapuchim, like an apple orchard. Gan Eden has the scent of an apple orchard. So that's the scent of Gan Eden. Rashi quotes that. So somehow, so again, and that's the fact. So I guess somehow it evolved that because Gan Eden has the scent of an apple orchard, so it became assumed that it's from an apple. But Lamaisa, you see over here, there is no mandamar that says it was an apple. One of these three. Anyway, so according to the opinion that says that Lamaisa, it was grapes. So Shlomo takes Noach to task for going ahead and planting grapes. So what's the incredible different than one Melach? Masa Asher Yisar Su'ima. Okay, so what's the ready for this? These are the words of Lemuel. And Lemuel was chastised by his mother. right? King Lemuel chastises his mother. Even kings get chastised by their mother. So what is this? First I will say, who is Lemuel? So Rashi points out that Lemuel is Shlomo HaMelech. Lemuel Ma'asav Chachmos LaKadosh Baruch Hu. So I'll say Lemuel is a production of two words, Lamo Kel. That all he was wasn't actually to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So therefore, what's the other thing in Gemara? Shamalach was rebuked by his mother. What did his mother say? Listen to this. So Bathsheba, remember again. So Shlomo's mother is Bathsheba. Bathsheba literally tied Shlomo to a post and was ready to flog him. That shows you how angry parents could get with children, right? Everyone said, this is an adult son. This is an adult son. She tied him to him. She wasn't really going to flog him, but rather she wanted to put a little fear of God into him. So Vamrlo, she said to him, Umar bar Bitni, Umar bar Nidju. She said to him, what are you doing, my son, my son, the son of my womb, the son of my vow? What are you doing? So the Gemara says, Mabri, what is all Bathsheba chastising Shlomo? Everyone the fathers of Amalek is such a big side. Now, what was in the word was Shlomo was living a life. And he's the king. He's got money, he's good looking, he's got everything going for it. So he's living a good life. And his mother is chastising him for too much overindulgence. And the first thing she says to him is, you know what people are going to say? David's excitement. It must be that this side of Shlomo that must come from the mother's side. That must come from the mother's side, right? So people are going to hinge all of your overindulgent parent behavior on me. On my side with me and the son of my womb, all of your fathers otherwise came to Shem once they become pregnant, they no longer have relations with the king. From Chazal's perspective, so relations during pregnancy is healthy for the fetus. So Bathsheba said to her son, said to Shlomo, you know me, even after I was pregnant with you, I made sure to have relations with your father in order that you would be a healthy and vibrant child. Very interesting parent-child conversation, right? But the Maisa, she says, you see, I worked so hard for you, and this is what you give me back. Well, my Barbary, so what's you know to do? We'll stop over here, both sides. Again, we're fine, by the way. The daven gets short in Makos, so we're gonna be fine. We're gonna go outside. What's the rush? What's the rush? Just gotta come one point back to the Chevra. All right, Chevra Zoom. Have a great day, everyone.
I'm just completely fascinated with this, and I can't wrap my head around.
All right, I will say good morning. Good morning. It's so Hashem to see everyone back in person. As painful as it is to leave you, Shana Kodesh. A great school of Hashem to be able to come back to our base marriage to learn together. So also we have an incredible daf ahead of us today. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tilson Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the shiurim and drashos as a zechus for Besoros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Melon, Karen Ram, Ibi Nishmas, Mel's father, Mordechai Ben Yitzchok, and Ariel Asapov, in the merit of his continued good health, in the merit of the continued good health of his mother, Arena Masbrilliant. We hope that in the merits of our Talmud Torah, she together with Kol Chol Yisrael have a complete and enduring refuah. Mishpach Kushin Meretz Hashem, providing aliyah to all of the Neshams and come to the families. Hashem should bring back the rest of our hostages, B'Shalom and B'Karov, and our holy soldiers should be successful. B'Chol Maaseh Yedeihem. Well, we have an incredible daf today. Today's daf is Ayin 70. We are picking up at the Mishnah on Ayin Amud Aleph 78. Me'ema Sechai. We'll say Ben Sorer Umora. Ben Sorer Umora. From what point in time is a Ben Sorer Umora Chayiv for being a Ben Sorer Umora? So the Mishnah says, Yishiyochal Tartimar Basa Yishte Chatzivud Yain Haitalki. This is fascinating. So when is a Ben Sorer Umora Chayiv? When he goes and he eats a tartimar. Now we'll discuss exactly how much a tartimar is. When he eats a tartimar of meat and he drinks a lug of Italian wine. Fascinating. Not Eretz Yisrael wine, not French wine, Italian wine. One second. For the wine connoisseurs, hold on. So I'll say, first of all, take a look at Rashi. Rashi says something very interesting. Yaina Italki. Italian wine is the best. Rashi says, for a Ben Sorer or Mora. Right? So Italian wine is the best. He says, "Umashim basrei." We're going to see is as follows. The entire issue of Ben Sora and Mora is not really what he has done pleasantly, but what we are concerned he is going to become. So part of that is developing certain appetites that he's going to get addicted to. So the Mishnah works under the assumption, this is quite fascinating. What do people get addicted to? People get addicted to really good things. Generally, it's interesting. You don't find people getting addicted to mediocre things. They get addicted to things that provide a high. So the idea over here is he's only chayiv if he steals money to purchase very high-end wine. So in the Mishnah's time, the high-end wine came out of Italy. It was Italian wine. So if he went ahead and stole money to purchase other kinds of wine, it wasn't an issue. Okay, Rabbi Yossi says, Rabbi Yossi argues on the measurements. He says, Mana Basar v'lud yayin. He says, not a tartimar of meat, rather again, a mana of meat, and not the half a lug of wine, rather again, a whole lug of wine. Okay, so let's see, now watch this. So that's the halacha. Aval, v'chaburas mitzvah, afal, v'ibara chodesh afal. Let's say it happened, Ben Sora Umora stole the money and went ahead and bought the wine. Right, or bought, but he consumed it in a chaburas mitzvah. This is fascinating. So he took the food and he ate it, for example, in a meal that was a mitzvah. What are examples of this? For example, Ibra Chodesh. So we'll discuss this more. Again, when they would decide to go ahead and intercalate the month, right? Make the month. So they would have to declare that. Or for that matter, he ate non-kosher items. Let's say it turns out that he ate non-kosher meat. Sorry, tevel. He ate tevel, which is untied produce. Meiser Rishon, that does not remember, Meiser Rishon goes to the lady, and the lady is obligated to separate out Shuma from the Meiser Rishon. Or Meiser Sheni Hekish, or Meiser Sheni Hekish, that's when Hekish means. So Alcohol Gavar Shu Mitzvah, the Gavar Shu Avera. So whether he ate something that's a mitzvah, so that's an Avera, so the Gemara gives us exactly what that's talking about. So again, I will say, so interestingly enough, so first part of the Mishnah gives us the measurements. How much wine does he have to purchase with the stolen money? How much meat does he have to purchase with the stolen money? That's Makokas, Tanakama, and Rabbi Yossi. After that, we can have an interesting exception. An interesting exception is if he consumes the stolen meat or stolen wine in what the Mishnah calls a chaburas mitzvah. Chaburas mitzvah. So halacha l'mayis again, he's going to be patur. We'll see exactly what that means as well. What happens if the Zoramor stole money, but he didn't purchase meat? I don't know, he purchased something else, right? Anything else, but not meat. Or shasa komash v'lo shasa yayin. Or for that matter, again, he stole money, he purchased a drink. But he bought beer. He didn't buy wine. Eino nasa ben sora mora ach yochal basar yishli yayin. Paul said, Torah says, Mishnah says he does not become ben sora mora until he steals money and he uses that money dafka to purchase meat or wine. Purchase of any other food item or purchase of any other drink does not make one into a ben sora mora. Shneimar, the pasuk says, Zolel v'sovei. So we'll say, so this is the pasuk from the Torah, right? Literally, again, he's a glutton and a guzzler, right? Glutton representing the meat, guzzler representing the wine. And the Gemara says, how do you know that solo v'sovei means eat wine? Right? How do you know that? The Gemara says, it's not explicit. Is soda lebasa. In a question of soda, don't be a guzzler of wine, and don't be again a gluttonous consumer of meat. Okay, let's say so. This Mishnah Ben Soromar, incredible. Now let's analyze. So remember, Zera says, "Tartimar zeni odeamahu." So remember again, the Tanakama said that the amount of meat for which a ben sora umora is chayiv, if he steals money and buys it, is a tartimar. So comes along the Gemara and says, Rabbi Zera says, I don't know how much is a tartimar. What is that? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yossi yayin nimsa kofa after basar nimsa tartimar chatimar. So what we can extrapolate this as follows. Rabbi Yossi argues in the Tanakama. Now it appears, based on the wine measurements, that Rabbi Yossi doubles the Tanakama's measurements, right? Because again, remember the Tanakama says tartimar of meat a half a lug of wine. Rabbi Yossi says a mana of meat and 1 lug of wine. The fact that he doubles the wine measurements, the Pash just means that what? He doubles the meat measurements as well. And therefore, what's a tartimar? A half a mana. Now, by the way, we'll talk about actually like how much meat that is in your session. Right? So a half a mana. So that's not focus. Rabbi Yossi Tanakam. Incredible. So I'm going to just mention Teddy Daniel is working on getting together a chabura that meets before the daf yomi in the morning, or it doesn't have to, it could be whenever chabura wants to be at night also. But whatever, you'll see something about that. Chazer over the shakla v'tariyah, just the give and take of the Gemara. So just I'll mention this because again we try to always pause. Try to pause at different stages of the Gemara just to understand when a unit has ended. So understand in the Gemara right here, you can even just mark it up in your Gemara so you see what the beginnings and the ends. So you see over here again, that's just the unit of discussion that just ended. Now we've clarified the Machlokes, Rabbi Yossi, and the Tanakama. Next, Amrav Kana Bar Molda, Amrav Huda. Enochai and C7 is the striking fellow at the second end of the second table. Right, good. Right after the striking fellow at the end of the first table. Right? No, I don't want to be everybody's beautiful. So Gemara says as follows: Amrav Chanan Bar Molda, Amrav Huda. Enochai Achigach Basra B'Zol. The Yocha Yayin B'Zol, the Yishka B'Ksiv B'Zolo B'Zolo. So we'll say this is very interesting. The Fuda gives another qualification. The Fuda says the only time you become Ben Sora Mora is when Halacha L'Maisa, you're going ahead and you're purchasing the meat at a discount and purchasing the wine at a discount. This is fascinating. In other words, you can't. This is what I'll say. You can't become a Ben Sora Mora if you play retail. Right? If you pay retail, you might not even be Jewish. You're going to forget about Ben Sora Mora. Right? So you only have local Ben Sora Mora if you get out of this. Now what's the shot with that? Take a look at Rashi. Yayin Bizol. About Yogelo Shlichi Leimos. Also, remember again, let's work backwards because we've already seen this, but we'll see more specifically today. Why is a Ben Sora Mora executed? Why is he executed? Because we are nervous that someone who has developed these type of appetites when he's young is going to become addicted to sustaining this type of lifestyle and is not going to have the necessary funds to sustain constant consumption of meat and wine. And what's going to happen? He's going to rob, he's going to steal, and he's going to become a community danger. So the idea over here is, it only works if you see him developing behaviors that would lead us to that tragic conclusion. So in other words, if he's already able to figure out how to get wine, good wine, good wine cheaply, good meat cheaply, that means that there's like a shtickle addiction going on over there. And that's what gives rise to this concern. Let's say, get ready for this. Furthermore, he's only chayiv if he eats raw meat and drinks undiluted wine. The Gemara says, 1 second. You need to eat raw meat, undiluted wine. That's not true. That's not true. There was an explicit statement that it's raw meat and it drinks undiluted wine. The Sarabas says it's not normal. It's not normal to eat raw meat. So the Gemara says, no. Yayin Chai is Muslim for Muslim. No, undiluted wine doesn't really mean undiluted. Rather, what does it mean? It means that it's not fully diluted. In other words, he uses a lower dilution ratio. Right? So the wine is stronger. That's the Chai. Right? What does it mean, Basar Chai? This is incredible. What does it mean, raw meat? Raw meat doesn't mean raw meat. Rather, what does it mean? Bashil below bashil. It means cooked, but not really cooked. Kibasar kibad afla gan. Like the type of seared meat that thieves eat. Now look at Rashi. Rashi almost right. Basar kibad the afla gan. Kavya begicholim vikavase beirvin v'nichve v'nichve v'zachar. What's fascinating? How did thieves eat their meat? How do they eat their meat? Right? They seared it. They seared it on the outside, but it's burnt on the inside. By the way, I feel very vindicated because I get a very hard time for eating everything very, very, very well done. But you see, all I am is a halakhic Jew. That's all. Apparently, okay, just the who eats stuff red, right? And it's seared on the outside, it's on the inside. You need to do a cheshbon on that. That's all I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, right? Again, clearly, that's how thieves eat their meat. Pan-seared steak is mamish a michael of kartofel. Okay, that's a mic drop. Right there. Okay, so if you get that, the shot to the diary, right? He says, So again, I will say, so all of this also, remember, what we're looking for over here, if you notice, are interesting behaviors. That's what we're looking for over here. There are markers that are here. So already, like again, all kidding aside, in the Gemara, what did this represent? Thieves, right? One of the luxuries that thieves don't have is relaxation, right? They're on the move, they're on the run, always looking for the next mark, everything else like that. So that's why, in all seriousness, they just sear the meat and then they go out and make it. So when you see someone from a young age exhibiting these types of behaviors, it becomes the marker for us. It becomes the danger sign that something is up. And again, unfortunately, this child is on a terrible, almost irreversible path. The Gemara goes like that. This is fascinating. So Rabbi Yossi said as follows. Both of them said, if the Soromar eats salted meat, or he drinks wine from the press, that doesn't make you a Ben Soromar. Now, this is very interesting. Salted meat was considered to be inferior, and therefore, interestingly enough, from that Torah perspective, non-farming. Wine right off the press is inferior, and therefore again non-habit forming. And therefore, if you have a boy who steals money from his parents, he uses that money to buy salted meat, or to go out and buy wine right off the press. Halacha again, that does not make him into a ben or more. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi is right across. They're not important. They're not pashut. Therefore, ultimately, again, they're not habit forming. They're not habit forming. So say such a okay. We'll come back to that in just a little bit. The Gemara goes like this. The Gemara says, "Sharon Hassan." Now, obviously, the shaila is going to be what's the definition of salted meat and what's the definition of wine right from the press. Okay, so that's our next revelation. So we'll say this is a fascinating halacha. Sharon Hassan, all part of our sugya. Erev Tisha B'Av. So on Erev Tisha, we'll say Sudam of seconds. Right? Remember again. You should always recognize in halacha 2 times a year you have Sudam of seconds. Right, 2 times a year. One before Tisha B'Av, one before Yom Kippur. But of course, they are worlds apart. Right, they're worlds apart. The Suda Mafsakis before Yom Kippur is a Yom Tov Suda. It's Mamish Yom Tov Suda. Like it is a celebratory Suda, excited for the cleansing of the Shuvah that's about to come. Like, it's interesting, even though when you talk about Yom Kippur, like you have like butterflies in your stomach, like excited for that. So it is almost excited for that upcoming opportunity to remember to cleanse ourselves. Conversely, Erev Tisha B'Av, Suda Mafsakis is a morning meal. Right, with M-O-U-R, right, a mournful meal. That is not a celebratory meal, but ultimately, again, that is a meal that kind of already puts us in. There are restrictions on that meal. So therefore, the Gemara says, Erev Tisha B'Av, lo yocha adam shnei tavshilin. A person should not eat 2 cooked foods. At the Suda Mafsakis, you can't have 2 different cooked foods. Lo yocha abas v'lo yishtei yayin. You can't eat meat and you can't drink wine. Listen to this. Listen to this. Ochel basar maliach sh'shei yayin. Wow, what can you eat on Erev Tisha B'Av? Salted meat. You want to have beef jerky at your Suda Mafsakis? You can. Interestingly enough, you could have salted meat. You could have salted meat, and you could have wine. If there's any left in the dough, right? So you could have salted meat, and you could go ahead and you could drink wine right from the press. Right from the press. Now, people go, what does that show you? That shows that these items don't even have identity of meat or identity of wine. That's essentially Tisha B'Av. Mamish means that it's not basar and it's not yayin. The Gemara says, so basar maliach is now obviously we have to get definitionally what are these things. So basar maliach and kama. So what's that? It's interesting. Now, obviously, it can't mean that a person puts some salt on their meat, and suddenly again that's salted meat. What in other words, when we speak about salted meat, what are we talking about? We're talking about meat that is packed in salt. So how long does meat have to be salted for so that it loses its identity as basar and becomes basar maliach? So the Gemara says as follows: Basar maliach ad kama, amir barkana calls mashu kishlamim. So as long as it's like shlamim, let's say, what does that mean? The window for shlamim consumption is 2 days and 1 night. So essentially, once you've salted meat for 2 days and 1 night, that's called salted meat, and it really loses its identity as meat. Now, I want to be clear on something. When we say loses its identity, if you eat it, deflations. Right? Just to be clear, right? You're going to be deflations. But the idea is for other halachos that concern basar, it's not basar. So the Ben Sorah Mora steals money and purchases that kind of salted meat, he's not chayiv. If you want to eat that meat on Erev Tisha B'Av, you can eat that meat on even on Erev Tisha B'Av. So that seems so. If you look at Rashi, Rashi says there are called Mashur Shlamim. Shelo Abra Alav Zman Akila Shlamim Shnei Yom V'Layla Echad Adai Belich Lechusahu V'Lo Ikri Maliach. So Allah says, so this is the idea. The window of Shlamim is our metric. You can eat Shlamim for 2 days and 1 night. So too again, if you leave the meat salted 2 days and 1 night, then it's salted meat. And again, that's Mora is not going to be chayiv for it. And halacha l'maisa, you can eat it even on Erev Tisha B'Av. So the Gemara says, what about wine? Yeah, and the heat like kama. Up until what point in time is wine called wine for the best? I want you to understand. Remember, fresh wine was inferior. Aged wine was good wine. So when is wine considered to be what we call wine from the press, i.e. fresh wine? That's inferior. When it's, the Gemara says, ad kama, kozman shu toses. When it's fermenting. Toses means fermenting. I will say, apparently, Rashi points out over here, the way you know that wine is fermenting is like a step of froth. So when it's frothing, that means that the wine is fermenting. That's yayin. Good. So I will say again, for our purpose, so that's finished. Actually, so just to pause over the side, therefore, what we are establishing over here is that a Ben Sorah Moreh is chayiv for stealing money and purchasing wine and meat. We've established already from the Mishnah, Zolel Sobei, Machlokes, how much he has to steal, how much wine, how much meat. But now, definitionally, wine means good wine. Good wine. The Mishnah called it Italian wine. So right now, the Gemara is just saying it's got to be wine. Wine, for our purposes, means it's not fermenting. It's not fermenting. Furthermore, meat means non-salted meat. What's the definition of salted meat? Halacha l'maaseh, any meat that is set and sold for at least 2 days and 1 night. Incredible. Let's go back to that time. So Gemara says, Vatanya, we learned Yain Toses Imo Mishum Gibli, that fermenting wine Rabosa is not subject to the halacha of Gibli. Remember again, what's the halacha of Gibli? The halacha says that if you leave liquids open overnight, you're not allowed to drink it. What are we concerned about? What is Gemara concerned about? Snake venom. Now, I'll just point out that we notice our Hashofah brings down that today many people aren't machmir on this anymore, right? They leave a drink out overnight, they leave a cup of water out, overnight, and when we do drink it the next day. So the Gemara says that's because, again, we live in locales where venomous snakes are not really as common. And that's why, again, you'll see in general people are not machmir. In any event, the point over here is frothing, right, fermenting wine is not subject to the halacha of uncovered liquids. Apparently, snakes don't come next to fermenting wine. The Kama Tisisa. So, how long does that process last for? 3 days. So apparently, for the first 3 days after the wine is first pressed, it's still in fermentation. Therefore, again, there's no issue of gilui. So what's an interesting thing also, the reason we're bringing this up over here is, beforehand we said that the definition of fermenting wine is as long as it's frothing. But here it says 3 days. Now the contrast, it sounds like the wine froths for even longer than 3 days. So what's the halacha over by Ben Sorah Mar? Because we need to know what kind of wine is chayiv for stealing. So the Gemara says, Hasam Mishum Simcha calls Mashu Kishlamim, Nami is Besimcha. So I say, so ultimately, again, when it comes to, let's say, for example, Tisha B'Av, right? So when it comes to Tisha B'Av, so remember again, it's a din in Simcha. So therefore, again, as long as the meat is like Shlamim, i.e., it's been salted for less than 2 days and 1 night, then it's considered to be meat, and there's going to be an element of Simcha. By then, Sorah Mar Bosai, it's not a din in Simcha. What is it a din in? What is it a din in? Addiction. That's the developing. I hesitate to use that word addiction because that word is often used very loosely. But we'll use it now. We're worried about him being drawn into a particular lifestyle. So the Gemara says, in order for the Ben Sorah for there to be a fear of addiction to the high life, so ultimately, again, it has to be something of really high quality. So even if halacha l'maaseh it's salted for less time, it could still be that that would not be a din, or that would not be subject ultimately again to ben sora umola. V'yayin adam yom, but for wine up to 40 days. So up to 40 days after it's been pressed, it's still considered to be fermenting, and therefore halacha l'maisa the ben sora would not be chayiv there. And I will say now it happens to be, it appears from the Gemara. It appears from the Gemara that halacha l'maisa that for ben sora or mora, we adopt the shlamim metric. So if it's salted meat, and the definition of salted being 2 days and 1 night, if he steals money and purchases that meat, he's not going to be chayiv. He's only chayiv if he purchases what we'll call fresh meat. Fresh meat. With wine, same idea. Only chayiv for wine if it's not fermenting. What's the definition of not fermenting? It's not bubbling, it's not frothing. But but if it's still frothing, then ultimately again he's not going to be chayiv. Incredible. We'll say a beautiful Gemara. I'm Rav Chanan, lo nivra ba'olam, sorry, I'm Rav Chanan, lo nivra yayin ba'olam. Why did Hashem create wine? Right? We'll say it's a good shaila. Wine, it's interesting, by the way. Wine is fascinating. Why? Because on one hand, there's no life cycle event without wine. Right? A bris milah has wine. A chuppah has wine. Right? We're going to see a levaya had wine. Everything has wine. Yet we see that Chazal say that wine can get you into so much trouble. So what's the pshat? Why did the Rebbe Shalom really create wine? So you know, incredible Gemara. Hashem created wine. El lenachim avelim or l'shalim schal l'rishayim. Hashem created wine really for 2 primary purposes. Number 1, to give comfort to mourners. Now, what does this mean? If you remember again, we learned that when the Avelim would come back after the funeral, what would they get? They would get a big glass of wine. A big glass of wine, and they were encouraged to drink the entire thing. Why? We understand why. Because what did it do? It took the edge off. It took the edge off a little bit. Right? It didn't take away the pain. But ultimately, again, it went ahead and sued. There's a tremendous amount of hospital in this. So what does this mean? So you're going to give the other a cup of wine. What does it do for them? Well, in life, there are 2 different types of problems. There are some problems you can solve, and there are some problems that you can fix. And then there are other problems that you cannot solve and you cannot fix. And they are just what they are. To figure out the ultimate is how to lean in it, is how to embrace it, is how to just own it and say, okay, this is my life. These are my circumstances. No matter what I do, they're not going to change. Let me take a life deep breath, bend my shoulder, lean into it, and somehow make something great out of these circumstances. That is the point of that cup of wine. That cup of wine is the forced deep breath. We all know this. When you have a glass, what happens when you have a glass of wine? What happens when you have 3 glasses of wine? I'm getting just the blank looks over here, right? What happens because 2 azugos, right? 2 azugos, right? 3 glasses of wine. Suddenly again, what? Problems don't look. I'm not foolish. My problems are still there. We need at least 6 glasses of wine to have no problems, right? With 3, right? I know my problems are still there. But you know what? Okay, I'll handle it. When, how, what? I don't know. But I know I got this. The stuff that looked impossible before the glass of wine now looks possible with the glass of wine. I will say it's such a. So why does Hashem create wine? Hashem created wine to help us take that collective deep breath, or that personal deep breath, and be able to say, okay, for the other, I just lost someone that I love. My life is forever different. It will never be the same. But somehow, some way, I will get this together and move myself forward. That's the yesod of wine, says the Gemara. Furthermore, on the shine, again, without the wine, also the hashkafa also applies. Life's problems in 2 different buckets: the ones you solve, the ones you can't. The ones you can solve, roll up your sleeves and create the solution. The ones you can't, lean into it, embrace it, accept it, and navigate that new reality. So again, furthermore, wine was also created for Rishon. What does this mean? Even the greatest of Rishon, right? Even the most wicked person does mitzvahs, does things that are good, right? And halacha l'maisa deserves reward for it. How does he get his reward for it? Good bottle of wine. Right? That's the reward for Rishon, and therefore they get their reward in this world, from judgment and punishment in the next world. the yayin lemari nefesh. Literally, again, give an intoxicating beverage. La'ovei to the one who is lost, which the Gemara is understanding here to refer to the Rasha, and give wine to those who are bitter of soul. What does it mean when it says the pasuk? Al-Kira yayin shemadim p'neim shal-risham ba'olam hazeh u'mal b'p'neim ba'olam haba. So be careful with wine, because what does wine do? Wine makes the face of the Rishayim red, right? When you drink a little bit, so you get a little bit flushed. So the Rishayim get red, they get flushed with the enjoyment of this world, but they will be pale in the world to come. Meaning, again, so enjoy it, Rishayim, right? Enjoy the wine and enjoy whatever's coming to you in this world, because know that judgment awaits you in the world to come. Rava Amar Alteri Yain Kiyis Adam, Alteri Yain Shachari Sodam. Be careful with wine. Be careful with wine, because we'll say sometimes too much consumption of wine can lead to blood, meaning can lead to certain deleterious results. Rav Kan Rami Ksiv shows that kind of contrast to Psukim. On one hand, it says Tirosh, it says Tirash Vikarinon Tirosh. So we'll say it's quoting over here. It's quoting over here from the pasuk of these are the brachos. These are the brachos of Yitzchak Rabbeinu to Yaakov. V'yitin l'cha Elokim. Again, it says someone to Shabbos. V'yitin l'cha Elokim. V'kalashayim l'shmani haaretz. The rove, Dagon, the Sirosh. Suppose say Sirosh means grapes. But what you must find out over here is it's written with chasar, it's written without the vav. So it can be read as Tirash, right? It could be looked right, you see it as Tirash, but yet we read it as Tirosh. Tirosh. So we'll say, what's the difference? Listen to this. Zocha na'aseh rosh. Lo zocha na'aseh rosh. So I both say, alcohol, nice alcohol, wine, could be used in one of two ways. Alcohol could be used, chas v'shalom, as a mechanism of profound personalistic debasement. Right? Any person can engage in all type of terrible behaviors, or sometimes we also say, nichnas yayin yatzasod. Sometimes what wine has the ability to do is it lowers our guard a little bit, lowers some of those inhibitions, and the real me is able to come out in a good way. As we'll say, sometimes whether we recognize it or not, we're so guarded about the holiness that we possess. Right? I don't, so we put up walls. Piaget sees about this so much. We put up walls around our neshama. And those walls, we block ourselves from fully spiritually self-actualizing. Because sometimes a little bit of wine comes in. The walls come down, and my real neshama is able to come out. So interesting that the same thing, wine, can either be rash means like a papa, like a nothing. For some people, wine unlocks debasement, and for other people, rosh, like a head. A little bit of wine can lower those walls and allow me to finally access my neshama. Incredible. Rav Arami Ksiv, Yismach says, Yismach or Yishmach, Vikarinon Yismach. So again, what is possible? The young Samach about Enosh. Wine makes the heart happy. So again, it's not both ways. It could be Yishmach or Yismach. So the Gemara says, Lo Zachal, Zachal B'Samchal. The person is righteous, then ultimately, again, wine will go ahead and cause the person much joy. Lo Zachal, if I'm not the person is not Zochal, Mishama maybe. Wine could destroy it. So they will say, the whole cup of wine, without wine, I will say, anyone could project an image of personal piety. What does wine do? Wine gets out the inner you. And then I will say, then when that inner me comes out, that's when it truly comes out. So the shaila is, who am I really on the inside? Am I a Rasha Chas V'Shalom masquerading as a tzaddik? Or perhaps, again, I'm really a mediocre guy, or I should say I'm a tzaddik masquerading as a mediocre guy. And ultimately a little bit of wine. So what is really on the inside of the individual? Incredible. Rava said wine and nice smells, right? Aromatic smells made me very smart. So Rava was saying like this, that a little bit of wine helped me to access a lot of my inner kedusha. And also again, the scent of smell is also linked directly to the neshama. Right? Because remember again, when Hashem created Adam and Chava, the Father says, Vayipach ba'apach, Hashem blew life into the nostrils of Adam. So the sense of smell is directly connected with the neshama. Which is why on Shabbos we have the summon, right? Why we have the summon, that's why Sundays have to be custom to smell the summon on Erev Shabbos as well. All of that to unlock the neshama. Incredible. Amr Amram, ready to Shimon Bar Abba. By the way, it's interesting. Rava says that it's wine and sense that made me smart. What about like learning, right? I came to Shir, I went to yeshiva, I went to this. So it's like what you see from Rava is really very interesting. That so much of self-actualization is not just about the information you learn, but it's your ability to access your insights, right? So often in life, what we do is we're walled off to who we are on the inside. So I spend a lot of time on external things. I dabble, I learn a lot, but then I wonder, like, why doesn't it have the full impact on you? And the answer is very simple. If you're not in touch with your inner self, you can't fully self-actualize. You have to know your neshama. You have to be connected to your neshama. You have to understand who I really am on the inside. That's what it says. You're right. Of course, I learned about the Torah. Of course, I learned about the Torah. But in addition to all the Torah, it says, I also knew who I was on the inside. That's what wine and the sun represent. I know I'm in touch with my inner self. I'm in touch with who and what I am, about what's working, what's not working, what's whole, what's broken. And because of that, because I'm in touch with my inner self, I'm able to become the best version of me. Incredible. What's the meaning of the pasuk? Lemi avi, lemi avoy, lemi medanim, lemi siach, lemi betzantinam, lemi chachlilos inayim, lemaachrim alayayin lebayim lachrim masa. Let's interpret this pasuk now. So this pasuk that we're putting over here is from Mishlei. And essentially what Shlomo is lamenting over here, by the way, is overindulgence in wine. Right? Overindulgence in wine. So the Gemara says as follows: Kiaz Rabdini Amar Amar Marava High Kraman the Darshan Reish the Sefer Madrash the Sefer Reish Madrash. Ultimately, however you interpret this pasuk, also what the pasuk essentially is saying is Lemi I. Right? Who's the one who has to say blow? Lemi Avai. Who's the one who has to say? Right? Who's the one who says I? Who's the one who says Vavai? Right? Lemi Madana, Lemi Siach. So ultimately, again, who are the people who overindulge? And the end of the pasuk is Lama Achrim Alayayim. Those who spend too much time with wine. And remember, Yeshua Melech understood this firsthand because Yeshua Melech had everything. Yeshua Melech also understood, and we'll get into this more about the destructive nature of overindulgence. So the Gemara says, if you down this pasuk from the beginning to the end, from the end to the beginning, it's the same drasha. Darash always delula. Yud Gimel Rabbi. So what's it? Right? So Darish over Galila. So a certain guy who lives in the Galil darshan the following idea. Interestingly enough, he's anonymous. It's quite fascinating. But he made the following drasha. What was his drasha? This is fascinating. Yud Gimel Vav Ne'emru V'Yayin. There are 13 vavs that are said in conjunction with wine. Now, what does it mean in conjunction with wine? Let's remember again. The first time we have mention of wine is where? Noah. So 13 vavs in the section of Noah with wine. If you look at Rashi is over here. Yud Gimel Vavin Lashon Vai. So we'll say, so what does that mean? Now, Vav, remember, Vav often represents Vai. Vai means, whose translation of Vai is I. Right? Vai means so what this certain Galilean was saying was, it's interesting that there's a lot of ice, a lot of woes in the section concerning wine by Noah. So you must listen to this. Now here they are. Vayachal Noah Vav Ish Adama Vayita Karen Vayesh Min Hayayin. Two volts right there. Again, you'll count as we go along. So Vayichal, Vayesh. So again, when Noah cut off the table, the first thing he did was he planted a vineyard. Right? Vayera or Vayar Chama Vikinan as Evas Aviv. Vayagei L'Shtein Echav B'chos. Right? So Cham. So remember again, Noah gets drunk. He falls asleep. He's naked, or at least in some state of disrobement. Cham sees his father in this state, comes and sees the other brothers. Vayikach, another vav. Shem, V'yafas, another vav. Esa Simba, Vayasimu, another vav. Al Shechem Shneim. So Cham does nothing, right? Or actually, we see he does something, but so Shem and Yafas come, they walk in backwards, they cover up their father. Vayech, another vav. Acharonis, Vaychas, another vav. Eseva Saviyim, Upanim, another vav. Vayikach, Noach, another vav. Noach wakes up, from his wine. Vayed, another vav. Eis Asher Asala B'Noach. So we'll say this is the story of Noah. So remember again, Cham just sees his father, doesn't do anything, calls his brothers. Shem and Yafes come and they cover up their father in his state of debasement. Noach wakes up and the pasuk says Noach knew what his son Cham did to him. Rabbi Shmuel, so Moses says, now obviously, it's interesting, obviously, Cham did something to Noach. The issue is the pasuk doesn't say what Cham did to Noach. So there's not focus. Rabbi Shmuel, Chad Amar Sirsu. One opinion says that Cham castrated his father. The Chad Amar Rebel. Other opinion says that Cham went ahead and sodomized his father. Okay? The one who says that he can't kill over a V. So also the one says castrated. And why would Cham castrate his father? He didn't want his father having any more kids. 3 of us is enough. He didn't want any more kids. So therefore, again, just like Cham went ahead and prevented his father from having a 4th son, so Noach cursed Cham's 4th son. Who was Cham's 4th son? Cham's 4th son, Rabbi say, was Cush. Right? Sorry, Cush is I put the Canaan. Right? So Cham's 4 sons were Cush, Restream, put Canaan. So just like Cham prevented Noah from having a 4th son, Noah cursed son. The one who says that he sodomized him, Vayar Cham, right? Vikanan is Evas father. Simasam Vayar Osa Shechem ben Hamor, when Shechem abducted and violated Dinah. And again, thereby again, Chazal tell us that he violated her with Bia Shalom Kedarko. So ultimately, it makes sense. The one who says that he castrated him, and rather than that Noah cursed Cham's son, but according to the one who says that he sodomized him, why did he curse his 4th son? Why not just curse his 1st son? To which the Gemara says, according to that opinion, they sodomized him. Both sodomized him and castrated him. Okay. No life lessons there. Okay, Gemara says follows. So what happened? So the pasuk says Noach defamed himself and he planted a vineyard. So again, I will say, so just to point out over here, the lashon over here is incredibly important. The Ribono Shel Olam is bringing Noach to task for the first thing that he does in the new world is he plants a vineyard. That's lashon of chulin. He profanes himself. Noach, what are you doing? Why is the first thing that you're doing planting a vineyard? Shouldn't you be learning from Adam Arishon? Shalogaram lo elayayin. Listen, this is wild. What caused Adam and Chava to make the mistake? It was wine. So the Gemara says, now one second, what does that mean? Command the Amar Osi and Sha'acham and Adam Rishon Geffen Hara. They both say we're going to see, interestingly enough, that there is a fundamental machlokas. What type of tree did Adam and Chava eat from? If you remember again, they eat from the 8th Das Tova, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. What did they eat from? This is machlokas. Desanya, Meir Omer, Osi and Sha'acham Adam Rishon Geffen Hara. So we'll say first opinion of Meir says it was grapes. The forbidden grapes. As such, Adam Arisha's sin was committed without Noach gets off the table. And what's the first thing that he plants? The first thing that he grapes. What's the matter with you? What do you? Did you not learn from Adam Arisha? I'm a base. Shame. And also interesting, the mayor says, now where does the mayor get this from? It's almost as if the mayor backs into this, because the mayor says, there is nothing which brings misfortune upon a person like wine. Obviously, I will say, it's 2 sides of the same coin. On the one hand, we extol the greatness of wine, the power of wine, the beauty of wine, but wherever you have the possibility for extreme kiddusha, which is what wine has, you also have the power for extreme debasement. Which I will say, by the way, I just want to point out, I sort of cover over here, which is why it really is important, besides supporting the economy of Eretz Yisrael, to really drink Israeli wine. Really, again, we're living in a time where Eretz Yisrael has the most incredible and beautiful award-winning wines. It's absolutely. I don't have like shares in everything. That's what I do. Like, it's not a business thing. But like, we live in a time where Eretz Yisrael is producing the most beautiful and award-winning wines. There's another reason for it. Wine is dangerous. wine, you see for yourself, wine is really dangerous. I think that one of the ways we help to offset that danger a little bit is making sure that our wine is coming from a place of Kedushin Tara. So if I know at least that the wine comes from Eretz Yisrael, it's grown on the holy soil of Eretz Yisrael, I have absolutely no doubt. I don't know how it's true, but I know that it's true. That if wine comes from the holy soil of Eretz Yisrael, by definition, that wine has a Kedushin that other wines do not have. And therefore, by definition, I think one has the ability to utilize that wine in a much more Kaddish way than they can with any other type of wine. Okay, the infomercial is over. Any event, so the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, so therefore, wine, right? Wine comes along, Eliyain. So therefore, again, that's why Kadosh Baruch Hu brings Noach to task. How can you go ahead? How can you go ahead and be planting wine when other Jews are into trouble with wine? The Rita says, no, it wasn't wine. What was it? It was wheat. It was wheat. The eighth is fascinating. The eighth das tovara was wheat. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean that wheat grew differently in Gan Eden? Or just maybe eighth was just more of like a description, not to be taken literally? But eventually, this says it was wheat. Because what's interesting enough, wheat, that's when a child begins, it's interesting, it really represents like the first consumption of like solids. So when a child begins to consume solids, so again there's a certain das that comes with that. The Chemio says no, it was a pig. I will say why? Because the very thing that they sinned with was the very thing that they covered themselves with. Remember, after Adam and Chava eat from the eight das Torah, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, they recognized that they were naked. So what did they covered themselves? Now Chazal tells elsewhere, none of the other trees wanted to give them their leaves because they sinned. The fig tree gave them the leaves because again that was the tree with which they went ahead and listen. So we'll say, by the way, just fascinating, three machlokas as to what Adam and Chava sinned with. Opinion number one, grapes. Opinion number two, wheat. Opinion number three, figs. Interestingly enough, what will you never find mentioned in Chazal? Apples, right? So where does that come from? Where does that come from? Right? Because that Adam and Chava ate the apples. So we'll say it's actually an interesting connection. Remember by Yitzchak Avinu, when Yaakov comes along and comes in masquerading as his brother Esau. So remember, Yaakov comes in, Yitzchak thinks that it's Esau, and remember what are the words that Yitzchak uses? He says, Re'ach hasada. The scent of my son is like the scent of the field. Rashi HaKadosh says scent of the field. Like when somebody's murdering and butchering animals, they stink. What does that mean? So no, it says Yaakov Yitzchak Avinu was referring to Re'ach Hasada was Gan Eden. And Rashi HaKadosh quotes the Medrash that says, what's the Re'ach of Gan Eden? Gan Eden smells Kistei Tapuchim, like an apple orchard. Gan Eden has the scent of an apple orchard. So that's the scent of Gan Eden. Rashi quotes that. So somehow, again, and that's a fact. So I guess somehow it evolved that because Gan Eden has the scent of an apple orchard, so it became assumed that Allah Adam and Chava ate from an apple. But for Maisa, you see over here, there is no mandamar that says it was an apple. One of these in any event. So according to the opinion that says that Allah Maisa, it was grapes. So Shmoki takes Noach to task for going ahead and planting grapes. So we'll say it's incredible. Different than one bella, Masa Ashe Yisarsu. Okay, so what's it for this? These are the words of Lemuel. And Lemuel was chastised by his mother. Right? King Lemuel was chastised by his mother. Kings chastised by their mother. So what is this? First of all, say, who is Lemuel? So actually points out over here, Lemuel is Shlomo HaMelech. Lemuel Maisa V'Kach like Kadosh Baruch Hu. So we'll say Lemuel is a contraction of two words, Lamo Kel. That all he was an attribute to Kadosh Baruch Hu. So what's the other thing this tomorrow? Shlomo was rebuked by his mother. What did his mother say? So Bathsheba, remember again, so Shlomo's mother is Bathsheba. Bathsheba literally tied Shlomo to a post and was ready to flog him. That shows you how angry parents can get with children, right? I must say, this is an adult son. This is an adult son. She tied him to a neck. She wasn't able to flog him. She wanted to put a little fear of God into him. So Bamrolo, she said to him, Mabri, Umar Bar Dikni, Umar Bar Dikni. She said to him, what are you doing, my son? Like Mabri, my son, the son of my womb, the son of my vow. What are you doing? So the Umar said, Mabri, what was Bathsheba chastising Shlomo about? Akol Yodin, Shavicha Yari Shamayim. Everyone knows your father, Governor Melech, is such a big tzaddik. What's not? What was important to see is Shlomo was living the high life. Right? He's the son of king. Right? He's got money. He's good looking. He's got everything going for him. See, he's living a good life, and his mother is chastising him for too much overindulgence. And the first thing she says to him is, "You know what people are going to say? Tell them it's a tzaddik. It must be that this side of Shlomo that must come from the mother's side. That must come from the mother's side, right? So people are going to hinge all of your overindulgent errant behavior on me. Omar bar Bikni, and the son of my womb, all of your fathers, otherwise, once they become pregnant, they no longer have relations with the king. Apparently, from Chazal's perspective, so relations during pregnancy is healthy for the fetus. So Bathsheba said to her son, said to Shlomo, you know, me, even after I was pregnant with you, I made sure to have relations with your father in order that you would be a healthy and vibrant child. Very interesting parent-child conversation, right? But Lamaisa again, she says, you see, I worked so hard for you, and this is what you give me back. Well, Barbary, what's he want to do? We'll stop over here. We'll stop over here, both sides. Again, we're fine. We're fine, by the way. The daven gets short in Mappus, so we're gonna be fine. You know what I'm saying? What's the rush? What's the rush? Shkara come on 120 back to the
I kind of feel bad for her too. Sometimes I watch her, not just on that episode, just in general. I feel like she's a confused.
All right, Kabra Zoom. Have a great day.
It does seem like even when she's not being horrendous online, she had a target on her back.
One thing, about going over to her house, and it's like,
okay, good morning.
You know, one of this great rant about it's like, you go over to her house, and it's like, you got 27 hit. He's describing like
Today's daf
menagerie of people.
is Sanhedrin daf Samach Tes.
I saw that after.
We begin by thanking our sponsors. We thank our annual commentators. Year 5785, the Tosin Shvacha of Aristotle is close for the Surah service for all of Am Yisrael, all Klal Yisrael. We also thank our Dafyomi sponsors this morning, Mel and Karen Ram, Ula Nishra Mel's father, Mordechai Ben Yitzchak, Mordechai Ben Yitzchak have a Lili, the Midges in the family who have a Makabah. We're going to begin in the Samach Tes on the days, and we begin with the 4 lines up from the bottom with Pliga the Rabbah. Yesterday we mentioned the Gemara quotes Rav Kista, who tells us there's another exception to the halacha of Ben Sora Umoreh. That is that the Ben Sora Umoreh cannot be a father. Just to quickly quote it, he says, Amar Rav Kista, Katan Sheholid Ein Bino Nasa. Sorry, Katan Sheholid Ein Bino Nasa Ben Sora Umoreh. Just as halacha is, that if Katan gives birth, his child is automatically going to get a lifetime exemption from the halachas of Ben Sora Umoreh. Why? It says in the pasuk, Leish Ben. The son has to be born to an ish. If the father of this Ben is not an ish, then he's automatically going to be exempt from the halachas of Ben Sora Umoreh. Now the Gemara is going to spend the entire almost day discussing whether or not a child can have a child. That's the discussion for tomorrow. Tomorrow starts to call Pliga the Rabbah who is telling us that the Pasuk is going to lose the child of a child. He must have been of the opinion that a child can have a child. The Pliga the Rabbah is on that argument. Rabbah, why? No, Rabbah should call it Kazab Ein Molid. The child cannot give birth. Never says the Pasuk in Ein L'Ishkol. This is talking about the halacha of Gedol Ager. But the halacha person feels something, and he is approached by the victim of the theft, and the person denies it. He says it's not true. I never stole it. And he takes an oath, and he takes his wood, he didn't steal it, and then it turns out that he lied. He comes back and admits that he lied. Halacha is that he has to pay the person back to carry the principle of homeless condition of fifth, and he has to read his part. Now the Pasuk says that if in English, Joel, if this person has already passed away, and he does not have anybody who is going to be an heir of his estate, halacha is, then the payment goes to the Kohen. The Gemara says, hold on a second. Is it possible that the age of the other Yisrael in a goyal to a person doesn't convert halachically is not going to have a family unless he gets married and builds his own family. Now, the Amrach, the pasuk Ish says very clearly in the pasuk that if an ain law ish goel, if the ish does not have anybody as a redeemer. Then the pasuk says ish if the person you stole from was an ish, you have to start reviewing in years to goel if you have people who are relatives who can actually pick up the payment for him. They laugh or if not. However, katan, if the person who was stolen from is a katan, the child, he after starts the love, you do not have to start looking to see if the child has any relatives. Why? Because the child is a convert, the Yeshua, in Golan. It's obvious to some of your family members. Why? Because the child cannot father another child. Therefore, it's impossible to assume that this child convert has any relatives. Therefore, don't bother with them. Clearly, we see the rabbis of the opinion that a child cannot father another child. Clearly, it's stark contrast to just because it's all possible to teach you that if a child has a child, that child is going to be exempt from the entire concept of the Torah. Well, all things are possible. It isn't possible to try to Hey, Abaya asks the question. Ish, it says in the pasuk. This is Machlokes because Rashi doesn't show it. This is talking about with Rashi. Rashi tells us this is talking about a person who has an affair with a shifra charufa. Is a shifra who is considered to be halfway free and halfway still a maid servant, married to an Eved Ivri. The person has an affair with it. That person gets malchus but does not. It says it. Hey, the Ella it. I only know this halacha is true if we're talking about in it. Then test on it. How do I know that a 9-year-old child, 9 years old, and one day he's able to engage in the bia? How do I know if this person is going to be included in the parsha? Lomar says this is additional to it. That includes even 9-year-old child. No, we see clearly. A 9-year-old child is included in the concept of bia, and if included in the concept of bia, that means he has the physical ability to be able to perform the bia. He is able to perform the bia physically, and also be able to be mostly shefazera. He could secrete shefazera because if he can't, that would be because of the law in the bia. If you're saying that a 9-year-old child in one day can produce this zera, then obviously what should happen is just his father or child who the years of in the mode. Yes, he can't actually physically perform the bia, but it's not going to be strong enough to be able to produce a child. What is this like? It's similar to grain that only grew 1/3, that did not grow 1/3. She tells us she tried to plant that, it's not going to grow. You can have a seed, never permanently try to plant it, and it won't grow. The same thing is true when it comes to this child. He will be able to perform the bia, but the action of the bia is not going to be strong enough to actually produce a child. Okay, so it's possible that Rob is still correct, that the child cannot get it. They learn another allusion to this idea, which is Pasuk is talking about a person who essentially ambushes somebody and kills him. So this he has put kind of a play on words over here that Vizkiya is going with to say if the person's an adult, then Meizid Mazriya. He's able to cook is the physical bodily production of the zera, Mazriya, and he can actually produce the semen. However, Ein Katan Meizid Mazriya, a Katan, while yes, he might be able to produce it, and that would be the concept that yes, he can be Meizid, he can cook it, his body can produce it, however, he cannot produce it and be Mazriya, and actually strong enough to actually conceive a child as a result of that. Amar lay Rav, Mordechai Rav. My master, the high, where do you find that this word mazid actually means to cook? Maybe a person does something intentional. You see the word mazid cook. He says to him, by Yazed, Yaakov was cooking up the lentil soup, and it was referred to as the Yazid. Yes, the pasuk actually uses the word Yazid to mean he cooked. But the word goes on. It says, and asks a question on this topic. Very small. Very small quote as follows. Then below Again, when it comes to Ben Sarah Moret, the only thing the kid could be is exclusively a Ben, a son. He cannot be a father. Again, so again, we have a Yzeris Akasi to tell us that a child, a Ben Sarah Moret, Ben Sarah Moret must be a Ben exclusively and not a father. Now, hold on a second. How is it possible that a Ben Sarah Moret can't even be a father? The Albert Boston actually states Cyrus over the comic like this. Okay, remember our mission was called up the entire period of Ben Sarah Moret is that period of time between he starts to grow the two hairs until it grows in. So if you're telling me that she became pregnant after he grew two hairs, and she gave birth before all those hairs grew in, well, then they can be equal to the high for enough time. For all that happens, she's pregnant and give birth so fast. Baha Amar, when Chris Bedai, Kol Yamush Besara Mora, Any El. That's the time that it is for Ben Sarah or Mora. It's only be 3 months. Why should it take 3 months? The initial phase of this year's growing until they grow in. Now it's impossible for 2 months. So how can it be that this child is going to actually be able to be a father and they'll have to be excluded from that? El Olav. What must we be talking about? The Aver Kami Gleiser Stay Cyrus. This woman became pregnant before the child went to Stay Cyrus while he was still ill. But when she gave birth, the commentations before the hairs were ruined. Now parents take the basement and say our son's out of control, he's over the sober, the biggest business goes through a process. They say, hold on a second, he's a father. He's excluded because it's only relevant to someone who is a child. That's the case. But what do you mommy know? We must learn from here, refer from here that we can indeed give birth to a child. No, incorrect. Hold on. The Aber Boston we're talking about is that the woman became pregnant from this young boy after he brought the Stay Cyrus. So he's a gadol. He's already a gadol. He's halachically a gadol. He has 2 years. Now, but only when did she give birth? Like a normal person, she gave birth, busted back and sucked in many months after all those hairs completely grew in. Who did Yokashi to have the question that Crystal Dennis that entire period is 3 months? No, you misunderstood this. That's Radimi Omar. When Radimi came and told us that Arvis Marava, they told him a Rabba Ben, the low Haroy what he meant to say was he has to be a Ben, but he can't be called a father. When is someone called a father? He's called a father as soon as the person who is pregnant is noticeably pregnant. People see a woman who's pregnant and say, oh, who's the father of the child? And you learn the concept of not Evo to Uberzah. Where did this child come from? Now, once they say, oh, it came from this person, say, oh, he fathered the child. Call the father, even before the father, the child is actually born. So yeah, the time of the pregnancy takes place, the conception takes place after he goes to the year. Now, when is the woman noticeably pregnant? There was no pregnancy. She picked up the dollar before then. So what happens? She had to actually be noticeably pregnant. That will happen within those 3 months. Once that happens, those 3 months, that's what Sukar do, bro. They'll say, hold on a second. Whose child is this? Oh, it's that person, that boy that can start a Laura, that guy. Oh, well, it's not a bed anymore. He's the father of the child to be excluded. Okay, so in other words, it's going to work. It's going to work, and it's possible that she became pregnant from him once he was already a halachic adult. He's ready to pass the test. Kufa, Amr Kushbadai, Amr Shapsi, Kol Yamah, the Torah Mara, Any Ella given for us, all the days, the Torah Mara are only 3 months, Bobad. We didn't learn this 3-month period. We learned the period of time is. Imagine how it takes him to fill those here. Mara says it's not a contradiction. You know why? Because we give him the best of both worlds. If you suck it, after the most being production, if all the years grew in within 2 months, then the halacha is very exact. However, Molo given production, not couple of is very slow. If 3 months pass, he's also to the extent. In other words, he gets to hold on the rope from both sides, and he gets both. Yosef Rav Yaakov and Arpaket to Major Ravina. Rav Yaakov from Arpaket said from Ravina. Yosef Amar, he said the following is Major Ravina Brady Yeshua. He said the following is Major Ravina Brady Yeshua. Nami number is Christmas Day. We learned from Christmas Day. Amar of Sapsai, that the Letos of Shiva, who is first in her 7th month, Ain Ubra Nikar Lislim out. Remember the fact that this Gemara assumes that there are two possible types of pregnancy. One pregnancy is 5 months pregnancy, another pregnancy is a 7 month pregnancy. And it's not that when a woman gives birth in her 7th month, she's giving birth to a baby. Rather, there's a type of pregnancy that finishes in 7 months. Whether or not the modern day science is above my pay grade, that's what tomorrow is going to be discussing over here. Now, if that's the case, if it's a woman who can complete her pregnancy in 7 months, how would you divide those trimesters? When will those trimesters happen? Typically, it's 1 to 3, 6 to 9. But in this case, you're giving birth after 7 months. So, when is her Uber going to be recognized? When will we be able to tell if she's pregnant? It must be, he says, the A Uber Nicholas, not just no pregnancy, when it's only a third, which is going to be 2 months and a third of a month. 2 months and a week. But he's not tonight, though. Uber Nicholas, you'll tell me that she's very nervous pregnant after a splish, after the way there. So now, Lomali Gimel, why do you have to wait 3 months? But the Raven, the Tulsa Sagi, 2 months and a third, that should be enough. In other words, it's enough. That's sort of the way of the pregnancy. And it's noticeable. In other words, she gets called in as a potential Betsora Laura. Look at this woman. If she's not pregnant, you say, okay, you're eligible. If she is pregnant, then you won't be eligible. But for her, it's going to be a much earlier time. The fact that we don't do that means it's not noticeable. On Malay, he says no. Yes, you will become noticeably pregnant a third of the way through, which is 2 months and a third of a month. However, we always go after the majority. Most women do not give birth after 7 months. Hold on a second. You're about to kill this Betsora Mora. You're assuming that his wife, this woman, is going to be. Bottom line is that you're assuming that she's not pregnant, but do we actually go after the majority? Remember, we're putting someone to death over here. Where it says in the Torah teaches us that, but we saw this before, that one of the jobs of an adjudicating basin is to try to save the potential convict in this case. Basically, job is to find a way to save him from Misa. And now you're saying, go after the majority to put the guy to death. That's not how it works. I drew up the major Ravina, they came back to Ravina. Remember, yes, didn't the question was Basaruba? Do we not go after the majority? I'll prove to you that we do. But now, it says in the Mishnah, after over this night, one person tells us. He was testifying in a capital case, murder case, and he says it happened on the 2nd day of the month. That's why we're giving the give off. The other one says it took place on the 3rd day of the month. We do not disqualify their ages just by virtue of the fact that they have contradicting months of the days of the month. Sorry. This guy got the memo that the previous month was extended. The other person does not know that it is extended. Therefore, they're both referring to the same instance that happens at the same time, but they're challenging that the date that makes one of them got the memo that was next day, the previous month, and the other one did not. That's when we give us Ruba. If you're just talking when it comes to capital cases, we do not go for the majority. Let's just say we don't go after the majority. What will we say? They are just simply being matched each other. El allows. In other words, they're matched each other to cross out their Adas. El allows. You must say we go after the majority. And what does that mean? Within she, how did you tell to be worthy ourselves? Not everyone had an app on their phone to give them the Hebrew day. And therefore, some people, it was very common. You went around town. You asked people what day it is. One guy said it is the 2nd of the month. Another guy said it was the 3rd of the month. And eventually, sometime during the month, people figured it out. but he was very competent to make this mistake, and the majority of people would make that mistake, and that would be fine. Ripley looks up to you. Clearly, you go after the road. Omar, Rabbi Yirmi, Medifti, Afanana, Medina. We also learned about Shalosh, some of you, that's not just because that's just the someone, a girl who is, we learned this previously, a couple weeks ago, about 2 weeks ago, we learned this Gemara, which says about a girl who is 3 years old in one day, because that's Bia. Whereas here, qualifying that any time she is intimate with somebody, she has Bia, it is a full-fledged halachic Bia. You can be married with the Bia, and while Yavon Kana is a Levi marriage takes place, then she is officially married to him. The other letter to if she's married to someone and is intimate with her, then the halacha is the Chayef Eish Thomas Boila, the Tana Mishka with the Elyo. And if somebody is going to follow her walk to Nida, then the Sunnah, as we explained last time, has a very specific level of similar to the Elyon. Even if you don't actually touch it, the person actually becomes Tameh, and he can do Tameh other things. This is the Kohen. If the Shluim is married to a Kohen, we'll call it the Tshuva. So let the Tshuva, Bala, Ephem, this is the relevant one in here. If any one of the disqualified people are intimate with her, possible becomes disqualified from Tshuva. Now, if Bala, Achad, or Arayas, of course, any of the Arayas is intimate with her, and Allah is Muslim allowed, they will be put to death for being intimate with her. She's obviously punished as a child, but if any one of the Arayas and Torah is going to be intimate with her, they are going to be Tayyip Misa. Why? Because they had a full-fledged Bia with one of the Arayas. You want to ask the question, the Amai, why is it true? He wanted me to say that maybe she is something that she can't give birth. And by the person who married her never wanted to marry a person who's not going to have children. Hello, what must you say? You say, this person went ahead, was intimate with an ancient woman, or was in front of the Arayas. And why would you assume that she's an Islandist? She's not going to be an Islandist like everybody else, or the majority of other people still have children, and the Arena Silva were a mess of Islanders. And therefore, you put the guy to death. Now, you see, so you're putting a guy to death for being intimate with one of the Arayas. Why? Because she's married. Hold on a second. She's married, maybe married to pull apart because she'll be an Islandist. Now, tomorrow, we don't see who's going to be an Islandist. Most women are not an Islandist. Therefore, so based it, put the guy to death. Really, put the guy to death. Because of the concept of robe, of majority. Well, it says, my Tayyip, Olev, Sunny, they made it, doesn't mean Tayyip. It's Sunny, Carbon, and hold on. You didn't read it carefully enough. It said, Muksin Ayada. You put the guy to death. Or, no, that wasn't referring to all the Arayas. That was referring to, well, via fathers. Hold on. It says anyone of the forbidden relationship to be put to death. Must be talking about a case where the person married to the child, loved her so much, and he said, even if it turns out you're an Islandist, I'm going to keep you as wife. In such a case, even if you turn out to be an Islandist, it's still going to put the person. So again, you do see that we do not have a riot. We go after Rome. Tanu Ravana. The woman engages in a very grotesque act of priestess with her young child. As a result of that act, the child had our all with her. Last time we learned, it was Sunday or Monday or 2 weeks ago, the hara is about both of them, either the initial contact or is the initial penetration. So it's not a full Via, that's the finish of the Via, but it's the first part of the Via, which is the problem. So the woman has this intimate relationship with her son, child, of what color? They're coming over him, Hasla, Mina, Kahuna, she becomes a small second Kahuna because she's a Sona. There's still enough here, it still says that she's still going to be kosher for Kahuna. Watch this. Amr Pia Bray, Rabba, Barna, Pia, son of Rabba, Barna, son of Bali. Amr Kis to the Amri Law, or Kis to Amr Zahiri. I thought this exactly how it went. Some say that it was Pia, the son of Rabba, Barna, in the name of Kista. And some say it's Kista, who said in the name of Zahiri that Hakol Shlomo and everyone, both Kishari and Beisol agree that the ventation son of Yom Echad should be also Bia. Everyone agrees that if this child we're talking about in this case was 9 years old in one day, it's Bia, and yes, qualifies mother as a Zona from Papa. If the child is less than 8 years old, then the also Bia everyone agrees that the Bia is not a Bia. A young child like that cannot actually perform Bia. So that concludes Bia is not focus. Ella the Shmona. When we're talking about a child who's 8 years old, Shammai says, we could learn from previous generations. In other words, we're able to find a biblical reference to the fact that an 8-year-old child had a baby, and we'll say, even though nowadays our science cannot conceive something like that, an 8-year-old child doing a baby, what happened previously? Since it happened previously, we're going to assume that it is a via nowadays as well. Still sovereign, it still says, look, I'm in Rosh Hashanah, you cannot learn from previous generations. The rest of today's Amud take us into the family trees of some history in the Tanakh. We'll try to figure out whether or not anybody in Tanakh had a child who was 8 years old. The Doris, so he's telling me, how do we know the previous generation? I was rushing to do it, but it's so much time to do this. Those three Shonim had children when they were 8 years old. You know the Olin. If you want to suggest, you just say, and then we'll try to explain after and get everything straight. Hello, so Bathsheba. This woman is Bathsheba. Bas Eliam Ishis Uriah Hakiki. So let's just get this clear over here. Number one, you have Bathsheba, who is the daughter of Eliam. Let's get that in our family. Bathsheba is the daughter of Eliam. Ishis Uriah Hakiki. It also says that Eliam and Achitophel. Eliam was the son of Achitophel. You know, Bathsheba, son of Eliam, son of Achitophel, Agilon. And they sent him the hands nothing of it. He called him Yedidka before Hashem, because of Hashem. And who was this referring to? That was Shlomo HaMelech. Shlomo HaMelech was the great grandson of Hashem. Right? Sheba and it says by Yilus the sign Yamim at the end of 2 years when he was going to Shalom. And they were chasing after Shalom with Siv. Shalom Barach, Shalom ran away. The Yilus Yeshura. The Yisham Shalom is different 2 years. Siv says the Yeshev of Shalom Yisrael, Shalom Shalom Yisrael, the sign Yamim for 2 years. They Melech the wife not be the king. Now it says the unique in the 40 years. Yomer Shalom, Alamelech Shalom says to Melech. El Chana, as the Darius heard that the word Slovan and Del Hashem, the Kavra, Siva, the Ra, he was one who helped him to see the plan. And he realized his plan was not working. But Yaakov was Kamar, as a Kamar, he ultimately saddled up his donkey. But Yaakov, he went to his house, a hero, the entire base of Yaakov. Now, getting all this straight, we know it's a story that happened with the rebellion of Shalom. And now what happens is he ended up committing suicide. When was this? Siv, it says, Anti Damamu Mirma, people of blood and Mirma, they're not going to live half of a life. The typical lifespan of a person, the nation of heaven is 7 years. The person who bellies like this won't live even half of a life. That means they won't live till 35. The time we learn all the years are going, he only lived 34 years. The Shaki Tofel, years back, he told Einam Ella plus Michelle. Only 33 years. Remember, Tofel was the great grandfather of Shlomo HaMelech, and he was 30 years old. That comes out. All the years Shaki Tofel, Einam Ella plus Michelle were only 33 years. How much were they? Lost in the clock. You have 33 years. Dal Sheva. the heavy Shlomo. Shlomo Melech was 75 of his death. It takes 7 years. Now what do you with possibly you don't need to calculate all the calculations. They take 33, you minus the 7, you're up to 26. So you have in 26 years, all these generations were born. Now, you have to subtract another 2 with plus Hebrew for the subtract. Now, why is the best full years? Josh is the so for instance, that's 2 years. 2 years. So Chad turns out it's how many in 26 years, minus 2 years. It turns out everyone was born, all these generations were born in 23 years. 24 divided by 3 goes 8 must be that their father, when their fathers were 8 years old. Marcus, hold on, that's not a Maya. 24 divided by 3. Still must Maya would take that over. Maybe 2 of them were born when the fathers were 9. No, a 9-year-old actually ended it. And it can produce a child. Bathsheba, remember, there's a female who could be in this story. Only Bathsheba, she was a female who could be the person. Why? Because in summary, women are more healthy than men. Therefore, a woman can give birth when she is only less than 8. Less than 9, but a boy has to be 9 years old. Hey now? Uriah. Why the Ha'azulam Lad made Tara? Part of the story was that he was an older child. There's an older child, then it turns out that she sure had a child when she was 9 years old. So yes, she was then, therefore the math was going off. And what's the big deal? He's 9 years old, so there's all this happening. Okay, let me hop. Where do we ever ride the 8-year-old birth? Terah. These are the offspring of Terah. You have Terah, oldest Avram. Terah is Avram's father. Who else's father? He was Nachor's father. And that's Haran. So Terah had Avram, Nachor, and Haran. Nachor's son of Avram was older than Nachor by 1 year. And Nachor was older than Haran. Now Nachor was a year older than Haran. Nimsa Avram Gadol stay son of Haran. Avram must have been 2 years older than Haran. You got Avram and Nachor and Nachor. Avram and Nachor both got married. Who did Avram marry? Avram married Sarai. That Sarai and Yiska are the same person. Who's Yiska? Yiska's Haran's daughter. He married his niece, Yiska. Number of Yiska. Yiska's Sarah. Yiska was Sarah. Why was she referred to as Yiska? The Socha Ruach HaKodesh. Able to see with a divine vision, she had Ruach HaKodesh. So that's why it says, that's why I come from Avram. Listen to whatever you tell you. Why can't you speak the words of prophecy? The reason why Yiska is Yiska Shafal. Everyone would gaze at her because she's so beautiful. Now, let's get back to our story here. Avram fell on his face and he kind of laughed. The Yomer Malibo, he said in his heart, now, how much Avram and Sarah? How much older was Avram and Sarah? He was as a snit, 10 years. And younger than her father. How much was Haran younger than Avram? It was 2 years. There's a 2-year difference. Stock comes out. The older Haran and Sarah. When did Haran have Sarah? Again, he was 2 years younger than Avram. So and there was a 10-year difference over there. Turns out he gave birth to Sarah when he was 8 years old. But not really old. You're automatically assuming that Avram was older than Haran. If he was younger than his brother, but Avram first because he was much older. We do that sometimes. Why? We sometimes put children not in order of their age, but in order of their age. Noah was 500 years, but Yolad Noah Hashem is from the Shara. And his young age of 500 years, he gave birth to three sons, Shem, Ham, and Yafet. Shem HaGadol, Shem Gadol becomes son. Shem was older than Ham by 1 year. Ham Gadol Yafet Shana, and Ham was older than Yafet by 1 year. Nimshar, what comes out of here is Shem Gadol Yafet Station. Turns out the Shem is 2 years older than Yafet. Hold that in your head for a minute. It tells us, 100 years after he had his children, that's when the novel started. And it tells us, Ales of the Shem. These are the children of Shem. Shem ben Me'ashana by Yoel Shapapsat. Shem was 100 years old and he gave birth to Arpapsat. When was this Shasayan Babel? 2 years after the Babel. Now, how could he have been 100 years old 2 years after the Babel? It's not possible he could have been 100 years old. Why? Because his younger brother was 100 years old 2 years after the Babel. This more says, Shana, didn't have it. He must have heard it too. Ella, you know why Shane was first? Not because Shane was actually older. Rather, Ella, they were actually listed in the order of wisdom. Now, therefore, to the Alpha was just mentioned first because he was smarter, he had more wisdom, and not because he was older than her. I recently tried to create this vision. I said this in front of this vision. And Amar Li, you learned this concept of putting people in age order. Sorry, in wisdom order from there. Anan, we learned from ourselves. So Shane, you let Gavu Avi Covenant, Aver, Haki, Yefes, Hagalo. He said Shane came first. He was the father of everyone on the other side of the river, which is Aki Yefes Hagadol. Yefes Hagadol. Which you feel that Yefes was really the oldest, but Shane was still mentioned first. You see that the names are not important. Okay, Elvinolas. How do we know that an 8-year-old child can give birth? Yaakov, North of Salo, and Uri, Ben Kor, Lamate, Yehuda. Salo was the son of Uri, the son of Kor, and the statement of Yehuda. Sid, but Thomas Azuba died, who was that his Kalev's wife. Yikach lo Kalev as Ephraim, but Kalev lo as Heolos. Now we know that Kalev was Kor's father. Who was Uri? Who was the son of Salo. Salo, and Uri, and Kor, and Kalev. Turns out that Kalev was the great-grandfather of Bitzal. Now, this is of the Bitzal Mishkan. How old was Bitzal when he built the Mishkan? Bar Kama, how old was he? Yes. He Avad Bitzal Mishkan Bar Kama Havi. How old was he when he built the Mishkan? Must have been Bar Place. Must have been at least 13. Let's say Ish Nigalach the person has to be an Ish, an adult, to be able to build a Mishkan. The time we learned in a Brisa. Shana Rishona also Moshe Mishkan. The first year, Moshe built the Mishkan. The second year after they were in the Midbar, he built the Mishkan. Shana Rishona the first year after Moshe Mishkan. He actually put it up. The Shalach Meraglim sent the Meraglim during the second year that they were out of Mitzrayim in the Midbar. Look, said the second pasuk, "Ben Arba'im Shana Anochi B'Shach Moshe Eved Hashem." This is referring to how old Kalev was when he was sent. He was one of the Meraglim. He went as one of the Meraglim. He was 40 years. He was sent as one of the Meraglim. Now, today, behold, I am Ben Chamesh Shmonim, 85 years old. Now, take to the math. Turns out, our but it was 40 years. Salar basis, subtract 14 years, that would be Betzalel. Or Betzalel before. Possibly mentioned Mishit. You left with 26 years. Down Karkish need plus a year. You have to take out 2 years older pregnancies. Turns out, turns out that whole family of Kalev, Salo, Uri, Kalev, to 4, Uri, and Betzalel all took place in 24 years. So now we know that there were 8-year-olds that gave birth. That's how we know that 8-year-olds gave birth. This is going further than Mishnah Ben Velabas. And so the mother is only relevant to a male child, not to a Tanya. Over students, the truth is that it would be perfectly appropriate for a female to be a Bensora Umora just like a son. Why is that called a Tzvi? That's for Avera. Everyone's going to be readily available for Averas. Get you master herself. But as Rashi says, the Lala, the Soba, the Kaktusa, if she's going to be holding all these things, which is already a child, so from Kishalot, Kishaluda, and that's from Construction, Margalas, Miraculous, Arias, Aver, Misculas. Again, if the whole idea of the Soramara is, he's using nothing so far, that ultimately this person is going to be a disaster for this person's life. Look at her. She's already acting like this. What's going to happen? She's going to end up being a number block for all the men in town, but still, Ella Xeris Akasavim also teaches us then the concept of the Torah Mora is only relevant to the rebellious son, but not relevant to the daughter, even though you might think it should be also relevant to the daughter, and it makes sense to be as relevant to the daughter, Torah thought otherwise. Wonderful rest.
I don't know, but I was like, I just assumed that meant dicey. I read it, oh, yeah, it's like everybody likes that movie. I've not talked to anybody who doesn't like this. Surprising.
Okay, good morning.
Actually, one person did say they didn't like it. It's just television because it's like vampire shows.
Today's daf is Sanhedrin daf Samach Tes. We begin by thanking our sponsors. We thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors of the year 5785, the Tosin Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, as is the cost for the service for all of Am Yisrael, all of Klal Yisrael. We also thank our Daf Yomi sponsors this morning, Mel and Karen Ram. We will just Mel's father, Mordechai Ben Yitzchak. Mordechai Ben Yitzchak have a really amazing family to have in the Chava. We're going to begin with Daf Samach Ches Amud Beis, and we begin with the 4 lines up at the bottom, Upliga de Rabba. Yesterday we mentioned the Gemara quotes Rav Chisda, who tells us there's another exception to the halachos of Bensora Umora. That is that the Bensora Umora cannot be a father. Just to quickly quote him, he says, Amar Rav Chisda, Katan Shaholid Ein Beno Nasa. Katan Shaholid Ein Beno Nasa Ben Sora Umora. Chisda's halacha is that if a Katan gives birth, his child is automatically going to get a lifetime exemption from the halachas of Bensora Umora. Why? It says in the pasuk, Yiyah le'ish ben. The son has to be born to an ish. If the father of this ben is not an ish, then he's automatically going to be exempt from the halachas of Bensora Umora. Now the Gemara is going to spend the entire Omer today discussing whether or not a child can have a child. That's the discussion of today's Gemara. Gemara starts with us. Think of the Rav Rav Chisda, who is telling us the pasuk is going to exclude the child of a child. He must have been of the opinion that a child can have a child. The Think of the Rav that's arguing. Rabbi, why? Rabbi says the following: Katan ein molid. The child cannot give birth. Never, for it says in the pasuk, in ein leishkol. This is talking about the halacha of Gezel Ager. There's a halacha if a person steals something and he is approached by the victim of the theft, and the person denies it. He says it's not true. I never stole it. And he takes an oath, and he takes a swear he didn't steal it, and then it turns out that he lied. He comes back and admits that he lied. Halacha is that he has to pay the person back to carry the principle of Chumash, additional fifth, and he has to bring a carbon. Now the pasuk says that if this person has already passed away, and he does not have anybody who is going to be an heir of his estate, halacha is, then the payment goes to the Kohen. The Gemara says, hold on, is it possible that the person doesn't have any relatives? Everybody's got some relatives. Even if you don't have that many relatives, you go back generation, find somebody you're related to. How can the say that there's a person who does not have a goel? How will the Gezel Agar because the diver is talking about a person who steals from a convert? And the convert halachically is not going to have a family unless he gets married and builds his own family. Now, the Amar Akbar, the pasuk teaches us, is clearly in the pasuk that If Ain La Ish, well, if the Ish does not have anybody as a redeemer, then the pasuk says Ish Atar Lachshallah. If the person who you stole from was an Ish, you have to start reviewing in Yish Lagoyle if he has his more relatives who could pick up the payment for him. Vim Lav, or if not, however, Kapdan. If the person who is stolen from is a competent child, you do not have to start looking to see if the child has any relatives. Why? Because the child is a convert, it's obvious he doesn't have any family members. Why? Because the child cannot father another child. Therefore, it's impossible to assume that this child convert has any relatives. Therefore, don't bother with him. So clearly, we see the rabbis of the opinion that a child cannot father another child. This is clearly it's in stark contrast to Epistle, because Epistle says the whole possible to teach you that if a child has a child, that child is going to be exempt from the entire concept of the Torah Gemara. Well, all things are possible. You don't need possible to tell you that. Ace Abaya asks the following question. This is my focus. This is Rashi doesn't understand what he's talking about with Rashi. Rashi tells you he's talking about a person who has there with a shifta chalusa. Shifta was considered to be halfway free and halfway still a servant because she's married to Evan Ivri. The person who has an affair with her, halacha is that person gets malchus but does not get visa. The pasuk says ish, ainly ella ish. I only know this halacha is true if we're talking about an ish. Ben Tess, Shanev Yomecha Sharoy Labia. How do I know that a 9-year-old child and one day will be able to engage in the bia? How do I know that this person is going to be included in the parsha? Hamalomar, it says ish. The additional other word says the ish. That includes even a 9-year-old child. Now, we see clearly that a 9-year-old child is possible to be included in the concept of bia. And if he's included in the concept of bia, that means that he has the physical ability to be able to perform the bia. He's able to perform the bia physically, and also to be able to be motzi shefazera. He gets to be shefazera because if he can't, that would be a fundamental flaw in the bia. So if you're saying that a 9-year-old child in one day can produce the zera, then obviously what should happen is be able to father a child. Yes, he can actually physically perform the bia, but it's not going to be strong enough to be able to produce a child. What is this like? It's similar to grain that only grew 1/3, that did not grow 1/3. Rashi tells us if you try to plant that, it's not going to grow. You can have a seed, never currently you try to plant it, and it won't grow. The same thing is true when it comes to this child. He will be able to perform the bia, but the action of the bia is not going to be strong enough to actually produce a child. Okay, so it's possible that Rabbi is still correct that a child cannot be born. They learn another allusion to this idea, which is the Yazid Ish. The pasuk says that the Yazid Ish. The pasuk is talking about a person who intentionally ambushes somebody and kills him. The pasuk says the Yazid Ish Hara'el Hargai Arma. The image was kind of long. So he had kind of a play on words over here that the Chizkiah is going with to say the Yazid Ish. If the person is in the doll, then he's able to cook is the physical bodily production of the zera, umazriya, and he can actually produce the semen. However, ain kashan made mazriya, a kashan, while yes, he might be able to produce it, and that would be the concept that yes, he could be made it, he can cook it, his body can produce it, however, he cannot produce it and be mazriya and actually be strong enough to actually conceive a child as a result of that. Amar lay Rav Mordechai Rav. Mordechai says to Rav, "My mashma the high mezid b'shuli. Where did you find that this word mezid actually means to cook? Mezid means to be a person does something intentional. Where do you see the word mezid means to cook? He says, responding to him, he said, by Yazed, Yaakov was cooking up lentils, and it was referred to as Yazed. Yes, the pasuk actually used the word Yazed to mean he cooked. But the word goes on and says, and asks a question on this guy. Very small. The very small protocol. Then below up. Again, when it comes to Ben Sarah, the only thing the kid should be is exclusively a bed. Son, he cannot be a father. Again, so here we have the Yezeris Sakasa tell us that a child, a Bensora More, must be a man and not a father. Now, hold on a second. That, the Bensora More can be a father. The Aver Bosses, ICD Cyrus, or Living Cowards like the Zake. Remember, I mentioned the entire period that Bensora More is that period of time between starts to grow the two hairs until it grows in. So if you're telling me that she became pregnant after he grew two hairs, and she gave birth before all those hairs grew in, hold on a second, the eco shows fully high, they're enough time. All that happened, she's pregnant and gave birth so fast. Vaha Amar, the dog, Kali Yamash, the Sora Mora, ain't eligible for the back. The amount of time that there is for Bensora Mora is only 3 months. Why does it take 3 months? The initial phase of this hair growing before they grow in. Now it's impossible for it to work for 3 months. So how can it be that this child is going to actually be able to be a father and that'll have to be excluded from that? LOL. What must we be talking about? The other Mikami Cyrus. This woman became pregnant before the child was Cyrus, while he was still a child. When did she give birth? Mikami before the hair completely grew in. Now his parents bring him to the basin and say, our son's out of control, he was no longer so the big business goes through the whole process, and say, hold on a second, he's a father. He's excluded because it's only relevant to someone who is a child. That's the case. But what do you see? We must learn from here, we infer from here that Katan can indeed give birth to a child. Mar says no, incorrect. What we're talking about is that the woman became pregnant from this young boy after he brought the Shnei Saras. So he's a gadol. He's already a gadol. He's halachically a gadol. He has 2 years. Now, for only when you give birth, like a normal person, she gave birth, after years completely grew it. Is 3 months? No, you misunderstood. This is just what Dimi Amar. Dimi came and told us that Abid Marova, they told him a rubber band below Haroy Likroso. We meant to say was he has to be a band. He can't be called a father. When is father? He's called a father as soon as who is pregnant is noticeably pregnant. People see a woman pregnant and they say, oh, who's the father of this child? The concept of not Evo Sa'uber. Where did this child come from? Now, once they say, oh, it came from this person, oh, the father of the child. Before the father, the child is actually born. So yeah, the time that the pregnancy takes place, the conception takes place, actually grows in the years. Now, when is a woman noticeably pregnant? There was no pregnancy test. She couldn't just pick up the dollars for that. So what happened? She had to actually be noticeably pregnant. That will happen within those 3 months. Once that happens within those 3 months, that's what Uktar Kubra. They'll say, hold on a second. Whose child is this? Oh, it's that person, that boy, that Bensora Mora, that guy. Oh, not that anymore. He's the father of the child to be excluded. Okay, so in other words, it's going to work. It's going to work, and it's possible that he became pregnant from him once he was already a halachic adult. He was ready to pass the pregnancy. Gufa, Amro Kushbadai, Amro Shapsi, Kol Yamash, Bensora Mora, Amy Allah Gilul Chadash, all the days of Bensora Mora are only 3 months. Bobad. We didn't learn the 3-month period. We learned the period of time is the amount of time it takes for us to fill those hairs. Gemara says it's not a contradiction. You know why? We give him the best of both worlds. If all the hairs grew in within 2 months, then the halacha is it's already exempt. However, he's very slow, and for 3 months past, he's also going to be exempt. In other words, he gets to hold on the rope from both sides, and he gets both. Yosef Rav Yaakov and our Pasuk committed Ravina. Yaakov from Narpak said from Ravina. The Yosef of Amar said the following: He said Ravuna Bred Yeshua. He said the following in the name is Ravuna Bred Yeshua. Nami number major Krishmadai. We learned from Krishmadai. Amar of Shapsai. That your legacy Shiva. So woman gives birth in her 7th month. Ain Ubra Nikar Lishlishyana. we don't have enough time to get into this. Tomorrow, assume that there are two popular types of pregnancy. One pregnancy is a 5-month pregnancy, and another pregnancy is a 7-month pregnancy. And not that when a woman gives birth in her 7th month, it's giving birth to a baby. Rather, there's a type of pregnancy that finishes in 7 months. Whether or not this is consistent with modern day science is above my pay grade, that's what tomorrow is going to be discussed over here. Now, if that's the case, if it's a woman who can complete her pregnancy in 7 months, how will you divide the trimesters? When will those trimesters happen? Typically, it's month 3, 6, and 9. But in this case, she's giving birth after 7 months. So, when is her Uber going to be recognizable? When will we be able to tell she's pregnant? It must be, he says, the ain Uber Nicholas is not going to notice her pregnancy when it's only a third, which is going to be 2 months and a third of a month. 2 months and a little bit over a week. But he's not going to over Nicholas Shlish. You'll tell me that she's very noticeably pregnant after a Shlish, after a third of the way there, Shlish Yamel, Lamali Gimel. Why do we have to wait 3 months? But the Trey, the Tilsa Sagi with 2 months and a third, that should be enough. In other words, that should be enough. That's the third of the way of a pregnancy. And it's noticeable. In other words, he gets called in as a potential Ben Sora Mora. Look at this woman. If she's not pregnant, she says, okay, you're eligible. If she is pregnant, then he won't be eligible. But for her, it's going to be a much earlier time. The fact that we don't do that means it's not noticeable. Amalei, he said no. Yes, she will become noticeably pregnant a third of the way through, which is 2 months and a third of a month. However, we always go after the majority. Most women do not give birth after 7 months. Hold on a second. You're about to kill this Ben Sora Mora. You're assuming that his wife, this woman, is going to be essentially can't be married. Bottom line is that you're assuming that she's not pregnant, but do we actually go after the majority? No, we're putting someone to death over here. Where it says in Torah Amra, Torah does that, but Shaftu Eidvitzilu told us before that one of the jobs of an adjudicating case is to try to save the potential convict play in this case. The arm of Zilba Saruba, basically the job is going to find a way to save the Mitzvah. And now you're saying, go after the guard and put the guy to death. That's not how it works. Azua Kametra Ravina, and they came back to Ravina. Normally, yes, even the Pashas law, Zilba Saruba, do we not go after the majority? I'll prove to you that we do. But now it says in the Mishnah, one person tells us. He was testifying in a capital case, in a murder case, and he says it happened on the 2nd day of the month. That's when we're given to give up. The other one says it took place on the 3rd day of the month. We do not qualify the readers just by virtue of the fact that they have contradicting months of the days of the month. Sorry. This guy got the memo that the previous month was extended. The other person does not know that it's extended. Therefore, they're both referred to the same event at the same time, but their calendar has different dates on it. One got the memo that this was an extra day in the previous month, and the other one did not. Now, these are that's limited to Basaruba. If you're talking when it comes to capital cases, we do not go up to the majority, not from the side of the come out to see that darby. Let's just say we don't go off the majority. And what will we say? They are just simply being makdish each other. LOL. In other words, they're technically each other to cross under Adas. LOL. You must say we go after the majority. And what does that mean? Not everyone had an app on their phone that gives them the Hebrew day. And therefore, some people, it was very common. You went around town, you asked people what day it is. One guy said it is the 2nd of the month. Another guy said it's the 3rd of the month. And eventually, sometime during the month, people figured it out. But it was very common to make this mistake, and the majority of people would make that mistake, and that would be fine. Therefore, he just looks up to you. See, clearly, you go after a road. Amar Rabbi Yirmi B'Difsi Afanana Miknina. We also learned someone a girl who is, we learned this previously, couple of weeks ago, about 2 weeks ago, we learned this Gemara, which says, a girl who is 3 years old in one day, Kadesh is Bia. We're here qualifying that any time she is intimate with somebody, she has Bia, it is a full-fledged halachic Bia. She can be married with the Bia, if Yavam Kana, if a Levirate marriage takes place, then she is officially married to him. If she's married and someone has been intimate with her, then the halacha is and if somebody is going to follow her while she's Nida, then the Tumah, as explained last time, has a very strict level of Tumah, which is even if you don't actually touch it, the person actually becomes Tameh, and he can do Tameh other things. This is the Kohen. If she's really gets married to a Kohen, he'll help the Tumah. She's allowed to eat Truma, this is the relevant one here. If any one of the disqualified people are intimate with her, possible in Akuna, becomes disqualified from Kuna. Now, in Baalel, Achad, Arayas, and work with her, if any of the Arayas is intimate with her, and Allah is Mumsin allow, they will be put to death for being intimate with her. She's obviously fucking, she's a child, but if any one of the Arayas in the Torah is going to be intimate with her, they are going to be Chayiv Misa. Why? Because they had a full-fledged Bia with one of the Arayas. The Gemara asks the question, why is it true? Why do we say that maybe she is someone who's an island, she can't give birth? And the person who's married never wanted to marry a person who's not going to have children. You say, this person went ahead with intimate with this woman, or with one of the Arayas, and why do you assume that she's an island? She's not going to be an island like everybody else in the world. Majority of other people still have children, and therefore you put the guy to death. Now you see clearly, you're putting a guy to death for being Arayas. Why? Because she's married. Hold on a second. She's married, maybe married because she'll be an islandess. Now, says the Gemara, we don't assume woman's going to be an islandess. Most women are not an islandess. Therefore, it's based in put the guy to death. Clearly, put the guy to death. Because we count the row of the majority. Where it says, my Chayiv allowed the Tani, so you made a mistake. It doesn't mean it's Chayiv. So, it's Tani carbon. The person is carbon and not Misa. Hold on, where it says. She didn't read it carefully enough. It said, you put the guy to death. Whereas, nah, that wasn't referring to all the Arayas. That was referring to the fathers. Hold on for tomorrow. It says, any one of the forbidden relationships is going to be put to death. Must be talking about a case where the person who married this child loved her so much that he said, even if it turns out to be an islandess, I'm going to keep you as a wife. In the case, even if it turns out to be an islandess, we're still going to put the person to death. So again, we do see, we do not have a raya. We're going to go after the road, put someone to death. Tana Rabbanan. The woman engaged in a very grotesque act of princess with her young child. The Harabah, as a result of that act, the child had our with her. Last time we learned, it was on Monday or Tuesday, Sunday or Monday, about 2 weeks ago. The hara is my focus on either the initial contact or is the initial penetration. So it's not a full gemar bia, doesn't finish off the bia, but it's the first part of the bia, which is a problem. So a woman has this intimate relationship with her son, her child. What's the halacha? V'shamei omrim pasla mina kahuna. She becomes disqualified from kahuna because she's a zona. Basil Machshir Vishol says that she's still going to be kosher for kahuna. Why? Because it's a child. Amar Pia Bray Rabba Bar Nachmeni. Pia, son of Rabba Bar Nachmeni, said the following: Amar Kista the Amri Law, Amar Kista Amar Seiri. Not called this exactly how this went. Some say that it was Rechia, the son of Rabba Bar Nachmeni, in the name of Kista. And some say it's Kista, who said in the name of Seiri, that Hakomo, that everyone, both the Sharani and Bithor, agree that The bentation son of Yomecha, so Bia, everyone agrees child was talked about in this case, 9 years old in one day, is Bia is a Bia, and yes, he was swallowed by his mother as a Zona from Timuna. Papa, the benchmona, if the child is less than 8 years old, then the other Bia would agree that the Bia is not a Bia, a young child like that cannot actually perform the Bia. And that's what where is Machloket, Ella the benchmona, when we're talking about a child who's 8 years old. The Shammai says, we could learn from previous generations. In other words, we're able to find a biblical reference to the fact that an 8-year-old child, had a baby, and we'll say, even though nowadays our science cannot conceive something like that, an 8-year-old child has a baby, what had happened previously? And since it happened previously, we're going to assume that it is a Bia nowadays as well. Hillel says, look, you cannot learn from previous generations. Rather, today's Amud is going to take us into some family of some history in Tanakh, and we're going to try to figure out whether or not anybody in Tanakh had a child when he was 8 years old. The Doris from Yishanim Yinoah. How do we know the previous generation? I was rushing through it, but it's so much time that 15 minutes to get through this. This is getting developed. How do we know the Doris from Yishanim had children when they were 8 years old? No one's old. If you want to suggest, the pasuk, we'll go through a number of these pasukim, and then we'll try to explain out that exactly what everything means to get everything straight. Hello, Zos Basheva. This woman is Basheva. Bas Eliam Ishes Uriah Hachiti. So let's just get this clear over here. Number one, you have Basheva, who is the daughter of Eliam. Let's get that in our family tree. Basheva is the daughter of Eliam. Ishes Uriah Hachiti. It also says the Eliam ben Achitophel. Eliam was the son of Achitophel. So you know, Basheva, the son of Eliam, son of Achitophel, Hagiloni. Ksiva Yishlach Yad Nosan Hanavi, Yikra Shmo Yedidya. And they said to the hands of Nosan Hanavi, he called him Yedidya, before Hashem, because of Hashem. And who is this referring to? That was Shlomo HaMelech. So Shlomo HaMelech was the great grandson of Achitophel, right? So Achitophel, Eliam, Sheba, and Shlomo HaMelech. It says in the pasuk, by Yilish Messiah Yamim was at the end of 2 years when he was going to Lashalom, and they were kind of like chasing after Avshalom. Siv, Avshalom Barach, Avshalom ran away. Yelach Yeshua, but Yisham is different to Yeshua. Siv, it says the Yeshev Avshalom Yerushalayim, Avshalom settled in Yerushalayim. The Messiah Yamim for 2 years. Upnei Hamelach lo ra, did not see the king. Now it says, in the 40 years, Yomer Avshalom said to Melech, as the Darius said, he was the one who was helping conceive the plan, and he realized that his plan was not working. But Yaakov was a Hamar, as a Hamar, he ultimately settled up his donkey. Like he went to his house, ultimately committed suicide. Now, getting all this straight, that was the whole story that happened with rebellion of Shalom, and now what happens is he ended up committing suicide. When was this? It says, people of blood, and you're not even going to live half of a life. The typical lifespan of a person, is 70 years. So a person who's rebellious like this won't live even half of a life. That means we won't live till 35. But Tanya, we learned all the years of Doeg, he only lived 34 years. The years of Achitophel, only 33 years. Remember, Achitophel was the great grandfather of Shlomo HaMelech, and he died when he was 36 years old. So that comes out. All years, Achitophel, how much were they? Plus. You have 33 years. Dal Sheva, the heavy Shlomo. Shlomo Melech was 70 years at the time of the death. You have to take away 7 years. Now what are you left with? Pashlu Esther. You don't even need a calculator. Tomorrow there's only a calculator. And you take 30. You take the 33. You're gonna minus the 7. Then you're up to 26. So you have in 26 years, all these generations were born. Now Tarti, you have to subtract another 2 Shni with plus for the 3 pregnancies. Pregnancies take time. Now, why it's exactly 2 full years? Rashi has his explanation because of the Yemei and Tyra. Tosa doesn't go for it. He says it's not exactly 2 years. It's approximately 2 years. Kochad Bachad turns out it's how many old? You have 26 years minus 2 years. Turns out everyone was born. All these generations were born in 22 years. 24 divided by 3 is going to give you 8. It must be that they were fathered when their fathers were 8 years old. Mar says, hold on, that's not a raya. You can't just take 24 divided by 3. Maybe 2 of them were born when the fathers know a 9-year-old family. And it could be a child. Bathsheba, female, included in the story. Only this shit. Bathsheba, she was a female, she could have given birth to 6 years old. Why? Because the Itzavari, women are more healthy than men. Therefore, a woman can give birth when she's less than 8, less than 9, but a boy has to be 9 years old to be able to give birth. Hey now? Why the Ha'avi love Lad made Sarah? Part of the story was that there was an older child. So there's an older child, so it turns out that she sure had a child before 3 years old. So yes, you see that there are women who can give birth much younger than men, and therefore the math is going to be off. And what's the big deal? He was 9 years old, so in other words, oldest now makes sense. Okay, Elohim. So where we have arrived that an 8-year-old can give birth, Ayla told us Terach, these are the offsprings of Terach. So you have Terach, holy this Avram. Terach was Avram's father. Who else's father? He was Nachor's father. And that's Hara. So Terach had, this is the passage of Torah, it tells us Terach had Avram, Nachor, and Hara. Now the Avram Gadol Nachor Shana. Avram was older than Nachor by 1 year. The Nachor Gadol Hara Shana. Now Nachor was a year older than Hara. Named so Avram Gadol Shtei Shana Hara. Avram must have been 2 years older than Haran. He got Avram and Nachor Lam Nasser. Avram and Nachor both got married. Who did Avram marry? Avram married Sarai. You see soon that Sarai and Yiska are the same person. Who's Yiska? Yiska is Haran's daughter. He married his niece, Yiska. Vamra of Yitzchak, Yiska is Sarah. Yiska was Sarah. Why was she referred to as Yiska? She's able to see with a divine vision. She had Ruach HaKodesh. That's why it says, that's why Hashem told Avram, listen to whatever you are. It tells you why she's speaking words of prophecy. The reason why she's called Yiska is Yiska. Everyone would gaze at her because she's so beautiful. Now, let's go back to our story over here. Avram fell on his face and he kind of laughed. The Yomer believer, he said in his heart, oh, that may have something. Well, McNeil can tell him 100 years old. Now, how much Avram and Sarah? How much older was Avram and Sarah? He was Esther Shnit, 10 years. Because Tartin Shnit, and younger than her father. How much was Haran younger than Avram? It was 2 years. Remember the 2-year difference. It comes out. The older Haran and Sarah. When did Haran have Sarah? Because again, he was 2 years younger than Avram. So, and there was a 10-year difference over there. So it turns out he gave birth to Sarah when he was 8 years old. The time he old. The question is, no, hold on a second. You're making a mistake. You're automatically assuming that Avram was older than Haran. If he was younger than his brothers. The Torah just puts Avram first because he was much more wise. We do that sometimes. Why? We sometimes put children not in order of their age, but in order of their wisdom. Noah was 500 years, but Yolad Noah has Shemus Hamas. And a young age of 500 years, he gave birth to 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Shem HaGadol, Shem Gadol Michal Shana. Shem was older than Ham by 1 year. Ham Gadol Miyafes Shana, and Ham was older than Yafes by 1 year. And then it comes out of here is Shem Gadol Miyafes Shteshan. Turns out the Shem is 2 years older than Yafes. Hold that in your head for a minute. It tells us 100 years after the United States, after the novel started. It tells us Ela told the Shem. These are the children of Shem. Shem ben Me'ah Shana by Yolas Arpasad. Shem was 100 years old when he gave birth to Arpasad. When was Yisrael after Babel? 2 years after the Babel. Now, how could he have been 100 years old 2 years after the Babel? It's not possible he could have been 100 years old. Why? Because his brother was 100 years old 2 years after the Babel. This Gemara says, Ben Me'ah Shana, Bar Me'ah Targum Shnin Havi. Must have been at least 102. Ella, speaking, you know why Shane was mentioned first? Not because Shane was actually older, rather older. Derek Muslim the actually listed in order of wisdom. Now Derek Muslim the could be Avram was just mentioned first because he was smarter, he had more wisdom, but not because he was actually older than Harish. Amar Kahana, I'm recently planted major Zvid. In our I said this in front of the Zvid, in front of the Zvid. And Amar Ali, you learn this concept of putting people in age order. Sorry, in wisdom order from there. You learn from myself. Shane, you like Gamhu Avi Covenant, Aver, Achi, Yefes Hagadol. He said, Shane gave birth. He was the father of everyone on the other side of the river, which is Achi Yefes Hagadol. Yefes Hagadol. You see clearly that Yefes was really the oldest, but Shane was still mentioned first. So you see that the names are not in order. Okay, Elminolas. How do we know that an 8-year-old child can give birth? Yachad, Betzalel, Ben Uri, Ben Kor, Lemate Yehuda. Betzalel was the son of Uri, the son of Kor, and the shape of the Yehuda. But Kamas Azuba's died, who was Kaleb's wife. Yikach lo Kaleb as Ephras, but Kaleb lo as Kor. Now we know that Kaleb was Kor's father, who was the father of Uri, was the son of Betzalel. Betzalel, Ben Uri, Ben Kor, then Kaleb. Turns out that Kaleb was the great-grandfather of Betzalel. Now, with the other Betzalel Mishkan, how old was Betzalel when he built the Mishkan? Bar Kama, how old was he? Again, with the Avad Betzalel Mishkan, Bar Kama Havi, how old is he when he built the Mishkan? Must have been Bar Klesa. He must have been at least 13. Let's say for Ish Mingalach Shem Osim. The person has to be an ish, an adult, to be able to build a mishkan. The time you learn in a brisa, Shana Rishona Moshe Mishkan. The first year, Moshe built the mishkan. Shnia, the second year, after they were in the midbar, he built the mishkan. Again, Shana Rishona, the first year, after Moshe Mishkan. Shnia Hakim Mishkan. He actually put it up. The Shalach Meraglim, he sent the Meraglim during the second year that they were out of Mitzrayim in the Midbar. Book 7, it says in Pasuk, Ben Arba'im Shana, Anochi B'Shalach Moshe Eved Hashem. This is referring to how old Kaleb was when he was sent. He was one of the Meraglim. He went as one of the Meraglim. He was 40 years. He was sent as one of the Meraglim. Now, today, behold, I am Ben Chamesh Shmonim, 85 years old. Now let's make the math. Kama Havalu turns out our bias. It was 40 years. Dalar basically, if you subtract 14 years, that would be Betzalel. For Betzalel to be born. Pashlu Esri Mishit. You're left with 26 years. Al Tartishmi plus Iburi. If you take out 2 years full of pregnancies, it turns out that turns out that whole family of Kaleb to Betzalel to Uri, Kaleb to Chor, Uri, and Betzalel all took place for 24 years. So now we know that there were 8-year-olds that gave birth. That's how we know that 8-year-olds gave birth. Let's just go a little bit further. Go to Mishnah, Ben Velobas. Betzalel Mor is only relevant to a male child, not to a female child. Tanya, Amar Rishon, the truth is, It would be perfectly appropriate for a female to be a Ben Sora Umora just like a son. Why should I call the Tzion Escla Bavera? Everyone's going to be readily available for her to do Avera. She's going to be masking herself. Right, as Rashi says, she's Zolala, the Sova, the Katusa, and she's going to be doing all these things when she's already a child. So, but she's the Lot Tim for Limuda, and then the Parsha Stratu, Margalas, Umaraglas, Harir Saver, still has that. Again, if the whole idea of Ben Soramara is you need to Noshem Sofo, then ultimately this person is going to be a disaster if they keep this person alive. Look at her. She's already acting like this. What's going to happen? She's going to end up being a major stumbling block for all the men in town, but still, Elexeris and Constantine, Boston teaches us, Ben Belovas. The concept of Ben Sora Mora is only relevant to the rebellious or the wayward son, but not relevant to the daughter, even though you might think it should be just as relevant to the daughter, and it makes sense to be as much relevant to the daughter. The Torah thought otherwise. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
Share a hotel. Yeah, it's on our news. It's right behind you on our screen. Yeah. Let me see. Not sure at the moment. Oh, right now. That's the one. Yes, we're almost there. Yeah.
All right, we'll say good morning. Good morning. A great Hashem. Today is Sunday 68 and is dedicated by annual Torah Tilson Shach of Eretz Yisrael, including all the Shemid Roshos this year, as is a close. For the Soros Kobos for all of Am Yisrael. Hashem should be a week of Mel and Karen Ram. Rav, Mordechai did this. You're American home to the show have no that's what we help with this week. All these soldiers are successful before I'm not seeing the day when we should just result in the impression of Rachas, Shishmish, and Holy Spirit. Those with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Samachas 68. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem actually at the top of Samachas 68. The Gemara quotes the section from Rabbi Akiva. So remember again, Rabbi Akiva mentioned in the Mishnah, about the collection of kishun, the collection of cucumbers or gourds. And Rabbi Akiva said in the Mishnah, Shnai mokin kishun, echad lokin potter, echad lokin chayis. Sometimes someone can go ahead and collect cucumbers, right? Harvest cucumbers on Shabbos. Sometimes the person can be chayis, sometimes the person can be potter. And the Mishnah said, what does that mean? So if a person actually harvests cucumbers and you can chayis until Shabbos, but if he engages in an act of illusion, so then he would be punished. So of course, we'll talk about that in a little bit. So Gemara says, Vaha, top of Samachas 68. Vaha, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yeshua, Kamela. Did Rabbi Akiva learn this off from Rabbi Yeshua? No, about Anya. This is an incredible story. That guy, Gemara tells the story. Shikola Rabbi Eliezer, Nichnisu, Rabbi Akiva, the Chaber Levakko. So Rabbi Eliezer became ill, so Rabbi Akiva and his other companions, colleagues, thank you. His colleagues came to visit Rabbi Eliezer because they didn't see the context of this story in just a little bit, and it's quite dramatic. So Eliezer was like in his bed, he was very ill, deathly ill, about to die of his moment. And he was like under his canopy. So he was in his bed under a canopy. And Rabbi Akiva and the other Rabbanim were outside. Literally tracking means like in they were visiting within the antechamber, the hallway. But also Yom Erev Shabbos. And it was Erev Shabbos. How do you have to? So what happened? Nichnas, Porkinus, Olachos, Tibo. So Porkinus, so this is Rabbi Eliezer. So Rabbi Eliezer's son, Porkinus. This was Rabbi Eliezer's son, Porkinus. Yes, son who named after his father, Porkinus. Then if you have time, we'll talk a little bit more about Rabbi Eliezer. Porkinus himself was a disciple of Rabbi Yochanan. So what happened? So his son Porkinus went into So again, Rabbi Eliezer, the father, very ill. Shabbos to remove his father's children. Shabbos is about to start. So Ga'ar both Yatzav and Nizika. Rabbi Eliezer started yelling at him, and Rabbi again repeated and poking his left knee. Amr Lahem Lechavirav, Shemeduma Ani Shekaito Sha'av and Yitzchak, and Pokinos sees the other Rabbi Eliezer. And Pokinos started to hear that my hair is not in a proper way. Like after chasing me out the room like this, after me, that my father is not in a proper state. So what happens? Here's this. And he says, go ahead. Gaito Utaski Original. So Rabbi Eliezer says, I'm fine. I'm not the problem. But rather, again, it's my son Horkinos and his mother, my wife, who are the ones who are mentally not clear, lacking mental clarity. Why? Take my weekend is for Skiva, but also in the Israel. But literally translated, how could it be that they are not careful with the Israel and they're worried about, again, my Torah. So in other words, what's happening here? Interestingly enough, so Rabbi Eliezer is going ahead and son, and in other words, Rabbi Eliezer's wife, we're not properly preparing for Shabbos. So he felt that they were not properly prepared for Shabbos, and because they're not properly prepared for Shabbos, there's a real concern. The Chas V'Shalom, they come to Mechal Shabbos, so they're not worried about preparing for Shabbos, and instead they're focused on taking my Torah. So Eliezer says like this. Preparing on Shabbos, so worst case scenario, maybe you're doing this with Rabbi. But preparing on Shabbos, that could be a serious issue already. So take a look at that. Is the third short line. Adlokas Haner, V'Hakmonas Kamu, V'Oskim B'Davar She'ino Ela Isser Shmos, V'Maniach Tefillin B'Shabbos in Kant, V'Maniach Tefillin B'Shabbos in Kant Ishmolach, V'Afil Yetzer Shrav V'Hagach Mabul. So apparently, what Rabbi Eliezer was upset about was he felt that his son and his wife had not properly prepared for Shabbos. So he felt people focusing on all the wrong things, focusing on getting more like on Shabbos. So at most things would grab on. So better to go ahead and go with grab on and worry about preparing for Shabbos. So also again, so what's the Shabbos? Marshall says, you're right, I can really prepare for Shabbos. Why? Because they were caring for their father. Not because they were caring for their cancer. So Eliezer, and again, Eliezer, we'll see, it's a strong personality. So again, he's rebuking his son to prepare for Shabbos. Shaddai to Shabbos Allah. And at this point in time, that Rabbi Eliezer was of sound mind. Right? He was fine. He was of sound mind, he was totally with it. When the other Rabbanim realized this, so they come into the Mavak and they sit 4 amos away from Rabbi Eliezer. And listen now, what's happening? So now what the story begins to really take form. Look at Rashi. Rashi says, Berichot Arba Amos. It makes really doing שבאחדות המחלוקת קדוש של אחרי והמציאה. ועושה לנו גם this is in this story of קדוש של אחרי. קדוש של אחרי ועושה לנו גם this was the famous fallout between Rabbi Eliezer and the rabbinic community. There was a big machlokas about, again, right? When we get Shal Achray, an oven made up of multiple parts, and there was a nice big machlokas about ritual status, Tuman Tara. So again, the entire rabbinic community has to be one way. Rabbi Eliezer has to be a different way. Rabbi Eliezer would not back down from his opinion. As a result, he was put in favor. He was excommunicated. He was put in favor. And what's interesting enough, that law is that when someone is in kingdom, you're not even allowed to come within Dalit Amos, 6 feet of them. So they're coming now to go ahead and do Bakakola. Now, the truth is they're not going to come to do Bakakola. What they're really coming to do is they're coming to glean any additional Torah knowledge that they can from Rabbi Eliezer. But they have to keep a distance from him because at the end of the day, he's still excommunication. That's why they're not coming to his bedside. They're keeping a distance of Dalit Amos. So Eliezer, again, even on his deathbed, was not retracting his halakhic position. And therefore, again, they come a distance. Amar Lab, Rabbi Eliezer says to them, listen, there's so much just about this entire story about the Eliezer himself. Because, sometimes in life, it's good to stand your ground, and it's good to keep your sheetas in your opinions. But if the whole world is against you, again, chances are you have to do a self-check, and you may be wrong. Now, that's not always true. For example, the world is against us, obviously, like the world is against Israel, and yet again, we know that we do not back down from doing what we are. But within Klal Yisrael itself, if you're on the island and everyone else says one thing, right, and you're hoping something else, chances are you're wrong. And chances are you have to have enough humility and enough inner sense to be able to understand that maybe it's the guy to revisit my shitas, my shkapas, my halachas, my life stances. But Rabbi Eliezer would not back down. He would not back down. So what ends up happening? So the Gemara says, so the Gemara says Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Akiva said, and why did you guys come? Amar Lo, Lilmod Torah Bani. Rabbi, we came for the Torah. Look, you have to understand something. You've mentioned this many times. Once upon a time, Shalosh Balpeh was Balpeh. Like the old tradition was Mamish Balpeh, which means that when a Rebbe died, what happened? Any Torah he had that he did not share went with him to the grave. Which is why so often in the Gemara you find when a great sage is trying to deathbed, his Talmidim are circling the bed because they're trying to just extract whatever last thing in Torah they have people to do. So now, Rabbi Eliezer was in Canaan, and he's about to die. So they're trying to get, so they come, give us Rebbe, we're here for the Torah. Give us whatever you can before you die. Because if everyone, why haven't you? We're been they said to him, wow, you didn't have enough time. You got busy. I'm not supposed to say, so but let's back to them. I wonder about tonight if you will die a natural death. Because Rabbi Eliezer saw prophetically that these individuals, unfortunately, would meet a very bitter end. You're going to be a Kiva, and all these other Rabbanim were unfortunately killed by the Romans. So Rabbi Eliezer says prophetically, I see that unfortunately you're going to meet a very difficult end. I'm going to be a Kiva, Shalimai. Rabbi Akiva specifically asks Rabbi Eliezer, Rebbe, what do you see about my future? Your end is even more difficult. Is even more difficult than anyone there's a lot of emotion involved in this Gemara as well. Rabbi Eliezer been working this feeling that he was, ostracized from the community, which he was. But again, because of his own decisions. What is his own decision? His own unwillingness to back down. But also, like this exchange is so incredibly profound. Like Rabbi Eliezer asking rabbis, why haven't you come to me until now? And they said, oh, we didn't have time. And Rabbi Eliezer says, I just want to tell you, if you live a life where you don't have time, he says, then I would be shocked if the only death you experience in this world. The way you read that phrase is, I would be shocked in Yamushu Nisas Hatsu. If you only die a regular death, what does anyone say? The people go through life, and we have plenty of opportunities. And how do we justify not taking life? The reason not taking life are opportunities, not enough time. Every single time we lose out on an opportunity because we won't have enough time, that's a quasi-death. What is death? Death represents a certain finality. When a person dies, that's it. We fail to take advantage of the life opportunities. Listen, it's often we don't take advantage of our life opportunities. We convince ourselves, what? I'll get to it later. But that's not how life works. Often when you don't take advantage of a life opportunities, that opportunity will happen. So there may be other opportunities down the road. But the ones you miss are the ones you miss, and more often than not, you cannot redeem them. So when Eliezer is saying to the other Rabbanim, tell me you don't have time. The people who live a life where their common refrain is don't have time, just understand every time you don't have time and you pass up on a life opportunity, you're killing that opportunity. And not like the expression, like, I'm killing it, like the good killing it, right? Not like that one, right? But like you've lost out on that. And that's ultimately, again, that is the door that shuts, and once it shuts, you cannot be open. It's like, this is probably one of the most important lessons. So many of us, we go through life, and there's opportunities, whether it's opportunities for to be a bit sequel, it's opportunities for learning, it's opportunities for Habusa, it's opportunities for Chesed, it's opportunities for Rosh Shalom Bayis. And what ends up happening, I'm too busy, or I'm too tired, or I'm too this, or I'm too that. Just understand, every single time you pass up on a life opportunity because you quote unquote don't have time, that opportunity will just die right in front of you. And there's no tears and for life opportunities. There may be other ones, but once the opportunity dies, it's dead and going to be forever. Overwhelming give up. So what happens? So you don't say now Rebbe Eliezer is about to die. Rebbe Eliezer himself is about to die. What does he do? Not all stays also. So let's say this is a profound Gemara. Rebbe Eliezer takes his arms, he crosses it against his chest. Amar, so he wrote to these arms that are like two Sifrei Torah that are rolled up. Because the image is very profound. He looked at his arms like the two columns of the Sifrei Torah. He's crossing it over his chest. And he's saying, woe to these Sifrei Torah that are rolled. Now, Rashi points out when a Sifrei Torah is rolled, closed, you can't see the letters. Rabbi Eliezer is lamenting. What he's really lamenting is this idea of unactualized potential. I had all of this, right? I had this sacred Torah. I had all of this in me, and yet my sacred Torah remained closed. You know, we'll say, it's such an overwhelming idea that when a person leaves this world, sometimes the thing that seems to be the greatest thing, we'll say, you know what, I want to say something. You know this. You know, when a person's on their deathbed, no one ever says, oh, you know what? What about all the places I want to be? Like, oh, Kensington was really convenient, and Paris was really convenient. No one's ever on the deathbed laments the vacations they didn't take. You know, I was saying, it's not thinking people don't do that. What do people lament on the deathbed? They lament the opportunity they had to actualize their potential and failed to do so. Because that potential goes with me to the grave. That's what Rebbe Eliezer is lamenting. These arms, this sacred Torah is rolled up. What good is a rolled sacred Torah? What good is rolled sacred Torah? What good is rolled sacred Torah? You could kiss it, you can hold it, you can't learn from it because you can't see it. So Rebbe Eliezer is referring to himself as that rolled sacred Torah. So much unactualized potential. Harbe Torah, Lamarati, the Harbe Torah, Limarati. I learned so much, and I taught so much. And let's say, it's interesting, by the way. How does that fit? He just said that he's like a rolled sacred Torah, which means you can't see the face. But he says, I learned so much, and I taught. But the same thing so profound. I did a lot of learning. I learned Torah, and I taught a lot of Torah, so much more. I could have been so much more. And that is the greatest existential that a person faces when they are at the journey of life. I have done more. I have been more. I could have learned more. I could have accomplished so much more. He goes on, he says, I learned so much from my Rebbeinu. But the truth is, I didn't take more than them. They're like a dog takes when it sat lapping water from the sea. And the dog goes over to the river and starts drinking water, he doesn't diminish the water. So again, I learned from my Rebbeinu. But there was so much more I could have learned. Like this dog drinking the water from the river. I drank, but there was still so much more to drink. Harbe, Torah Limarati, V'lo Chesuni Tamida Ela Kilukach Al B'Shpal Baretz. I taught so much Torah, and my students didn't take any more from me like a tooth and like an apple. Another idea that I took so much of my Rebbeinu, it was like a drop in the ocean. I gave so much to my students, but it was just a drop in the ocean. Below old, not only that, Ella, so again, just so you think of the other what's unfulfilled for the rest of the lamenting an unfulfilled life, and the rest of the things we didn't accomplish. It's like I learned a lot, I taught a lot, but I could have done so much more. My personal Torah is rolled up. You can't see the ants. I go to the grave with the pain that I could have been more, that my life could have been more. He goes on, he says, "Oh, Elishani Shoshinas Halachos Bahares Azot, Hoya Adam Shahuni Bahan Davar Me'olam." She's the very word. I know 300 halachos with the Bahares Azot. What's Bahares Azot? Bahares is a type of Sarah. Azot means right. So I realized what this thing was, I even have very specific knowledge with a specific type of Saras, and no one ever asked me about it. No one ever asked me about it. It's a little old. Alash and Ishur, Shloshim halachos. I mean, Shloshim halachos. The Netias Kishuin, although Haya Adam Shalani Bahan Davar Me'olam. Chutz Me'akiva Ben Yosef. And I know 300 halachos, 3,000 halachos. When it comes to cucumbers, well, halachos comes to cucumbers. We'll see that in just a moment. And no one ever asked me anything except Rabbi Akiva. Called him Akiva Ben Yosef. No one ever asked me anything except Akiva Yosef. Come to just a second. Why? What's the story of Rabbi Akiva and Eleres Ben Rokinos and cucumbers? Listen to this. Am Achos and Ibu Mahafna Yudara. So Rabbi Eleres Ben Rokinos tells the story. One time, Rabbi Akiva and I were walking on the road. Amrali, and Rabbi Akiva said to me, Rabbi, Lamdini Benetios teach me about the office of sorcery when it comes to cucumbers. First white line, American cover effort. So what was the husband said? I said one word, or a sort of serif. I said one word of kisho, the smaller color of the kisho, and the entire field filled with cucumbers. So we'll say it's pretty good. Obviously, most we'll talk about how exactly is it permitted that husband is engaged in kisho, is engaged in sorcery. And we'll discuss that. I said one word, and the entire field filled with cucumbers. I'm going to be Rabbi Adakani Yitiyasa. Rabbi taught me how to plant cucumbers with sorcery. Taught me how to harvest it. So Amarti Davar Echad is not to put I said one word, and all of the cucumbers was piled in one area. Amulo. So once again, that's the whole of the story, right? Because we're in the Mishnah, Rabbi Akiva quoted the name of Rabbi Yeshua about halachos cucumbers when it comes to sorcery. The Gemara was asking Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yeshua seems to say that Rabbi Akiva learned this from Rabbi. That's the whole point of the story. In just a moment. So we'll say, so at this point in time, now the Gemara jumps back. The other Rabbi who are coming to this one that he's holding of sound mind. Therefore, they want to use this opportunity to ask a variety of questions. Amullah, it's really as a Hakador, almost Vakamir Sar Hamadolios, Umishkolas Kitano Mahu. So they asked Rabbi Elazar a question regarding Torah. So literally again, or Rashi says, Kamiyah is an amulet, Sar Hamadolios, a pouch for gems, Umishkola, or a weight. So let's say these are all construction points out that we have that are made from leather and filled with something else. So the Gemara says, silence, what's the, you're asking me a human power question. I'm going to name it to name, which I lost some of the mash. Again, I'm not going to give them the help of human power. Fine. Minal, Shal, Gabia, Imus now. So then they ask, what is that? Concerning the shoe that is still on its form. So let's say you have a shoe, and the shoe's being fashioned, and it's still on the form. It's not what's its halacha regarding Tuman Tara. Amalahan, Kutar, ultimately Tar. Why? Because it's not a completed key. That's what husband worker is saying. And the rest is the Yatsan Nishmasal, the Tara. The last word that Rabbi husband said, the last word he said was Tar. It was pure. Those were the last words out of his mouth. Amar Rabbi Yeshua Aragla Amar Chutra Haneder Chutra Haneder. Yeshua stood up and he said that again we release Rabbi Eliezer from so they lifted the excommunication to the wilderness after incredible. That's what he said. Chutra Haneder. So the word says this far. Unless he Shabbos, now again, since we're looking at this died. And you also incredible. The last thing that died was Tar. That was his last word. So what's his Shabbos? I'll go about Rabbi Akiva, meaning sorry the word. I'm sorry. Rabbi Akiva. So what's his house? This is the way this story. whole story happened on Friday. Friday, remember again, that's how the whole thing started. That his son working his skin to remove his tefillin the other Shabbos. So the Lagan was on Motzei Shabbos. It was on Motzei Shabbos. Rabbi Akiva, apparently, invested according to this story, Rabbi Akiva must have left before Rabbi Eliezer died, and Rabbi Akiva therefore went into the funeral procession on Motzei Shabbos. And Rabbi Akiva accompanies the procession, excuse me, from Caesarea to Lod. Ayamaka b'Saro, and shows his Laaretz. So literally, Rabbi Akiva was striking himself until he started to bleed. Tosis points out that the Tosis says that this Rabbi Akiva wasn't lacerating himself over the death of Rabbi Eliezer, and what he was doing was he was mourning the loss of Torah. His halacha is not allowed to lacerate yourself over mourning for the dead. He wasn't lacerating himself mourning the dead. Rather, again, he could not take the pain of all the Torah that was lost with the death of Rabbi Eliezer himself. So Amar, Avi Recha Lishav. So ultimately, again, he said the pasuk that actually Elish said about Eliyahu and Eliyahu Hanavi died. Recha, right? He said to him, he said, Avi Mecha, Adonai, Recha Lishav Harashav. Ultimately, again, chariot of Israel and its riders. Harbe Mos, again. He referred, it's very beautiful, he referred to Eliezer as his father, and as a chariot, right? Just like the chariot. Yes, the riders will teach me, will teach you, that Eliezer was someone who really brought himself forward in every solution. But having both PhD, they funny the heart so sad. Ultimately, again, I have so much money, like I have all these coins, but I have no money changer. Like no money changer to show me how to properly utilize it. So say this is an incredible research. There was a certain Mishnah tells us. I say all of us in life, right? All of us. And by the way, it doesn't even have to be like that. Right? Or it just means in life we need someone, we own someone who can help us with perspective. Because a lot of times, I have all the stuff I need. I just don't know exactly how to arrange it in a way so as to maximize my personal success. Right? It's interesting that the Akiva is not saying, you know, what is he saying? I have so much money, but I don't have a money changer. What does the money changer do? What does the money changer do? I guess it's a money changer. You bring all of your funds, right? And then what would the money changer say? Exchange for this. Put this over here. This with this. The money changer will show you how to take everything that you have and maximize what you have for ultimate profit and ultimate results. Now, you keep saying this. I need to be Eliezer, not because I need the knowledge. I have the knowledge. He helps me take all of the knowledge and figure out how to best maximize it. Sometimes in life, our biggest challenge is not knowing how to utilize the bracha that we have. I have so much, but I need to figure out how do I optimize it. Right? It's really interesting, especially I find this a lot that age where you used to you needed a ready for information. You needed ready for information. I will say that this age you need ready for information. Not really, right? You get the 8-minute doc, the second doc, 25-second doc, right? Half a doc, part of a doc, the whole doc, right? You can write any deals you want. You actually do not need a ready for information. You don't. You get information however information. What it really does for us, for all of us, is not one of us who needs something like this. And it doesn't help us, multiple people. It's like, get my information. How do I use it? How do I use it? How do I organize it? How do I set myself up in the right framework so I can be successful? And I feel that sometimes this is one of the biggest issues of our dog, right? Because it's kind of like there's all the yogis, right? So right? Kids are Mishnah, and what happens when you're doing that, when you're doing your kids, you're like every simultaneously. You got somebody who's like, right? But I'm going through my whole list of stuff. I got everything because a lot of times what we make in life is we're absorbing all the information. What do I do with it? Sometimes more is less, less is more. sometimes I should be focusing on certain things and not doing everything. Sometimes I should be focusing. Right, base measures, also all these things, and it's everything. Sexual bias. I have all the coins. I have everything. But how do I arrange it? And that's incredible. That's what Rabbi Akiva was commenting. I don't need Rabbi Eliezer and happiness for information. I have the information. But what I do with it, how do I organize it? How do I set myself up for success in life? That's what I need. I get before. It's amazing when Rabbi Akiva lost that. We lose the lesbian happiness. She's overwhelmed. He's overwhelmed. Who is going to help me make Seder in my life? Who's going to help me create a vision, a way forward, and a process and a framework? Who's going to, and you see again, he's overwhelmed by this loss. Overwhelmed by this loss. It's incredible. So the Gemara goes like that. So, okay, by the way, full circle. What do you see from here? Rabbi Akiva didn't gain his cucumber knowledge from Rabbi Shimon. Who did he gain it from? Rabbi Eliezer. Rabbi Eliezer, Gamra, Gemara. I'm sorry, Rabbi Eliezer, Gamra. To which the Gemara says, you're right. Rabbi Eliezer, Lo Sabra. Hadar Gamra Rabbi Yeshua, the Asbra Rabbi So this is interesting. Originally, he learned from the Eliezer, or Rabbi Eliezer, I should say, but Allah Almighty didn't understand it. And then he learned it again from Rabbi Yeshua, and this time he understood it. So the Gemara goes like, Hey, now the Gemara says, whoa, we hold up here for just a second. How exactly is Eliezer allowed to go ahead and use sorcery to go ahead and make a field appear with cucumbers and then make them collective? Isn't that Kisha? To which the Gemara says, also my Sechayim, right? Also my Sechayim. So isn't that all right? The Kisha says, no, the Islamic Chinese. We'll say again, especially Rabbi Eliezer has to understand how things work in order to be able to pass it. Right? So therefore he had to learn it in order to understand it. I should say he had to learn it in order to understand it in order to be able to pass it. Torah tells us, do not learn in order to replicate, in order to mimic that which the nations of the world do. So ultimately, again, you can't learn in order to go ahead and mimic that which the nations of the world do. So let's say, so ultimately, again, a person is not allowed to learn sorcery or any other, for that matter, or anything else in order to do it for themselves. But if a person needs to learn it in order to understand it, in order to teach it, that's where now again. Be careful with what you do with this like that. Listen, it's important to understand Arias. I don't mean what John means either, right? In other words, like, right, important to understand it, right? I need to understand some numbers. I should have to become proficient. No, calm down, right? What it means is like this: that somebody who needs to pass him halakas needs to understand the mechanics of things. Right? You can't pass him if you don't understand it. So Rabbi Eliezer, who needed to pass him on different situations regarding Tishuk, needed to understand how it was working, and that's why he taught it tradition, not for the purpose of going ahead and performing social justice. The point ultimately again, going ahead and understanding the dynamic of these things. Okay, what's that? I just point out something amazing. Actually, we'll say it later. Hadron Allah, I don't mean so we'll say Mazel. Mazel into the parak. Good. Like the Kaplan's first parak in Shas. Incredible. Well, Mir Hashem, the first of the Let's nowadays. Hey, so Michael, it's a short-lived celebration. Let's go. Hey, it says that's how we do it. That's how we do it. Doing right? Good. Now move on. Let's say Samech Chesed is supposed to be that's the greatest metaphor, right? Metaphor for life. You know, in the belt, when you go ahead and you accomplish, you see this, right? Like you win a Super Bowl. Like, oh, what are you going to do now? Right? And there's understanding. They're like, okay, now you have a break. Now you get this. When you go ahead and you have a dramatic accomplishment, what do? Moment, move on, right? Give yourself a shkoyach, 5 seconds, appreciate the accomplishment, and then move on to whatever is next. So let's say, here we go. Samach Chesed 60 AD. Ben Sorer Umora. Our next parak. Right? Let's know it again. Just kind of like a quick overview. The rebellious son. He's ultimately, again, remember, the child. He's not a child. He's an adult, a legal adult. Who steals money from his parents in order to go ahead and purchase meat and wine. So this is a fascinating set of halachas, which we'll have to delve into a little bit. The case is that Torah is executed. Now, interestingly enough, at first glance, it doesn't really feel that the crime really is that severe that it should warrant execution. So what we'll see, of course, is that a Ben Torah is really executed, not as much for what he did, but for what his servant is going to become. And he represents the down to the community, and then going to be executed before he can become an after. But now again, it's just hashkatic, problematic, doesn't seem to go there. We'll delve into all of this. Often I have is a halakha. Let's begin first with some of the mechanisms. So then Sorah Mora, when did a child become married? From what age? The other state status, actually up in Sorah. So literally again, from the time that he brings 2 eggs, which is the sign of his vocation, actually up in that literally sounds like it's a beer spills out. By the way, below oh yeah, that's the metaphor. It doesn't mean that it's tasty, but I mean again it means in a similar way, right? So they just listed that this refers ultimately to pubic hairs, that they didn't want to like that. So therefore, they set it in a little bit of Ben below Basic says, and the man will have a son, first of all, and not a daughter. Interesting enough, there's no Bas there, right? There's no female equivalent. Furthermore, Ben below E. Furthermore, again, it's a Ben, not a man. And again, we'll discuss that what that means as well, Ben below Ish. Katan Shalom Baba Klamis. Katan is Katan, right? Because ultimately, again, Katan has not yet come to the Kriyat of Mitzvahs. Okay? So, therefore, there was that's the instruction that's on the first verse. Katan, we know the Katan. So, with we know that a Katan, that ultimately, again, is Katan, the child can't become a get the time out. Shalom Baba Mitzvahs. Because a Katan hasn't yet come to the responsibility of this. Therefore, again, a Katan is going to be Katan. To which the Gemara says, the Anash Slok the Hafi, Dava, the boy calling it one side. Because the Gemara saying, the Gemara needs explicit teaching to teach me that a Katan cannot such a Sorah Mora. But that's obvious. Why would you ever think that a Katan is subject to the halachas of Sorah Mora? In general, a Katan is always exempt from everything. Saying the specific passage that a Katan is exempt, to which the Gemara says, Anan Hakatani Atu Ben Sorah Achet O Nehela, Hashem Sobo Nehela. So it says we're going to discuss Sorah Mora, why is he executed? He's not really, right? Because if you think about it, what hasn't gotten into it yet, what has he done? He stole my money and he bought meat and he drank wine. Not good, like not good, but not executable. Right? He's executed because he's concerned of what he's going to do. That's what they're concerned that maybe the nice stuff, if he's exhibiting these types of behaviors as a child, we are concerned about the type of menace to society that he is going to become when he gets to the University of Kivon, Sofonera, Akilani, and since we kill him. But what he's going to become, maybe his halacha should apply, even if he's a Katan. Right? Really, the Sorah Mora is not as much about what he is, but rather about what he's going to become. So maybe we should execute even a Katan, this type of egregious behavior. The Muslim teaches us that halacha Mesa, a Katan is not held accountable for his actions. Then below Ish. The old Ben below Ish Katan Mashma. So furthermore, I guess the halacha must Ben below Ish is going to see that what this means is Ben below Ish means canning a Katan, because a Katan in general is held accountable. The problem then, because it says if a man will go ahead and have a son, then who becomes a Ben Son Mora? Ben who is just recently entered into manhood. So this is interesting that a Ben Son Mora has to be an adult, but again, he's a recently got mitzvah adult. In other words, he has to be a Ben, a somewhat for Ish. He became an Ish recently, but he's still he is a young Ish who has just relatively recently entered into Jewish life. Incredible. Let's just go over. So, Ba'achi Yakiv, Sakar Takto. So, Tanya says, so again, remember, all the discussion about Sakar, about a beard, is a euphemism, not for a spaceship or rather for maturity. So, the Gemara says, Ba'achi Yakiv, Takto. Tanya Dikio, Akif HaTorah. Okay, so there's hair that surrounds the Torah. So the Gemara says, Hakafas, below Hakafas, Gates. Okay, so what's the thing about this, by the way, is a tremendous level of specificity regarding pubic hair, right? Right. So nice again says it's not the particular hair, but rather it's pubic hair that surrounds the female members. Right. So you will not get fascination, right? So as I said, I just want to point out something interesting. You want to be yourself, like really like a lot of information. So just understand. This is very reminiscent of like the Gemara that talked about execution. What in general, right? When it comes to a basic execution, so say, what's the general approach? General approach, we don't do it. We don't do it. And therefore, again, we will make it difficult as possible for a baby to execute someone. When you see this level of specificity regarding pubic hair, what's the takeaway message? What's the takeaway message? This level of specificity, they don't want to do it. They don't want to do it. So, right, so if you're getting into this, that now we're making kakiris and pubic hair. Right. We're making kakiris in this. Right, you make kakiris. What that shows you is the system does not want to execute this kid. And therefore, again, we will essentially make it as procedurally difficult as possible before execution. That's the takeaway over here. So the Gemara says, I'm going to this stuff. Katan Shaholi ain't been on Nasa and Solar Mora. By the way, if a Katan fathers a child, that offspring can become a Ben Solar Mora. How do you know this? Shenekmar, here Leish Ben below the Ben. So it's interesting enough because the classic says Kiel Ish. Ish means what? An adult. If an adult fathers a child, that child can become a solar mora. But at the end of the day, if a child fathers a child, a minor fathers a child, ultimately again, that child cannot become a Ben Solar Mora. To which the Gemara says, "Hi, he finally took a good one up." 1 second, we need that phrase. What do you name of that? What do you name of what the name of that said to us? Imkim Rima Kia Ben Lish. Positive just says a man will have a child, or if a man, right, a Ben will be Lish. My Kia Lish Ben. Why does this phrase says if a man will have a child? Kia Lish Ben is supposed to Ben Ish. Shmani no the Kidrat stuff. Ultimately, the teach stuff. Stuff. Fathers a child, they all can become a solar mora. I aim of play. I was maybe the entire process of this Allah. MK name then set it in the short form of my ultimately again, what is it come to teach us? Ish then ultimately again, what the Gemara says, how we can learn that both of them. Like number one, how I said that again. Myself. So that it has to be child. Like, I love myself. That's number one. And the other halacha that if a child fathers a child, that son also is not such halachas concerning Ben Sorar and Mora. I just think it's interesting. So I don't want to launch into the whole Ben Sorar, which Hashem will see this on the document. Connection of the right? If you know this, so the loss of it, listen to them. He was lamenting the rolled Sefer Torah, right? He was lamenting so much that this is Torah is more, right? More, right? And Torah Mora is we're nervous about the potential that will be. Like in Torah Mora, he is executed because of what he will become. So that's some more concern about the potential he will realize. And that potential is negative and detrimental to the greater society. So that's what Orphanus is lamenting realized potential, and then sorrow more is executed because of potentially or realized potential. Much is focused on potential, negative potential, positive potential, then Soramora, negative potential, rebels and ultimates, positive, unrealized positive potential, and the kind of where you start this hiding for you and shots. Like how do we in shots? So what do we speak about this? Right? About creative life of miscarrying the greatest life of going in this world as a role. So much inside of a person. It wasn't this. Each of us is that role. And so tomorrow we're going to see he could change his ways. He could choose to go and realize his potential in dramatically different ways. But the goal ultimately again is to make sure you corrupt your potential enough not to show it, put yourself in a certain negative trajectory. So one that's not to corrupt that potential and not to live a life of unrealized. So we'll stop over for today. A lot more to say on these topics, but I meant to won't get ahead of ourselves. Everyone.
I don't know what to say, but what's it called? Somebody was saying something that I wanted to comment on. This is the 7 hour hour stream brain right now, dude. Just trying to figure out something out.
All right, we'll say good morning or good morning. Good Tavach. That's for Bisonos Tavos for all of Amis. So, should be a week of Mel and Karen Ram in honor of reading Mishmas. Mordechai Ben Yisrael. Look at the American come to over the show. And the family. Because we hope that this is week in there. 4 of our hostages come home. Our soldiers are successful. Before Maaseh Yedei and Yamir Hashem to Brachos Yishuv and Chumas for all the Knavis. Well, with that, let us be raised now for Sanachas 68. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem actually at the top of Sanachas 68. So the Gemara quotes the section from Rabbi Akiva. So remember again, Rabbi Akiva mentions in the Mishnah the collection of kishu, of cucumbers or gourds. And Rabbi Akiva said in the Mishnah, Shnayim lokim echad lokim potter. The echad lokim. Sometimes someone could go and collect cucumbers, right? Harvest cucumbers on Shabbos. Sometimes a person could be potter. So the Mishnah said, what does that mean? So if a person actually harvests cucumbers, then he would be chayav on Shabbos. But if he engages in an act of pollution, he would be potter. So the Gemara is going to talk about that a little bit. The Gemara says, this is Vaha, top Samachas 68a. Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yeshua, did Rabbi Akiva learn this out to Rabbi Yeshua? No, about Tanya says this is really an incredible story. But Tanya tells the story. Kishachala Rabbi Eliezer nichnas Rabbi Akiva b'chaber levakia. Rabbi Eliezer became ill. Siva and his other companions, colleagues. Thank you. His colleagues came to visit Rabbi Eliezer. They will say that you're going to see the context of this story in just a little bit. So Eliezer was like in his bed, about to die, and he was like under his canopy. Outside, literally trackling means like in antechambers. They were by and it was Erev Shabbos. It's Friday afternoon. So what happened? So this is Rabbi Eliezer. So Rabbi Eliezer's son, Horculus. Now, he had a son named after his father, Horculus. Again, if you have time to talk a little bit more about Rabbi Eliezer and Horculus himself, was a disciple of Rabbi Yochanan. So what happened? So his son. So again, remember, Rabbi Eliezer, the father, very son comes in and his father's from the Shabbos is about to start. So Ga'ar Bo V'yatza B'Nezifa. Rabbi Eliezer started yelling at him, again rebuked him and left the room. Amar Lahem L'Chaverav K'Nedu. So Horculus see that bunny boy there, standing to the forward to visit the Horculus. The son says, it would appear that my father is in a proper mental state. After chasing me out the room, rebuking me, it would appear that my father not in a proper mental state. So what happens? Eliezer hears this. He says, so I'm fine. I'm not the problem. But again, it's my son Horculus and his mother, my wife, are the ones who are mentally lacking mental clarity. Because little translated, how could it be that they are not careful with an Isser Skila and they're worried about again my twin? So over here, so interestingly enough, so Rabbi Eliezer is going ahead and looking his son and his wife, in other words, Rabbi Eliezer's wife, were not probably preparing for Shabbos. They were not probably prepared for Shabbos, and because they're not properly prepared for Shabbos, there's a real concern that they come to the Chal Shabbos, so they're not worried about preparing for Shabbos. Instead, they're focused on Torah. So that's what things like this. You're very tefillin on Shabbos, so worst case scenario, maybe you're thin with an Isser Rabbi. But preparing on Shabbos, that could be a serious Isser Rabbi. So take a look at Ash for just a moment. Josh Skila is the third string. Hazlakas Haner, Vahatmanas Chamin, Shlos. The Maniach Tefillin b'Shabbos in time. Sorry, Maniach Tefillin b'Shabbos in time is Shmalach of Vafilu Yisir Shirab and Vaderach Madosh. So apparently, what Rabbi Eliezer was upset about that his son and his wife had not properly prepared for Shabbos. So he felt you're focusing on all the wrong things. You're focusing on getting my worst case scenario. Like, go ahead and I wear tefillin on Shabbos. So what? Okay, at most it's a Rabbanon. So better to go ahead and don't worry Rabbanon and worry about preparing for this properly. So I'll say, so again, so what was the shot? So the Maharsha brings, the Maharsha says, they had delayed the preparing for Shabbos. Why? Because they were caring for them, not because they were caring for them. So there was and again, Rebbe is a strong personality, very strong personality. So the might again, he's rebuking his son. They're probably preparing for Shabbos. Came up Chachamim, Shedai, to new Shabbos. So now at this point in time, Rabbi Eliezer was of sound mind. I think he was fine. He wasn't with it. When the other Rabbanim, so they come in to be Mavakar Chomer. The Yashul the Richot Dalet Amos, and they sit 4 Amos away from Rabbi Eliezer. And I will say now, what's happening now with the story begins to really look at Rashi. She says, "Berichot Arba Amos, Mehanidli Sheberchut Machokes Tanur Shalach Noibam." Again, this is the famous story of Tanur Shalach Noib. Also remember again, this was the famous between Rabbi Eliezer and the rabbinic community. There was a big machlokes about again an oven, right? Tanur Shalach Noib, an oven made up of multiple parts. And there was a major machlokes about ritual status. Tuma and Tara. Again, the entire rabbinic community in one way. Rabbi Eliezer passed in a different way. Rabbi Eliezer opinion. As a result, he was put in Chayim. He was excommunicated. He was put in Chayim. There was an interesting halacha. If when someone is in Chayim, you're not even allowed to come within Dalet Amos, 6 feet of them. So they're coming now to go and be Mavakar Chomer. It is not even coming to be Mavakar Chomer. What they're coming to do is they're coming to glean any additional knowledge that they can for the Ezer. But they have to keep fighting because at the end, through excommunication, that's coming to his bedside. The kings of Dalet Amos. Again, even on his deathbed, was not retracting his halach position. And therefore, again, they come a distance. Amar Lam, Rabbi Eliezer says that there's so much just about this entire story and about Rabbi Eliezer. Sometimes in life, it's good to stand your ground, and it's good to keep your shittas in your opinions. But if the whole is against you, right? Again, chances are you have to do a self-check, and you may be wrong. Now, that's not always true. For example, the world of us, and you have to get, that we do not back down from doing what we are. The Klal Yisrael itself. If you're on the island, everyone else says one thing, right? Something else. Chances are you're wrong. And chances are you have to have enough humility and enough inner sense to understand that maybe it's the guy to visit my sheep, my shkafas, my halachas, my life standards. But Rabbi Eliezer would not back down. He would not back down. So what ends up happening? So the Gemara says, so Rabbi Eliezer says to be and Rabbi Akiva said, and why did you guys come? Amrlo, Vilmot Torah Bar. Rabbi became a Torah. What's the actual statement? You mentioned this many. Once upon a time, Torah was about that. Right? The old tradition was managed about that, which means that when a Rebbe died, what happens? Any Torah he had that he did not share went with him to the grave. Which is why so often in Gemara finds that when a great sage is on his deathbed, his Talmidim are circling the bed because they're trying to just extract whatever last minute Torah they have people to do. So now, Rabbi Eliezer is in Chayrim, but he's about to die. So that you get, so they come, Rabbi, give us, Rebbe, we're here to learn. Give us whatever you can before you die. This is a terrible Gemara. So why haven't you come to us? I just says no. So no, where have you been this entire time? Why are we coming now? Amrullah, they said to him, "La hayalanu pnai." Wow, we didn't have enough time. We didn't have time. We got busy. I'm not supposed to listen to this. Amrullah, so Allah says back to them. Tamiya ani em yamusu misas hatzma. I wonder about you guys if you will die a natural death. In other words, Rabbi Eliezer saw prophetically that these individuals unfortunately would very bitter end. Again, Rabbi Akiva, again, and all these other Rabbanim were unfortunately killed by the Romans. So Rabbi Elazar says prophetically, I see unfortunately we're going to meet a very difficult end. Rabbi Akiva, Shalimahu, Rabbi Akiva specifically asks Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi, what do you see about my future? Kashem Shalom. Your end is even more difficult. Is even more difficult than anyone else. I will say, to just there's got to be emotion involved in this Gemara as well. That he was, ostracized from the community, which he was. But again, because of his oceans. His own unwillingness to back down. But I will say that this exchange incredibly profound. Right? You have asking Rabbanim, why haven't you come to me until now? And we didn't have time. Rabbi Elazar says, I just want to tell you, in your Muslim then I would be shocked if the only death you experience in this world. You read that phrase is shocked in your Muslim it's the only death. What does anyone say? People go through life and we have plenty of opportunities. But how do we justify not taking our opportunities, not taking advantage of our opportunities? Not enough time. Every single time you lose out on an opportunity because you don't have enough time, that's a quasi-death. What is death? Death represents a certain finality. When a person dies, that's it. When you fail to take advantage of your life opportunities, listen, you know how this works. Often we don't take advantage of our life opportunities because we convince ourselves, I'll get to it later. But we know that's not how life works. Often when you don't take advantage of a life opportunity, that opportunity happens. Not maybe down the road, but the ones you miss, and more often than not, you can. So the Elazar perhaps is saying to the other Rabbanim, tell me you don't have time. The people who live a life where the common refrain is, you don't have time, just like every time you don't have time and you pass up on a life opportunity, you're killing that opportunity. And not like the intention, like, I'm killing it. Like the good killing, right? Not like that one, right? But like, you've lost out on that. And that ultimately, again, that is a door that shuts, and once it shuts, you cannot open it. So also, it's perhaps one of the most important and profound lessons. So many of us, we go through life, and there's opportunities. Whether it's opportunities for tefillah b'tzipor, it's opportunities for learning, it's opportunities for chassav, it's opportunities for sin, it's opportunities to build our shabbos. And what ends up happening? I'm too busy. I'm too tired, or I'm too this, or I'm too that. Just understand, every single time you pass up on a life opportunity, I quote, don't have time, that opportunity has just done right in front of you. And you're just amazing for life opportunities. There may be other ones, but once the opportunity dies, it's dead and gone to you. Overwhelming Gemara. So what happens? So they will say, now Rabbi Elazar is about to die. Rabbi Elazar himself is about to die. What does he do? Not all stays also. So this is a Gemara. Rabbi Elazar takes his two arms and literally almost like he crosses it against his chest. Amar, Oy lachem stays also. Think you stay sifei Torah sheni. Said roll to these arms that are like two sifei Torah rolled up. So as the imagery is very profound. He looked at his arms, like the two columns of the Sefer Torah, crossing it over his chest. And he's saying, woe to these Sefer Torah that are rolled. Now, when a Sefer Torah is rolled, closed, can't. What Rabbi Eliezer is lamenting, what he's truly lamenting, is the idea of unactualized. I had all of this, right? I had this Sefer, I had all of this in me, and yet my Sefer Torah remained closed. We'll say, this is such an overwhelming idea that when a person leaves this world, sometimes the thing that gives them the greatest amount of, what, I want to say something. You know this. When a person's on their deathbed, no one ever says, what about all the places I wanted to vacation and I never got to? Like, Camp waiting for me, and Paris, and this. No one ever deathbed laments the vacation they didn't take. No, I think so. It's not thinking people. What do people lament on their? They lament the opportunity to actualize their potential and failed to do, because that potential is with me to the grade. That's what it is. These arms, this Torah was rolled. What good is the Lord? What good is Lord Sefer Torah? What good is Lord Sefer Torah? You can kiss it. You can hold. You can't see it. So Ezra is referring to himself as rolled Sefer Torah. So much unactualized. Torah, Lamarati, Bahar Torah, Limarati. Learned so much, so much. It's interesting about it. So how does that shtick? He just said that he's like a rolled Sefer Torah, which means you can't see the print. I learned so much and I taught so much. But else was saying something to them. Yes, I did a lot of it. I learned a lot of Torah and I taught a lot of Torah. But I could have done so much more. I could have been so much more. And that is the greatest existential truth that a person could face when they are at the end of the journey of I could have done more. I could have been more. I could have learned more. I could have taught more. I could have accomplished so much more. He goes on and he says, I learned so much from my rebellion. But the truth is, I didn't take more than them. They're like a dog that's sat lapping water from the sea. Like a dog goes over to the river and starts drinking water. He doesn't diminish the water. So again, I learned from my rebellion. But there was so much more I could have done. Like a dog drinking the water from the river. I drank. There was so much more to drink. Our day. Torah, Torah, and my students mean more for me from like an atmosphere. In other words, it's an idea that I took so much from my day in, I gave so much to my students, but it was just a dreamy ocean. Not only that, so again, just to think about each other, what's unfulfilled listening, what's living an unfulfilled life? That's the thing you didn't accomplish. It's like I learned a lot, I taught a lot, but I could have done so much more. My holistic Sefer Torah is enough. You can't see the print. I go to the grave with the pain of knowing that I could have more, that my life could have evolved. He said, furthermore, I know this with the Baharas Azov. What's Baharas Azov? So Baharas is a type of saras. Azov means bright. So I realized we're not just saying this. I even have very specific knowledge with a specific type of saras, and no one ever asked me about it. Allah shani shlosh halachos, or really shloshes halachos halachos. Yes, Kishuin, Adam Shamani by him, Davar Me'olam. And I know 300 halachos, 3,000 halachos. When it comes to cucumbers, halachos comes to cucumbers, we'll see what and no one ever asked me anything except Rabbi Akiva Ben Yosef. No one ever asked me anything except Akiva Yosef. Why? What's the story of Rabbi Akiva? And Elelianos and cucumbers to this. So Rabbi Elazar Lopez tells this story. So one time, Rabbi Akiva and I were walking on the road. Amrali and Rabbi Akiva said, Rabbi, Lamdeni Tios Kishur. Teach me about the halachos of Shani when it comes to cucumbers. First white line, I'm married. So Rabbi Elazar Lopez said, I said one word, and it was a sort of Sarek word. I said one word of kishuf, Nismala Kalasa the Kishur, and the entire field filled with cucumbers. Incredible. We're going to obviously going to talk about how exactly is engaged in the source. Again, I said one word, and our field filled with cucumbers. Maratani Nityasan, Maratani Rabbi taught me how to plant cucumbers with sorcery, how to harvest it. So Amarti Davar Echad to put in a makom echad. A single word. All of the cucumbers were pine area of the field. Incredible. Amrulo. So again, that just stand. That's the whole point of this, right? Because remember, in the Mishnah, Rabbi Akiva quoted in the name of Rabbi Yeshua about how long it comes to sorcery. Gemara was asking, did Rabbi Akiva actually learn this? That's the whole point of this struggle. And that in just a moment. So we'll say another word jumps back. Who are coming to this Rebbe Eliezer that he's holding of sound mind. So therefore, they want to use this opportunity to Rebbe Eliezer. והעמוס והאוצר המרגליות ומשקולס קטנו מהו. So there was this interesting. They asked Rabbi Eliezer Horkinos regarding Tumah and Tara. So little Rashi says over here, a weight, a couch for gems, weight. So I'll say these are all things Rashi points out over here that are made from leather and filled with something else. So the Gemara says, Shaila is what's the ask Rabbi Eliezer Tumah and Tara question. Remember the whole Tamein, Utarosam, the Mother Horkinos gives them the halachas of Tumah and Tara. Fine. So then they ask, what is the halakha concerning the shoe still on its form? In other words, let's see, Ashin is still on the form. What's its halakha? In Tumah and Tara, ultimately, that's what the husband Horkinos said. The Gemara says, the last word that Rabbi Eliezer was pure. Those last words out of his mouth. The Yeshua stood up and said that ultimately again he relieved Eliezer from so they the Rabbanan assembled communication from Eliezer after he passed. Incredible. That's what it is. What are neder as follows. The Moshe again, so the husband working his died. I say incredibly enough, the thing that he said when he died was that was his last word. So the Moshe Shabbos. This remember when did this start? Friday. Remember again that's the start. His son Horkinos came in to remove his tefillin. It was on Motzei Shabbos. It was on Motzei Shabbos. Rabbi Akiva must have left before Rabbi and Rabbi Akiva accompanies the procession. Excuse me. From the Damu shows they started. So literally, Rabbi Akiva was striking himself until he started to. That this Rabbi Akiva wasn't lacerating himself over the death of Rabbi Eliezer. Instead, what he was mourning the Torah. Because the halacha is not allowed to lacerate. He wasn't lacerating himself mourning the dead. Rather, again, he could not take of all the Torahs with the death of Rabbi Eliezer himself. So ultimately, again, the pasuk that actually Elisha said about Eliyahu and Hanavi, he said, Avi, my father, Israel Parasha. Ultimately, again, chariot of Israel and its riders. So again, he referred, it's very beautiful, he referred to as his father, yet the rider from location A to location B, rather than every junction. Of course, as Harbin Baals here, the English ultimately, I have so much money, right? All these coins, but I have no change. I have no money to properly utilize them. This is an incredible soul. You know, the Mishnah tells us, we need a Rebbe, all of us. A Rebbe doesn't even have light. He needs someone, who can help us with perspective. Exactly how to arrange it in a way. So that's interesting. That Akiva is not saying, if you notice, what does he say? He says, I change it, dude. I guess this time for a changer. You bring all the saying, here's what you should do. Exchange this for this. Everything that you have, and symbolize what you have for ultimate profit and ultimate results. Not because I need the knowledge. But it helps me take all of the knowledge and figure out how to best maximize. So sometimes in life, our greatest challenge is not knowing how to utilize the brachos that we have. I have so much, but I need to figure out how do I optimize it. You know, right? Isn't it interesting? Especially like I find this a lot that you live in an age where it used to be you needed a Rebbe for information. Right? You need a Rebbe for information. And I'll say the truth is today, do you need a Rebbe for information? No, really, right? You could get the 8-minute daf, the 8-second daf, the 25-second daf, right? Half a daf, part of a daf, a whole daf, right? You can, right? And you can get in any medium you want. You do not need a Rebbe for information. You don't. You get information however information. What a Rebbe does for us. For all of us, is not one of us who doesn't need someone like this. And it doesn't be one person, multiple people. Is okay, so I get my information. How do I use it? How do I use it? How do I organize it? How do I set myself up in the right framework so I could be successful? And I think that sometimes, like, this is one of the biggest challenges of our God. Like, it's interesting, kind of like all the yomis, it's cute. Like, kids are and what happened? They're doing that, and they're doing the Mishnah, and they're doing the kids, and they're doing everything simultaneously. Right? But I'm going through my list of stuff. I got everything. Because a lot of times, the mistakes we make in life is we're absorbing all the information. Where do I put it? What do I do with it? Sometimes more is less, sometimes less is more. Sometimes I should be focusing on certain things and not doing everything. Sometimes I should be doing everything and focusing. Right, basically, like your home, chavrusa, all these things, and it's everything. Tzedakah, shalom, dayis. I have all the coins, I have everything, but how do I arrange it? And it's incredible. That's what Rabbi Akiva was lamenting. I don't need Rabbi Eliezer and looking us for information. I have the information, but what I do with it, how do I organize it? How do I set myself up for success in life? That's what I need not that before. It's amazing. And when Rabbi Akiva lost that, you lose your lesbian happiness. He's overwhelmed. Who is going to help me make savor in my life? Who's going to help me create a vision and a way forward and a process and a framework? Who's going to help me with that? And you can see again, he's overwhelmed by this loss. It's incredible. It goes back there. So by the way, full circle. What do you see from here? Rabbi Akiva didn't gain his common knowledge from Rabbi Shimon. Who did he gain it from? Rabbi Eliezer. Rabbi Eliezer tomorrow. I'm sorry, Rabbi Eliezer. Gomra. Which the Gemara says you're right. Rabbi Eliezer, the low stuff. Hadar Gomra Rabbi Yeshua, the answer. So this is interesting, I'm saying. Originally he learned from Eliezer, or Rabbi Eliezer I should say, but Allah Almighty didn't understand it. And then he learned it again from Rabbi Yeshua, and this time he understood it. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like that. Hey, now we'll say, by the way, the Gemara says, whoa, can we hold up here for just a second? How exactly is Rabbi Eliezer allowed to go ahead and use sorcery to go ahead and make a field appear with cucumbers and then isn't that kisha? To which the Gemara says, Vanantan, ha'osam ma'isech le'islam. Right, ha'osam ma'isech chayiv. So ultimately, how is isn't that it should right to engage in kisha? To which the Gemara says, no, Islamic shaman. It was like sometimes again, especially similar to Rabbi Eliezer, has how things work in order to be able to pass it. Right? So therefore, you have to learn it. You have to learn it in order to understand it. Or I should say, you have to learn it in order to be able to. You have to understand it in order to be able to pass it. Shailos about it. Amar Mar, no simul lasos. Torah tells us, do not learn in order to replicate or in order to make that which the nations of the world do. Lasos iat halamat. So ultimately, again, you can't learn in order to go ahead and mimic that which the nations of the world do. About atalamid lahavin ulaholos. So let's say, so ultimately, again, halacha lemaisa, a person is not allowed to learn sorcery or any other, for that matter, or anything else, in order to do it for themselves. But if a person needs to learn it in order to understand it, in order to teach it, that's right. Now again, be careful with what you do with this. Right? And you know what? Listen, it's important to understand Arias. I don't mean the ground meat and the people, right? In other words, like, important to understand it, right? And I need to understand some language. I should pick up the fishes. No, calm down, right? What it means is like this: that somebody who needs to pass through halachas needs to understand the mechanics of things. Right? You can't paskin if you don't understand. So Rabbi Eliezer, who needed to paskin on different situations regarding kishuf, needed to understand how it was working. And that's why he taught it to Rabbi Akiva, not for the purpose of going ahead and performing sorcery chas v'shalom, but for the point ultimately again of going ahead and understanding the dynamic of these things. Okay, what's that? I'll just point out something amazing. Actually, all right, we'll save it for later. Hadron Allah, Aramisa, so let's say Mazda is the parak. Like what happens first, parak and shas. Yes, Hashem, the first big minute. Let's celebrate. All right, so it's a short-lived celebration. Let's go. All right, that's how we do it. Goes right, good. Now move on. Let's say Samach Chesed is, by the way, that's the greatest metaphor for life, right? Metaphor for life. You know, in the belt, when you go ahead and you accomplish something, you see this, right? Like you're in a Super Bowl. Like, oh, what are you going to do now? Right? There's understanding. They're like, okay, now you have a break. Now you can do this. When you go ahead and you have a dramatic accomplishment, what do? Next moment, move on, right? Give yourself a shkoyach, 5 seconds. the accomplishment, and then move on to whatever is next. So one says, here we go. Ben Solar Umora. One says, so now this is this again, just kind of a quick overview. Ben Solar Umora is the youngest son. So this ultimately, you're going to remember, the child, he's not a child, he's an adult, a legal adult, who steals money from his parents in order to go ahead and purchase meat and wine. So this is a fascinating set of houses which we'll have to delve into a little bit. And it's always says that Ben Solar Umora is executed. Now, interestingly enough, at first glance, it doesn't really feel that the crime is that severe that it should warrant execution. So what we'll see, of course, is that Ben Solar Umora is executed not as much for what he did, but for what we're concerned he's going to become. And he represents a profound threat to the community, and therefore Allah is to be executing before he can become an actual threat. Now again, which is hashkatically problematic, doesn't seem to make all that much sense. We're going to delve into all of this. But often like happens with halacha, let's begin first with some mechanistic details. So Ben Solar Umora, Ne'emos and Asa Ben Solar Umora, when could a child become Ben Solar Umora, right? From what age? Mishiyabi Sarus, the Achiyakiv Zakon. So literally again from the times which is the sign of physical maturation. Achiyakiv Hazakon. Now that literally sounds like until his beard fills out. Like the Moshe just said, by the way, a kachton below elyon, sexual metaphor. Right? It doesn't mean that his face beard, but rather again it means physical maturation. Right? Ella, Chazal spoke in a cleaner way, right? So they didn't want to be explicit. But this refers ultimately again to pubic hairs. Like they didn't want to be explicit like that. So therefore they said it in a little bit of in a nice solution. Ben below Bas, the Pasuk says, and a man will have a rebellious son. First of all, it's a son and not a daughter. Interestingly enough, there's no Bas Solar Umora, right? There's no female equivalent, right? Furthermore, Ben below Ish. Furthermore, again, it's a Ben and not a man. And again, we'll discuss exactly what that means as well, Ben below Ish. Katan, Pater, Shalabamat, Lamisus. And the Katan is Pater, right? Because ultimately, again, a Katan has not yet come to the Chiyuv of mitzvahs. Okay? So therefore, that's the question. First, one second. Katan, you know, in the Pater. So from where do you know that a Katan, that a child ultimately, again, is Pater, the child can't become as because a katan hasn't yet come to the responsibility of mitzvahs, and therefore again a katan is going to be pater, to which the Gemara says, "Yisu heicha ashkechan, the anash hakasot, the havi dacha b'bay kalim." One second. It sounds like the Gemara saying over here, the Gemara uses an explicit teaching to teach me that a katan is not subject to halachos Ben Solar Umora, but that's obvious. Why would we ever think that a katan is subject to the halachos of Ben Solar Umora? In general, a katan is always exempt from everything. So why would I need a specific pasuk to teach me that a katan is exempt? To which the Gemara says, "Anan hakikamina." This is what I need to say. Atu Ben Solar Umora afet on neherad, Hashem sovo neherad. So it says we're going to discuss a Ben Solar Umora. Why is he executed? He's not really executed for what he has done, right? Because if you think about it, what we haven't gotten into it yet. But what has Ben Solar Umora done? What has he done? He stole money, and he bought meat and he drank wine. Not good. That's certainly not an executable offense, right? You can't say, so why is he executed? He's executed because we're concerned of what he's going to become. That's what we're concerned about. We're concerned that maybe that Ramaisa, if he's exhibiting these type of behaviors as a child, we are concerned about the type of menace to society that he is going to become when he gets older. So the Gemara says, "V'kivan ka'al sofo nerad afilu katanami." And matter of fact, that since we kill him for what he's going to become, maybe these halachos should apply even if he's a katan. Right? Really, Ben Solar Umora is not as much about what he is, but rather about what he's going to become. So maybe we should execute even a katan for exhibiting this type of early stage of religious behavior. Kamash Malando. Kamash Malando. Mishnah teaches us that a katan is not held accountable for his actions, and a katan is always being katan. The old Ben below Ish. Ben below Ish katan mashma. So furthermore, again, it was like the halacha. The Gemara says Ben below Ish. We're going to see the halacha. What this means is Ben below Ish means can't mean a katan, because a katan in general is not held accountable. Amrav Amrav, Amrakra V'chiyah L'Ish Ben. Because it says if a man will go ahead and have a son, then Hasamuch L'Vuras Shalish, who becomes a Ben Sora Mora, a Ben who is just recently entered into manhood. So this is interesting, by the way, that a Ben Sora Mora has to be an adult, but again, he's a recently bar mitzvah adult. In other words, he has to be a Ben Hasamuch L'Ish. He became an Ish recently, but he's still a Ben. So he is a young Ish who has just relatively recently entered into Jewish adulthood. Incredible. Let's just go a little bit weiter. So Tony Rabichia, Achi Yakiv Atara. So once I so again, remember, all of this discussion about zakah, about a beard, is a euphemism, not for his face beard, but rather again about physical maturity, or I should say pubic maturity. So the Gemara says, Achi Yakiv Zakah Atara. Tony Rabichia, Achi Yakiv Atara. Okay, until his hair that little runs the Atara. So the Gemara says, that's right. Hakafas Gid, hello Hakafas Gidzi. Okay, so what's interesting about this, by the way, is a tremendous level of specificity regarding pubic hair, right? So nice again, Gemara says it's not testicular hair, but rather again it's pubic hair that surrounds again. No, listen, I wanted to point out, right? We will not get tested on this information, right? So as I said, I just want to point out something interesting. You want it to yourself, right? Really, there's a lot of information. So just understand, this is very reminiscent of like the Gemaras that talked about execution. What in general, right, when it comes to a basic executing people, so let's say, what's the general approach? The general approach, we don't want to do it. And therefore, again, we will make it as difficult as possible for a Basin to execute someone. When you see this level of specificity regarding pubic hair, what's the takeaway message? It's a message for everything, right? What's the takeaway message for this level of specificity? They don't want to do it. Right? So if you're getting into this, that now we're making hakiras and pubic hair. I know right. We're making hakiras in this, right? We make hakiras. What that shows you is the system does not want to execute this kid. And therefore, again, we will essentially make it as procedurally difficult as possible before execution. That's the takeaway of the So the Gemara says, "Amar Avista, Katan Shaolit Ein Beno Nasa Beisora Mora." First, by the way, if a katan fathers a child, that offspring cannot become a Ben Sora Mora. How do you know this? Shneimar Kia Leish Ben below the Ben. So it's interesting enough because the pasuk says Kia Leish. Ish means what? An adult. If an adult fathers a child, that child can become a Sora Mora. But at the end of the day, if a child fathers a child, a minor fathers a child, ultimately again, that child cannot become a Ben Sora Mora. Which the Gemara says, "Hi, you find the one second, we need that phrase. Rabbi the name of Rav. The name of what Rabbi the name of Rav said to us. In King Rima called here Ben Rish. Pasuk could have just said if a man will have a child, or if a man, right, if a Ben will eat finish. My Kia Leish Ben. Why does this phrase as if a man will have a child? Kia Leish Ben as opposed to Ben Ish. Shmami no, this is Rav Kista. Ultimately, I teach Salach of Rav Kista that if a minor, if a child, right, quote unquote, the child's father is a child, then offspring can become Ben Sora Mora. I ve'ema kulei lahachi udasa. I have a significant entire consequence teaches this halacha. Imke nemakra Ben Ish. Could have said it in a shortened form of Ben Ish. My Leish Ben. Ultimately, again, what does it come to teach us? Ish Ben. Ultimately, again, what the Gemara says, Tarti. We can learn out both of these halachas. Right? Number one, halacha lemaisa. That again, halacha lemaisa. Halacha lemaisa that it has to be a child, right? Halacha lemaisa that halacha concerning the pubic hair. That's number one. And the other halacha that if a child fathers a child, that son also is not subject to the halachas concerning Ben Sora. So we'll say. So we're going to stop over for today. I'll just say interesting. So I don't want to launch into the whole Ben Sora more because in Eretz Hashem we'll see this. On in future doctrine, but I just want to point out an interesting connection over here, right? If you notice, Rabbi Lazar ben Horkinos, what was he lamenting? When he was on his deathbed, what was he lamenting? He was lamenting the road Sefer Torah, right? He was lamenting the fact that he had so much to give, so much potential that remained unrealized. remain unrealized. And it's incredible because Ben Sora Umora is almost like the opposite of that. Ben Sora Umora is we're nervous about potential that will be realized. Like Ben Sora Umora, the Fellowship of Gemara is Nidon Hashem Sofa. He is executed because of what he will become. So Ben Sora Umora, we're concerned about the potential he will realize. And that potential is negative and detrimental to the greater society. So Elizabeth Workinus is lamenting unrealized potential, and then Sora Umora is executed because of potentially or realized potential, potentially realized potential. It's incredible how much his daf is focused on potential, negative potential, positive potential, then Sora Mora, negative potential, Rebbe Elizabeth Workinus lamenting positive, unrealized positive potential. And incredible, you saw this tie into the way we ended Shabbos. Like how could we end Shabbos? What did he speak about as we took the right? Loyam Shakeva, right? About the greatest fear in life of miscarrying the potential. The greatest fear in life of leaving this world as a rolled up safety net. Each of us possesses so much incredible potential. Elizabeth worked with us. Each of us is that rolled up safety net. Even if it's so remote up. And so tomorrow we're going to see he can change his ways. He can choose to go and realize his potential in dramatic different ways. But the goal ultimately, again, is to make sure you see when you corrupt your potential enough, you pass the shalom, you put yourself on a certain negative trajectory. And you have to be so careful on one not to corrupt our potential and not to live a life of unrealized. So we'll stop over here for today. A lot more to say in this document, but I meant to won't get ahead of ourselves. Good day, everyone.
IBC, I'm sure you just, I have no idea.
We have no idea who that was. Okay.
I just recently figured out that it's an app that you can download. Like, I got 47 going on 75. I have no idea.
We're with you. I mean, we used to always say, like, we're so much like Sean. Like, when he was, like, when he was accusing Kalila and Bobby Lee of, like, hacker or shit or whatever. And she was like, do you know how Reddit works? He's like, no. I was like, for a long time. Still kind of like this.
I got a lot of things on my head. This is another thing we were
The Patreon, they cancel, like, potentially viable answers on Patreon about the CBD lawsuit. So you see, like, not assume that people can take that and put it on Reddit, or that even worse, every single Patreon subscriber is just a Redditor.
I mean, there is no deeper pain than being an attorney for Brendan Schaub, I imagine. It's got to be like, why? No, stop! We actually, speaking of attorneys, I think this is funny. When Mark was on, he had his attorney call in the show, and he was just live on the air for a while. And then Mark was like, is it okay to talk about the thing? And his attorney's like, yeah, it's fine. He had some sort of comical, like, TV character, like Bob blah blah. His name was Rob Keppel. We're like, all right, sure, he's an attorney. It was ridiculous. And then he was like, yeah, he's a great attorney. We went to college together, and we did Roy's. We're like, all right, buddy.
All right, Kolosai, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Baruch Hashem, a great Sukkos. To be able to learn Daf Yomi tonight here on Kodesh. Thank our sponsors for this morning's Daf. Thank our annual Kamos Torah sponsor, for Tafshin Pei. Hey, it's also Mishpach Havari Tzishma for dedicating all the Shuman Drushers this year. And we're supposed to continue this sort of to be able to see. I was thinking about this because preparing the Daf. One of the pieces that has just elevated to my mind. Place the rest of Shashai as a mother began. Where it's not that you need the light to perish in us. We're just so overwhelmed by everything that we see unfolding right in front of us. So overwhelmed by all the circumstances, heartbreaking, difficult circumstances. The loss of the deepest children, the fact that the identified wasn't true, overwhelming circumstances. For a person to lose themselves the abyss. The incredible thing is that the Rebbe gave us the Torah. And that Torah is what keeps us tethered. That Torah is what keeps us connected. That Torah is what allows us from falling off. It prevents us from falling off the side of the sheer cliff of nationalistic. It's the Torah that keeps us tethered to a sense of optimism, to a sense of hope. It's the Torah that keeps us tethered to the Rebbe Shalom. That's the Torah. Who they say that's David HaMelech said, David HaMelech suffered so much in his life. He said, Rebbe Shalom, were it not for your Torah, I would have been lost. Those words resonate with such profundity for us. Were it not for Sanhedrin, were it not for the Daf, were it not for Torah, Rebbe Shalom, we too would have been lost in the abyss. Thank you so very much. I will say, this story is just not this Daf, this Daf, it's like a little bit of like a sleeping calm. For the next couple of minutes, when we get to learn Torah together, it's almost as if we could leave everything else on the side. And all we could just do is just immerse ourselves in Yam Shadchan, immerse ourselves in the sea of Torah, and immerse Hashem, allow its beautiful and holy waters to soothe our soul. So with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Son of Bob. Shir is dedicated by Mel and Karen Ram, Ilui Nishmas, Mordecai Ben Yitzchak, Hashem and Hashem Satan Aliyah, family. All right, so let's begin. A lot to do today. Today's daf is Son of Bob. Really exciting daf ahead of us. So as I said, we left off on some of days, and I want to publicly announce Abi Tobias, who donated these. It might not look like much to you. Right? It might not look like much to you. Right? I want to make sure the people on the camera is able to see it also. It's a sticker. Apparently, Abi got that up. We're spending time every morning trying to figure out where we're up to. So I guess we don't have these in Baltimore. So apparently in New Jersey, it's incredible. They stick and they stay and they're able to show you. Now, as a result, I don't spend 40 minutes every single morning trying to figure out where we are. Only 4 minutes. When I moved the sticker from yesterday to this morning, so I say we are picking up. Really show. So a Shkai bias Mishpacha on dedicated post-its, retail value, 99 cents. But again, but tremendous Shkai, and it was a lot of time. So I say, so again, we are picking up Miras Hashem Rava, which is 2, 8, 9 lines bottom. So we'll say, so the Gemara says follows. Amar Rava. We'll say this is an incredible Gemara. 9 lines up in the bottom, 65 pieces on the cannabis. Amar Rava. Ito Sadiki Koru Al. Let's see how incredible is this. So Rava says, if Sadiqim wanted to, they could create a world. Sadiqim are so bold that if they wanted to do it, they could Shnei Amar, Kiabon Osechem, how you might do it. So let's say, so this statement, if you take a look at Rashi says over here, Rashi says, first white line, both Sadiki, Leos Nikia Mikal Abon. It's said now, so here's the thing, the thing is like this. If Sadiqim wanted to, they could create an entire world. But how could Sadiqim create an entire world? Because Sadiqim have the ability to cleanse themselves from sin. And once he cleanses himself from sin, then there is no telling what he is able to accomplish. And that's interesting. So each both Sadiki Bari Almo, if Sadiki wanted to create a world, they could say Shnemar, Kiavon Sechem Hayumakil. So what do you see here? So number one, what is the definition of a tzaddik? Like we speak about this a lot. What's the definition of a tzaddik? So by the way, what's not the definition of a tzaddik? What's the that's a very open question. Right? What was that? A Russia, excellent, well done. I will say, by the way, after operating on consistent nights of very little sleep, I've set the bar very low. So really, like pretty much whatever you throw out is going to be fantastic. Russia, fantastic. A Navi, right? A Navi. Tzaddik, beautiful. So we'll say, so okay, also all correct. What you also begin to see, all excellent answers, but not the one I was leaving. And so nice. What I was going to say is, someone learns a lot of Torah. What do I mean by that? One of the interesting things that we see is that anyone can learn Torah. Right? Learning Torah doesn't make you a tzaddik. What learning Torah does is opens up your neshama to all kinds of possibilities. You know what the definition of a tzaddik was? It's like showing yourself before now to like true, kind of like a big, right? Like, tzaddik is somebody who helps others, doesn't realize tzaddik. And what we also begin to see is someone who realizes that he has the ability to change, but as he spoke, is that reality, mission is never enough. Action. A tzaddik is someone who understands that he has the ability to be a boss. Let's say that's it. Because being a boss means that I recognize I don't have to be the same person. I don't have to remain a place. Listen, one of the most incredible things about Yaakov College, the most incredible thing about Earth Snow, is to realize you have to remain the same. Change. Change. Whatever change you want to affect in yourself, whatever change you want to affect in your life. So that's what Rav is saying. Rav is saying Tzaddik has the ability to become a Bali Tshuva. And because they have the ability to be Bali Tshuva, therefore what? It will say, when you become, when you realize that you have the ability to, what does that show you? That you have the ability to create. Change is the greatest gift because change says I can create and recreate as many times as necessary. I don't have to live in the same world. I don't have to be the same person. My life doesn't just have to continue consistently on and going forward in the same trajectory. If I want tzaddikim, definition of a tzaddik is about tshuva, and Rava says tzaddikim realize that they have the ability to create world. And they'll say each of us, if we choose to tap into the power of tshuva, we become tzaddikim. And if we become tzaddikim, we have the ability to create and recreate worlds. Is that not the most incredible thing you've ever heard? I know you might be thinking to yourself, I'm too tired to like lift my hand, right? Let alone create a world, right? It's like, whatever you have to do to tap into this, because this is gold. Rava says tzaddikim. Tzaddikim means, like Rashi says, Bali Tshuva, have the ability to create and recreate worlds. That's the power of tzaddikim. Consistently create and recreate. Gemara goes like this. Rava, this is great. Rava, Baragavra. Rava actually created someone. Rava created a person. So these are like, by the way, I want to point out the stories of like the Golem that we select. Those stories are not those that were the Maharal. You have stories in the Gemara of people, right? So Rava literally Baragavra. He created a person. Look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, right? Baragavra. Shalom Yitzirah also Shoshay. So literally, again, what said is a Sefer Yitzirah, which is a book that contains a Sefer that contains all the secrets of creation. And Rava literally went ahead and he created a person. What happened? Shajule Kamed Rabbi Zera. He sent the guy to Rabbi Zera. Havakam Ishtai Ba'adei. So Rabbi Zera started talking with this person. But ultimately, again, the person that Rabbi needed wasn't listening. He wasn't engaging in a conversation. Amarlei, min Chabriye at, Amarlei Chabriye at, Hadul. So he said apparently wasn't happy. He said, you can, Rashi says, oh, in Chabriya. And in front, right? You are someone, right? You are someone who's been created by someone else. Right? Get out of here. Right, no, go back to dust. Go back to your dust. So they'll say, what's the shot in this? Why did Zera go ahead and send this guy back to the dust? Because remember again, this creation unable to interact with Rabbi Zera. They'll say, if you can't interact with it, if you don't know how to say a shalom, if you don't know how to give a word of visit, go back to the dust. The world doesn't need you. Klal Yisrael doesn't need you if you don't know how to interact and how to be there with the other. Incredible. Listen to this. Shabsa was an Erev Gemara. An Erev Shabbos Gemara. How ridiculous is this? 7.5 year cycle. 7.5 year cycle. Granted, it's yesterday's stuff, but don't get caught up in the details. Right? It says, listen to this. So these two Rabbanan, Rabbi Chanina and Rabbi Ochiel, were sitting on Erev Shabbos. Va'aski b'Sefer Yitzira. And they were learning Sefer Yitzira. This is what we're doing during Talmud. I just want to point out something, right? It's going to get killed a little later on. Right? All of Erev Shabbos, they were learning Sefer Yitzira. What did they do? They created for themselves. People say Igla Tilsa. Doesn't mean a third or a half, or doesn't a half that has reached 1/3 of its maturity. Either way, it's supposed to represent like the best meat, like the most tender meat. So they created an Igla Tilsa from Sefer Yitzira, V'achlilei, and they ate it. So what's the point of this, Gemara? What's the point of this? The point is, again, to show the creative power of tzaddikim. Tzaddikim have the ability to create. But again, I've also come full circle. What's the definition of a tzaddik? A tzaddik is somebody who recognizes that he has the ability to create himself. If you realize that you have the ability to be about tshuva, to create yourself, to recreate yourself, then there is no telling what you could accomplish in this world. Because the most incredible yisod in life is that you can create and recreate yourself as many times as necessary. And that is the hallmark of a tzaddik. Tzaddik recognizes the creative power he possesses and utilizes that to create and recreate himself as many times as necessary. Let's go right there. So the Gemara said, so the Gemara says, Ma'onim, so back to Ma'onim. Rabbi Shimon Omer, Zehamir Shiva Mine Zala'ai. Someone who takes seeds, different types of animals, on his eyes. Put on his eyes. Somehow again, you thought opening your eyes in the Dead Sea was a problem, right? I'm just saying, right? So a nice, again, puts on his eyes and apparently that allows him to be able to see things. The Chum say, Za'ochi is Hainai. No, this is somebody who engages in deception, right? Like what's the word? Like an illusionist, like a magician, right? Someone who goes ahead and deceives people by making them think that he's engaging in some type of sorcery. Rabbi Kiva says, "Zamachashe in the shows." So let's listen to this. Rabbi Kiva says, Ma'onim is someone who believes in auspicious times. Now, what does that mean? Ma'omer, Hayom Yafalotes. Today is a good day to embark on a journey. L'machar Yafar Bikach. Tomorrow is a good day for purchases. Limude Arde Shidiyas Chitin Yafos. So someone who says, oh, earth, Shmita, that's when the wheat is best. Ekure Kitnios Nios Rose. So again, what's the pshat? What does that need to say? A Ma'onim is someone who feels that certain times are auspicious for different things. So I don't know, why does that sound so bad? They'll say, what's the about in life? Don't wait for the perfect moment, but make the present moment perfect. See, the Ma'onim is someone who believes you gotta wait for the right time in order to be able to go ahead and accomplish. Listen, there are people like this. There are people who have the most incredible dreams, goals, and aspirations. What are they waiting for? They're waiting just for the right moment. And when's the right moment? When's the right moment? I don't know when, but it's certainly not now. Right? It may be tomorrow, but tomorrow's so probably not tomorrow. Right? Sounds good, but someday have that thing. I'm pretty sure the right point to come sometime in the next decade. Oh, and when that right moment, that's when I'm going to pounce on it. Right? When that right moment comes, that's when I'm going to make the magic happen. That the Akiva says, we call that? We call that a Ma'onim. That's the Isra D'Oraisa. It's the Isra D'Oraisa like to wait for the right moment. People who wait for the right moment in life to make things happen. You know what they become excellent in? They become proficient in? You know what? In waiting. They become professional waiters. Which understand, right? Right? They become professional waiters. That's what they do. Spend an entire life waiting to make things happen. Now, the Akiva says that's called Ma'onim. Don't wait for the perfect moment. Make the present moment perfect. You must turn up on Menachich. What's Menachich? So we'll say, Menachich is a person who believes like in holdings. Like the person says, oh my bread fell out of my mouth. That's a bad omen. Maklo naflo miyado. My staff fell out of my hand. Kori lo me'achoro. But no problem at my son calls me from behind. These are things that people think like are bad omens. Oriv Korilo, the raven calls out to me. Svi hefsiko baderech. A deer ran right in front of me. Nachash miyamino b'shul mismolo. There's a snake on my right and a fox on my left. Now that one may be legitimate, right? If you have that right? But Lamais again, these are all things that people omenize. Yes, you heard, right? They omenize, right? An iguana. Yeah, Yosef and I were at a football together. My first football, life is told me first. About to start a football, and an iguana falls out of a tree right by the football, I'm like, this can't be good. This can't be good. Right? Okay, good. Anyway, right? But it was a new thing. The whole time, I never had to watch my back for iguanas, but non-mission happened. Okay, the Gemara goes like that. You can speak to us about the story. But, all right, so what's as follows? Right, show me a swallow. Top of something like 66A. Al Taskil B. Or I will say a person, when they're collecting taxes, a person says to the tax collector, don't start from me. Right? Shachru, goes Chodeshu, Matzeh Shabbasu. Or you know what, again, I don't want to do certain things first thing in the morning. Right? Actually, point this out over here. Paying your debts. You know what, again, these are all people omenizing things. I tell guys like, oh, it's not a good thing to start with me. Or I don't want to start off the day by paying my debts. Or again, it's like Chodesh, I don't want to start the new month. Or I don't want to start the new week. Again, a person omenizes all of these things. We don't believe in that. We don't believe in that. We'll say again, a little nicer time to accomplish is now. The time to take care of your debts is now. Take care of your responsibilities is now. Come up on the low issue. The low sorry, if you don't Abraham and Afrishim, the Hulda, the Alphos, the W. So first the people who engage in all types of sorcery and ultimately again with weasels, with birds, and with fish. Okay, they omenize all these things. Good. The Lord says, "Hamachelas Hashabbos." The davar shechayaven al zedon karis al sheigas of so we'll say in general, when a person violates Shabbos, so again, halakha l'mais, a person goes ahead and violates Shabbos, so it's sayiv karis. If you were to go without hasra, in halakha l'mais, you chayiv siba. If there was organization, well, and again, accidental commission will be chayav achatas. Which means, well, the ikamidi kol shadi being chayav in the law should go to achatas. The law that there is some type of do it unintentionally. You're chayav for achakaris. What would that be? Night. The Gemara says tchumin valid b'yakiva b'habara b'yos. Okay, so let's say that you get that tchumin are drabas, and if you don't hold habara, the active kindling is malad yatzasa. Also, here it singles out just to be chayav on a lot and not chayav on cars. Okay, Mishnah. Hamakalo other the imo in the chayav actually kali mishum. So what's the redaction? We've seen this reference earlier on. If a person curses his parents, he's only chayav if he curses them the actual name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Kilam b'kinu. If a person goes ahead and curses his parents with some type of nickname, right, or the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So what Allah is like Meir Mekayra Meir says Chayiv Bechachamim Poach. The Chachamim say ultimately again that you are kafir. Says the Gemara. Let's analyze man Chachamim. What the Chachamim Rabbi Nachman Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi. The Sanya Rabbi Nachman Rabbi Yossi Omer. The Nikbo Shem Imas. The Torah says when you articulate the name of Hashem, it's ultimately one of these different things. Matamolomar. What is this coming to? So the Gemara says Matamolomar Shem. We made Amakalal other the Imo She'eno Chayiv actually Kalalein Mefisha. So this is teach us that if one curses his parents, one is not Chayiv for cursing their parents unless one goes ahead and does so, utilizing the actual name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So turn around on Ish, Matamolomar Ish. What is right? Matamolomar, sorry. Matamolomar Ish, the rabbis pass Putin Ba'adrogenes. So interesting enough, it comes to include that even if one's parent is a tumtum and or an androgynous, one might have thought that Allah Almighty under those circumstances, you're not chayiv to curse the parents. One is chayiv to go, one is chayiv to Ashay Halas Abid Eskimo, who will curse his father or earth, Amy Allah of the Emo. So I only know from the Pasuk, and I wasn't from the Pasuk, I thought one of them chayiv for sin. mother and father together. Aviv Shalom Imo, Imo Shalom Aviv Nai. I don't know that I'm tied even the cursing one of theirs. Tamalomar Aviv Imo Kilo Dama Bo. Aviv Kilo Imo Kilo Dibra because Osher says again, even though it's said as mother and father, we understand it as Aviv Kilo is cursing one of the parents ultimately makes you tied as Rabbi Osher. Rabbi Osher, Mashma Shnei Achad, Umashma Aviv Ne'atzmo, Achipol B'cha Kosel Yachad. Basically, it gives two inferences. On one hand, the pasuk gives the inference of cursing them both at the same time. The pasuk also goes ahead and seems to keep it chayil. They're cursing them individually. Compromise in a circumstance like that, always be chayil unless the pasuk individually, unless the explicitly that you only chayil together. Most use Torah says you'll be put to death for cursing your parents. Stoning. I found this kilo in the Ella Ba'afos Nicolusha Samuels for Torah. So you say stoning, maybe it's not stoning, maybe it's one of the other types of death penalties mentioned in Torah. Ne'amar Kon Dama Bo, the Ne'amar Lahalon to Mayhem Bo. It says over here, Dama Bo, and it says later on, by Ovi Yidoni, the Mayhem Bo. Actually, what we learned before, the Mayhem Bo. What do I learn from this? Malahavon, just like by Ovi Yidoni, the Skila. After the Skila, so too by cursing one parent, Ovi the Skila as well. Says the Yimara Onesh, Shamanu Ashara Minayin. So now I know the punishment of Skila. Where do I see the warning? Because let's remember again, the way it works is biblically is that every death penalty has to have an ashara, a warning, and also the onus. Now I see the onus. Where do I see the warning? Talomar Elohim Mosekarel. So which literally again I'll say, so we'll see exactly what that pasuk means. In Haya, so watch this. We'll say first wide line. In Haya Aviv Dayan, one's father was a Dayan. The Gemara says, Harehu Bechlav Elohim Lo Sekara. So we'll say, so what we're understanding right now of Elohim is Elohim refers to a judge. Do not curse a judge. So now the Gemara says this in that issue. Let's say again, like Reuben has a father Yaakov, and Yaakov is a Dayan. So if Reuben curses his father, so not only is Reuben chayiv for cursing his father, but he's also chayiv for cursing the judge. In Haya Aviv Nasi, and if your father was right, Reuben's father was a Nasi, or Hari Reuben Klav the Nasi lo Sar. So we'll say, interesting enough, there's a prohibition to curse a chayiv. There's a prohibition to curse a leader. So if Reuben's father Yaakov was a Dayan, he'd be chayiv for Elohim lo Sekalo. If he wasn't a Nasi, he'd be chayiv for Nasi lo Sar. What happens? Eno Dayan below Nasi nine. But how do I know that if Reuben cursed his father, and his father is not a Dayan, and his father is not the Nasi, that Reuben is still going to be chayiv? So the Gemara says, Amrit, we'll say third wide line, Amrit, so Minai, Amrit, Hare Atantan, Binyan Ab, Mishnei. It was like it's interesting enough that he created a paradigm. Binyan Ab is a paradigm. What's the paradigm? Here we go. Lori Nasi Kiri Dayan. So a Nasi is not like a Dayan. The Lori Dayan Kiri Nasi, and a Dayan is not like a Nasi. How so? Listen to this. Lori Dayan Nasi. Why? Shahari Dayan Atam Mitsuva Al Hola Aso. Kirai Nasi Shi Atam Mitsuva Hola Aso. So let's say the halacha is like this. A Dayan, right? Let's say a Dayan on a judge on a this is a ruling. You're obligated to go ahead and adhere to it. And failure to adhere to it can actually result in a death penalty. Interestingly enough, that same halacha doesn't apply to a Nasi. It's interesting, right? If you violate the halakhic rulings of a Nasi, that doesn't necessarily carry with it a death penalty. I'm sorry? Right. This is Parsha. Oh, that's all. Incredible. Parsha Mishpatim. Right, Parsha Mishpatim. Thank you. Lori Nasi, Kirai Dayan. And on the other hand, again, a Nasi is not like a Dayan household. Shanasi Atam Mitzual Hamra also, Kirai Dayan Shiatam Sabahalo. What's it here? Nasi and a Dayan are two forms of leadership. A Dayan is halachic leadership. And therefore, in halacha l'maisa, the Dayan issues a halachic ruling, and you violate that can result in a death penalty. A Nasi is not halachic leadership. And therefore, Nasi issues a halachic ruling, and you violate it. You're not chayiv death penalty. On the other hand, if a Nasi kind of gives like a Directive, thank you, like a directive, right? Like so then again, he's the leader. You got to follow it. If you violate it, you can be chayiv misa. On the other hand, if a dayan gives a directive, you're not chayiv misa. So two different forms of leadership. Yet, what's the halacha? The Gemara says, "Hatzara Shabbat Shabayin." What's the common denominator between them? Shein ba'amcha, that they are both members of Klal Yisrael. Va'ashem Musra al Kilalasa. What is the common denominator between a nasi and a dayan? They are both members of Klal Yisrael, and you are not allowed to curse either of them. That's the common denominator. Av ani avi avicha sheba'amcha v'ata Musra Kilalasa. So if you create a paradigm, what's the paradigm? What's the paradigm? That any person who is a member of Klal Yisrael, you can't curse. So therefore, again, that includes father, who even if the father is not a dayan or the father is not a nasi, you still can't curse him. So the Gemara says, and again, we'll say, remember, this is the ashara. This is what we're looking for the warning. So the Gemara says, "Mala tzara Shabbat shabayim shekein yidulasan garmer lahay." Why don't you say on the other hand, maybe the common denominator between nasi and dayan is what? They both occupy exalted positions of leadership. So in other words, they both have gedula, they both have greatness. Now, the Lomar will say, "Kalo Kerish." The Torah also says, "Don't curse the person who is deaf." So what do you see from here? The Umwalim Sheva Amcha Kasim. We're talking about even people who are not in the elevated positions of greatness. Malachiri Shekin Karishasu Kamalo. But again, maybe it's really telling you that there's a specific bit of respect in the Kerish, not personal Kerish, because he's at a disadvantage. So Nasi V'Dayin Yofichu. Malu Nasi V'Dayin Shekin. The last thing I know I have, Kerish Yofiyah, the cause right down Laura Izekura Izah, the Laura Izekura Izah. Because it turns out that really we have three things over here: a Nasi, a Dayan, and a Kerish. And the truth is, they're really all very dissimilar. What is the common denominator? Zatzara Shabbat Shabahan Shein Ba'amcha Va'ata Musra Al Kilalasa. What's the common denominator? Common denominator between a Nasi, Dayan, and a Kerish. What's the common denominator? They're all Jews. They're all members of Amcha, and you are not allowed to curse them. Av ani av yavicha sheba'amcha v'yata musra al kilalasa. So to include the father, because the father also is a yid, also is part of Amcha, and you're not allowed to curse. Malak sata shava shebahen shekin mishunin. So we'll say, well, maybe there's not a shava shebahen. Is that again, nasi, dayan, and perish all have some unique difference. In kinicha o Elohim v'cherish, o nasi v'cherish, Elohim lamali. We'll say, if that's the case, why do I need the Elohim? In eno inyan legufo in la'avid. Ultimately, I can also say, if you don't need it for its own interpretation, then use it for father. We'll say, it turns out that we're bringing out a paradigm that is between nasi, dayan, and cherish. The common between all those three is that what? That Allah against someone who is unfought, someone who is part of your people, ultimately, you're not allowed to curse. They will say, what a beautiful and profound soul. What is the criteria for the Ahav L'Reacha Kamocha? Or at least, what is the criteria for not mistreating someone if they're unfought? If they're a member of Klal Yisrael, you have to love them. You know, say, it's like, so beautiful. Last night, we were reading Kriyat Arba. Right? It's beautiful. It's like, you know what's interesting? So, what is the thing? That love. He's wearing the whole uniform. The idea, and you're like, wow, this guy is mostly necklace for the colors, you know? Really tremendous. What's the point to understand that every year he wears a uniform? Right? Like the uniform has to sell another thing. The uniform of each image of a every single issue he wears and that love, that culture, that precious halal yesterday is the love you have to wear, and you have to bring to every single thing. No matter what the actual uniform, physical uniform looks like, the spiritual uniform is always the same. The spiritual uniform is like every single uniform is always God. And again, because of that, he's Amchok, because that he's a member of Klal Yisrael, and because of that beautiful uniform, therefore, they'll start at least, right? The baseline is don't curse. Right? The baseline is don't. the baseline, don't have some engage in negative behavior towards the Mishnah. Of course, that's where it starts. And the Mishnah hopefully we go on from there. So you have to really ask them to move off every single day. Right? The Gemara goes like, Hani Chaman Damar Elohim Chol. So by the way, this all works well if you understand that the pasuk Elohim Mosek Hallel is not Elohim God, but rather again Elohim is referring to a judge. Then I understand that now you can extrapolate this and apply it to a father. Elamam Amar Kodesh But according to the opinion that says no, it's not Elohim judge, rather what is it? It's Elohim HaKadosh Baruch Hu. This is a reference to Hashem. Then what is there to say? B'Sanyo, Elohim Chol Divrei Yishmael. Yishmael says Elohim in this pasuk is not God. Elohim refers to a judge. But the Akiva Omer Elohim Kodesh. And he says no, it refers to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Tanya Belazman Yaakov Omer Azhar Lavar Ches Hashem Inayim. From where do we see the warnings against cursing of HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Tama Lomar Elohim Lo Sikalel. To which the Gemara says, Man Damar Elohim Chol. Gamar Kodesh Michol. So the one who says that Elohim in this context is called Chol means it's not God. It's referring to a judge. Then ultimately, again, we can learn out the prohibition to curse HaKadosh Baruch Hu from the prohibition to curse a judge. Remind the Amar Elohim Kodesh Gamiran Chol Mikodesh. But the one who says Elohim in this context refers to HaKadosh Baruch Hu is we derive ultimately again the prohibition to curse a judge from the prohibition to curse HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So Mishnah Laman Damar Elohim Chol Gamar Kodesh Michol. So according to your opinion that says Elohim is a judge. So I understand. If you're not allowed to curse a judge, then what? Allah has kama v'kama kol shekin. You're not allowed to curse HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Elaman da'amar Elohim Kodesh Gamar Chol Kodesh. But according to the one who says Elohim is God, so you derive that you can't curse a judge from the fact that you can't curse God. To which the Gemara says, Dilma, HaKodesh Azar, HaKolo is. Maybe HaKadosh Baruch Hu is only against cursing HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not warning us against cursing the judge. In Cain, Lichto Pra Lo Sakel. If that's the case, the Torah could have just written it in the short form of Lo Sakel, don't curse my Lo Sikalel. Why does it say don't curse in the elongated form? Shmamina Tarti. It comes to teach us two things. One of the two things. Number one, don't curse a judge, and number two, don't curse HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Beautiful. Let's go like this. Says the Gemara, Haba'al Nara Murasa. So we'll say the person has relations with Nara Murasa. Nara is a very specific age. What age? 12 and 12 and a half. So Nara Murasa is a girl who's betrothed, sin, right, but not Nisuin. So she's married. Therefore, if a man has relations with another man, has relations with her, that's adultery. What's unique about Nara Murasa is that she is singled out for a unique, or she, but actually she was complicit, it's she, and the man who had relations with her are singled out for skila. As opposed to Kemet. So now Haba Nara Murasa, Eino Chayiv at Sheitain. So I was saying, in order to be Chayiv, ultimately again for Nara Murasa, skila. Remember, it's a unique punishment. Normally, adultery is punished by Kemet, strangulation. So here, this is singled out for skila. But in order to fit the criteria of Nara Murasa, the following criteria. Number one, Eino Chayiv at Sheitain Nara, the girl has to be a Nara. Number two, Shusliva. Number three, Nu'urasa, and number four, Sehi Neves Abiha. And ultimately, again, she's still living in her father's home. So those are the four criteria that you need in order to get the unique punishment of Skila for Nara Murasa. If two men had relations with her, it was the second, right? Then what? Harishon Skila, Basheni Bechemet. Then the first one is with Skila, because remember again, the first one has relations with her, his relations with the Basula. The second one has relations with her, he's no longer Basula, and therefore he's punished in a regular case of adultery by Chelek. Okay, so the Gemara goes like that. Good. So as I said, happens to be over here, Rashi points out that the Kiddush over here is the following, that even if the men had relations with her, so this Biyah technically speaking, physiologically, she's still a Basula. So you would have thought that physiologically, she's still a Basula. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, maybe even the second guy should get Skila. the Torah recognizes two forms of bia. Is bia kidarka and bia shaloka, and they're both are legitimate bia. Therefore, again, the first guy has relations with her, even physiologically, her basula is attacked, she's going to be a ba'ula, and the second guy gets and ultimately, again, that's very interesting, very interesting. I think that Shabbos table interesting, but again, but interesting nevertheless. All right, so the word goes weiter. Turn around, Nara. So, right, this is one of these. Somebody asked this today. Just refer to the Muslim hospital. So Nara below Bulgaris. Most of notice is Nara. So again, now we're going to go to the Nara means the Nara and Nara Bulgaris. What's the Bulgaris? What's Bulgaris? Bulgaris, 12 and a half years old and above, right? Below Bulgaris, Bisula. So that's the Bisula. Below Bula. Again, I was trying to point out, remember, even if a woman doesn't fulfill these criteria, you're still high for adultery. We're talking about the specific prohibition of Nara Murasa, which carries with it a penalty of skila as opposed to chena. So in order to be high for this again, Besula, Ula, Mu'urasa, Dafka Erisin, along the Sua, the base Atiha, his home, Prat, Lishemasar Ha'adu Shluke Hadal. This comes to exclude the case ultimately where the father had already given her over to the shluchim of the husband, where she is being given over, right, to be taken to her husband's home. Gemara says, good. So good. Amra Yehuda Amarav. Shutim Rabbi Meir. These are all the words of Rabbi Meir. Avacham the Chum say Nara Murasa. Afilu Kitana Manash. The Chum disagreed, and the Chum say that Nara Murasa was like to be even what? Nara Murasa could even be a Kitana. Amar Rav Acham the Gitzi Ravino. Nimai Dimas Rabbi Meir. Ulu Ute Kitana Nami. How do you know that our Mishnah is Rabbi Meir and comes to exclude a Kitana? According to our Mishnah, Nara Murasa is Dafka and Nara and not a Kitana. Dumo Rabbanon he Ulu Ute Bulgaris Besulai. Maybe it's according to the Rabbanon, and maybe the point of the Mishnah is to exclude a Bulgaris for Nara Murasa. Amrle, Hai Eno Chayit Achekin Nara Besula Ma'orasa. Eno Chayit Ella Al Nara Besula Ma'orasa. So the Gemara says, it should have said, that's what it just said, Nara Besula Ma'orasa. Besula maybe. The Gemara says, nothing more to talk about this. We just solidified the fact that, again, the specific and unique punishment for Nara Ma'orasa is Dafka for a Nara, not a Kitana and not a Bulgaris. Bormir Dafka Bar Adamirav. Ba ala Kitana Ma'orasa. The Rabbi Meir Mahu. What happens if another man, in other words, not the husband, if another man did have relations with a Kitana who's in Arusa? What's the halacha in that situation? According to Meir, what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, is it saying that it's not adultery at all? Or maybe it's just going to exclude it from skila. So Amalei, the stabra miskila no. It's still prohibited as adultery. It's just excluded from the prohibition or the punishment of skila. Right? What will we get? Get kind of instead. The Gemara says, Bahal Ksiv, Umesu Gam Shneim, Actually, Shneim Shach. And here's the problem. That's what adultery says, Umesu Gam Shneim. They will both die, which seems to indicate to us the equality in both of the parties committing adultery. Now, both sides, if the Ketana engages in adultery, what's the halacha? She's not chayaves. Why she's not chayaves? Why? She's Ketana. So Ketana is not chayaves for anything. So how can you hold the man responsible if the girl is not responsible? So again, Shasik Rav was silent. He didn't know how to respond to this. Amar Shmuel, my time is Shasik Rav. I don't say Rav, why did sound the name Malay? Umei Saish Asher Shachabi Malavado. Again, there's another pasuk, and the other pasuk indicates to us that the man will be executed because he committed adultery. So what do you see here? There's a case, ultimately, again, where a man is singled out for execution, even though the woman is not. What's the case when a man is singled out for execution, even though the woman is not? It could be a case of a man who commits adultery with a Kitana Hamilasa. So again, she's going to be Keturah. Why? She's Kitana. And he's going to be Chayiv for that. Which the Gemara says, Kitanoi. Reality is, we'll say this point is in fact the Machol against Tanoi. Umesu Gam Shnei, and the positive is both of them will be looking at, bless you, Achi, Shnei, and Shabbat Rabbi Yoshia. Rabbi Yoshia is set to execute the couple for adultery. Both of them have to have the same level of liability. And therefore, again, if it's adultery with the Ketana, since she's not put to death, he's not put to death either. Rabbi Yonasan says, Umeis Ha'ish Asher Shachadi Mar Levado. Rabbi Yonah says not true. There are sometimes where the man will be executed, even if the woman is not. What will be that case? Kitana Murasa. So she's not going to be executed because she's a Kitana, right? But he will be because he's an adult. The Ida. What does Rabbi Yoshia do with that? What does he the Ida? Sorry. What does Rabbi Yonah do with the pasuk that says which seems to indicate that again there's got to be equality and liability between the parties. That comes to exclude, let's say again, an act of intimacy that's not intercourse. So again, any other form of intimacy that's not intercourse, that's not about to. Again, not good, right? But the not liable for death penalty. One does that. The other part, of course not. Don't need a positive to exclude my other acts of intimacy. That's not intercourse. That's nothing. Halachically, that's not recognized as anything. I don't need a positive to exclude that. The Gemara says, the Ida, Hai Levado, my dash. What does the other thing do with the Levado? So, give the Sanya, let's say again, 10 men have relations with the Nara Mura. But she's still a Suba. So, how does that happen? Again, he is So 10 men have relations with her, but and she's still a Basuba. So again, physiologically, Subin are intact. Now, what is the liability for those men? So the Gemara says, Kulan Beskila. So the first opinion is they're all liable to Skila. Now, why are they all liable to Skila? Because the halacha treats it as all of them had relations with a Na'ara Hamrasa. Because since she is still physiologically Basula, there's all Chayas Beskila. Rabbi says, no. Arisha Miskila, not true. The first guy is Chayiv Skila, right? Because he had relations with an Arab Murasa. But again, even though it was Bishul Kidarka, so Bishul Kidarka as a valid form of. Therefore, after that first act, therefore, what? She's no longer Basula. So the rest of the guys are Chayiv. What are they Chayiv for? What are they Chayiv for? Adultery. But the Chayiv for regular adultery. It's just regular adultery, right? So in Chayiv regular adultery, well, again, by Skila, only punishable by Bas Ish Koin Kisecha. What's the first like now again? What's the sing about again the Bas Koin. So the Torah says, "Ubas Ish Koin Kisecha." There's no as Avi Nechalales, but Ish Kisecha. A unique punishment for a Bas Koin, because of Bas Koin, ultimately again with executed with Sreifa. So the verse is Bas Ish Koin Kisecha. Listen, Rabbi says, Chilasa. So Rabbi Omer Chilasa. Take a look at that moment. Now she says over here, right? So Rabbi Omer, Kisecha Lashon Chila Ulukamim Mefarisha. So Rabbi says, Rabbi says Chila. That her liability is with Chila. So the Gemara says, what does that mean? Hey Omer, Michael, what does Rabbi say? Rabbi can be Shmo. Rabbi also can be Shmo. What does Rabbi Shmo say? The Amar Arusa Yotza L'Sreifa below the Suah. So we'll say it is only in Arusa Baskoin. We have this not focus some more. It is only in Arusa Baskoin. Ultimately, again, he was subject to Sreifa, not on the Suah. Not in the Suah. The Hakikam, this is what it means to say. In Tchilas, the business, the Sreifa, the Idach, the Chenek. So we'll say, if a Baskoin is in Arusa, has relations with someone, the first man with whom she has relations with, that's the Sreifa. And subsequent relations, ultimately, again, the Chenek. So again, what's that case? That's going to be the case of the Bishul Kidar. So the first man who has relations going, he's punished by Sreifa. The rest of them, even though she's still physiologically a Bishula, will be treated like regular pieces of adultery, and therefore again Chenek. So the Gemara says, my pain, what's the pain? So the Gemara says, Tiyasam Mahas in the Tchilas Biyakam Shtaikra, just like her talking about over there, initial act of Biyah, Hakanami B'Tchilas Biyah Mishkan Mishra. So over here, Torah is talking about an initial act of Biyah. Amalei Bibi Barabaye, Mar Lo Hafiyawal. So Rabbi said Abaye, but Abaye, my Rabbi didn't do this. Who's Rabbi's referring to? Rabbi Meir, right? So Rabbi Yosef, who didn't say it? Rabbi Yosef. So Rabbi Meir Suri. Rabbi holds like Rabbi. The Amar Nises Le'echam Min HaPsulim. Nisasa B'Chenek. Again, Rabbi holds as follows. So it says, Halacha my son. How can you ultimately, again, how can you have, so Rashi points out, take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Rabbi Malay the Amar Bas Coin, the Sua L'Kasher B'Sveifa. Aval Nisis Le'echam Min HaPsulim. It's supposed to listen to this. Rabbi holds the following. You see about saying Rashi is 2 lines up at the bottom of the page. If a Bas Coin, right, if when is there Sveifa by a Bas Coin or some only achieved to a person who is rich. However, again, Aval Nisis Le'echam Min HaPsulim. And let's say a Bas Coin is married to a apostle, to a psul. Now she's married to a mamzer. She's married to a mamzer. So she married to someone who's an apostle, therefore, took it Rashi. She's Mishas Nisuin, Shu Eina Ella Bechenek, by Tchila the Kamer Rabbi Yafi. So also, then he holds it right there. What does the Meir say? The Meir says like this. The Meir says, when the unique punishment for Arisa Bas Coin, only when she's married or has irrisin to someone who is kosher. But if she didn't need irrisin to someone who's possible, let's say again she married a mamzer, in which case what she's already quote unquote was been profaned. So therefore again the unique punishment of sviva to a Bas Kohen doesn't apply. So the Gemara says and therefore again it's still adultery, but it's regular adultery, only the chenek. But here it needs to say in tchilas achalasa biznus the sreifa. If halacha l'maisa the first time she was profaned was through the act of adultery, then there's a chiyuv sreifa. But if technically speaking she was already profaned, how? Through an illegal marriage, then a man who commits adultery with her will only be chayiv chenek, not sreifa. The idach. So we'll say the idach and the other, right? The idach, the chenek. And again, we'll say ultimately, again, the other case, right? The other person will be chenek. So we'll say ultimately, again, what's the case of, what's the chenek? Look at Rashi. Hacha lo kapit el atchilas chilo, v'lo atchilas bia, v'hasam atchilas bia inami kapit. So we'll say, so again, halach l'maisa, what is the chenek? What is that coming to teach? We have on Samas Zayin, Tamas Zayin, Simna ba'almos. Ultimately, again, the chenek by the other case, only Simna. What is it? Look at Rashi. U'v'tchilas shum davar akasim medaber. The tchilas chilo miha haba. So we'll say, so what it turns out is we have interestingly, we have 22 different cases. In the case, ultimately, again, of Nara, so let's kind of bring this together. So Nara Murasa, that's the end of the Nara Murasa Sukha. So what do we have in Nara Murasa? So I tell singles that Nara Murasa for a unique penalty of what? Of